He has been identified as a national-level threat target. If he does not hand over control within 10 minutes, he will be eliminated on the spot. The person who gave the order is the most advanced security system in the entire Dragon Kingdom. What's even more outrageous is that the person who triggered this crisis was just a 10-year-old child, and at this moment all the agents are surrounding his house, preparing to force their way in. Alarms blared wildly at the Shanghai Security Bureau. 3 layers of firewalls collapsed one after another. The system was completely out of control, and all core data was exposed to unknown hackers. The technicians were pale, and their keyboards trembled as they typed, because they knew very well that once the internal network was leaked, the entire country's security system would be breached. Enraged, the higher-ups ordered that the target be located as quickly as possible, or everyone would bear the consequences. The investigation led to a dilapidated residential building in the northern part of the city. The next second, land, sea, and air agents acted simultaneously. The city was sealed off, and special forces landed from the air with live ammunition and smoke grenades, ready to deal with this national invader. The door was kicked open, smoke filled the room, infrared scanners locked onto the target, and all gun barrels were pointed at the center of the living room at the same time. But what they saw stunned everyone. A 10-year-old boy, Tang Feng, with a lollipop in his mouth, slowly raised his hand and innocently explained that he was just casually looking at alien information. The atmosphere froze instantly, because the top hacker they had just defeated couldn't even reach the edge of the table with his keyboard, yet the system had been completely compromised in his hands. No one knew that he was a time traveler, and even fewer knew that the choice he had just made was to launch a preemptive attack on the Secret Service, all in exchange for extreme IQ and advanced technological abilities. What's even more terrifying is that he was able to crush the entire country's security system as soon as he gained his abilities, which means one thing: he has no control over his future. Lin Guodong frowned as he looked at the information. Tang Feng, 10 years old, 5th grade, orphaned, adopted by a neighbor, and has a high school sister. The culprit behind all the chaos of the night was a little kid, causing the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics to lose face. But the child was too young to be dealt with. At this moment, a beautiful woman dressed in a black secretary's outfit delivered the superior's instructions. Lin Guodong smiled when he saw them. The higher-ups ordered that Tang Feng be taken in for their own use, placed under the management of a special department, and given special protection and appropriate control. They were to avoid forcing him to grow up and make arrangements for him when he came of age. Tang Feng was quickly sent home. He knew he was definitely being watched by higher-ups. He was lucky he hadn't been dissected. He would be monitored in the future and would most likely be recruited when he grew up. But he was only 10 years old, so he didn't need to think about these things for now. As soon as he got home, his older sister, Xia Shiro, rushed over and hugged him anxiously, asking, "Feng, are you all right?" Although the community came to explain and apologize, she was furious. How could military exercises be held in the wrong place? She was afraid that the child would be traumatized. Tang Feng looked at his gentle older sister, then feigned a wronged expression and threw himself into her arms. A pleasant fragrance instantly filled his nose. Tang Feng secretly sighed. His older sister, Xia Shiro, was only a first-year high school student, yet she was remarkably well-developed. Xia Shiro didn't take it to heart, assuming he was just startled, and hugged him even tighter. After a moment, Tang Feng blinked his round eyes and murmured, "Sister, I want to take a bath." Xia Shiro was a little helpless and complained that he was already 10 years old and should wash himself. But then she thought that even adults would have a hard time adjusting, let alone a child, so she eventually gave in. In the evening, after Tang Feng finished his bath, he made sure that Xia Shiro told him a bedtime story before letting her go. Lying in bed, Tang Feng stared at his hands. This was his second reward, the black technology finger, which could deduce the possibilities of everything and transform objects, deduce exam papers to get answers, and transform old-fashioned mobile phones into smartphones. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he wondered if he could try deducing lottery numbers tomorrow. In a 5th-grade classroom at Yucai Elementary School, Tang Feng sat there blankly. Having lived 2 lives, returning to elementary school was torture for him, especially with an IQ as high as 188. At this moment, The head of the teaching department entered with a stunningly beautiful woman. "This is our new homeroom teacher, Ms. Su." Tang Feng was stunned. He recognized Su Lan. He had seen her in the special department a few days ago. She was working for the chief supervisor. Clearly, he was being monitored after all. He had hacked into the security bureau before, and if he wasn't watched, he might accidentally hack into the nuclear weapons system, which would be disastrous. This was a form of protection. After Su Lan finished her self-introduction, she couldn't help but look at Tang Feng, wondering why this 10-year-old child seemed so mature for his age. Was this how all geniuses were? She was indeed there to supervise Tang Feng, but she wouldn't interfere unless in an emergency. After school, Tang Feng went straight to the lottery shop, using his high-tech finger to accurately deduce winning scratch-off and lottery numbers, but he didn't buy any. At a fast food restaurant on the weekend, Xia's parents, who had rushed back from out of town, treated Tang Feng as their own son, despite having adopted him. A relative who accompanied them, however, made a sarcastic remark. "Sister-in-law, are you out of your mind? Adopting a mentally challenged child who fails every exam is such a disgrace." Xia's father roared angrily. "Shut up!" Tang Feng, no matter how stupid, was still his child, and he couldn't tolerate being humiliated. But the relatives continued to grumble, mocking them for not being able to support Tang Feng for life, and even subtly suggesting that Xia Shiro should marry him. Tang Feng, however, coldly drank his milk tea and looked out the window. Meanwhile, a major incident occurred at Beijing Airport. A system upgrade caused a complete communication failure, making it impossible to contact flights. The nearest flight was only 20 minutes away and was about to crash due to fuel exhaustion. Special departments launched an emergency rescue, but the experts were all helpless, leaving Lin Guodong and his team in a state of extreme anxiety. "How about we try that little genius?" Su Lan suggested. Lin Guodong was taken aback, then realized she was referring to Tang Feng. The crowd was shocked. Some objected, partly because they thought a 10-year-old was unreliable, and partly because they were afraid of losing face. Directing traffic couldn't tolerate the slightest mistake. "What can we do?" Su Lan was extremely anxious. Now they could only take a gamble, and time was of the essence. Reporters were gathered outside the airport, and panic was spreading and impossible to suppress. Lin Guodong gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Go find him quickly." Su Lan immediately took her men, drove a police car with sirens blaring, and headed straight for the fast food restaurant. 7 or 8 police cars quickly surrounded the fast food restaurant, and passers-by took photos, guessing that something serious had happened. Su Lan rushed into the store and said urgently to Tang Feng, who was drinking milk tea, "Tang Feng, there's an emergency that needs your help." Xia's mother immediately shielded Tang Feng behind her, her face full of panic. Seeing this, a relative nearby immediately mocked. "This idiot must have done something wrong. The police have come to arrest him." They quickly distanced themselves, saying Tang Feng had nothing to do with them. Su Lan was completely dumbfounded. Tang Feng was idiotic? This was an absolute joke. If he was idiotic, then no one in the world deserved to be called smart. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, Beijing Airport suddenly crashed, and the flight was scheduled to crash in 20 minutes. The nation's top experts were all helpless. The countdown began, 15 minutes, 14 minutes. The command room was deathly silent when Su Lan suddenly spoke up. "Perhaps only he can solve this." Police cars roared into the fast food restaurant, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Tang Feng. He put down his milk tea. With the lives of thousands at stake, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He immediately asked Su Lan, "Did you bring your laptop?" Su Lan hurriedly had an ultra-thin, top-of-the-line laptop delivered. Once she confirmed Tang Feng's agreement, she breathed a sigh of relief but remained uneasy. Could a 10-year-old child handle a problem that dozens of experts couldn't solve? She had no choice but to try anything, and the special department had also prepared for the worst. Tang Feng took the computer and operated it at lightning speed. With his high IQ of 188 and his advanced technical skills, he quickly hacked into the airport's communication system, deduced solutions, and found a solution. As he operated the system, he gave instructions: delay this flight path by 5 minutes and switch to this route. Enter DOS mode and input the ASCII code I wrote. Everyone was completely stunned. especially the people in the special departments. It would take them a long time to restore the system, but Tang Feng did it in less than 10 minutes. Lin Guodong breathed a sigh of relief, full of admiration. This kid was truly extraordinary. His brilliance could no longer be hidden. Done. Tang Feng pressed the final key, and the entire room fell silent at first, then erupted in enthusiastic applause. The onlookers also learned the truth. This 10-year-old boy was the savior who saved dozens of flights and thousands of lives. The relatives who had previously mocked Tang Feng were completely dumbfounded, and Xia's parents were also shocked. No one had ever imagined that this child, who was often criticized by his homeroom teacher, was actually a computer genius. Tang Feng became famous overnight, and the leaders of Beijing Airport personally presented him with a banner and a bonus of 666 yuan to express their gratitude. Major media outlets rushed to report on him, and Beijing TV wanted to do a special interview. But Tang Feng refused. He was only 10 years old, and the Xia couple also felt that too much exposure was not good. But this did not stop him from becoming a sensation online, and many tech giants wanted to hire him as a security consultant with $1 million annual salary. That night, countless unruly children suffered a comparison attack, with mothers talking about other people's children. Many parents came to the Xia couple the next day, asking them to share their parenting methods. The couple could only helplessly say that they were self-taught. Inside the room, Xia Shiro exclaimed with her cherry-like mouth, "Agape, my God, you're actually a genius." She had attended many parent-teacher conferences on behalf of Tang Feng and was always criticized. Now that the former mentally challenged was actually a genius, it was a huge slap in the face. Her bedroom door had been knocked on so many times by visitors that it was almost broken. Tang Feng blinked his round eyes and innocently reached out to Xia Shiro, trying to be cute. "Sister, I want a hug." Xia Shiro hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Tang Feng nestled in her arms with a look of enjoyment. Only he knew the joy he was experiencing. In the special department of Beijing, Lin Guodong had just finished receiving criticism from the organization. Entrusting the lives of thousands of people to a 10-year-old child was utterly absurd. Fortunately, it was ultimately successful, and the higher-ups gave him a reward. He only complained that the airport reward was too meager, and someone even suggested sending a truckload of practice questions, which was simply outrageous. Sulan, dressed in an office lady outfit, nervously approached, holding a tablet. "Boss, what do we do now?" The tablet was full of reports about Tang Feng, trending online and even overseas, contradicting the previous cover-up policy. Lin Guodong smiled wryly, resigned to his fate, and instructed Su Lan to continue monitoring and protecting him covertly. Since Beijing TV couldn't get Tang Feng's help, they invited his relatives for an interview. On camera, the relatives, who had previously mocked him, showered Tang Feng with compliments, saying they knew he was a genius from the start. Xia Shiro, watching on TV, couldn't help but scoff. "Shameless." Xia Shiro's face was full of sarcasm. She hadn't forgotten what happened at the fast food restaurant a couple of days ago. These relatives had called her a mentally challenged child back then. But now, for the sake of profit, they had no shame left. Tang Feng also despised this behavior, but could only blink his big, innocent eyes, helpless. The Xia family couple were also furious, publicly condemning these relatives and exposing their true colors of profiting from Tang Feng's popularity. They immediately distanced themselves from them and forbade them from using their child for publicity. They also appealed to the public to give Tang Feng privacy, emphasizing that even a super genius is still a child. These actions deeply moved Tang Feng, but he knew in his heart that after this incident, his life would never return to peace. Fortunately, he had lived 2 lives and was mentally stable. An ordinary 10-year-old child would probably have lost his composure long ago. Special handling departments also intervened, but the online buzz surrounding Tang Feng remained high. Inside the meeting room, Lin Guodong asked with a smile, "Do you need some psychological counseling?" He was afraid that Tang Feng wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of sudden fame and would repeat the mistake of Zhong Yong, a child prodigy who failed to live up to his potential. Unexpectedly, Tang Feng looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Lin Guodong was immediately embarrassed, then remembered that this was a super genius with an IQ of 188, and could not be measured by the standards of ordinary people. Seeing that Tang Feng was in good spirits, he did not mention tutoring again. Lin Guodong straightened his expression and sat down opposite Tang Feng to explain the situation. The special department specifically accepts geniuses, but Tang Feng is an exception because of his young age and early exposure. He won't be forced to join, but he will be continuously monitored and protected. Tang Feng had no objection to this, as long as it didn't disrupt his normal life. Finally, Lin Guodong promised that he would not ask Tang Feng for help again unless absolutely necessary, and even if he did, he would do so secretly and would never make it public to avoid Tang Feng being overexposed again. In the old residential area, with the intervention of special departments, reporters and paparazzi dared not openly take photos, but some people still came to the door. The relatives from before came with generous gifts, wanting to ask Tang Feng for forgiveness, but in reality they wanted to use his popularity to get the exorbitant interview rights and make a fortune. Get out, Xia Shiro snapped disdainfully. These people had been rude before, but now that Tang Feng was popular, they were trying to curry favor. It wasn't that easy. Tang Feng blinked his big, innocent eyes and said sincerely, "I'm just a mentally challenged child. It's pointless." After saying that, he pulled his sister and closed the door. After Tang Feng's sudden rise to fame, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. The principal of Yucai Primary School immediately instructed the publicity department to change the school's website title to 10-year-old super genius, City Hero Yucai Primary School, the birthplace of his talent, which sparked a frenzy among parents who wanted to transfer their children to the school, making it a hot topic online. Tang Feng's old neighborhood has also become popular. Real estate companies have put up advertisements like, "Want your child to become a top student? Move into Genius Community." The originally remote neighborhood has seen its property prices skyrocket, comparable to those of school district housing, and has even become a popular spot for internet celebrities. Fortunately, the community has taken timely measures to prevent any disruption to daily life. The Xia couple considered moving, but firstly, as working-class people, they couldn't afford the exorbitant housing prices, and secondly, Tang Feng was too famous. Moving wouldn't necessarily bring peace. In the end, they had to give up. The principal of Yucai Elementary School even wanted Tang Feng as a publicity figure, but Su Lan reluctantly revealed her identity, which finally made the school back down. In a small news company in Beijing, intern Zhang Feifei also wanted to become famous by getting an exclusive interview with Tang Feng, but she had no idea how. It wasn't until she saw the cartoon, "We Can All Become Light," that her colleague's child was watching that she suddenly had an idea. When Yucai Elementary School let out, Tang Feng finally managed to run out of the crowd. The elderly surrounded him, asking him the secret to becoming a top student. Some even frantically pulled off his clothes and tugged at his hair, trying to absorb his academic aura. The scene was quite crazy. Just as Tang Feng was about to leave, a soft voice called out, "Little Tang Feng." Zhang Feifei jogged over. She had been waiting there for a long time. The reporters and paparazzi lurking in the shadows scoffed, not believing this in turn could persuade Tang Feng to agree to an interview. Tang Feng glanced at Zhang Feifei, inwardly marveling. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, comparable to Su Lan, pure and pretty, easily scoring 93 points. But he still stated bluntly, "I said I don't accept interviews." He had long seen through her deception. Previously, many people had tried to persuade him to give them red envelopes, properties, and luxury car keys, leaving Tang Feng overwhelmed. He was only 10 years old, and these things were completely impractical. Zhang Feifei felt somewhat embarrassed. No matter how well she tried to disguise herself, a 10-year-old child had seen through her. Tang Feng thought to himself, "Is this the buff that geniuses get?" In the end, he compromised. "Okay, but hurry up. I need to go back and do my homework." If Zhang Feifei weren't so pretty, he would have turned around and left long ago. Zhang Feifei was stunned for a moment. A genius actually had to do homework? But she didn't think much of it and smiled as she pulled out a gift from behind her back. "I'm giving you Ultraman Tiga. Will you promise me something?" She was holding a Tiga toy. The atmosphere froze instantly. Tang Feng glared at Zhang Feifei, then looked at Tiga and fell into deep thought. As a 10-year-old child, he did grow up watching Ultraman, so giving him this gift was not wrong. but he really wanted to say, "I hope you turn into a pot of soup." Seeing him deep in thought, Jiang Feifei slapped her forehead, turned around, and ran to the electric scooter. She quickly returned with a pile of Ultraman toys, including Zero, father of Ultra, Saga, and Yifu. "How about it? Is that enough?" She was secretly pleased with herself for knowing how to cater to children's tastes. Tang Feng bit his finger, somewhat speechless, but Jiang Feifei's approach was indeed refreshing and interesting to him. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. "Okay, I agree, but I don't have much time." He agreed to the exclusive interview. After a brief silence, Jiang Feifei went completely berserk. She, and in turn, had managed to handle something that countless media outlets couldn't. The paparazzi in the shadows nearly coughed up blood. It turned out that all it took to deal with a kid was an Ultraman set. All the previous efforts of sending cars and houses were in vain. Upon hearing the news, the media editor-in-chief jumped for joy and immediately set up the interview scene. Tang Feng only gave them half an hour. After Jiang Feifei accompanied Tang Feng home to inform her parents, she rode her bicycle with him to the company, where several high-end cameras were already in operation. The company had already publicized the exclusive interview, attracting widespread attention online and breaking records for popularity, with the number of online viewers reaching an all-time high. Although Jiang Feifei was only an intern, Tang Feng specifically asked her to conduct the interview, and she demonstrated a professional attitude. Dear viewers, today we are honored to have Tang Feng, the city hero and 10-year-old genius, for an exclusive interview. Jiang Feifei smiled sweetly and handed over the microphone. "When did you realize that your IQ far exceeded that of ordinary people?" Tang Feng looked completely innocent. "It's like I suddenly had a breakthrough." This wasn't untrue. The moment the system appeared, he took off. Everyone was shocked. A 10-year-old child showing no stage fright in front of a national audience made countless tiger moms and dads look at their own unruly kids. Jiang Feifei laughed and skipped over the study-related questions, finding them meaningless, and instead asked, "Both Tsinghua and Peking University, as well as foreign universities, have extended invitations to you. Why did you refuse?" Everyone was curious. Shouldn't a genius skip grades to take advantage of their strengths? Tang Feng blinked his big eyes and sincerely said to the camera, "I'm still a child, only 10 years old this year." This won everyone's approval, who felt that even geniuses should enjoy childhood. But in his heart, he thought, if he really went to university, the special department would have to transfer him away, and how could he stay in elementary school and raise his goddess? With half an hour almost up, Jiang Feifei asked her last question. "What are your plans for the future?" Everyone was speculating whether he would accept a $1 million annual salary to become a security consultant for a tech company. Tang Feng thought for a moment and replied, "The future is still a long way off. I'm only 10 years old. However, I'm somewhat interested in stock trading." He possessed a high-tech finger, and it would be a waste not to use it to make money. This statement shocked everyone once again. No one had expected him to be interested in stock trading, something unrelated to computers. The interview concluded successfully. Tang Feng picked up his bag and said to the staff, "Could you play Miracle again for this young lady?" Everyone was puzzled, and Jiang Feifei also looked surprised. He added, "Because she likes Ultraman." After saying that, he left the company. In the old neighborhood, Xia's parents left after only a few days to support the family, leaving Xia Shiro to take care of Tang Feng. As soon as Tang Feng returned, Xia Shiro asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly give an interview?" Her parents, like her, were worried that it wouldn't be good for him to be exposed to such things at such a young age. Tang Feng grinned, but didn't answer. He just found Jiang Feifei interesting. After all, she was the first reporter among many to bribe him with Ultraman. Seeing his silence, Xia Shiro gritted her teeth in anger and said with a wicked smile, "You'll be in for a beating from mom and dad soon, and you're not even qualified to speculate in stocks." Xia Shiro was right. To trade stocks, you need a personal account, and Tang Feng was only 10 years old, which didn't meet the requirements at all. But he still smiled and didn't respond. Even without the system, with his current fame, there were plenty of people willing to help him solve this problem. Meanwhile, in the special processing department, Lin Guodong learned that Tang Feng wanted to speculate in stocks and couldn't help but frown in surprise. Tang Feng's talent lay in the field of computers, which had nothing to do with stock trading. Everyone also felt that geniuses mostly focused on one field and rarely became proficient in cross-industry matters. Lin Guodong gave an example. Einstein and Newton were geniuses in their respective fields. Even the electronics genius in his department with an IQ of 130 wasn't as good as the average person at other things. This is a case of God opening one door and closing another. Sulan asked if he should intervene, but he shook his head and refused. This was Tang Feng's private matter. It didn't endanger public safety, so there was no need to interfere. Lin Guodong didn't think Tang Feng would be skilled in stock trading and just considered it a child's whim, letting him do as he pleased. Soon, the news of the 10-year-old genius wanting to trade stocks went viral online. Some praised the genius's unique thinking, while others worried that he would be bound by money. Experts also stepped in to refute his claims, saying that it was just a naive idea. Foreign netizens seized the opportunity to mock Tang Feng, who was already wary of his 188 IQ, 1 in 1.5 billion people, fearing he might become a nuclear weapons tycoon in the future. They ridiculed him, saying, "It's childish for a computer genius to dabble in stocks. He should go play Do Diju, a card game, instead." The two sides argued fiercely, and the media followed him 24/7, waiting for Tang Feng's next move. Tang Feng continued his routine of going to and from school as usual until the weekend. When he finally took action, he took a taxi straight to the stock exchange, causing an instant sensation. Everyone was curious. Was this little genius really going to trade stocks? Sure enough, the stock market gave this urban hero special treatment, opening a virtual account for him. Everyone eagerly awaited the outcome, but Tang Feng stood in front of the big screen, bewildered. Foreign netizens immediately erupted in ridicule, saying he was confused and couldn't understand the stock market charts. Domestic netizens countered that with his IQ, he could definitely succeed with a little systematic learning, and the public outcry grew stronger and stronger. No one knew that Tang Feng wasn't confused at all. He was using his advanced technology to predict which stocks would hit their daily limit and which would plummet. Besides, he had no intention of actually trading stocks. He only had a dozen or so yuan of pocket money a week, which wasn't enough to keep him busy. He left after a while. The reporters who followed him were disappointed, failing to capture the legendary stock trading scene. Foreign websites were even more unrestrained in their mockery, stating bluntly that geniuses aren't omnipotent and everyone has their own expertise. Faced with the overwhelming media coverage, heated discussions erupted online once again, but Tang Feng turned around and went to a lottery shop. "Uncle, could you buy my dad a scratch-off lottery ticket?" Tang Feng said, standing on tiptoe. Federal regulations prohibited those under 18 from buying lottery tickets, so he had to use his father's name. The shopkeeper recognized him immediately, beaming with delight, and generously offered to give him a free ticket, eager to ride on the coattails of the genius's fame. Tang Feng smiled, having saved a week's allowance. He had already used his high-tech finger to deduce the results during his last visit, and pointed directly at a scratch-off lottery ticket. The shopkeeper smiled, took out a ticket, and said as he prepared to scratch it, "Scratch-off lottery tickets rely on luck, but our genius is sure to have good luck." Despite saying that, the shop owner didn't really believe it. He'd been selling lottery tickets for so long, and even nouveau riche who bought up all the scratch-off tickets hadn't won much. Tang Feng's chances of winning with a random ticket were too slim. But as he scratched, the shop owner suddenly froze. The first word he scratched off was special. "Keep scratching." The shopkeeper scratched the lottery ticket, and when he saw all the words, he was completely stunned. This scratch-off ticket had actually won the grand prize. 250,000. He almost fainted, his face full of disbelief. Was this the luck of a genius? "Thank you, uncle." Tang Feng smiled and asked the shopkeeper to redeem the prize. The shopkeeper was on the verge of tears. He had never heard of a genius who could win a scratch-off lottery ticket. To randomly pick one and win 250,000 was simply outrageous. But he quickly became excited and ran outside the shop shouting, "A genius boy has arrived. 250,000 won." The crowd that had been watching Tang Feng instantly went wild, and the lottery shop's business boomed. Everyone wanted to absorb some of the academic genius's aura and hoped to win the grand prize. Because lottery tickets needed to be reported and verified before prizes could be awarded, Tang Feng didn't linger and went straight back to his apartment complex. Although the news of Tang Feng winning 250,000 yuan was reported, it didn't cause a big stir. Everyone thought that scratch-off lottery tickets relied entirely on luck and had nothing to do with intelligence. 2 days later, Tang Feng received nearly 200,000 yuan in after-tax prize money and went straight to the stock market again. Everyone instantly realized, could it be that he didn't invest in stocks last time because he didn't have money? Tang Feng's appearance caused an uproar in the stock market, with everyone staring at him, eager to see how this 10-year-old genius would operate. When Tang Feng last came, he used his advanced technology to spot Great Wall Pharmaceuticals stock, immediately investing over 100,000 yuan before leaving. After all, stocks are traded on a T+1 basis, so even if the price goes up, he can only cash out 2 days later. This scene caused an uproar. Great Wall Pharmaceuticals stock price had been plummeting and was on the verge of being delisted. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell it was a dead stock. Reporters immediately published a report, which instantly caused a huge uproar. Stock market experts went live to explain, and most believed that this was Tang Feng's mistake. Foreign websites seized the opportunity to launch a frenzy of mockery, bluntly stating that Tang Feng was about to fall from grace, wasting his computer talent and choosing instead to become a stock market gullible. In the special handling department, Lin Guodong listened to Su Lan's report with mixed feelings of amusement and exasperation, thinking Tang Feng was just a brat, but ordered no intervention, letting him learn a lesson through some setbacks. In the old neighborhood, Xia Shiro held a fly swatter and said with a mischievous smile, "Only now do I realize you're a brat." She knew about Tang Feng's stock trading and had told her parents. Her parents didn't object, but she was worried that if it failed, Tang Feng would have to bear too much pressure. "Even when you're angry, you're still beautiful," Tang Feng complimented with his round eyes. Xia Shiro's heart softened instantly, but she still pressed him onto her lap, gently patted his little bottom, and muttered, "You have to start disciplining your little brother from a young age, or you won't have another chance later." Soon, shocking news spread through the securities market. Great Wall Pharmaceutical, which had previously hit its daily limit down, saw its stock price soar to a high of 19.3 yuan per share, nearly 10 times its lowest point. Investors and professional managers were all dumbfounded. No one understood how this seemingly hopeless stock could turn the tide. Later investigations revealed that Great Wall Pharmaceuticals' secret drug development had finally succeeded, securing new funding. This was a highly confidential matter, and no one dared to gamble. Everyone ruled out Tang Feng's knowledge, but couldn't figure out whether he had guessed correctly or deduced it through intellect. Tang Feng has become an internet sensation again. He bought a few 100,000 yuan worth of dead stocks and made 1,000,000 yuan, a tenfold return that shocked the entire internet. The international internet was completely silent. Even those who said he got it by luck were quickly drowned out. Even the legendary investor Bart was attracted and wanted to invite him to lunch for free. It's worth noting that having lunch with Bart is a dream for countless people. Some have even won the opportunity at exorbitant prices, instantly raking in hundreds of millions in sales. The news caused a stir online, with everyone expecting Tang Feng to agree. However, in an interview, he bluntly refused. "I can't eat Western food. I'm only 10 years old and I need to grow," Tang Feng said seriously to the camera. "If he comes to China, I'll treat him to chive boxes, and I can even add Weilong spicy strips." The whole internet was both amused and annoyed, but at the same time, they sensed a business opportunity and predicted that chive boxes and Weilong would sell very well. Weilong even wanted to hire him as a spokesperson. The buzz surrounding Tang Feng's stock trading remained high, with everyone expecting him to delve deeper into finance and become a financial tycoon. However, he publicly announced that he would no longer trade stocks and would instead focus on his studies. This move shocked countless people. His sudden retirement at the height of his talent was truly perplexing. The previously silent Western internet became active again, with many posting sarcastic comments, claiming that Tang Feng's stock trading success was either due to hype in China or just luck. They didn't believe he had any financial talent besides computers and asserted that he couldn't break the established rule of geniuses working in a single field. As Tang Feng returned to campus life, his popularity gradually cooled down, and he was quickly replaced by other internet celebrities. This is the age of entertainment to the death. The million he earned from stock trading was kept by Xia's parents, who said they wanted to save it for his future marriage, but Tang Feng didn't care at all. In his view, he was only 10 years old, and a huge sum of money was useless to him. Moreover, his adoptive parents had shown him great kindness, and he would be willing to give them away, even if it were hundreds of millions, let alone millions. After school, a soft voice startled Tang Feng. He turned around and saw Lin Wan, his classmate, with pigtails and 4 stripes on her armband. "My mom said she's going to teach you a lesson," Lin Wan said. Tang Feng grinned mischievously and pressed for the reason. He really liked this girl who was showing signs of becoming a beauty and was planning to nurture her from a young age. Lin Wan gritted her teeth. Her face flushed. "You tricked me into thinking that eating papaya was good for my health, and my mom said she's going to teach you a lesson." After saying that, she glared at him and left. Tang Feng felt instantly guilty. It seemed he had been discovered. Sure enough, when he got home, Xia Shiro was waiting for him in the living room with a fly swatter, both angry and amused. "I didn't realize you were such a little genius. I told you to give your classmate papaya. How come you're not learning anything good at such a young age?" She had only learned about the problem after receiving a call from Lin Wan's mother. She had discovered that Tang Feng had been bringing papaya to Lin Wan every day, causing the child's developmental abnormalities. Tang Feng groaned, but Xia Shiro still gave him a light beating. Life returned to normal afterward. Tang Feng would occasionally receive requests for help from universities or companies to repair systems. He only selectively agreed, mostly helping milk tea and hamburger shops so he could eat and drink for free. On the weekend, in an old residential area, Tang Feng sat next to Xia Shiro on the sofa watching a soap opera, looking aggrieved. What was even more frustrating was that Xia Shiro kept bursting into tears while watching, and when she saw scenes involving scumbag male leads, she couldn't help but want to punch him. After the soap opera ended, the news segment began. News reports indicate that a massive wildfire has broken out in the mountainous region of Longwood due to the dry and hot weather, prompting a nationwide emergency response and the dispatch of a large number of personnel for rescue operations. No wonder the sirens were blaring incessantly in Beijing last night. Xia Shiro prayed anxiously. "I hope they are all safe and sound. I just pray that everyone can return safely." Xia Shiro sighed, recalling how many young heroes had sacrificed their lives in the wildfires of previous years, a truly heartbreaking situation. Tang Feng, after reading the news, felt a pang of sadness and ran back to his room. He remembered the solid-state fire extinguishing technology reward he had received for helping the airport, something he would have almost forgotten if it weren't for this fire. The system explains that solid-state fire extinguishing technology works on a principle similar to nuclear fusion. It absorbs and compresses water molecules from the air, adsorbing them onto dust, maximizing energy release, and creating an explosion radius of hundreds of miles. At this point, a system notification sounds, triggering a side quest. The mission offered 2 options. Either go to the mountains to fight the fire, with the reward being a nano-biochemical protective suit, or stand by and do nothing, with the reward being blueprints for a 6th-generation stealth fighter. Without hesitation, Tang Feng decided to go to the mountains to fight the fire, but before that, he needed to build solid-state fire extinguishing equipment. Meanwhile, Western websites reported that a 10-year-old prodigy named Kate, with an IQ of 152, has emerged in the United States. She excels in mathematics and physics and, with the help of her professors, has developed a technologically advanced fire extinguishing technique by calculating data such as wind direction and pressure. This technique is hailed as a boon to all mankind and has received high attention from various countries. The Dragon Kingdom immediately made diplomatic contact, hoping to acquire the technology. However, the Eagle Kingdom made exorbitant demands, requiring the Dragon Kingdom to reduce import and export tariffs by half. The Dragon Kingdom angrily refused, and the negotiations ended inconclusively. The Federation issued a strict order to its Special Handling Department, requiring it to develop its own technologically advanced firefighting technology. Lin Guodong was deeply troubled. Developing fire-extinguishing technology was extremely difficult, comparable to the more than 10 years Great Wall Pharmaceuticals spent developing its pharmaceuticals, but he still ordered it to be pushed forward with all its might. He didn't think of Tang Feng, believing that geniuses all have their specialties. If someone were proficient in everything, they wouldn't be human, they'd be a god. The border mountain town of Longhua is arid year-round, with numerous mountains, making summer a critical time for fire prevention, yet an accident still occurred. This wildfire was caused by someone going into the mountains for a picnic. After news reports, countless people expressed their anger and condemnation, but the fire had already spread and could not be stopped. Standing on the streets of the mountain city, one can see the distant mountains engulfed in flames, with thick smoke billowing out. The city has initiated an emergency evacuation to prevent the disaster from escalating further, and a battle against the fire is quietly unfolding. Along the streets of the mountain city, residents spontaneously gathered, watching the firefighters rushing to the fire scene, choking back tears as they urged, "You must return safely. You are all heroes of the people." Countless people shed tears of self-reproach, for the mountain city is prone to wildfires, and every time a fire is fought, heroes sacrifice their lives. They were just children too. Wildfires raged, fueled by frequent mountain winds, causing the flames to intensify and leaving a severe shortage of rescue personnel. Emergency responses were activated across the country. At the sound of the fire alarm, firefighters who had just finished rescue operations and were resting immediately dragged their exhausted bodies to the mountain city to provide support, vowing to protect the safety of people and property. News reports, updated in real time, indicate that the situation is far from optimistic. On the scorched hillside, firefighters, clad in fireproof masks, lie exhausted on the ground, disheveled and covered in burns, yet none complain of hardship or fear. Facing the inferno, their expressions remain resolute, for behind them are countless lives at stake. One of the recruits, who had just turned 18, had to celebrate his birthday on the mountain. His teammates arranged compressed biscuits into a cake and sang happy birthday to him. The footage, captured by a drone, brought tears to the eyes of viewers across the country. But halfway through the song, a wildfire spread, and they immediately packed their gear and rushed into the flames. Western websites are closely monitoring the situation and have again published articles urging China to adopt their firefighting technology, claiming it could solve the predicament. However, the Chinese Federation remains silent, stating that the demand to reduce tariffs by half is too much of a loss and would trigger a chain reaction, making it unacceptable. Inside the Special Handling Department in Beijing, Su Lan rushed in anxiously and reported to Lin Guodong. "Boss," Tang Feng called, and said that he has invented a new fire-extinguishing technology and needs to conduct experiments to verify it. As soon as he said this, the entire department instantly erupted in excitement. Everyone couldn't believe it. What they needed had come to pass. Was this kid a savior? Lin Guodong's expression was grave. He quickly confirmed the news, and after receiving a positive reply, he immediately ordered Su Lan to pick up Tang Feng at once. In the conference room, Lin Guodong asked with a mixture of excitement and doubt, "Can you really develop advanced fire-extinguishing technology?" Lin Guodong felt uneasy. Tang Feng's stock trading skills were impressive, but he quickly withdrew his shares, making it impossible to confirm his financial talent. Everyone else was also full of doubt. After all, most geniuses only specialize in one field. Just like Einstein might not have succeeded in studying medicine, no one believed he could handle firefighting technology. "Mommy said we can't lie," Tang Feng muttered, blinking his big eyes. He wasn't some kind of genius. He relied entirely on the system, and his solid-state fire-extinguishing technology was far superior to Kate's from the United States. Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong excitedly slammed his hand on the table and immediately stood up to report to the organization. A moment later, Lin Guodong returned to the conference room, his tone firm. "The higher-ups have agreed, and the whole country will support you. Just tell me what you need." Tang Feng replied calmly, "I only need a research room. I don't allow anyone to disturb me while I'm doing my research." I don't need any help. 3 days will be enough. Lin Guodong was still uneasy and instructed. This matter is of utmost importance. We can't be careless. Are you sure you don't need an assistant? Tang Feng nodded sincerely. Actually, he could have finished in half a day. Taking 2 extra days was just to verify accuracy. Su Lan clenched her fist and exclaimed, "He keeps creating miracles. We should trust him." Remembering the incident at Beijing Airport, everyone agreed. Lin Guodong immediately arranged for the research lab to designate the test area as a restricted zone, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching. Inside the research lab, after confirming there were no cameras, Tang Feng began operating using the system. He didn't need to understand how to operate sophisticated instruments and handled everything himself. The mountain city was plunged into mourning, with streets filled with grieving people, flags at half-mast, and police cars leading the way. Due to the rapid spread of the fire, a firefighter tragically lost his life. People choked back tears, crying out, "May the hero rest in peace. The people of the mountain city have failed you." The entire city stood in silent tribute. Firefighters from all over the country rushed to the scene, paused to pay their respects, and then resolutely turned around and rushed back into the inferno. They are heroes who go against the tide, shedding blood and sweat, but not tears, and they will never turn back until the wildfire is extinguished. The media released the last footage of the soldier before his death. Amidst raging flames and thick smoke, he exhausted firefighting resources but did not retreat. After being tripped by tree branches, he continued to operate his equipment until he was engulfed by the flames. His body perished, but his heroic spirit will never fade. Lin Guodong, in the Special Handling Department of Beijing, was under immense pressure. The mountain city was ravaged by fire, many firefighting heroes had perished, and the nationwide fire brigade's support had yielded little effect due to outdated firefighting methods. His superiors were repeatedly urging him, asking if Tang Feng could develop firefighting technology. Otherwise, they would have to agree to the harsh conditions imposed by the Eagle Nation. Tang Feng issued a strict order not to disturb him, so Lin Guodong was unable to know the progress of the research and development. The 3-day deadline was fast approaching, and every minute and every second was extremely agonizing. After all, human lives were at stake, and every extra second of waiting could result in another sacrifice. Inside the research room, a solid crystal ball shaped like a water droplet floated slowly. Tang Feng exhaled a breath of stale air. He had succeeded. According to the system, this single crystal ball could cover an area of 100 miles, enough to extinguish the wildfire in the mountain city. He carefully placed it into a specially made iron box and walked out of the laboratory. Outside the lab, anxious staff members swarmed around, their eyes full of anticipation. Lin Guodong clenched his fists, asking excitedly yet nervously, "How did it go? Was the experiment a success?" Tang Feng nodded emphatically. It lived up to everyone's expectations. The entire department erupted in enthusiastic applause. After the applause subsided, everyone understood that success or failure depended on the on-site test in Shanxing. Lin Guodong immediately arranged for a helicopter to take Tang Feng to Shanxing at top speed, racing against time to extinguish the wildfire as quickly as possible and minimize further losses. Helicopters flew overhead, collecting water from distant ponds and dropping it from the sky, but the fire was too intense, and the effect was minimal. Firefighters were urgently evacuated. Fighting the fire on the ground was pointless, and staying would only increase casualties. Everyone was filled with resentment. The people were forced to prepare for the worst, planning to let the wildfire burn naturally. It was a gamble. If it got out of control, the entire mountain town would have to be relocated, and the people and their property would suffer enormous losses. The people of the mountain town did not blame anyone. They only hoped for the hero's safety, knowing that their homes could be rebuilt. Just then, Lin Guodong arrived with Tang Feng. The person in charge of the mountain city solemnly informed him, "We have decided to give up." Although he had heard of Tang Feng's reputation, he did not believe that a 10-year-old child could develop the technology to control a massive wildfire. Even the technology from the United States might not be feasible. "Give up my ass," Lin Guodong cursed on the spot. Things hadn't gotten to the worst point. They couldn't despair. He firmly believed in Tang Feng. The miracle at Beijing Airport was the best proof. Dragon Kingdom geniuses were born to create miracles. Then, he took over the firefighting command and stared at Tang Feng. Everything is in your hands now. Tang Feng nodded heavily, carrying the iron box, and walked forward led by the firefighters. Lin Guodong watched his small figure, his nose tingling with tears, and slowly saluted. The people around him also saluted. When the people on both sides of the street learned that Tang Feng had come to put out a fire, they also saluted spontaneously, and many wept uncontrollably. When Western websites learned of this, they ridiculed China as insane. They acknowledged that Tang Feng was a computer genius, but firmly believed that geniuses only excel in one field, and that it was impossible for China to develop effective firefighting technology in just 3 days. They dismissed it as a desperate measure by China. Tang Feng boarded the helicopter and flew towards the center of the most intense wildfire. The firefighters accompanying him looked solemn. Seeing that he only carried an iron box, they were full of doubts and did not believe that this small box could contain the secret to extinguishing the wildfire that had spread for hundreds of miles. The helicopter hovered above the sea of fire, the heat and thick smoke hitting them in the face. When Tang Feng took the crystal ball out of the iron box, the soldiers became even more curious. What is this? Tang Feng smiled, activated the crystal ball, and casually tossed it out. With a bang, the crystal ball exploded due to the high temperature. The void seemed to collapse, and countless water molecules were gathered together, undergoing a nuclear fusion-like reaction. The energy fluctuations spread rapidly, leaving no trace of fire in their wake. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and no one had time to react. Inside the mountain city, everyone was stunned by the scene. 1 second the fire was raging everywhere, and the next second it was completely extinguished, followed by a burst of wild cheers as everyone celebrated this hard-won victory. Lin Guodong was completely dumbfounded. He had thought Tang Feng had developed a fire-fighting technology similar to that of the United States, but he never expected it to be such a miraculous feat at this moment. He received an urgent call from his superiors. After hanging up, his expression turned serious, and he immediately ordered a news blackout, prohibiting media reports and claiming to the public that firefighters and civilians had worked together to extinguish the wildfire, without mentioning Tang Feng at all. Soon after, the atmosphere at the North City Special Handling Department became tense, with security several times stricter than usual. A private jet arrived from Shanghai, and an elderly man, accompanied by Lin Guodong and others, slowly entered the department. Everyone treated the old man with utmost respect. He was Professor Du from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a professor of physics in the Federation, who had participated in the development of China's nuclear weapons and was known as the father of the nuclear bomb. When Professor Du saw Tang Feng, he secretly admired him and excitedly asked, "You must be Tang Feng, a 10-year-old genius, truly living up to his reputation." During the firefighting in the mountain city, Tang Feng's solid-state crystal ball caused a sensation. The nuclear fusion principles involved were beyond the comprehension of even the renowned scholar, Elder Du, which was why the Federation had kept the news under wraps. Tang Feng recognized Elder Du, greeted him respectfully, and was then led by the elder into the conference room, where Lin Guodong and others stood guard outside. Upon entering the conference room, Professor Du abandoned his airs of a leading authority and excitedly asked like a child, "How was this thing developed? Can you explain the principles to me?" He had dedicated his entire life to scientific research, yet he was no match for a 10-year-old child, and he was filled with emotion. Tang Feng was somewhat embarrassed. He didn't understand the principles at all and relied entirely on the system, so he could only explain it to Elder Du based on the system's explanation. After listening, Elder Du was overjoyed, instantly realizing that the long-standing problem of the stability of nuclear fusion reactors might be completely solved with this explanation. "You are a hero of the Dragon Kingdom, a hero of the Mountain City," Old Du exclaimed, comforting Tang Feng. The news was kept secret because the invention was too astonishing and belonged to the Federation's secrets. Tang Feng didn't care about fame, and the Federation also announced to the public that Tang Feng played a key role in extinguishing the fire and was a firefighting hero. A system notification suddenly sounded, triggering a side quest. Option 1. Gift solid-state fire suppression technology. Reward. A villa in Shanghai worth 300 million. Option 2. Refuse to hand it over. Reward. 100 million in cash. Tang Feng had no choice, knowing he had no option, and immediately decided to gift the technology. Mr. Du was utterly shocked. In this age of rampant self-interest, such selfless patriotism is rare. Many top students go abroad, and professors earn less than internet celebrities. He hadn't forced him to. Mr. Du said solemnly, "You deserve to be called Mr. Tang." He promised to secure the best possible treatment for him. The controversy erupted, with Western websites curious about the details of how the wildfire was extinguished. However, China kept the details very secret, only stating that Tang Feng led everyone in a joint effort to complete the task. Although the foreign websites were curious, they were helpless. After learning the inside story, Lin Guodong, in the special handling department, drastically changed his attitude towards Tang Feng. This was a 10-year-old hero of the Dragon Kingdom, with unlimited potential. He recalled the last airport incident, where a banner and a 600 yuan bonus were presented, and someone even suggested sending a truckload of exam papers. He was trembling with anger and resolved to take this matter seriously this time. Ultimately, thanks to Lin Guodong's strong advocacy, Shanxing gave Tang Feng a reward of 30,000 yuan. Although it wasn't much, the people of Shanxing were incredibly enthusiastic and promised that all expenses would be waived if Tang Feng ever traveled to Shanxing in the future. In the old residential area, Xia Shiro greeted Tang Feng with a face full of joy. "Our great hero is back." She had been worried these past few days, but fortunately the wildfire was extinguished. Tang Feng's contribution had already been reported online, and the community wanted to hold a welcoming ceremony, but Tang Feng refused, not wanting to make too much of a fuss. Tang Feng greeted his adoptive parents with a smile, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. His adoptive parents stated frankly that they had to return for such an important matter. They didn't care about Tang Feng's fame or success. They only hoped he would grow up safe and happy. Dinner was plentiful, but Tang Feng had no appetite. His parents looked at him strangely, which made him feel guilty. He had been tricking Lin Wan into eating papaya every day, and Lin Wan's mother had complained to him. Could it be that his older sister had sold him out? After dinner, Xia's father smiled and pulled Tang Feng into the room, holding his hand and saying, "You are a genius, but there are some things you don't understand yet." Xia Shiro had already told him about the papaya, and he knew Tang Feng's thoughts. He felt that it was normal for children to be precocious and that physiological knowledge should be popularized in advance. Xia's father pretended to be serious. "Don't give Lin Wan papaya anymore." Tang Feng nodded, feigning fear, but inwardly sighed. The goddess-making plan is truly a long and arduous journey. With the incident in Shanxing over, Tang Feng returned to his peaceful school life. After school, he caught up with Lin Wan, carrying his heavy school bag, but Lin Wan stared at him with wide eyes and said, "I'm not eating papaya anymore. My mom told me to stay away from you." She understood Tang Feng's little scheme and thought he was utterly wicked. Tang Feng awkwardly scratched his head, quickly trying to salvage the situation. "I'll let you play the claw machine. Please forgive me." He couldn't let his plan to cultivate his goddess fall through. Although Lin Wan was worried about being discovered by her mother, she couldn't resist the temptation of playing the claw machine and finally nodded. In the mall, Tang Feng generously exchanged all of his week's allowance for game tokens, but Lin Wan's claw machine skills were too poor. She ran out of tokens and still couldn't catch anything. Frustrated, she kept pouting and asked Tang Feng for help. "If you catch something, we'll still be good friends." Tang Feng muttered "silly pig" to himself, walked to the counter, and obediently asked the waitress to adjust the machine's difficulty. The waitress recognized this well-known genius and readily agreed. Finally, Tang Feng used his last coin to successfully grab a plush toy. "Look, we caught it." Lin Wan was overjoyed. Tang Feng, seeing her expression, was tempted and, taking advantage of her inattention, gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Lin Wan froze. Then, realizing what had happened, cried out, "You're bullying me," and ran out with the doll in her hand, while Tang Feng grinned mischievously. Beijing is a highly industrialized city with a nuclear power plant in its suburbs. On this particular day, as usual, employee A of Beijing Petroleum Company, checked the pressure gauge on the oil inlet valve. As soon as he left, the pressure gauge on the valve began to vibrate violently, causing excessive pressure to enter the oil pipe and generating sporadic sparks, which went unnoticed by anyone. In the old neighborhood, Xia's parents had long since passed away. They hadn't touched the money Tang Feng had earned and were still working hard outside, saying they would keep it for him to use for starting a business or getting married in the future. In the living room, Tang Feng and Xia Shiro were fighting over the remote control. One wanted to watch a science fiction movie, and the other wanted to watch a soap opera. Outside, you're a big hero, but at home you're just a little brother. Xia Shiro proudly touched her delicate nose. Tang Feng was furious, but at 10 years old, he couldn't match his sister's strength. Just then, a deafening roar came. The entire building shook, and a ball of fire shot into the sky, like a nuclear explosion. Tang Feng and Xia Shiro were stunned. They rushed to the balcony and saw a huge mushroom-shaped flame rising from the suburbs. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the entire city. Cars honked their horns downstairs in the residential area, and the windows of many homes were shattered. The scene was terrifying. The suburban oil company was engulfed in flames. Fortunately, there were few employees on night duty, so there were no casualties. However, the oil drum connected to pipeline number 18 had exploded, affecting other oil drums. Moments later, a second explosion occurred, and the northern part of the city trembled again, waking countless people from their dreams. The oil refinery manager panicked and ordered, "Call the fire department immediately." The fire had to be extinguished right away, otherwise the oil refinery would become a giant time bomb with the power of a nuclear bomb. What was even more dangerous was that the Beijing nuclear power plant was only 3 kilometers away. The Special Handling Department received the notification immediately. Lin Guodong and others looked grave. The oil refinery fire was a minor matter. If it spread to the nuclear power plant, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the conference room, a projector displayed a 3D floor plan of both locations, and Lin Guodong explained the critical situation in a deep voice. The higher-ups took the matter very seriously and ordered that the fire be extinguished at all costs to prevent a nuclear power plant crisis. A nuclear fuel leak would affect an area of hundreds of kilometers. No one dared to use Tang Feng's solid-state fire extinguishing technology, fearing that the nuclear fusion reaction would trigger resonance within the nuclear power plant, causing an even greater disaster. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Guodong's expression changed drastically after answering it. The person in charge of the nuclear power plant said that the number 1 nuclear reactor was severely damaged, and cracks appeared in the walls. It was temporarily impossible to explore the internal situation. If the lead block was damaged, the consequences would be unpredictable. The fire at the oil plant must be extinguished immediately to prevent a third explosion. Major media outlets followed the story closely, and the situation grew increasingly dire, plunging North City into a deathly silence. The Federation faced a dilemma. Evacuating the entire city would trigger panic and result in devastating losses, but not evacuating risked a nuclear leak. Despite this, the news quietly spread throughout the city. Panic gripped the streets and neighborhoods as people hurriedly packed their belongings to flee. Firefighters rushed to the scene, and fire brigades from neighboring cities also arrived overnight to provide assistance, all working tirelessly to race against time. Outside the suburban oil refinery, a cordon had already been set up. Fire trucks drove in, and firefighters quickly moved firefighting supplies, working tirelessly to cool the oil drums. The higher-ups had given a strict order. Even if they had to use their bodies to block the fire, they had to extinguish it. They absolutely could not allow it to spread to the nuclear power plant 3 kilometers away. Special handling personnel rushed to the nuclear power plant and gathered at the temporary command post. Lin Guodong asked Chen Ku, the person in charge, in a low voice, "What's the situation now? Is there any possibility of a nuclear leak?" His biggest concern was the extent of the damage to the nuclear power plant. Chen Ku looked troubled and admitted that the situation was unclear. He only saw cracks in the reactor walls and that the self-sealing and cooling systems had been activated, but he was unsure whether the protective devices were effective. "To find out what's going on inside, we have to send someone in," he said urgently. Everyone instantly understood that regardless of whether there was a nuclear leak, someone had to manually shut down the malfunctioning device. But if there had been a leak, going in would be certain death. Even if there was no leak, wearing protective suits might not guarantee a safe escape. The command post fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, an urgent report came through the walkie-talkie. External nuclear radiation levels have exceeded 1 gray. Chun-Ku shuddered, dropped the walkie-talkie, and whispered in a trembling voice, "It's over. The nuclear reactor is leaking." Fortunately, the leak was still manageable, and they needed to extinguish the fire immediately and send people to handle the situation. In the old residential area, Xia Shiro looked on in fear as she watched the panicked crowds and vehicles fleeing the streets. She hurriedly asked Tang Feng, "What do we do?" Tang Feng frowned and remained silent, looking in the direction of the explosion. He knew that the real danger was far more than just the oil refinery. The media provided real-time coverage, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Western websites expressed their condolences while questioning why China didn't use the same firefighting methods as Chongqing. China did not respond, and the debate on the internet intensified. Bizarre footage of firefighting in Chongqing had been leaked, and even the United States admitted that it lacked the technological capabilities for such methods. Foreign media speculated that China possessed advanced firefighting technology, but denied that Tang Feng was responsible, believing that a 10-year-old computer genius could not possibly break the established perception that geniuses are only proficient in one field. After firefighters battled the blaze through the night, the fire at the oil refinery was gradually extinguished. However, everyone knew that the real crisis lay at the nuclear power plant 3 kilometers away. Lin Guodong reported the situation to his superiors, concealing the nuclear leak to avoid causing panic, and decided to first urgently evacuate the entire city. Officials announced that some oil drums at the oil refinery were still at high temperatures, and a third explosion was possible. For safety reasons, all personnel were to be evacuated. In the old residential area, Xia Shiro received the notification and quickly packed her belongings. Her parents also called to tell her to evacuate with the neighbors. Tang Feng glanced towards the suburbs one last time, his heart heavy. The city-wide evacuation was definitely not a problem with the oil refinery. It must be an accident at the nuclear power plant. But Lin Guodong hadn't informed him, so he must have a solution. He suppressed his thoughts for the time being. Helicopters circled overhead as the city of North City descended, carrying federal rescue experts, led by none other than the physicist luminary, Professor Du. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. This, father of the nuclear bomb, was their last hope. After listening to Chun-Ku's report, old Du's aged face was filled with solemnity. The nuclear leak was a foregone conclusion. All they could do was pray that the lead blocks in the reactor hadn't cracked. Although the radiation was currently weak, it was slowly increasing. He sighed. Nuclear energy is a double-edged sword. It benefits humanity, but also harbors deadly dangers. Mr. Du stated that the best current solution is to use sand to isolate the radiation, then send someone in to check and manually shut down the device. But this is almost certainly fatal. Devastating news came from the front lines. Several firefighters experienced dizziness and vomiting while cooling down the area, indicating they had been exposed to radiation. The situation is extremely urgent. The heavy responsibility of selecting personnel fell on Lin Guodong's shoulders, making him feel suffocated. Each candidate represented a vibrant life. At that moment, outside, the rain poured down, and a squad of soldiers stood in neat rows, their expressions resolute and fearless, shouting in unison, "For the Federation! For the people! Only sons, step forward! Youngest, step forward!" Lin Guodong looked at the soldiers before him, his nose stinging, his eyes reddening, and his voice trembling. But not a single person moved. These heroes were all willing to embark on this mission where they were certain to die. "Can't you understand me?" Lin Guodong roared, rain mingling with tears streaming down his face. Finally, 3 soldiers were chosen. Lin Guodong, fighting back tears, said, "You are all heroes of the Federation." He personally helped them put on their protective suits, gave a solemn salute, and the crowd behind him joined in the salute. The 3 soldiers looked back through their goggles, saluted, and resolutely turned to walk into the nuclear reactor. Lin Guodong and the others fought back tears, their hearts heavy. They knew this was likely a final farewell. Inside the nuclear reactor, All equipment malfunctioned due to the explosion. The cooling system was damaged, and the cooling source spread everywhere. The soldiers waded into the water using their helmet lights as a guide. The radiation detectors were beeping incessantly, with values exceeding the limits by dozens of times and still rapidly increasing. They immediately reported the situation. Upon hearing this, Elder Du immediately ordered. No one was allowed to linger within a radius of dozens of miles around the nuclear power plant, and all firefighters currently working to cool the area were to evacuate. He stared intently at the display screen, asking, "Has the lead block been exposed?" This was the key to determining the fate of Beijing. Moments later, good news arrived. The lead block was not exposed, and although the nuclear reactor was distorted, fusion remained stable. Following orders, the soldiers ventured deeper into the reactor, preparing to manually shut it down, but a heavy iron door blocked their path. Radiation levels near the door were already 100 times the prescribed limits. The three soldiers had suffered severe radiation exposure. One of them began coughing up blood. Yet, with their steely will, they supported each other and reached out to push open the iron door, instantly tearing open their skin and drawing blood. Inside the temporary command post, Elder Du and the others were filled with grief, but could only watch helplessly as their fate hung in the balance. The miracle failed to occur. The three soldiers collapsed one after another, falling into the water. Old Du and the others wept uncontrollably, but an even greater crisis remained without opening the iron gate. The nuclear reactor could not be shut down, and radiation levels continued to rise. The last remaining soldier struggled to breathe, took off his helmet, and coughed up blood as he weakly said, I miss my mother." This young man in his 20s was, after all, still his mother's child, and these words brought tears to the eyes of everyone present. With a sigh, Old Du instructed, "Get the connection through." His hunched figure appeared even more helpless, as if he had aged overnight. Lin Guodong sadly arranged for a reporter to connect the soldier with his mother, allowing him to speak of his final tenderness in his final moments. The video call connected, visible throughout the city. The soldier struggled to speak. "Mom, I'm sorry, I can't come home again this year. Cough, cough. I didn't bring you a wife. I'm ashamed of the Federation." He collapsed to the ground before he could finish speaking. The entire city and the entire Federation wept, shouting hero. At the evacuation site in Beijing, Xia Shiro led Tang Feng to meet up with their neighbors, preparing to evacuate by car. Tang Feng, upon seeing the video, was furious, cursing Lin Guodong under his breath. He immediately dialed Su Lan's number, demanding she come pick him up. Such a big thing, and Lin Guodong hadn't even informed him. Although Su Lan was puzzled, she still rushed to pick up Tang Feng. Xia Shiro anxiously asked where he had gone. She didn't know Su Lan was from the special handling department. She only thought she was Tang Feng's homeroom teacher. She was full of worry but couldn't stop him. Tang Feng waved and got into the passenger seat of the Hongqi car. Outside the nuclear power plant, the atmosphere was somber. Some soldiers tried to rush in and carry back the three heroes, but were stopped. The radiation levels inside were too high. Going in would mean certain death. Lin Guodong, his expression sorrowful, shouted, "Salute." Everyone saluted the nuclear reactor in unison. With a screech, Su Lan's car arrived. When Lin Guodong saw Tang Feng, he immediately frowned. This was a restricted area with a risk of nuclear radiation. Just as he was about to question Su Lan, Tang Feng jumped out of the car, used the momentum to leap up, and punched Lin Guodong. The surrounding crowd was shocked. They recognized the young firefighting hero and wondered what Lin Guodong had done to offend him. Tang Feng trembled with anger. "Lin Guodong, are you an idiot? How could you not inform me of such a big thing? Did the three soldiers really have to react like this?" Lin Guodong responded in a low voice. "What's the use of telling you? Even Old Du is helpless. Even if you are proficient in computers, stock trading, and firefighting, do you understand nuclear physics? Faced with a nuclear disaster, humanity is far too insignificant." Tang Feng glared at Lin Guodong, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards the temporary command post. Old Du, seeing him, was both surprised and furious. "Tang Feng, what are you doing here? The radiation here is dangerous. Tang Feng is young and has weak antibodies. He absolutely cannot be harmed." China cannot afford such a loss. Tang Feng looked at old Master Du respectfully, admiring the father of nuclear bombs who had come all this way, and said firmly, "Grandpa Du, let me in." He had a nano-biochemical protective suit that could completely isolate nuclear radiation, but he didn't explain why. "No way. This is ridiculous." Elder Du and Lin Guodong both firmly opposed it. In their view, Tang Feng was sending himself to his death. Current technology could not completely protect against nuclear radiation. He was a pillar of the Federation and could not be allowed to fall. The sacrifice of the 3 soldiers was already heartbreaking enough. "Believe me," Tang Feng argued forcefully. "I have a way. Do you want to keep sending people to their deaths? Time is of the essence. If we don't shut down the reactor soon, Beijing and even hundreds of kilometers around it will be abandoned." He waved his hand, stopped explaining, and turned to Chen Ku to inquire about the internal situation. Outside the nuclear reactor, Lin Guodong looked conflicted. He wanted to persuade Tang Feng to give up and even wanted to send someone to accompany him, but Tang Feng refused. "Don't worry about me." He was a little annoyed and walked straight to the collapsed crack, preparing to crawl in. Everyone looked at his thin figure and was deeply moved. At the age of 10, he saved the Beijing airport and extinguished a wildfire in the mountain city. Now, he has bravely rushed to the nuclear reactor, and the media is reporting on it in real time, creating a solemn atmosphere. Western websites fell silent, then offered their sincerest respect, calling him worthy of being called the soul of a nation. Xiaoshiro saw this scene on the video and cried her heart out. She wanted to rush to the nuclear power plant, but her neighbors stopped her. The place was sealed off because the radiation levels were too high, and she had to evacuate as soon as possible, otherwise she would be in danger. Standing outside the crack, Tang Feng suddenly turned around and laughed loudly through his helmet. "Why are you all making such a fuss? Prepare some leek pancakes for me. I'll come out to eat them. Remember to add extra spicy strips." These words instantly brought tears to everyone's eyes, the contrast striking a chord deep within their hearts. Su Lan was already sobbing uncontrollably, thinking that Tang Feng was going to fight to the death. Lin Guodong and others completely broke down and refused to watch anymore. Old Du secretly shed tears, crying like a child. The audience across the country also shed tears, heartbroken. Inside the nuclear reactor, the cooling system had completely failed, and the water was over a meter deep. Tang Feng, wearing heavy protective gear, jumped in and swam around with the help of a headlamp. He then activated his nano-biochemical protective suit. He had already felt dizzy from the brief contact and dared not be careless. The radiation detectors were beeping frantically, with readings nearly 1,000 times higher than the limit. Tang Feng was alarmed and immediately used the walkie-talkie to order everyone outside to evacuate. The reactor temperature was rising rapidly and could collapse at any moment. Once the lead blocks were exposed, there would be no way to save it. Outside, Du Lao and the others wore bitter smiles. They already knew about the radiation situation, and those who could evacuate had already done so. The remaining ones were all suicide soldiers, holding their ground to cool the outside of the reactor, unwilling to give up their last hope. Tang Feng continued forward, arriving at the iron bridge. He saw 3 unconscious soldiers, paused to pay his respects for 3 seconds, and then continued deeper. Soon, he saw the massive iron gate blocking his path. The bloody handprints on the gate brought tears to his eyes. The 3 soldiers had truly fought with all their might. The iron gate was stuck on the reactor and couldn't be pushed open by force, otherwise it would accelerate the pressure explosion. This was the reason for old Du's despair. He could only rely on his suicide squad to fight to the death. Old Du picked up the walkie-talkie and pleaded with trembling hands. "Tang Feng, it's not too late for you to quit now. You can at least live for a few more years." Tang Feng silently surveyed his surroundings and noticed a gap beneath the iron gate. He could squeeze through with his slender frame, but that would mean exposing his flesh and blood to nuclear radiation. He gambled that the nanoprotective suit would provide complete protection. He took a deep breath, slowly removed his helmet, and took off the heavy protective suit. The temporary command post erupted in chaos. What is he trying to do? "Are you crazy?" Old Du roared, ordering him to come out. Lin Guodong rushed out, trying to put on his protective suit and go in to pull him out, but it was too late. Inside the dimly lit reactor, black substances writhed on Tang Feng's skin, a protective layer formed by nanobots, shielding him from radiation. Amidst the frenzied roars of the crowd, he leaped into the gap, propelling himself forward by rubbing his body together. The camera instantly malfunctioned, and communication was completely severed. A deathly silence fell over the command post, everyone trembling. Old Du spoke in a trembling voice. "Our pillar of the Federation has sacrificed himself for the country." His body swayed, and he would have collapsed if someone hadn't been there to support him. The price was far too heavy. With a loud bang, the nuclear reactor was successfully shut down. But there were no cheers. The whole country fell silent. Everyone thought that their 10-year-old hero, Tang Feng, was gone forever in that radiated land. "Xiao Feng," Xia Shiro cried out in anguish upon seeing Tang Feng's sacrifice, then fainted completely. The Xia couple were heartbroken and stunned. Unable to utter a single word, he was only 10 years old, an age when he should be carefree. Outside the nuclear power plant, everyone walked towards the nuclear reactor, bowing their heads in silent tribute. Lin Guodong and others were filled with grief. Their tears had long since dried. The loss of Tang Feng, a 10-year-old genius and pillar of the Federation, who had sacrificed his life for the country, was immeasurable. "Salute to young hero Tang Feng." A squad of armed soldiers behind him roared, firing shots diagonally into the air to bid farewell to the young hero. Countless people across the Federation were moved to tears. At this moment, no one regarded him as a 10-year-old child, but as the pride and concern of the entire Federation. Xia's parents were urgently taken to Beijing to receive the highest level of treatment as Tang Feng's relatives. Upon learning the news, the higher-ups remained silent for a long time. They ordered that Tang Feng be given a national hero's funeral, awarded the Federal Patriot Medal, and his family be posthumously honored as an honorary family. But in the end, this could not bring him back to life. Western websites fell silent, offering Tang Feng the highest praise, setting aside their jealousy, and paying tribute to this young man who sacrificed himself for the Federation. All those who dedicate themselves to their country deserve to be celebrated. Just as everyone was immersed in grief, a thump came from the nuclear reactor, and a thin figure slowly appeared, using all his strength to carry the body of a soldier out. The people who were observing a moment of silence were instantly stunned, and then went into a frenzy. Tang Feng isn't dead." Lin Guodong rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe it. Old Du was also shocked. The nuclear radiation was thousands of times higher than the standard. Tang Feng had come into contact with the reactor with his own flesh and blood. Even Superman would have a hard time surviving. He actually crawled out alive. "It's Tang Feng." The crowd erupted in cheers. On camera, he was covered in blood, indistinguishable between his own and the soldiers' bodies. He gritted his teeth and carried the bodies of the soldiers, who were taller than him, climbing out again and again until he had carried all 3 soldiers' remains out. He smiled and then fainted. "Quick, medical staff!" Lin Guodong reacted and rushed over despite the nuclear radiation. Looking at Tang Feng, who was covered in blood, he burst into tears again. This young man had borne too much weight that did not belong to him. Medical personnel in protective suits arrived and carried Tang Feng and the soldiers' remains onto ambulances, rushing them to Beijing People's Hospital. After their initial joy, everyone was overcome with grief, realizing that even if Tang Feng were alive, he would not be able to withstand the nuclear radiation and would ultimately pass away in agony. After regaining consciousness, Du Lao's cloudy eyes were filled with tears, and his tone was firm. "At all costs, use all national resources to ensure that Tang Feng can live out the rest of his life in peace." He wanted to immediately request the highest level of rescue resources to be mobilized. Outside the North City People's Hospital, the area was already packed with attending physicians and nurses, all deeply moved. Even though Tang Feng was a walking nuclear radiation carrier, no one was afraid. On the contrary, they were proud of it. Around the hospital, countless people came to visit, some kneeling on the ground, praying for Tang Feng's safety. Upon the arrival of the ambulance, doctors immediately rushed Tang Feng into the intensive care unit, evacuated the crowd, and professionals promptly implemented comprehensive protective measures to shield him from nuclear radiation. Federal officials were both surprised and delighted to learn that Tang Feng was alive. Some insisted on arriving that very night by special plane, unwilling to disappoint their hero. Inside the intensive care unit, the medical staff who volunteered to enter were astonished. Although Tang Feng had been exposed to nuclear radiation, his body had not suffered any serious damage. Even more horrifying, his skin was writhing, and a layer of black substance was emerging. He doesn't seem to have been exposed to nuclear radiation at all. Everyone realized that Tang Feng's fainting was due to exhaustion, not radiation damage. The black substance was not offensive but protective, which was beyond everyone's professional understanding. The attending physician immediately went out to report the matter to the special handling department. Outside the corridor, upon hearing the report, Old Du was astonished this was too unscientific. Tang Feng had removed his protective suit and come into contact with the nuclear reactor, yet he was completely unharmed. Upon learning that there was a black organic substance on the surface, he disregarded all attempts to stop him, put on his protective suit, and rushed into the monitoring room. Upon seeing the black substance surging on Tang Feng's skin on the bed, Elder Du's expression changed drastically. As a leading figure in physics, he instantly recognized it. This was nano-organic matter. It was this substance that completely isolated him from nuclear radiation and saved Tang Feng's life. This phenomenon deeply moved Elder Du, whose aged body trembled uncontrollably. Tang Feng remained unconscious. The truth would only be revealed upon his awakening. Elder Du staggered forward, intending to carefully examine the nanoorganisms on Tang Feng's body, while simultaneously reporting the matter to the authorities. The staff of the Dragon Science Academy were shocked and rushed over by special plane overnight. The application of nanotechnology to this extent is extremely rare, almost unparalleled. Everyone is curious about how many secrets and surprises this 10-year-old prodigy still holds. The Municipal People's Hospital was completely sealed off, prohibiting any media from entering to report, in order to protect this core secret. 2 hours later, the academicians from the Lonko Academy arrived at Beijing Airport and immediately drove to the hospital. In the intensive care unit, a group of elderly people surrounded Tang Feng, repeatedly examining the nanoorganisms on his body, each one deeply shocked and filled with fervor. Although humanity has invented nanotechnology, its applications are limited. Tang Feng's nanoprotective suit, however, is at least decades ahead of the world in terms of technology, a breakthrough that even the United States has failed to achieve for many years. How did he do that? Everyone was filled with doubt. How could a 10-year-old child overcome such a technological challenge? Tang Feng has an IQ of 188. He first distinguished himself in the field of computer science, then invented solid-state crystal fire extinguishing technology in the field of physics, and now he has brought nanotechnology to its extreme, completely redefining humanity's conventional understanding of genius. Professor Du deeply understands this. Even as a leading figure in the field, he might not succeed in crossing over into other disciplines. Should we draw blood and perform biopsies? An academician casually muttered, immediately drawing angry rebukes from the crowd. This was absurd. Einstein's example was a precedent, and Tang Feng was a federal hero. Anyone who dared to do such a thing would be condemned by the entire Federation. Elder Du took the lead in reporting to the higher-ups, deciding to seal off the discovery and discuss it again after Tang Feng woke up. When Xia's parents learned that Tang Feng was still alive, they breathed a sigh of relief, but their bodies still felt weak. They secretly vowed to stay by Tang Feng's side afterward and not let him take any more risks. After all, he was just a 10-year-old child, and his safety and happiness were more important than anything else. 2 days later, Tang Feng finally regained consciousness. The nurse who had been watching over him was overjoyed and immediately went out to report. Old Du and the others quickly rushed into the ward, making no mention of the nano-protective suit, only wanting him to focus on his recovery first and discussing other matters later. Even without nuclear radiation, Tang Feng was still forcibly hospitalized for observation. A week later, after confirming that Tang Feng's bodily functions were normal, he was allowed to be discharged from the hospital. Back in their old neighborhood, Xia's parents rushed over and hugged him tightly, tears welling in their eyes. Xiaoshiro also choked up several times. They didn't want a hero. They only hoped that Tang Feng would grow up safely. 3 days later, Su Lan arrived at their home. Xia's parents only recognized her as Tang Feng's homeroom teacher and were unaware of her true identity. Tang Feng understood her purpose. After greeting his family, he followed Su Lan to the special processing department. He knew that the nanoprotective suit must have been discovered while he was unconscious. Inside the special operations department, everyone respectfully saluted Tang Feng. This 10-year-old child was the hero who saved Beijing. Without him, the surrounding hundreds of kilometers would have been a forbidden zone. In the conference room, Lin Guodong and others stood up to pay their respects, and applause rose and fell. "Welcome back, our hero." Lin Guodong informed Tang Feng that Elder Du was waiting for him in Kyoto and would personally escort him to his private jet. Nanotechnology was top secret, and he was the only one in the entire department who knew a little about it. Upon arriving at the Dragon Science Institute in Shanghai, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, paying tribute to this hero of the Dragon Nation and watching him walk into the depths of the courtyard. Elder Du and the others were already waiting there. Upon seeing Tang Feng, the group of elders excitedly stepped forward to shake hands. Sitting around the conference table, Tang Feng looked at their expectant expressions and said with a wry smile, "You all want to ask about the nano-biochemical protective suit, right?" Everyone nodded in unison, their eyes full of eagerness. Just then, a system notification sounded, triggering a side quest. Option 1. Donate nanotechnology. Reward: 6th-generation stealth fighter technology. Option 2. Refuse to donate. Reward: 100 million in cash. Without hesitation, Tang Feng chose to unconditionally donate the nanotechnology to the Federation. Except for Elder Du, who remained somewhat calm, everyone else was utterly astonished. Such world-leading technology was something no one could force to share, and anyone else would have registered a patent and amassed a fortune. Yet, 10-year-old Tang Feng possessed a magnanimity far beyond that of ordinary people, which was truly admirable. 3 days later, the Federal High Command ordered that Tang Feng be awarded the Patriot Medal, granting him and his family the highest permanent benefits, and also bestowing upon him the title of the youngest academician of the Dragon Academy. A grand celebration ceremony was held in Shanghai Square to recognize his immense contributions to the Federation and its people. Beijing also presented Tang Feng with a reward, gifting his family a new villa and hundreds of thousands of yuan in bonuses. No one was jealous. He deserved it all. Western foreign websites also reported on it, expressing their sincerest respect to Tang Feng. However, they were unaware that Tang Feng had not been exposed to nuclear radiation and still thought he didn't have much time left. The Eagle Nation extended an olive branch to Tang Feng, recruiting him with top-notch medical technology and generous benefits, claiming that his achievements would far surpass those of the Dragon Nation if he studied there. This angered and worried the Dragon Nation Federation, especially since a professor from the Dragon Academy of Sciences had previously jumped ship for a tenfold salary, stating that even scientific research requires supporting a family. When offered the position, Tang Feng firmly responded, "Science has no borders, but scientists do. I'm doing very well in the Federation." This single sentence won him countless admirers. This is the backbone and confidence of the Dragon Nation. Even after Tang Feng made his stance clear, Western websites did not give up. They kept a close eye on Tang Feng's secret, his IQ of 188. The bizarre footage of him extinguishing the fire in the mountain city was proven to be genuine, and the fact that the raging fire was instantly extinguished shocked them, making them eager to poach this genius. A few days later, Mensa sent Tang Feng an invitation. This mysterious society, which accepts highly intelligent individuals, has a minimum IQ of 140 for entry, making it ineligible for 99% of the world's population. Tang Feng directly refused, stating bluntly that this organization is useless, leaving Western Internet users feeling extremely embarrassed. Mensa immediately issued a statement, saying that while an IQ of 188 was impressive, geniuses are still human, and that the club could improve intelligence through hard work, subtly implying that Tang Feng was nothing special. Tang Feng retorted directly, "If hard work were useful, what would be the point of having geniuses?" His aura was undeniably powerful. At Beijing Yucai Primary School, The Special Handling Department has informed the principal that Tang Feng was not exposed to nuclear radiation and can return to school safely, but the nanotechnology must be kept strictly confidential to prevent leakage. Xia's parents did not move into the villa awarded to them by Beijing. In their hearts, the old house was their root. In the early days after Tang Feng was discharged from the hospital, people visited him every day, but he gradually returned to a calmer life and resumed his normal routine. One day, Lin Wan's parents came to visit. Tang Feng was terrified, thinking that his bullying of Lin Wan had been exposed. He was relieved to learn that this was not the case. However, when he overheard Lin Wan's mother suggesting an arranged marriage between their children, he was stunned. He was both happy and helpless, feeling that his marriage should not be decided so hastily. Trying to appear mature for his age, he deserves a beating. Xiaoshiro saw Tang Feng deep in thought and reached out to tap his forehead. Xia's parents politely declined the arranged marriage, feeling the child was still young and the future was unpredictable. Someone must have leaked the news, but after Lin Wan's parents left, countless people came to their door, all wanting to arrange a marriage between their daughter and Tang Feng. Xia's parents had no choice but to lie and say that Tang Feng was their adopted son-in-law. This left Xiaoshiro dumbfounded, while Tang Feng laughed uproariously. At Beijing New Entertainment Media Company, the editor-in-chief was in a panic. Tang Feng was the hottest topic right now, and whoever could get an exclusive interview would become an overnight sensation. However, Xia's parents refused all offers, as they only wanted Tang Feng to stay away from the spotlight and grow up in peace. The editor-in-chief suddenly thought of intern Jiang Feifei. It was thanks to her that Tang Feng was given an exclusive interview last time. He immediately called her into the office and asked her to try to get an exclusive interview. Outside the gate of Yucai Primary School, Tang Feng had just stepped out of the school when he saw Jiang Feifei. He was deeply impressed by this beautiful woman who had tricked him into giving her an interview with Ultraman. So he took the initiative to go up to her and ask, "Miss, are you looking for me?" Jiang Feifei was both excited and hesitant, knowing that her parents didn't want Tang Feng to be disturbed, and found it difficult to speak. Tang Feng, however, took the initiative and said, "You want to interview me, right? I can agree to that." Jiang Feifei was shocked and quickly asked why. "Because you are the light, and if I didn't agree to your request, the light would cease to exist." Tang Feng winked mischievously. Although he agreed to the interview, he didn't go to the media company, keeping his promise to his mother. Jiang Feifei then conducted a brief interview on the sidewalk using her mobile phone. Although the editor-in-chief was somewhat disappointed, he was still very excited about the exclusive interview and immediately arranged for editing to generate buzz. After returning to her workstation and searching, Jiang Feifei finally understood Tang Feng's words, "We will all become light. If no one believes in light, Tiga will not appear," and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. When Xia's parents saw the report from Sinu Media, they frowned but were relieved. They knew that Tang Feng was too dazzling to be completely hidden, but fortunately, he handled it well. Sometime after the nuclear power plant incident, Tang Feng's school life returned to normal, and he smoothly entered the 6th grade. 3 days later, a video was released on Western websites, igniting a global sensation. The United States had developed 5th-generation stealth fighter technology, achieving a major breakthrough and putting enormous pressure on countries around the world. In the current technological landscape, stealth technology for fighter jets is the mainstream of the future. Whoever takes the lead will gain an absolute advantage in the future landscape. Everyone is watching how China should respond to this situation. After the United States announced its 5th-generation stealth fighter technology, the Dragon Kingdom immediately ordered the Dragon Academy of Science to expedite its research, determined not to fall behind. Learning from this experience, Lin Guodong immediately sought Tang Feng's opinion, hoping for a pleasant surprise. Tang Feng shook his head. Although he possessed the stealth technology for 6th-generation fighter jets, he was unwilling to announce it immediately. This would be counterproductive and cause China's scientific research to stagnate, as they couldn't rely on him for everything. He believed that China's 5th-generation technology was already under development and would surely achieve a breakthrough under pressure. Professor Du agreed with Tang Feng's idea and pointed out at the meeting, "We cannot rely on Tang Feng for everything. We must work hard ourselves." Sure enough, Under Professor Du's leadership, the Dragon Academy of Sciences quickly made a breakthrough, and China became the second major power to master fifth-generation stealth fighter technology, which made Tang Feng very gratified. Yucai Primary School organized a picnic at Lansong City Forest Park, the largest primeval forest in the federal area, home to the ancient, dormant volcano, flat-topped volcano, now a popular tourist attraction. Tang Feng stood at the foot of the forest, gazing at the beautiful scenery. Tang Feng had a sudden inspiration and used his advanced technology to predict whether the volcano would erupt. His expression changed drastically. This 1,000-year-old dormant volcano might actually erupt, the exact time uncertain, but certainly not far off. Knowing the large number of tourists, he knew the park had to be closed and immediately notified Lin Guodong. Tang Feng, what are you doing? Lin Wan walked over and waved her small hand in front of his eyes. Tang Feng snapped out of his shock and gave a perfunctory answer in a serious tone. The picnic was going to last for 2 days, so they couldn't discuss it in person and had to put the matter aside for the time being, though he was secretly worried. The teacher told us to go collect firewood. Lin Wan pulled the dazed Tang Feng towards the distance. The forest park had a designated picnic area, so there was no need to worry about starting a wildfire. The poplar grove was covered with fallen leaves, creating a beautiful scene. Down on the hillside, with no one around, Tang Feng grinned mischievously at Lin Wan and said, "Your mother wants to give you to me as a child bride." Lin Wan immediately turned around and retorted, her face full of disbelief. She didn't believe her mother would do such a thing, and she didn't want to marry this brat who had bullied her. Tang Feng didn't argue. He picked some flowers and wove them into a wreath, then walked up to Lin Wan and said, "My little princess, are you angry?" He put the wreath on her head, and Lin Wan was instantly appeased. She lowered her head shyly, secretly falling in love with this mischievous boy. Taking advantage of Lin Wan's dazed state, Tang Feng suddenly hugged her, causing her to scream repeatedly. He grinned mischievously and said, "You're my childhood sweetheart now. If you don't believe me, go back and ask your mother." He was secretly delighted. Bringing Lin Wan papayas every day had finally paid off. "Come to my house after the picnic. I have a surprise for you," Tang Feng said with a smile. In order to advance his goddess-making plan, he secretly bought Lolita clothes and other outfits using Xia Shirou's account, wanting to see if Lin Wan was the obedient type or the queen type. 2 days later, the picnic ended, and everyone took a car back to Beijing. As they parted, Tang Feng handed Lin Wan a note, blinked repeatedly, and hurriedly ran home with his school bag on his back, planning to send his older sister away the next day so that Lin Wan could come over. Back in the old neighborhood, Tang Feng was instantly dumbfounded. A sense of foreboding washing over him. Xia Shirou was sitting on the sofa, glaring at him angrily. He forced a smile and asked, "Sis, what's wrong? Did you steal my account to buy this?" Xia Shirou gritted her teeth in anger, pointing at the package on the coffee table. Tang Feng's face changed drastically, and he almost cried. He cursed the deliverman for not following instructions and actually delivering to his door, getting caught red-handed by his older sister. "Tell me, why did you buy all this? Lolita outfits, cat ear outfits, nurse uniforms, teacher uniforms. Are you throwing a big party?" Xia Shirou waved a fly swatter, ruling out the possibility that Tang Feng was wearing them himself, and instantly realized, "You're not thinking of letting Lin Wan wear them, are you?" Xia Shirou was even angrier. Last time, Tang Feng brought papayas for Lin Wan, and Lin Wan's parents were very unhappy. Now he's buying these clothes again. She really couldn't understand what this kid was up to. She's only 10 years old, a little kid, and her thoughts are so messy. Xia Shirou gritted her teeth, determined to teach this brat a lesson. Tang Feng hurriedly explained, "Sis, you've misunderstood. I bought it for you." He dared not admit it was for Lin Wan, otherwise his parents would definitely not forgive him. "You think I'd believe that?" Xia Shirou waved a fly swatter. She only liked Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, and had no interest in Lolita fashion or cat ear costumes. In her opinion, Tang Feng was teasing her, and a beating was inevitable. Tang Feng's plan to cultivate his goddess fell through, but he unexpectedly got a feast for the eyes. Xia Shirou chose a slightly small sailor uniform to wear, perfectly outlining her figure. Tang Feng then realized that his class beauty older sister was actually quite well endowed, and it was no wonder she had so many suitors. Sis, you're my childhood sweetheart. Don't let someone else steal you away. Tang Feng teased with a wicked smile. Xia Shiro was stunned for a few seconds. Then her face darkened as she picked up a fly swatter, ready to teach this wicked little brother a lesson. At Yucai Elementary School, Lin Wan ignored Tang Feng all day because he stood her up and didn't come to see her as promised. Tang Feng's situation was understandable. After being caught by Xia Shiro, he had been beaten twice, and he was helpless in the face of the angry little girl. After school, Tang Feng found Su Lan and asked her to take him to the special handling department. He used his advanced technology to deduce that the extinct volcano on the flat top of Lansong City might erupt, and Lin Guodong had to take it seriously and send experts to investigate to prevent any future problems. Inside the meeting room, Lin Guodong pressed him gravely. Do you have any evidence? He couldn't afford to make a big fuss based solely on Tang Feng's words. Tang Feng responded seriously, but couldn't explain the existence of the high-tech finger, so he could only ask in return, don't you believe me? Lin Guodong was helpless. He knew Tang Feng was meticulous, but relying solely on intuition to say the volcano would erupt was simply not enough to report it. The forest park was a vital source of income for Lansong City. Closing or evacuating it without concrete evidence would be a false alarm, and the losses would be unbearable. Anyway, I'm telling you this. If things really break out, don't blame me for not informing you, Tang Feng said before leaving. Lin Guodong pondered for a moment, then reported it to the higher-ups. After some hesitation, the higher-ups notified the Dragon Science Academy to send a team of geographical experts to Lansong City to investigate. The expert team murmured, saying that this ancient, dormant volcano, which was regularly surveyed, was unlikely to erupt and that Tang Feng was overthinking things. However, after careful testing as ordered, they concluded that the dormant volcano had no possibility of erupting. This was the first time Tang Feng had miscalculated, and everyone thought it was just a child's wild imagination. Lin Guodong informed Tang Feng of the results. Tang Feng frowned. The high-tech finger never made a mistake. Perhaps the breakthrough would happen decades later? He put the matter aside for the time being, and his mood improved. Xia Shiro said that her mother had sent money over and would take him to Shanghai for the weekend. The two took a bus to Shanghai. Tang Feng, a transmigrator, returned to his hometown from his previous life, filled with emotion. Although he had a villa in Shanghai as a reward from the Federation, he chose to share a room with Xia Shiro. After all, the two were not related by blood, and Xia Shiro only regarded him as a little kid and did not think much of it. The neon lights of Shanghai shimmered in the night, and the street food stalls captivated the two. Xia Shiro took Tang Feng to a shopping mall to buy clothes. Tang Feng was recognized, and a crowd gathered to take photos with him. The shopkeepers all offered to give him free clothes. After all, he was a popular little hero from the Federation. Because they were surrounded and unable to shop properly, the two returned to Beijing early. Back in hotel room 404, Xia Shiro asked who wanted to shower first. Tang Feng pouted and said that she used to scrub his back for him. Xia Shiro was speechless and urged him to shower first. After washing up, Xia Shiro urged Tang Feng to go to sleep. Tang Feng blinked his big eyes and said he was afraid of the dark and wanted to sleep with her. Xia Shiro reluctantly agreed, but Tang Feng ran over barefoot, hugged her tightly, and soon started snoring, leaving her utterly speechless. In Lansong City Forest Park, a patrol team felt the ground trembling, ancient trees swaying, and animals fleeing during a night patrol, but they didn't pay much attention to it due to the flat terrain. Small-scale crustal movements often occur here, and they quickly subsided and were not reported. Tang Feng was still worried, so he asked the school for half a day off and went to Lansong City alone. He used the black technology finger to deduce again, and the result was shocking. The probability of a volcanic eruption had increased significantly, but the exact time was still uncertain. Tang Feng rushed back to Beijing and told Lin Guodong again, but Lin Guodong was dismissive, advising him not to be superstitious and believing that even geniuses are just children with rich imaginations. Tang Feng was both angry and helpless, but he couldn't reveal the secret of the black technology. Tang Feng took a taxi to Sinew Media Company, where Zhang Feifei rushed over. Tang Feng got straight to the point. Can you hold a press conference for me right away? He wanted to inform the public about the volcanic hazard through the media, as the Special Handling Department did not take it seriously, and he could only do his best. The editor-in-chief immediately ordered all preparations to be made, and soon notified the entire internet, with countless people watching the press conference. Under the spotlight, Tang Feng solemnly stated, "The extinct volcano on the flat top of Lansang City will erupt soon. I suggest closing the park and evacuating the entire city." The entire audience was shocked. Everyone knew the conclusions of the experts from the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and for a moment they were confused, not knowing who to believe. Some believed in Tang Feng's past contributions, while others scoffed and questioned whether he was just hyping things up. After all, he was not a geography expert. Faced with the overwhelming discussion and criticism, Tang Feng remained silent. He had done his best. As for whether people believed him or not, he could only leave it to fate and hope to avert disaster. Chapter 22: The Lansang Grand Ceremony. Tang Feng was ridiculed. Such a huge commotion naturally aroused resistance from the Dragon Academy of Sciences, especially from that group of geography experts. After all, Tang Feng's actions were undoubtedly a slap in their face. They immediately held a press conference. They strongly condemned Tang Feng's childish behavior and criticized his PR team for their shameless pursuit of greater profits. Do you know what you're doing? Closing the forest park and evacuating the entire city would require enormous human resources and economic losses. North City, Special Handling Department. Lin Guodong was also very troubled by this. This kid is such a troublemaker. His superiors ordered him to go and persuade Tang Feng to apologize to the public. Deny the rumors that the flat-topped extinct volcano is about to erupt. After all, public opinion in Lansang City is about to explode. And in 2 days it will be their Lansang City's annual celebration. The forest park, a local cash cow, will host a grand celebration. This rumor has undoubtedly caused them huge economic losses. In an instant, Tang Feng went from being a federal hero to a brat that everyone criticized. Tang Feng merely sneered at this, refusing to apologize publicly and claiming that everything he said was true. He added, "Since none of you believe me, then do whatever you want. I'm out of here. But if anything really happens, don't come looking for me. This has absolutely nothing to do with me, Tang Feng." For the first time, Tang Feng felt disheartened. He realized he was truly just bored and had nothing better to do. The incident has sparked heated debate online. Some people believe that we should choose to believe Tang Feng. Although he was only 10 years old, he handled both the mountain fire and the nuclear power plant incident very well, so it was impossible for him to lie. Some people believe that it is precisely because he is only 10 years old that he commits such misbehavior, especially in today's money-driven society, where he is probably influenced by self-interest. Old residential area. Xia's parents were furious with those who criticized Tang Feng online, and they kept responding to the criticisms, saying that their child would not lie. But their rebuttals were like waves in the ocean, quickly drowned out by a variety of other voices. Some radicals who had previously disliked Tang Feng even came to cause trouble outside the community. They openly accused Tang Feng of joining a team or guild for greater economic gain, shamelessly stirring up trouble. They even spread rumors that the flat-topped extinct volcano would erupt. That's incredibly irresponsible. Fortunately, the Special Handling Department arrived in time to resolve the issue, preventing it from causing too much of a problem. Hey, why don't you just issue an apology statement to the public? Lin Guodong was very troubled by this incident. He felt quite sorry for Tang Feng, considering that he was only 10 years old. Moreover, the shift from widespread online adoration to current overwhelming criticism is something no one could accept. However, this is a normal phenomenon, because when someone becomes too popular, they are more likely to attract negative attention, especially with the added bonus of the 10-year-old attribute. Tang Feng directly refused, stating that he had a clear conscience. Xia's parents also showed strong resistance to the Special Handling Department. The northern suburbs. To avoid affecting Tang Feng, Xia Shiro specially took him away from the hustle and bustle of the city to relax. "Shiro, is this your younger brother? My God, I actually saw a little genius with my own eyes." Xia Shiro was popular at school. After all, She was a school beauty, and many of her friends came to visit her. Moreover, they are all staunch supporters of Tang Feng. Brother Tang, do you need another accessory for your thigh? A group of people much older than Tang Feng gathered around and scrutinized him. This left Tang Feng speechless. Do you guys think I'm a national treasure? At the same time, he was also observing these people to see who had designs on his older sister. After all, he and Xia Shiro are not related by blood. My older sister is so beautiful, it's only right to keep the good stuff within the family cough. These people also knew that Tang Feng was currently in a difficult situation and that his young mind might have been hurt. So they all wisely refrained from mentioning the matter online. Afterwards, the group organized a barbecue, a picnic, and games. The group of people were having a great time. Meanwhile, in Lansong City, hundreds of kilometers away. Today is the annual grand event in Lansong City, held in the forest park. The place is bustling with activity, with countless tourists visiting and vacationing, as well as large-scale singing parties and various acrobatic performances. Above the flat-topped extinct volcano. Buzzing. The helicopter hovered at low altitude, carrying numerous media reporters who were currently providing coverage of the extinct volcano. The edge of an extinct volcano. The official from Lansong City, wearing floral shorts, held a microphone in one hand and waved the other hand incessantly at the helicopter in the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lansong City. Today is the annual grand event. Hope you all have a great time. The person in charge of Lansong said excitedly. The annual gala brings countless economic benefits to Lansong City. That's why he was furious about Tang Feng's unsubstantiated predictions. Tourists in the forest park also raised their bottles of liquor and cheered continuously. I am now on the edge of a flat-topped extinct volcano, which is a landmark of our Lansong City. But don't worry, everyone. It's an extinct volcano that hasn't erupted for over 1,000 years. Moreover, not long ago, geographical experts from the Lonka Institute came to conduct a thorough inspection, so we can fully guarantee that it is completely safe. So we don't need to take those bratty kids' comments online seriously. Some people are getting too cocky, so let's be magnanimous and forgive them. The person in charge of Lansong City spoke to the numerous cameras in a somewhat sarcastic tone, which immediately drew screams from countless people. Because everyone knows that he is mocking Tang Feng. We all know Tang Feng, this 10-year-old boy from Beijing. He is undoubtedly a genius and a hero of the Federation. But he's still a child, and everyone makes mistakes. Especially since it's just a child. So I hope everyone will not ridicule him too much. After all, we are mature adults and should learn to be tolerant. The Lansong City official continued to set the pace, instantly pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Most of the tourists who came here for vacation were online trolls and keyboard warriors. They simply didn't believe Tang Feng's predictions. Finally, the Lansong City officials even performed the Gangnam-style dance on the crater. We must demonstrate through our actions that this volcano will not erupt. Just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Many birds and beasts became restless and darted out of the forest, flying away or fleeing incessantly. However, the atmosphere at the scene was so intense that these unusual movements were completely overshadowed. Even if someone discovers it, they just treat it as a local program and even tease the animals. Due to its geographical location, Lansong City is prone to minor tremors. Chapter 23 The Roar of the Volcano. Chapter 23 The Roar of the Volcano. Tang Feng, 10-year-old prodigy. I sincerely invite you to participate in our grand event. Let me show you whether it can really rumble. Just as the person in charge of Lansong City was speaking to Tang Feng through the camera, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, the dormant volcano trembled violently, and then a massive eruption of lava surged out, instantly engulfing the person dancing. Boom! Thick smoke billowed up, accompanied by volcanic ash. Buzzing. What's going on? The pilot inside the helicopter, hovering at low altitude, was completely terrified when he saw this. Then, a chill instantly crept into their hearts. Could it be that the dormant volcano really did erupt, just as Tang Feng said? Inside the forest park, countless tourists were also in a deathly silence. However, they quickly cheered again. They thought it was a surprise at the grand event, a circus performance specially arranged by Lansong. Is its purpose to ridicule Tang Feng? Throughout the federal government, numerous news columns and countless experts have observed this phenomenon and share the same view. Everyone exclaimed that Lansong really knows how to play the game, and the special effects are quite impressive. The show was a huge hit. Logically, the next thing to happen should be the person in charge of Lansong suddenly appearing and cheering wildly in front of the camera. But soon, they realized something was wrong. Because a long time passed, and the person in charge of Lansong City did not appear. Moreover, the extinct volcano trembled even more violently. Countless birds cried out, and many beasts darted into the crowd. This time people really panicked. Rumble, rumble. Even through the screen, everyone could clearly feel the forest park trembling. On the volcano, many rocks rolled down, followed by bursts of lava. Wow. The crowd panicked upon seeing this. Everyone stood up, their expressions changing drastically. This isn't special effects. And it's not for the sake of the show. That dormant volcano has indeed revived and erupted. Lansong City, Forest Park. The ground trembled violently. The extinct volcano continued to erupt, and lava and volcanic ash shot into the sky like a mushroom cloud, instantly obscuring the huge sky. Countless fireballs shot out and fell in all directions. What was supposed to be a lively celebration instantly turned into a fiery inferno. Countless people were stunned. Oh, help me. Tragedy was everywhere. Some people were looking up at the sky when they were hit by a fireball and instantly turned into human torches, rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. Some people were tripped by the charging animals and fell to the ground crying. Volcanic ash rained down, carrying intense heat that instantly extinguished the oxygen, causing a severe feeling of suffocation. Rumble. The volcano, which had not erupted for thousands of years, seemed to have been enraged by people. A violent and scorching wave of air swept up the flames and danced in the air. The eruption of lava around the crater caused tremendous tremors. The ground is cracking open, and scalding magma is gushing out. The situation in Lansong City, which is in the distance, is no better. On the streets, the cement road is cracked and buildings are collapsing. Countless fireballs fall down, often causing an explosion when they hit cars parked on the roadside. At the same time, millions of people in Lansong City wailed and began to flee for their lives in a frantic rush. All of these scenes were broadcast live. The internet fell completely silent. Everyone stopped arguing and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Scenes that were originally only seen in movies have now appeared in real life, and the scene is truly terrifying. The cameras used for filming also stopped working one after another. Countless people could only see that the entire city of Lansong was almost swallowed up by the sky, full of volcanic ash and lava. Shanghai, Lonka Institute of Science and Technology. Inside the meeting room. Didn't you guys already investigate? Are you sure that dormant volcano won't erupt? Now, can someone tell me what's going on? Federal officials were furious about the incident. His sharp eyes seemed to bore a hole through those geography experts. They even questioned them, asking if they hadn't looked closely at all when they went to investigate and inspect before. Were they just going through the motions without putting in any real effort? Many geography experts have also protested their innocence. They stated that they would not dare to be perfunctory about such a matter, and that they had indeed thoroughly inspected the extinct volcano. There is indeed no possibility of an outbreak. But who knew? It had actually exploded. This explanation infuriated the federal leadership, who slammed the door and left. It's too late for regrets now. Special departments had no choice but to convene a meeting immediately to discuss rescue strategies. So they immediately dispatched this group of geography experts to Lansong City. A safe meeting room in Lansong City. Many local high-ranking officials gathered together, and everyone looked grim. After all, Tang Feng had already issued a statement saying that the flat-topped extinct volcano would erupt and that they should prepare contingency plans in advance. But no one believed it. Old Du was so angry he almost fainted. He initially strongly supported Tang Feng, but unfortunately, others trusted geography experts more. Looking back now, these so-called experts and so-called experts are more like that. A group of people who have studied geography for decades are no match for a 10-year-old brat? That's hilarious. North City, suburbs. Xia Shiro and the others saw all of this online. After all, the internet was already buzzing with discussion. Many netizens flooded the screen with messages of apology to Tang Feng. Tang Feng merely sneered at this, then sighed. He had warned others long ago and done everything he could as a child, but no one believed him. This is the consequence of arrogance. Shanghai, Lonka Institute of Science and Technology. Federal leaders held an emergency meeting to discuss rescue strategies for the Lansang volcano eruption. The group of geography experts had already set off. You made your own poop. Go clean it up yourself. Also accompanying them were high-ranking federal officials who took direct control of the local government in Lansang and carried out emergency measures such as the evacuation of the entire city. The most important thing now is how to deal with Tang Feng. This hero of the Federation warned everyone more than once during the Lansang incident that the flat-topped extinct volcano would erupt. But what was the result? It's fine if nobody believes it. He has also been condemned by countless people. Some even bluntly said that he had become arrogant. Some even believe that he deliberately colluded with Lansang City to create hype. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Feng has been subjected to a barrage of insults. Even an ordinary person might not be able to withstand such a storm of public opinion, let alone a 10-year-old child. Will this leave a shadow on his young mind? What do you suggest we do? The federal leadership felt very guilty and somewhat worried. For a moment, everyone in the conference room fell silent. They have no experience with this kind of thing. After all, they are the government. When do we need to care about what others think? But this time it won't work. What else can we do? Let's go apologize first. Chapter 24, I'm not going to be a tool. Chapter 24, I'm not going to be a tool. Finally, Old Du stood up shakily. He looked at some people with dissatisfaction. These people are too arrogant and chose to believe so-called experts. They also allowed keyboard warriors on the internet to attack Tang Feng. Otherwise, how could this have happened? Although Tang Feng was only 10 years old, his knowledge in the field of physics impressed even Tang Feng. After all, the nuclear fusion principle contained in the invention of the solid crystal ball gave him a lot of inspiration and direction. Professor Du was the father of the federal nuclear bomb and a leading figure in physics. No one would disagree with his criticism, especially since they had indeed made a mistake, and everyone immediately echoed his sentiments. North City, Airport. The entire area was under martial law, with numerous special forces units on guard, prohibiting anyone from entering. Because a special plane came from Shanghai, carrying important high-ranking officials from the Federation, who came specifically to apologize to Tang Feng in person. Lin Guodong originally intended to take Tang Feng to the Special Handling Department. However, it was rejected by higher-ups. The federal leadership understands this perfectly well. They absolutely must come in person to apologize this time. Only then can they show sincerity. Old residential area. Mr. and Mrs. Xia were very uneasy. After all, the high-ranking officials they only saw on TV had actually come in person, which made them very flustered. Young friend Tang, we were wrong this time. On behalf of the Federation, we apologize to you. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation this time. A high-ranking official from the Dragon Kingdom looked at Tang Feng on the sofa and said sincerely, Tang Feng deserves this apology. On the sofa, Tang Feng saw this high-ranking official. Although I was still very angry and heartbroken, I forced a smile and said that I was fine. After all, high-ranking federal officials came to apologize in person, so how could he possibly throw a tantrum? In the end, the two shook hands and made peace, but anyone could see that Tang Feng's smile was more like a grimace. Across the internet, people apologized, admitting they had misunderstood Tang Feng and that he was a true hero of the Federation. Special Handling Department. Lin Guodong and the others also looked ashamed and embarrassed to face Tang Feng. He even slapped himself a few times in private, realizing that if he had chosen to believe Tang Feng back then, the tragedy in Lansang City would not have happened. Tang Feng. I'm sorry. Afterwards, everyone in the department bowed to Tang Feng. Tang Feng simply waved his hand at this, saying, What's the point of saying all this now? His purpose in coming here is to cooperate with the Special Handling Department to study how to resolve the Lansang volcanic eruption incident. Are you all out of your minds? Inside the meeting room, Tang Feng directly mocked them, showing no respect whatsoever to Lin Guodong and the others. Take the solid-state fire suppression technology one gave you before and use it. Then, Tang Feng spoke again, sounding very angry. Especially the Lonka Institute of Science and Technology in Shanghai. Are they all a bunch of senile old people? Sending geography experts there is pointless. It would be better to send more fire brigades and emergency rescue teams. The eruption of the dormant volcano is a foregone conclusion. Now Lansong is a purgatory, transformed into a fiery mountain. What else is there to think about without a solid crystal ball? Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong quickly realized what was happening and immediately reported the solution. Finally, with the use of several solid crystal balls, the fire in Lansong City was completely extinguished and the dormant volcano stopped erupting. The rest is emergency rescue and handling of the aftermath. More than half a month later, the federal media reported the casualties of the disaster, and the entire Dragon Kingdom was in mourning. In Shanghai, a grand apology ceremony was prepared for Tang Feng, but he directly refused it. Tang Feng has now come to his senses and says that he is just a 10-year-old child and should not be exposed to the spotlight too much. Tang Feng's refusal made the Federation feel regretful. They felt that this incident had hurt Tang Feng too much, and that they shouldn't ask him to do anything more. The fact that he didn't turn to the West out of disappointment with the Federation like the others was already a sign of respect. Although Tang Feng did not attend, the apology ceremony was still held as scheduled. After all, they needed to give Tang Feng an explanation to show their determination and sincerity. North City. Despite his advanced age, Mr. Du insisted on traveling by plane. He talked with Tang Feng for a long time, trying to comfort him, since he was only 10 years old and shouldn't have suffered such harm. Xiao Feng. Even if someone is powerful, they are still only capable of one person's strength. We can't let the Federation become overly dependent on you, or they'll become complacent. This was Mr. Du's advice to Tang Feng before he left. Tang Feng understood what Elder Du meant. Moreover, he has been thinking a lot lately, and there are some things he really shouldn't have interfered with too much. Although he possesses a system that grants him access to cutting-edge technology. But I always need his help when something goes wrong. In the short term, technology is indeed advancing. However, if this continues, the Federation will become dependent on him, and technological research and development will be interrupted. After all, he can handle it all by himself, so what's the point of the others researching? The West does this very well. They also produce many geniuses, but they never rely on them. Instead, they choose to progress together. Besides, Tang Feng is also a human being. Accidents happen all day long around the world. He is not a god and cannot possibly have the time and advanced technology to deal with every incident. Don't overthink it. You're still a child. You are not a tool. At this moment, Xia Shiro slowly walked over and gently pulled Tang Feng into her arms. The Lansong incident also left her feeling very disheartened. After all, Tang Feng sacrificed so much for the Federation, once entering the nuclear reactor alone to save countless people. But what did he get in return? He's just a 10-year-old child. Tang Feng was taken aback upon hearing this, but then his mind cleared up. Yes, I'm just a child. I'm a human being, not a tool. In an instant, Tang Feng completely realized the truth. This world is still about interests. Being a nice guy doesn't end well. Otherwise, people will respect you like a god when they need you, and despise you like trash when they don't. From now on, he will only be himself. Even if an accident occurs, he will still take action, but he will no longer be a tool. Just like Professor Du's advice, doing scientific research also requires money. Tang Feng decided that he would establish his own technology company in the future and take control of the advanced technology provided by the system. Only by becoming strong can you accomplish more and earn the respect of others. Otherwise, if you act like a pushover or a tool, no matter how much you give, people will eventually take it for granted. Western websites, which had been silent for a long time, also published many reports on this matter. They seized upon the fact that the Dragon Kingdom treated Tang Feng as a tool and made a series of attempts to win him over. In the West, geniuses are respected and should not be belittled or criticized. Moreover, they highly value geniuses. For example, if this incident had occurred in the West, they will certainly heed Tang Feng's warnings unconditionally, thus preventing the Lansong incident. The actions of Western media have also put enormous pressure on the Dragon Kingdom Federation. They were indeed completely wrong about this matter, and they could clearly sense that Tang Feng was rejecting them. Fortunately, Tang Feng did not comment on this, and still insisted that scientists have national boundaries. This greatly disappointed Western websites, but they indicated that the door would always be open to Tang Feng. Chapter 25 Lin Wan's Little Devil Outfit. Tang Feng's Charge into the Stock Market. Please give me some. Chapter 25 Lin Wan's Little Devil Outfit. Tang Feng's Attack on the Stock Market. Please give me some. Beicheng. Tang Feng ignored the online discussions and returned to campus and his peaceful life. There has been very little contact with the Special Handling Department. Lin Guodong also knew he had let Tang Feng down, so he ultimately chose to transfer Su Lan back and no longer supervise her. Lin Wan is coming to my house today. After school, Tang Feng caught up with Lin Wan with his school bag on his back and said with a smile, "My mom and the others have already gone to work, and Xia Shiro will be back very late today because she has something to do. So this is a great opportunity. I'm not going." Lin Wan shook her head. She was stood up last time, which made her very unhappy. "I've prepared all sorts of beautiful dolls for you." Tang Feng persisted relentlessly. "If we miss today, we don't know when we'll have another chance. We have to trick her into coming." Upon hearing that there were many dolls, Lin Wan's pretty face immediately became conflicted, but she finally nodded. "Old residential area. Have some fruit first." Tang Feng told Lin Wan to wait in the living room for a while, and then he ran straight into Xia Shiro's room. He quickly found the various clothes he had bought before under the bed. You said you were going to give me a doll, didn't you? What are these?" When Lin Wan realized she had been tricked, she immediately pouted in anger. Moreover, although the clothes Tang Feng gave him were quite nice, something just felt off about them. After all, she's only 10 years old. How would she know anything about cosplay? You'll know where the doll is once you put it on. Tang Feng couldn't wait to see what the little girl would look like in these clothes. After all, Lin Wan was someone he had carefully selected. To complete the goddess cultivation plan, we need to see which path suits her best. I don't want to. Lin Wan picked up a cat ear outfit and immediately shook her head shyly. Although she was only 10 years old, she could tell that something was wrong with the clothes. Having already learned some basic knowledge from her mother, she quickly understood what Tang Feng meant. Just like my mom said, "You're not even fully grown yet, and you're already bullying me." So, Lin Wan pouted and looked at Tang Feng, looking very unhappy. This made Tang Feng quite embarrassed, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The little girl has grown up. She's not so easy to fool anymore. However, the goddess-making plan cannot be abandoned just like that. Actually, I bought this as a gift for my sister. Her birthday is coming up soon. I don't know what would suit her, so I'd like to ask you to try it on and help me out. After thinking for a while, Tang Feng started his big deception, promising to take Lin Wan to catch dolls, and she hesitantly agreed. He then picked up the clothes and went into Xia Shiro's room. Creak. A moment later, Lin Wan came out in her teacher's uniform, but Tang Feng waved her hand. "It seems this mature style doesn't suit her. Let's change to something else. Cat ear costumes won't do. Lolita clothes won't do." Finally, when Lin Wan walked out dressed in a black devil outfit, Tang Feng's eyes lit up. It was a queen's outfit with a dark style, and it fit her perfectly, making Lin Wan look exceptionally stunning in it. This made Tang Feng click his tongue in amazement. Goodness, he never expected this girl to have queen-like qualities in the future. "Is it okay?" Lin Wan looked extremely embarrassed. She was so ashamed. After all, this outfit was too mature for her, and she felt very uncomfortable with it. If her parents see this, she's doomed. Wait a little longer, cough cough. Tang Feng waved his hand. He hadn't had enough of the sights yet. Absolutely amazing. Although Lin Wan is only 10 years old, she is already 1.4 meters tall and will definitely grow to 1.67 meters in the future. With long legs, fair skin, and a beautiful face, plus the fact that he often fed her papaya, her figure was naturally cough cough. Lin Wan also noticed Tang Feng's gaze, which made her very uncomfortable, so she immediately ran back to her room. I'm not going to be friends with you anymore." After Lin Wan came out, she glared at Tang Feng and then ran away. This girl is suited to a queen-like image, so I need to work on cultivating her temperament. Tang Feng didn't stop Lin Wan from slipping away and sat alone on the sofa, grinning foolishly. He immediately ran to Xia Shirou's room and tidied up the clothes on the bed, otherwise it would be troublesome if she found out. Sure enough, Xia Shirou returned not long after. She happened to see Tang Feng coming out of her room. "What are you doing?" Xia Shirou frowned and looked at Tang Feng, asking a question. This brat has a bunch of bad ideas and is sure to do nothing good. She quickly went into the room, checked around, and found everything was normal. However, she was still very confused. When she tried to ask more questions, she found that Tang Feng had already slipped away. Weekend. Tang Feng has made up his mind to stop being a pushover and a tool. Although he is only 10 years old now, it's time to pave the way for his future. So he decided to register a technology company. But it's too early now. My current task is to earn money through my own efforts to improve my family's life. After all, the rewards he received for helping Beijing Airport and the Shanxing fire were negligible. Moreover, my parents aren't the type to take advantage of others, and they weren't willing to move into the villa provided by the federal government. In their words, things that aren't earned by themselves are uncomfortable to use. I'm not used to those big houses either. What a simple and honest idea. The thought of Xia's father and mother brought tears to Tang Feng's eyes. Although he was adopted, Xia's father treated him as his own son. They treated him like their own son, giving him the best of everything from food and clothing since he was a child, which once made Xia Shirou very jealous. They are not highly educated and can only earn money by doing manual labor in other provinces. He remembered that his father had always had a dream. My hope is to own a car in my lifetime, so I can take my whole family on trips. Unfortunately, household expenses were too high, and they didn't earn much money in a year. Therefore, this matter has never been implemented. Thinking of this, Tang Feng made up his mind to give his father a surprise. He has a high-tech finger, which would be perfect for stock trading, but he needs to raise some capital first. In the end, Tang Feng returned to his old profession, helping some companies upgrade their systems and earning commissions. However, when he re-entered the stock market, everyone looked at him at the same time. After all, Tang Feng had previously announced his withdrawal from the company, but now he's back. Does this mean he's planning something big? Because he had just entered the stock market and made over 1 million yuan with only a few 100,000 yuan. He was once hailed as the little stock god of China, and even the legendary investor Bart invited him to dinner. Securities trading market. Since Tang Feng returned to campus life, coupled with the previous Lansong incident, there have been very few trending topics about him online. His return to the stock market has instantly attracted countless media reporters. They all wanted to know if Tang Feng's visit to the securities market was an attempt to make a comeback. If so, then tomorrow's trending topics are already booked. Chapter 26 High-Tech Finger Upgrade. Prediction: Earthquake. Chapter 26 High-Tech Finger Upgrade. Prediction: Earthquake. You don't need to waste your time. I really do want to invest in stocks. Looking at the crowd gathered in front of him, Tang Feng seemed helpless and laid his cards on the table. Wow. This statement caused an uproar across the internet. The stock market guru who previously announced his withdrawal from the market has returned. This news instantly became the top trending topic of the day, and the number of people discussing it exceeded 10,000 within seconds. Even Western websites got involved, still holding the same attitude as before, not believing that Tang Feng could achieve success in the stock market. After all, China blocked the news that Tang Feng invented the solid crystal ball and the nano-protective suit. Otherwise, Western websites would definitely not have this attitude. They'll probably come and snatch him away. After all, so-called geniuses are nothing more than those with a well-developed pituitary gland, who are naturally proficient in a certain field, and this limitation cannot be broken. Of course, Tang Feng is an exception. This has sparked heated debate online. Some people believe that Tang Feng was just lucky before, and even do not rule out the possibility of behind-the-scenes manipulation, and do not believe that Tang Feng is the so-called stock god. Some people believe that Tang Feng, with his prodigious IQ of 188 and expertise in the computer field, cannot guarantee future success in the stock market. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating which stock Tang Feng would choose, he simply left. This has left countless people puzzled. Those who refuted him online were excited, believing their predictions were accurate, and that his previous success in earning millions was purely due to luck. They must be scared this time. However, the real reason Tang Feng left was because he discovered that the stock market was in a bear market after using the black technology finger. No stock is guaranteed to make money. This gave him some trouble. Just then, the system's cold notification tone suddenly rang out. Ding! High-tech finger upgrade successful. Ding! The host can now deduce events that will occur within the next 2 weeks. The familiar notification sound stunned Tang Feng, followed by overwhelming joy. Last time, his simulation of the flat-topped extinct volcano resulted in heavy casualties because he couldn't predict the exact eruption time. Now that the system has been upgraded, it can accurately predict what will happen within half a month. Isn't that practically divine intervention? Predicting the future. Just thinking about it is insane. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Feng hurriedly ran towards his home in the old residential area. Are you thinking of investing in stocks again? After returning home, Xia Shiro looked directly at Tang Feng and asked. She didn't understand stock trading, but she knew it was no different from gambling, and that one could easily fall into hell if one wasn't careful. Although Tang Feng made over $1,000,000 on his first stock trading venture, as the online debate suggests, it might just be luck. Anyway, she didn't really approve of Tang Feng playing with this kind of thing, and neither did her parents. Don't worry, sis, I won't be trading stocks anytime soon. Tang Feng responded quickly to this. He knew through his advanced technology that it was a bear market and that anyone speculating on it was a moron. I'm going back to my room. He then ran back to his room and closed the door. High-tech fingers. Tang Feng sat cross-legged on the bed and used his high-tech finger to see what would happen in the next 2 weeks. A few seconds later, his expression changed drastically. According to the simulation, a major earthquake will occur in Guangqing, which is more than 400 kilometers away from Beijing, in 7 days. And it was at least a magnitude 4 earthquake. This deduction greatly shocked Tang Feng. A major earthquake of magnitude 4 or above would undoubtedly be a huge disaster. Its level of terror is no less than that of the volcano in Lansang. However, Tang Feng soon hesitated. Since earthquakes are inevitable, the demand for supplies such as tents will definitely surge after the disaster. But the problem is, when should he inform the others that an earthquake is about to strike Guangqing? How far in advance should we give notice? Tang Feng pondered whether or not he should earn this money. After a moment, he made up his mind and decided to announce the news the day after tomorrow. However, it's unclear whether these people still believe his prophecies. With this in mind, Tang Feng left the old residential area. Beijing is an industrial city, and what it has in abundance is all kinds of manufacturing companies. Beijing Fabric Making Workshop. This is a company that mainly produces various fabrics and tents. But in this era, no one has a large demand for this product, and many people prefer imported goods, which has led to declining profits year after year, bringing the company to the brink of bankruptcy. Although Tang Feng is only 10 years old, he is a hero of the Federation and a well-known internet celebrity. The workshop owner showed no disrespect when he met him, but was quite surprised when he learned that he wanted to take over the company. After all, the workshop was on the verge of bankruptcy, and there were no buyers for the piled-up goods. However, he also knew that this 10-year-old genius never played by the rules, so he didn't ask any questions at the moment. To be honest, he's probably hoping someone will take over right now. After some negotiation, he finally decided to sell the workshop at a low price. They sold it to Tang Feng for a friendly price of over 1 million. Tang Feng had no objection to this, because he knew that his plan would bring extremely rich rewards. As for the more than 1 million yuan, he could only call his parents and ask them to withdraw the money he had earned from stock trading. After hearing this, Xia's parents had some doubts about Tang Feng's actions, but they eventually agreed. After all, Tang Feng earned that million-plus yuan. Although it was inevitable that people would worry about him starting a business at such a young age, they thought about it and felt relieved. Because their children never seemed to disappoint. However, Tang Feng was not satisfied. Although the workshop was of a decent size, it was far from meeting the needs after the earthquake. Therefore, he discussed with his parents again, wanting to continue expanding the business, and thus wanted to mortgage the villa that Beicheng had given him to the bank. This time, Mr. and Mrs. Xia couldn't sit still any longer. After all, the The previous million-plus yuan was nothing to worry about. We just treated it as a practice exercise for the kids and didn't expect to make money, so it didn't matter if we lost it. But the villa was a gift, and they haven't moved in because they feel bad about it. They feel uncomfortable using it since it's not something they earn themselves. Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry. Even though I'm only 10 years old, would I joke about something like this? Tang Feng patiently explained for a long time before Xia's parents finally agreed. Besides, he worked hard to get that villa, so he wouldn't feel bad about losing it. Moreover, leaving a house unoccupied is a waste. It's better to mortgage it. Even though it was a loss, the bank still reclaimed it, so it's like returning the money to them. The most important point is that we definitely won't lose money this time. Left with no other choice, Xia's parents had to compromise. They then returned to Beijing and went to the bank on Tang Feng's behalf to mortgage the villa for 5 million. With the 5 million, Tang Feng continued to expand his business, acquiring 2 more workshop companies and a fast-moving consumer goods company. The matter was quickly learned by the media. The internet erupted in discussion once again. Chapter 27. A tribute from across the internet. Little hero Tang Feng. Chapter 27. A tribute from the entire internet. Little hero Tang Feng. No one expected that Tang Feng would choose to start a business instead of investing in stocks. However, when everyone learned about the company that Tang Feng had acquired, they were all stunned. To be honest, these 3 small workshops and 1 fast-moving consumer goods company have no future in this day and age. Otherwise, those 4 companies wouldn't have been on the verge of bankruptcy and ultimately sold off at a bargain price. For a time, countless people were discussing it. I think Tang Feng, this 10-year-old genius, has a very high IQ, but his business acumen is rather unappealing. Most of these startups will end in failure. Tang Feng ignored this and instead took 2 days off to devote himself entirely to the workshop. He promised these employees a large sum of money to work overtime and continuously produce fabrics, tints, and many fast-moving consumer goods. Meanwhile, he secretly upgraded several machines using his high-tech fingers. This reduced the cost of producing his products by 80% to 90%. 5 days later, a major earthquake is going to strike Guangqing. Tang Feng finally left the workshop and went to new entertainment media company. Under the spotlight, facing numerous cameras, Tang Feng spoke with a serious expression. Hello everyone, I am Tang Feng. I'm here today to inform everyone that a major earthquake will strike Guangqing in 5 days. Moreover, this earthquake will be at least magnitude 4. These words immediately caused a huge uproar. However, after the Lansong incident, almost everyone believed in Tang Feng's prophecy. After all, the last volcanic event was too mysterious. You said that even geography experts went to investigate and confirmed that there would be no outbreak, but in the end they were proven wrong. A few minutes later, Tang Feng left. This prediction quickly became a trending topic, and its popularity has been soaring ever since. Western websites also jumped in on this. They expressed great curiosity about this and issued a series of statements questioning why Tang Feng had such a prophetic prediction. This is also the question that most netizens have. After all, you could explain the last volcanic eruption with intuition, but can you explain the second one with intuition as well? And the timing and intensity level can be predicted? Do you think you're a human seismograph? Special Handling Department. Inside the meeting room. Upon learning the news, Lin Guodong immediately convened an emergency meeting. Having learned from the previous experience with Lansong, they attached great importance to the prediction of Tang Feng this time and reported it to the higher-ups immediately. The federal leadership was also shocked by this. Detecting whether a dormant volcano will erupt is difficult and involves unpredictable events. However, with today's advanced technology, it is still possible to predict earthquakes in advance. But the Earthquake Bureau didn't find anything unusual. Many geography experts have learned their lesson this time, saying they don't know what's going on either. Otherwise, if they say there will definitely be no earthquake, and then the car overturns, wouldn't they be the ones to blame? However, the federal leadership ultimately issued the order. Following Tang Feng's advice, the entire city was evacuated in advance to minimize economic losses. At the same time, they smiled wryly, finally understanding why Tang Feng wanted to start a business, and why he chose the niche fabric workshop. Many people are dissatisfied with his behavior. Federal officials, however, have indicated they will turn a blind eye to this. After all, Tang Feng had always been an extremely selfless person. Whether it's solid crystal balls or nanotechnology, they were all donated free of charge. Furthermore, they were quite considerate, announcing in advance that a major earthquake was going to strike Guangqing. If he chooses to keep it a secret, what can you do about it? Are we expecting him to be a pushover and a tool to donate the company? Do they deserve it? Guangqing. At this moment, the entire city is being evacuated in an orderly manner, and numerous rescue teams have arrived to carry out maximum economic rescue efforts. After several days and nights of hard work, Guangqing basically completed the mission. Now we are just waiting for the earthquake to strike. At this moment, the entire internet is watching to see if Tang Feng's prediction comes true. At the same time, many shrewd businessmen learned of Tang Feng's entrepreneurial intentions. They also frantically began producing all sorts of disaster relief supplies, hoping to get a share of the profits. However, most people are still taking a wait-and-see approach, since they would suffer a huge loss if no earthquake occurred. To put it bluntly, they still didn't completely trust Tang Feng. If Tang Feng possessed abilities comparable to predicting the future, why wouldn't he just fly to the heavens? Moreover, if an earthquake were to actually occur, the Earthquake Bureau would certainly be aware of it. North City. After informing Guangqing that an earthquake was about to occur, Tang Feng stopped paying attention to the matter. Instead, they focused their energy directly on the workshop. The four companies began production at a frantic pace. With his existing inventory, he estimated he could easily take over half of Guangqing. Guangqing, 9 p.m. The entire Federation, and even Western websites, are watching closely. The prediction is now only a few hours away. The predicted major earthquake has not yet occurred. There were no signs whatsoever before the earthquake struck. This has made countless people increasingly doubt whether Tang Feng's prediction is true or not. It's 11 p.m. Just when everyone thought Tang Feng's prediction was wild and was about to criticize him, a sudden change has occurred. The empty city suddenly began to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, countless buildings began to shake and collapse. At the same time, the Earthquake Bureau received the information instantly. As expected, an earthquake struck Guangqing, reaching magnitude 6. Just as Tang Feng predicted. In an instant, the entire internet fell silent. Everyone was stunned, and then couldn't help but gasp. This Tang style is just too enchanting. Rumble. A massive earthquake struck Guangqing, reaching a maximum magnitude of 6.3, making it arguably the worst geological disaster in the Dragon Kingdom in decades. And it happened at night. For a time, countless people were both fearful and relieved about what would happen next. If Tang Feng hadn't predicted this in advance and announced it, Guangqing would probably have suffered heavy losses. The federal leadership was also shocked, and cold sweat was running down their spines. Fortunately, they learned their lesson this time and chose to trust Tang Feng. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, Guangqing is a metropolis with a population of over 1 million. Shortly thereafter, the rescue forces that had been stationed near Guangxiang set off immediately. Although they had evacuated the crowd in advance, there was no guarantee that some unruly troublemakers would remain. We must do everything we can to achieve zero casualties. Meanwhile, due to the disaster, millions of people in Kuala Lumpur are also facing homelessness. The Federation also began urgently dispatching supplies to Light City. North City. The supplies produced by Tang Feng Workshop were sold out immediately. Other companies sell supply boxes for 99 or 100 yuan. Tang Feng only charges 19 yuan here. It's almost 5 times cheaper. They'll break your bones. Once this was announced, countless people online praised Tang Feng. Some people who previously said Tang Feng made a fortune have now come out and knelt down to apologize. After all, in their eyes, Tang Feng was losing money on charity. And they even accused him of profiting from disaster? Does it slap me in the face? A group of adults don't even have the magnanimity of a child? As a result, Tang Feng earned the title of National Little Hero. At the same time, Tang Feng was secretly delighted. Thanks to his high-tech fingers, his supplies are essentially free and of high quality. It's a win-win situation. You can get close to providing free aid to disaster areas while also making a small profit. Chapter 28 My Older Sisters, Study Materials. Chapter 28 My Sisters, Study Materials, and those shrewd businessmen who followed Tang Feng also made a fortune from this. This made the others very regretful, and they could only watch helplessly as others made a fortune. At the same time, Tang Feng's reputation on the internet also changed drastically. Those merchants who followed the Tang dynasty trend didn't have the black technology finger, so the prices of their goods were normal, around 1 or 200. In comparison, Tang Feng's 19 pieces of supplies seem extremely valuable. But when I think about how some people were actually denouncing Tang Feng online before, I realize many netizens voluntarily apologized and dug up and criticized those who had insulted Tang Feng. Of course, there are also some idiots who say that since Tang Feng Company has already lowered the prices of its supplies so much, so why not just lower the price to the absolute minimum and give it away for free? Of course, such ridiculous remarks were quickly ridiculed by most netizens. Ignore those idiots. Shanghai, Lonka Institute of Science and Technology. Following the devastating earthquake in Guangxiang, these scientists from the Dragon Science Institute developed deep doubts about the science they once believed in. Everyone is discussing how Tang Feng managed to accurately predict earthquakes. After all, this is just too fantastical and bizarre. That's absolutely insane. They also held an emergency meeting to study what exactly Tang Feng's intuition was. Could there really be superpowers that allow us to predict the future? Or do you all believe that this is what he calls intuition? Many academicians found this hard to believe. They are all researchers, so they certainly wouldn't choose superstition. But the facts are undeniable. They could not explain Tang Feng's intuition scientifically. Western media also engaged in heated discussions about this. Finally, through the research conducted by Mensa Club, a surprising conclusion was reached. They issued a statement saying that perhaps Tang Feng, this 10-year-old genius, has an IQ of 188 or higher. His brain development is also incredibly advanced. They then used the science fiction movie Lucy as an analogy, saying that when a person's brain is fully developed, he is no longer a human, but a god. This statement shocked everyone following the incident online, because everyone knows that although current technology is developing very rapidly, artificial intelligence and robots are very powerful. In contrast, human evolution has been much slower. Humans have not fully understood the human body itself. For example, the level of brain development mentioned by Mensa Club. Currently, the human brain has only developed about 10 to 15% of its capacity, and the left brain, which represents intelligence, has not been developed at all. If, as this statement suggests, Tang Feng's brain development is far beyond that of ordinary people, it is not impossible. Perhaps that's why he can predict the future? Some mysterious and evil organizations learned of this news and secretly planned to kidnap Tang Feng for research. In response, the Dragon Kingdom Federation made its stance clear, declaring that anyone who dared to target Tang Feng would be declaring war on the Dragon Kingdom Federation. Besides, even if you slice and study someone else's tissues and discover something, are you sure you can extract and use it? The resolute attitude of the Chinese leadership has also won the favor of the people. It's out. In Beijing, everything went as Tang Feng had predicted. He successfully earned 50 million this time using his black technology finger. This made him very excited. He then resold the 4 workshops, since they were no longer of any use. Old residential area. Xia's parents also rushed back from other provinces. They guessed that Tang Feng had made a fortune from this business venture. But when they heard the specific numbers, they were so surprised they couldn't speak. Dad, I've prepared a gift for you. Tang Feng looked at Xia's father and suddenly said. He was very grateful to his adoptive father. Although he was a transmigrator, if no one adopts him, he will probably become the first transmigrator in history to die. Outside the residential area. When Xia's father saw the little car in front of him, he was first shocked, then burst into tears of joy. Although he was over 40 years old, he still found it difficult to control his excitement and emotion. Because Tang Feng actually bought him a nice car. Don't buy such expensive things in the future. You need to learn to be frugal. Although Mr. Xia said this, his hand had already touched the car door, showing that he liked it very much. Tang Feng's mother was also very happy. She gently hugged Tang Feng and kept saying, Our Fenger has become sensible. Although his father's teachings were correct, Tang Feng would not give up this time. After all, he had worked so hard to earn so much money, so he definitely wanted to splurge a little. My parents are getting old, and they work in other provinces year-round to support the family. Now that we have money, the first thing we should do is get them to resign. Let them manage a few small shops, enjoy a peaceful retirement, and take good care of them. Subsequently, Tang Feng repaid the bank the money he had previously used to mortgage the villa. However, my parents still don't want to move out of their current home. So Tang Feng gave up the idea of buying a house, especially since he already owned one in Shanghai. It's not too late to bring my mom and grandparents to live with us when we grow up. After that, Tang Feng took his father and the others on a shopping spree, buying up everything they couldn't afford or were reluctant to buy before. This deeply moved Xia's parents. Xia Shiro was also very happy. Now that she was in high school, she naturally learned to use cosmetics. Unfortunately, her family was not wealthy before and she couldn't afford good ones. Now, thanks to her younger brother, she happily got the cosmetics she had been craving for so long. In the days that followed, Xia's father drove the car that Tang Feng had given him and took the family on a trip for a few days. In the end, however, they still chose to go to work in other places. According to them, although they are now rich, they are not too old yet. I'm not used to having nothing to do. Tang Feng nodded seriously in response, indicating that he respected his parents' decision. Yucai Primary School. Ever since Tang Feng discovered that Lin Wan was suited to a queen-like image, he has been cultivating her in that direction every day. This made Lin Wan very shy. Fortunately, her parents didn't find out this time, otherwise they would have complained again. Want to come to my house? After school, Tang Feng caught up with Lin Wan, carrying his school bag, and said with a mischievous grin. Lin Wan looked wary and glared at him with her beautiful eyes. This guy is trying to fool me again. She's still not over the shock of wearing that outfit last time. So even if there are dolls, she won't go this time. Tang Feng pursed his lips, but quickly regained his ambition. Anyway, there's still a long way to go, Old residential area. Creak. When Tang Feng pushed the door open, he was surprised to find that his older sister, Xia Shiro, was not there. This puzzled him greatly. After all, she would usually come back early at this time to prepare meals for herself. Sis. Tang Feng casually tossed his school bag onto the sofa and then called out softly. No one responded. But when Tang Feng arrived at Xia Shiro's bedroom, he was stunned because his older sister was home. However, her cheeks were flushed, and she was staring intently at the laptop screen. Is he looking at study materials? Chapter 29 Jiang Feifei's Interview. Chapter 29 Jiang Feifei's Interview. Who? Inside the bedroom, Xia Shiro sensed the movement and immediately turned around. When she realized that it was Tang Feng who had returned, a look of shyness and panic immediately appeared on her pretty face. He quickly slammed the laptop shut. Oh, you're home, sis. Studying some learning materials. Tang Feng, being someone who's been through it all, naturally knows what his older sister is secretly doing. Cough cough. He pretended not to have seen anything, said hello, and left Xia Shiro's room. But as soon as he stepped outside, he secretly chuckled to himself. If I wasn't seeing things, my older sister seemed to be watching a small movie? Oh my god. I never imagined my older sister, Xia Shiro, would be this kind of person. We're kindred spirits. Cough cough. Inside the bedroom, Xia Shiro looked shy, her body stiffened, and she became somewhat nervous. She was wondering whether Tang Feng had seen what she was doing. The key point is that this guy can't be judged by common sense at all, even though he's only 10 years old. He's already learned how to trick girls into eating papaya every day. Thinking of this, Xia Shiro couldn't sit still any longer and immediately left the bedroom. She decided to test Tang Feng to see if the brat had noticed her little trick. Inside the living room. Xiao Feng, you didn't see anything special just now, did you? After Xia Shiro came out, she looked shyly at Tang Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked him a question. Her expression was very conflicted, and her hands, which were hanging down, couldn't help but twitch together. Sis, weren't you looking at study materials? Did I see it wrong? Tang Feng feigned innocence, blinking his big eyes naively as he asked. Xia Shiro was relieved to see this and patted Tang Feng's head. She awkwardly replied, Yes, I was looking at study materials. Seeing his older sister agreeing with him so earnestly, Tang Feng almost burst out laughing. However, he remained outwardly calm and said that he would like to study with his sister next time. Xiaoshiro's smile became even more awkward upon hearing this. Night. Xiaoshiro was very different from before. She was absent-minded while eating, and she stopped watching TV. She went back to her room to rest very early. Tang Feng knew this perfectly well. He guessed that the person had gone back to continue their studies. The next day, outside the gate of Yucai Primary School, when Tang Feng came out with his school bag on his back, Jiang Feifei, who had been waiting, waved and called out to him. Tang Feng previously predicted the great earthquake in Guangxing, which sparked heated discussions online. Now, Tang Feng is even being hailed as a god. Therefore, many media companies wanted to invite Tang Feng for an exclusive interview. Jiang Feifei was sent out to negotiate with Tang Feng. "You want to interview me?" Upon seeing Jiang Feifei, Tang Feng tilted his head and asked. He wasn't really keen on the interview today. He'd just downloaded a few games on his new computer and was eager to get home and play them. "While I'm at it, I'll also check if my older sister is still secretly watching those videos. This is going to be very exciting. Please say yes, Xiaofeng. How about this? We don't have to go to the company. Just let me do the interview alone, and I'll cook you something delicious, okay?" Jiang Feifei could also tell that Tang Feng wasn't in much interest today. She pleaded with a coquettish expression. "There was no other way. The editor-in-chief was pressuring us too much. Furthermore, the company promised that if she could interview Tang Feng, she would be promoted and receive a raise. It's so hard for her." Seeing that Jiang Feifei was pleading with him in a soft voice, Tang Feng touched his head. He had a very good impression of Jiang Feifei. This was the first time he had been interviewed by her. "It wasn't because of Ultraman Tiga, it was just that I thought she looked a lot like my first love. Seeing her act all cute and charming now is absolutely irresistible. I wonder which brat will benefit from this in the future. If I were a few years older than her, I would definitely pursue her, humph. Promise me, little wind." Jiang Feifei noticed that Tang Feng was wavering. She used her charm tactic again and pulled him into her arms. This left Tang Feng completely dumbfounded. "This dress is so soft, smells so good, and is so big, cough cough. All right." Finally, Tang Feng chose to surrender unconditionally. Moreover, according to Jiang Feifei's intention, she should take him home so he can eat delicious food cooked by her. So happy. Jiang Feifei is not a native of Beicheng, but she studied there and joined a media company after graduation. The place she rented was in the same old neighborhood as Tang Feng's house. The apartment is a one-bedroom, one-living-room unit. "Xiaofeng, why don't you watch TV for a while? There's fruit and candy on the coffee table." After Jiang Feifei led Tang Feng in, she greeted him and then went into the bedroom. She had a busy day and was covered in sweat. She needed to take a shower. Bang! As the bathroom door closed, Tang Feng couldn't help but frown. Does this count as a man and a woman alone in a room? According to the novel's script, something wonderful should happen after the bath, but alas, he's such a wicked brat. Just as Tang Feng was lost in thought, Jiang Feifei came out after taking a bath. The sight before him made him exclaim that the trip was worthwhile. Jiang Feifei smiled at him as she dried her hair, which was covered in water droplets, with a towel. She didn't care at all about the perfect figure presented to him. This made Tang Feng's lips twitch. "This is completely disregarding my manhood." Indeed, that was the case. Jiang Feifei knew that dressing like that wasn't appropriate. But considering that Tang Feng was still a 10-year-old child, I let it go. After all, he's just a little kid. Besides being a bit smart, what else can he do? This house is a one-bedroom apartment with a living room, and there are no mezzanine floors. So Tang Feng, sitting on the sofa, could see Jiang Feifei busy in the kitchen with just a slight turn of his head. She was cooking right now. Her movements were very skillful, but none of that mattered. The important thing is that she was only wearing a yukata. Her skin was as white as ivory, and a fragrance filled the air. Hiss! The next second, Tang Feng couldn't help but gasp. Jiang Feifei bent her body slightly, which immediately made Tang Feng cough. Tang Feng's lips twitched. Being young has its advantages. Otherwise, he wouldn't have witnessed these scenes. A moment later, Jiang Feifei came over carrying several dishes. An embarrassed smile appeared on her pretty face. "Xiaofeng, My cooking skills are just so-so. Please make do with this. Tang Feng didn't care about this, thinking to himself, I'm not here to eat. But after taking one bite, he was stunned. This cooking was dozens of times better than his older sister's. Seeing Tang Feng wolfing down his food, Jiang Feifei covered her mouth and laughed happily. They ate and chatted, and this was the first time Tang Feng had spent so much time alone with Jiang Feifei. Meanwhile, Tang Feng also received some good news. That is, Jiang Feifei currently does not have a boyfriend and has never been in a relationship. This is absolutely amazing. It's a pity, though, that she definitely wouldn't accept a relationship with a younger man. But you can give it a try, cough cough. Whoosh. After finishing her meal and cleaning up, Jiang Feifei opened the curtains on the balcony to make the room brighter. She then took out her phone, ready to begin interviewing Tang Feng. Chapter 30. Impersonating Jiang Feifei's boyfriend. Chapter 30. Impersonating Jiang Feifei's boyfriend. The main focus of this interview was on why he was able to foresee the disasters that would occur in Lansong and Guangqing. Is it true, as Mensa Club claims, that his brain is too overdeveloped? After all, these two issues are causing a huge online debate right now. Hehe. I can only say they're overthinking it. The human brain isn't that easy to develop. Take Einstein, for example. After he was sliced up, it was found that his brain was less developed than that of an average person. Tang Feng replied, somewhat amused and exasperated. His ability to foresee the future is purely due to the use of a high-tech finger, which he certainly wouldn't reveal. In the end, he had no choice but to fabricate a lie, claiming that he had a dream at night that included these disasters. A dream predicted a major earthquake would strike Guangqing? Jiang Feifei thought this was too far-fetched. However, judging from Tang Feng's sincere expression, he didn't seem to be lying. She then put away her phone and ended the interview. Before leaving, Tang Feng added her on QQ. Old residential area. When Tang Feng returned, Xia Shiro didn't ask him where he had gone. She seems to be in an awkward situation. After all, secretly watching short videos and almost getting caught by my younger brother is a very embarrassing thing. Tang Feng took a shower and then went back to his room to rest. Lying in bed, Tang Feng took out the latest smartphone, which his parents had allowed him to buy after he made some money. Hill. After sending Jiang Feifei an emoji, she replied very quickly. Xiaofeng, aren't you asleep yet? It's so late? Jiang Feifei sent a message with a smiley face emoji. Xiaofeng is thinking about Sister Feifei. After seeing Jiang Feifei's message, Tang Feng's face lit up with a mischievous smile, and he responded. Then he sent a smirking emoji. You naughty kid. You're not learning anything good. Jiang Feifei was speechless when she saw it, and then responded with a wry smile. Because she was able to interview Tang Feng repeatedly, she rose to a high position in the company, which naturally aroused the jealousy of many people. Because she was rather naive, she was often bullied, and even her male friends were only after her body. Therefore, she rarely chats with others. But tonight was an unprecedented occasion when she chatted with a 10-year-old child and opened up about her feelings, complaining about how awful work is. Don't be afraid, Sister Feifei, Xiaofeng is here. Xiaofeng will protect you, moi. Sister Feifei, go to bed early, it's good for your skin. Good night. After sending his last message, Tang Feng tossed his phone aside. To deal with a girl like Jiang Feifei, you have to learn to play hard to get. He was a master at this in his past life. As expected, Jiang Feifei was somewhat taken aback at this moment. My heart was pounding. Is this kid trying to flirt with me? For a moment, Jiang Feifei was both amused and exasperated. How could I have stooped so low as to be teased by a 10-year-old child? However, she also admitted that although Tang Feng was only 10 years old, his personality and abilities were admirable. It's a pity he's still just a little kid. It would be better if he were a bit older. Early the next morning, Jiang Feifei rode her electric scooter to the company, quickly edited out yesterday's interview, and submitted it. Everyone was stunned after watching the interview. Did someone predict the Guangxiang earthquake just because they had a dream? Are you sure you're not joking? The netizens clearly did not believe Tang Feng's statement. They felt he was definitely bluffing, and Western media shared this view. In the following days, Tang Feng stopped making any appearances, and the hype gradually faded away. Yucai Primary School. Besides cultivating Lin Wan's queen-like demeanor, Tang Feng's favorite thing to do now is chat with Jiang Feifei. Faced with his various flirtatious remarks, Jiang Feifei went from being shocked to getting used to it, simply assuming that this 10-year-old genius was just acting like a naughty child again. My older sister, Xiaoshiro, has also recovered after this period of rest. This was very tragic for Tang Feng, as he was about to be tormented by her again. Every day after meals, I have to force myself to watch soap operas. That day, Jiang Feifei suddenly called Tang Feng and invited him to a hamburger shop after school. This surprised and delighted Tang Feng. Could it be that my flirting plan has succeeded? After all, although my company is small, it has all the essentials, cough cough. Inside the hamburger shop, Jiang Feifei had been waiting there for a long time, but her expression seemed somewhat gloomy. She looked pitiful. Sister Feifei? What's wrong? What happened? Tang Feng hurriedly put down his school bag and stood next to Jiang Feifei. Jiang Feifei looked at Tang Feng, her heart filled with bitterness. With a forced smile, she ordered a children's meal for Tang Feng. So you're going on a blind date with an old man? Tang Feng looked at Jiang Feifei, who nodded. He's a bald, middle-aged man who always acts superior because he's the boss. So Xiaofeng, could you pretend to be my boyfriend for a moment? After a moment, Jiang Feifei suddenly spoke up shyly. She knew this request was abrupt. After all, Tang Feng was only 10 years old, and it would be very immoral and impolite to ask him to do such a thing. But she had no choice. Her parents insisted she bring a boyfriend home, or they would force her to go on blind dates. Although there are many men in the company, they all have rather filthy thoughts. Besides, only Tang Feng could make her feel at ease. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng, who was drinking cola, almost spat it out. Jiang Feifei isn't joking, is she? I'm only 10 years old, and you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Are you kidding me? Although Tang Feng is well-developed and already 1.6 meters tall, Jiang Feifei is petite, only 1.65 meters tall even with shoes on. So Tang Feng and she are a good match. However, Tang Feng's face was too young. He didn't look like an adult at all. I don't care if you don't help me. I'll just marry that old man, Jiang Feifei said, blushing. Tang Feng was speechless as he looked at Jiang Feifei's sudden haughty demeanor. Just then, the system's cold notification sound rang out. Ding. Side quest initiated. Option 1. Agree to impersonate Jiang Feifei's boyfriend and receive the reward manned space shuttle technology. Option 2. Refuse to impersonate Jiang Feifei's boyfriend and receive a reward, a Boeing 747. Good heavens. Even disregarding the system's choice, impersonating Jiang Feifei's boyfriend would definitely be something other men would desperately want. Therefore, Tang Feng made a decision on the spot. Alright, but I'm quite famous. I hope I won't be recognized, Tang Feng said to Jiang Feifei while drinking his cola. Pretending to be her boyfriend is fine. He's lived 2 lives, so he's not afraid of being intimidated by her parents. The problem is, who in the entire federal government doesn't know him now? Jiang Feifei chuckled at this. She indicated that she had already made preparations, and as long as Tang Feng agreed, she had a way to resolve the issue. Looking at Jiang Feifei's sly smile, Tang Feng felt like he had fallen into a trap, but he didn't lose out either. The two then agreed that he would go back to her hometown this weekend. Chapter 31 Comet Collide with Blue Star. Chapter 31 Comet collided with Blue Star. The weekend is here in a flash. Tang Feng told his older sister that he had some things to do this weekend and wouldn't be home. Xiaoshiro frowned, feeling somewhat worried. But the thought that this kid was even smarter than me put my mind at ease. Jiang Feifei's hometown is near a mountain city, in a remote area. The two traveled by old-fashioned green train and then took a bus for several hours before finally arriving. This is a relatively underdeveloped town, and it is backed by a vast grassland, so there are many ethnic minorities, most of whom make a living by herding. You'll have to work hard from now on. Jiang Feifei handed a bottle of water to Tang Feng, her face showing apology. Because her home is in the mountains, she has to hike a section of mountain road. She was somewhat worried that Tang Feng might run out of energy. Tang Feng shook his head to indicate that there was no need to worry. Anyway, they're not in a hurry. They can just take their time and treat it as a leisurely stroll. Moreover, the scenery around the mountains is very beautiful. No wonder the mountain town is known as a paradise town. More than an hour later, the two finally arrived at Jiang Feifei's hometown, a tiled house situated in the fields, with wisps of smoke rising from its chimney. Following the muddy path, the two arrived at a wide open space. "Mom and Dad, I'm home." Jiang Feifei smiled and said that a couple, who looked to be in their 50s, were standing in front of the cottage. The two completely ignored Jiang Feifei and turned to look at Tang Feng behind her, then revealed strange expressions. Is this their precious daughter's boyfriend? Something feels off. Inside the hall, Jiang Feifei's father was burning firewood, preparing to serve Tang Feng's special oil tea. Her mother sat to the side, constantly scrutinizing Tang Feng. She felt there was something strange about the boy, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Although Tang Feng has lived 2 lives and has an exceptionally high IQ, he can still act mature even though he is only 10 years old. However, his health couldn't keep up with his development, which was a concern for the 2 elders. At the same time, Tang Feng also knew why his identity would not be exposed. Because there was no television at home, the 2 elderly people, even though they had heard of Tang Feng's reputation, did not know what he looked like. "Your name is Tang Feng? How old are you?" A few minutes later, Jiang Feifei's mother finally couldn't sit still any longer and asked with a smile. She didn't think about it from another angle. After all, there are many people in the Federation with the same name. Besides, that little genius is a great hero of the Federation. Jiang Feifei doesn't have that kind of luck to find him. "Yes, Auntie." Tang Feng nodded, showing no shyness or fear whatsoever, and appeared to be quite talkative and cheerful. Because he knew a lot, Tang Feng then chatted with the 2 elders. This left Jiang Feifei, who was standing to the side, dumbfounded and full of admiration. A genius is indeed a genius. For a moment, she thought Tang Feng was not 10 years old, but 20. Tang Feng left the 2 elders somewhat bewildered by his conversation, but they nodded repeatedly, indicating that the young man seemed like a decent person. Jiang Feifei breathed a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. It seemed that the crisis had been successfully resolved. However, her pretty face quickly flushed red. Jiang Feifei's mother said that there were no spare rooms in the house, so she arranged for Tang Feng to sleep with her. They said that since they were already in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, there was nothing to be embarrassed about at home. Moreover, the 2 elders couldn't wait for their daughter to get married and have a healthy baby. Tang Feng, hee. Evening, inside the room. Jiang Feifei's mother was very hospitable, because the area is located in the mountains and it gets very cold at night. So she specially brought a quilt to lay out for the 2 of them, and kept winking at Jiang Feifei before leaving. This left Jiang Feifei speechless. "Are you in such a hurry to marry off your daughter? What do we do now?" Cough, cough. After confirming that Jiang Feifei's mother had left, Tang Feng asked eagerly. The floor of the cabin wasn't tiled or wooden, but muddy, so sleeping on the floor was definitely out of the question. "It's okay, let's sleep together then." In response, Jiang Feifei said directly, "Although Tang Feng is a boy, what bad intentions could a 10-year-old child have? Even if he did, it wouldn't work for him." Seeing how generous she was, Tang Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. That's absolutely true. He really had the will but not the ability, and he didn't want to be used as a pawn. Damn it. The 2 of them were relaxing as if on vacation. The Western world, however, is discussing a new topic. A group of astronomy enthusiasts issued a statement at the Astronomical Union meeting. They said they had discovered a new comet and named it Wanderer 2333. According to the association's prediction, the comet is expected to deviate from its orbit and collide with Earth. According to rough calculations, if it were to collide with Earth, its power would be no less than that of a dozen nuclear bombs exploding simultaneously, and it is estimated that it would cause casualties in the tens of millions of people. This report shocked the world and caused widespread panic. Immediately, many federal agencies took this matter very seriously and investigated it using methods such as satellites. The final conclusion was that it was a false alarm. Because investigations have shown that this comet's trajectory is similar to that of Earth, a collision is unlikely. Although various countries have issued statements saying that the comet will not collide with the planet, the internet is still buzzing with heated debate about it. After all, humanity hasn't even fully understood the planet we live on, let alone the much larger and more mysterious universe. The comet has been discovered, and it is no longer dangerous. However, this does not mean that similar crises will not occur in the future. Aside from the extinction of dinosaurs, the most recent event was the Tunguska event, which caused immense damage. The prevailing view is that it was formed by the impact of an ice meteorite with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. The newly discovered Wanderer 2333 comet is an even more terrifying iron meteorite, with a diameter of 15 kilometers. If it suddenly changes its orbit and collides with a planet, the consequences would be unpredictable. With current human technology, it is impossible to destroy this comet or intercept its movement. The various federations naturally wouldn't ignore these potentials and were constantly monitoring the comet closely in all aspects. Subsequently, an emergency global meeting was convened. The purpose is to discuss the matter of this comet. Global emergency meeting. Many federal countries have engaged in heated discussions regarding this comet event. Furthermore, the meeting was kept strictly confidential at the highest level, because they actually concealed the truth of the matter. Although this comet is currently orbiting the same as Earth, it is slowly deviating from its normal orbit. In other words, the possibility of it colliding with Earth cannot be ruled out. The exact probability is currently being calculated by the federal government using supercomputers, and the answer is expected to be available tomorrow. Chapter 32, A Natural Disaster, is approaching. Tang Feng has disappeared. Chapter 32, A Cataclysmic Disaster, is approaching. Tang Feng disappears. Everyone, if we assume this comet will collide with Earth, what should we do? The leader of the Eagle Nation spoke first, asking with a very serious expression. This is a devastating catastrophe affecting the entire planet Earth and the fate of all humanity. No one will take such a matter lightly. Perhaps we can launch thrusters to push it back into its normal orbit? This proposal was quickly met with skepticism. Are you kidding me, Doctor? How many thrusters would it take to move a comet that big? Well, I estimate tens of thousands should be enough. What? Should I use your forehead? Soon, the PhD student was asked to leave. Should we use nuclear weapons to destroy it? The suggestion from the head of the Indian Federation immediately drew disdain from everyone. After all, that was a comet, and a type of iron meteorite at that, with a diameter of tens of kilometers. Your idea of using a nuclear bomb to destroy it is utterly ridiculous. Iron meteorites have extremely high density and an outer shell as hard as iron. If you can't get a nuclear bomb into its belly and detonate it, you'll at most leave a small crater on its surface. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, discussing the matter for quite some time. Ultimately, however, all of them were rejected because the methods were unworkable or the plans were ineffective. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In other words, we simply don't have any good way to resolve this crisis. The meeting room fell silent once more. Now, all we can do is pray that tomorrow's calculations will bring good news. Otherwise, this could very well be the end of humanity. Conference room at the Dragon Science Institute, Dragon Kingdom Federation. Academicians, led by Professor Du, gathered together to discuss ways to deal with the comet. However, there are still no good solutions at the moment. Why don't you go ask that kid Tang Feng? Suddenly, a geography expert spoke up. After all, Tang Feng is so amazing that he was able to predict the Lansang volcano and the Guangxing earthquake. Perhaps he has a good solution for this comet? The proposal was quickly accepted by everyone. Old Du frowned upon hearing this, but seeing the hopeful looks in their eyes, he had no choice but to agree. This matter is of utmost importance, and no related information can be leaked, otherwise it will cause panic throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, he planned to personally travel to Beijing by private jet. But when Old Du arrived in the northern part of the city, he was dumbfounded. Because Tang Feng wasn't home, even his parents didn't know where he had gone. You guys need to find someone right now. Search the entire northern part of the city and find him for me. Old Du was both anxious and angry. One can't help but wonder if something happened to Tang Feng. The situation on Earth is extremely urgent, and we must ask for his opinion. If even he can't do anything about it, then we can only leave it to fate. But now we can't even find anyone. What's the point of playing this game? Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in a mountain city, deep in its heartland, Because this place is relatively remote, the communication equipment has not been fully set up yet, so the signal is extremely poor. Tang Feng couldn't answer or make the phone at all. Therefore, he knew nothing about what was happening outside. At this moment, Jiang Feifei and Tang Feng were sitting in front of the stream, happily catching fish and playing. Whoosh! The scenery here is exceptionally beautiful, and the water is particularly clear and sweet. Tang Feng followed behind Jiang Feifei, a satisfied look on his face. Because Jiang Feifei would bend over from time to time, her perfect figure was fully displayed, making people's hearts flutter. Snap! Just then, Jiang Feifei, who was standing barefoot in the stream, suddenly slipped and fell backward. Sister Feifei, watch out! Tang Feng quickly realized what was happening and reached out his arm to catch her. However, he was too young and too thin. Although they caught Jiang Feifei, the two of them fell directly into the stream. Fortunately, the stream wasn't too deep, and no one was drowned. Feifei, are you alright? Did you hurt yourself? Tang Feng looked at Jiang Feifei in his arms with a worried expression, but Jiang Feifei did not respond. She was very shy at that moment because their actions were too intimate. Especially since Tang Feng placed his hands in an inappropriate place, cough cough. However, Jiang Feifei quickly stopped caring about it. After all, Tang Feng is only a 10-year-old child, so he certainly doesn't have any bad intentions. Moreover, Jiang Feifei felt very warm and at ease knowing that he had risked his life to pick her up. If he were a few years older, I might actually want to be his girlfriend. I'm fine now. Xiaofeng, you can take your hand away. Tang Feng was enjoying himself, so how could he possibly give in obediently upon hearing this? Then, ouch! My hand is cramping, I can't move it. Sister Feifei, don't move either. Jiang Feifei, ? Unlike Tang Feng's current joy, the entire northern city is practically exploding with excitement. Because Lin Guodong and his team had mobilized all available resources, turning Beijing upside down, they still couldn't find any trace of Tang Feng. This made Mr. Du very anxious. Shortly after, Long Du called, urging him to return immediately, saying that important international information had arrived. It is said that the supercomputers of the United States and America have produced the results. According to calculations and deductions, the probability of Comet Wanderer 2333 colliding with Earth is as high as 80%. Moreover, it is speculated that if there are no other factors interfering, this comet will collide with Earth in 6 days. It's over. It's all over. In an instant, Old Du's face turned ashen, filled with despair. His aged body trembled, and if someone hadn't caught him in time, he would have definitely fallen to the ground. You must find Tang Feng as soon as possible. This may be our last chance. With a serious expression, Old Du instructed Lin Guodong to bring Tang Feng to Shanghai immediately once he found him. Lin Guodong quickly agreed, saying that he would definitely complete the task. Shanghai, Lonka Institute of Science and Technology. All the academicians looked grim, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. According to calculations by multiple supercomputers in the United States and America, Ranger 2333 will collide with Earth in less than a week. That was an iron meteorite comet with a diameter of tens of kilometers. The high temperatures and friction of the atmosphere cannot destroy it at all. Once it falls onto the surface of Earth, the energy it generates will destroy the planet. The estimated death toll is close to 100 million. This is simply a catastrophe. Have you not found Tang Feng yet? They asked Old Du. Now their only hope is to pray that Tang Feng, this 10-year-old genius, can find a solution. Old Du shook his head. He was also very anxious. Mr. Du's statement instantly plunged everyone's hearts into despair. At the most crucial moment, Tang Feng couldn't be found? Let's not discuss these trivial matters for now. Let's hurry up and think of another solution. Does this mean that all of us at the Dragon Science Academy need to rely on a child to get things done? Mr. Du waved his hand, his resolute attitude immediately silencing the meeting room. Chapter 33 Chaos. Nations erupt into chaos. Chapter 33 Chaos. Nations are in chaos. Old Du, what other options do we have? At this point, we have no choice but to gamble. Many academicians smiled wryly. Currently, the only feasible solution is bombing the comet, as previously suggested by the Indian Federation. After all, It's obviously not feasible to use thrusters to collide with a comet. The Wanderer 2333 was too large, and being an iron meteorite, no thruster had the power to return it to its orbit. And it's even more impossible to have tens of thousands of thrusters working together to propel it. Where would you find tens of thousands of thrusters? The only solution now is to send astronauts into space. Send them to land on Comet 2333, use a drill to place a nuclear bomb inside the comet's belly, and attempt to destroy it. Although the success rate of this plan is very low, it is the only feasible method they have. At the same time, many federal countries also convened another global emergency meeting. In the conference room, after a series of discussions among multiple countries, two plans were finally finalized. The first option is to send people to the comet and use a nuclear bomb. However, this plan has too many unforeseen circumstances, and the probability of success is very low. The second option is to strategically abandon the area where Wanderer 2333 crashed. A large-scale migration of the population from this region was carried out, abandoning that part of the land and surface resources. No, why should it be like this? We absolutely disagree. The second proposal immediately provoked resistance from many federal countries. Since the area where Wanderer 2333 crashed is their location, why should their land and resources be sacrificed? Then what good ideas do you have? Tell me. The person in charge of the Eagle Nation said in a deep voice, suppressing his anger. If there were a better way, who would choose to do this? After all, it concerns the lives of many people. You make it sound so easy. It's only because it didn't land on your federal lands. Many federal states joined together in protest, adopting a "we'll all die together" attitude and refusing to become sacrificial lambs. The atmosphere in the meeting room became very tense for a moment. Some federal officials even threatened that if the second option was implemented, they would not hesitate to start a war immediately. Enough. Just then, the leader of the Dragon Kingdom Federation spoke up and reprimanded them. What's the situation now? They're still fighting amongst themselves. Let's unite the world to fight against Garuda 2333. The leader of the Dragon Kingdom Federation spoke, then slowly rose and left the conference room. They cannot accept the cost of sacrificing land and a portion of their population. Moreover, if the Wanderer 2333 were to crash, the resulting yield would be no less than that of dozens of nuclear bombs. It could potentially cause a major celestial upheaval, triggering a series of natural disasters. Even if humanity survives, they may not necessarily be safe. The mountain city, deep in the heart of the land. Tang Feng is currently enjoying a scenic trip with Jiang Feifei. After what happened at the stream, Jiang Feifei's attitude towards Tang Feng changed somewhat. Although he was just a 10-year-old kid, she found him to be very bad. The really bad kind. This is absolutely shocking. This brat has gone astray. Jiang Feifei couldn't help but complain, finding it utterly absurd. Buzzing. Just then, a helicopter suddenly flew across the sky. Tang Feng. It's Tang Feng. Look, Lin Guodong, who was in the cabin, spotted Tang Feng at a glance. He then signaled the helicopter to hover at low altitude, and Tang Feng slid down the rope. Why are you here? Tang Feng frowned upon seeing Lin Guodong. The situation is urgent. You must come to Shanghai with me immediately. Lin Guodong said with a serious expression. There's no time to explain now. Natural disaster is imminent. The end of the world is coming. Tang Feng was about to reject Lin Guodong. After all, his relationship with Jiang Feifei was going quite well, and who knows, he might be able to get a younger woman to date her soon. But when he heard Lin Guodong's next words, he was instantly stunned. Lin Guodong is the head of the Special Handling Department. He wouldn't lie. There's no time to explain now. Let's talk as we walk. Lin Guodong was very anxious. Now all of humanity's hopes are pinned on Tang Feng. If he can't do anything, then we can only leave it to fate. Go quickly, Xiao Feng. Jiang Feifei was a sensible person and looked at Tang Feng and said. Tang Feng thought for a moment and nodded. Immediately afterwards, Tang Feng followed Lin Guodong onto the helicopter and then rushed to Shanghai. Buzzing. You mean a comet with a diameter of 20 kilometers is going to collide with Earth? Inside the cabin, Tang Feng fastened his seatbelt and immediately exclaimed in surprise. What a joke. If such a thing were to happen, it would truly be the end of Earth. Unfortunately, Lin Guodong knew relatively little about the inside story, and the specifics would have to wait until they arrived in Shanghai for Mr. Du and others to explain. Shanghai, Lonka Institute of Science and Technology. You've finally arrived. Elder Du and the others had been waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing Tang Feng, they breathed a sigh of relief and then welcomed him into the conference room. That's the current situation. Do you have any solutions? Old Du explained the current situation from beginning to end, then looked at Tang Feng and asked, his aged face filled with expectation and anxiety. Tang Feng frowned and fell silent for a moment. What can he do about a comet with a diameter of 20 kilometers and a main structure of iron meteorite? Even using a nuclear bomb system wouldn't necessarily destroy this thing. Unless we can send astronauts there in time for the comet to hit the planet, calculate and find the weak point inside the comet, and then drill a hole there. In that case, there might still be some hope. At the same time, the global emergency meeting also made a final decision. Many federations have reached an agreement to pool global resources to jointly address the issue of Comet Wanderer 2333. At the same time, they also plan to make this public. Hiding this is pointless. All of humanity has the right to know the truth. The news sent shockwaves around the world. Countless people were shocked and terrified, and then a great upheaval ensued. After all, a comet with a diameter of 20 kilometers is about to collide with Earth, and the energy it produces is no less than that of dozens of nuclear bombs exploding. With the current level of human technology, it is probably impossible to solve this problem. Furthermore, it's unclear which gossip monger leaked the area where the comet fell, as well as the second proposal put forward at the global conference. This has further enraged the people in the area. The Federal Assembly actually wants to sacrifice their land and a portion of their population in exchange for the survival of the rest. Although the plan was ultimately rejected, who knows if there were any conspiracies behind it. Following this, Western websites reported that large-scale riots broke out in various regions, including the Federation of Indian Relations, the Federation of Java, and non-federal relations, with tens of millions of people rioting and trying to flee the areas. The Dragon Kingdom Federation reports, the region is in chaos, with tens of millions of people now refugees. They all want to escape to safety. We urge all federations to urgently dispatch troops to the border to stop these refugees. XXX Federal Report. Madness has completely broken out within the Federation. Countless people are robbing and assaulting others in broad daylight, and terrorists have also rioted. Chapter 34 The Eagle Nation requests to participate in the war. Aircraft Sun God. Chapter 34 The Eagle Nation requests to go to war. In the footage from various reports on the aircraft the Sun God, a group of people were wailing in despair. The fleeing crowds surged into a torrent, filling the roads and streets with countless vehicles and people. Thermal imaging showed that large numbers of people were frantically fleeing to safety. Some people chose to resign themselves to fate and did not flee. Instead, they embraced their families peacefully, awaiting the end of the world. The Global Federal Conference was also furious about this. The federal government in the region was strongly criticized for failing to comply with the agreement and for deliberately leaking Plan 2 in the area where the comet fell. Their goal is to create global chaos. This is forcing all of humanity to die together. What's the point of saying all this now? The leaders of the Dragon Kingdom Federation were furious. Now that things had come to this, they could only focus on Plan 1. We have found a solution. Just then, the Eagle Nation, which had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, instantly causing a great uproar. All the leaders of the federations looked at him. We have calculated the weak points on the surface of Comet Wanderer 2333. With the technology of my Eagle Federation, there is a high probability that we will be able to drill through the bullet hole and put the nuclear bomb inside. The leader of the Eagle Nation responded with apparent confidence. The moment the words were spoken, the entire conference room erupted in cheers. Countless people were thrilled. After all, this was a major global disaster, and it would be wonderful if we could get through it safely. At the same time, they were deeply impressed, realizing that the United States truly deserves to be called a superpower on the planet, with its technological level leading the world by at least several decades. However, we have one request. The price we paid for sending people from our Eagle Nation to deal with this comet was enormous. Therefore, we need compensation from the various federal governments afterward. We will provide a budget later to specify how the compensation will be made. The leader of the Eagle Nation spoke again. This statement stunned all the federations that were still excited, and they were immediately filled with rage. After all, this comet collision is a major crisis concerning all of humanity. All the federations are going all out for this, but now the Eagle Nation wants to make a fortune off it. Moreover, judging from their consistent practices, this compensation is probably astronomical. Absolutely shameless. The federal government quickly began to criticize them. But the United States took a very tough stance, stating that their will would not change in the slightest. Either they agree to their treaty and make amends for the price they paid for this salvation, or we can just sit back and watch Wanderer 2333 crash into Earth. You've gone too far. Many federal states were furious about this, but ultimately there was nothing they could do. After all, according to the calculations of the supercomputer, the area where Wanderer 2333 crashed was not within the Eagle Nation Federation, which is why they were so unscrupulous. Time waits for no one, the leader of the Eagle Nation sneered. That's one of the ways their federation operates. Although their history of development is short, they have risen rapidly to become a superpower in the world today, thanks to the wealth they have gained from war. As a result, many federations turned their attention to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is currently the only major power that can rival the Eagle Kingdom, so their influence is also very important. At this moment, the person in charge of the Dragon Kingdom Federation also frowned deeply. In terms of current technology, the United States is indeed more than a decade ahead of the rest of the world. Moreover, since there was no news from Tang Feng, they had no choice but to temporarily agree to the Eagle Nation's plan. Shanghai, Lonka Institute of Science and Technology. You're out of options too? Old Du looked at Tang Feng and asked, his aged face filled with helplessness. He also learned about the news from the global emergency meeting. Although they were furious about the actions of the United States, they were unable to refute them. Tang Feng frowned slightly. This time, it wasn't a question of whether he wanted to be a tool or not, but rather that he simply had no solution. This comet is ridiculously huge. Even if the United States calculates the weak point in the comet's abdomen and tries to place a nuclear bomb inside to destroy it, what are the chances of that happening? Moreover, even if successful, the massive amount of meteorite fragments generated by the comet's explosion would cause a huge disaster. Just then, the familiar notification sound rang out. Ding! Side quest initiated. Option 1. Go to space and destroy the comet to receive the reward: a super artificial intelligence and a neutron bomb. Option 2. Refuse to go into space to destroy the comet and receive a reward of 500 million in cash. Good heavens! Tang Feng couldn't help but gasp when he saw the reward. Option 1 offers extremely generous rewards. Aside from the neutron bomb, the super AI is practically a bug. According to the system description, it's no less powerful than the Jarvis AI system in the movie. In other words, if Tang Feng were to create a super technology company, he could completely produce a series of super technology products using his AI. I've got a solution. Thinking of this, Tang Feng spoke up directly. The conference room immediately became lively as all the academicians looked at him. Tang boy, are you sure? Old Du, who had been in despair, suddenly became excited. After receiving Tang Feng's confirmation, he immediately reported the matter to him. Global emergency meeting room. What kind of international joke are you guys making? Are you sure a 10-year-old kid can be a savior? When the head of the Dragon Kingdom Federation announced this news, it was not recognized by other federations. Instead, it garnered a lot of criticism. The Eagle Nation was the first to launch an attack, a cold smile on their face. They didn't think a 10-year-old could solve Comet 2333. And even if he could, they wouldn't agree. After all, they had finally found a way to deal with the comet, and they wanted to make a fortune from it. We absolutely cannot let the Dragon Kingdom ruin their plans. Many federal states remained silent on this matter, their faces showing conflicted emotions. Although Tang Feng is indeed very famous, he was once a sensation on Western websites. But this matter concerns the lives of countless people, and they dare not take the risk. To go to space, you must have manned aircraft. This technology is considered a global challenge, as you all probably know, right? The leader of the Eagle Nation spoke again. With current technology, there are only 5 federations that possess manned spacecraft technology. Among them, the Eagle Nation is the most powerful. The Dragon Kingdom Federation, which also possesses this technology, has a deep understanding of this. Although they have also invented manned spacecraft, their technology is not as advanced as that of the United States. Furthermore, there has never been an attempt to hover in space. The United States is indeed a global leader in this technology, but they have made no progress over the years. After all, the cost of researching this project is too high. Currently, the most advanced manned spacecraft on Earth is probably only that one from their country. That is the Apollo spacecraft, which has a history of several decades. This is why the Eagle Nation dares to demand compensation from the various federations. Chapter 35 Despair. NASA's plan fails. Chapter 35 Despair. NASA's plan fails. In the end, under pressure and various concerns, the various federations had no choice but to agree to the unreasonable demands of the Eagle Nation. Everyone pinned all their hopes on the Apollo. Shanghai, Lonka Institute of Science and Technology. When Elder Du and others learned of this news, they were furious. Eagle Nation has always favored individual heroism, so let them go and save the world. Tang Feng simply smiled at this. That's normal. After all, I'm just a 10-year-old child. It's natural that the various federations don't believe him. However, I hope you won't cry then. Global Emergency Meeting Room. The federations ultimately voted to agree to the Eagle Nation's outrageous demands and would compensate for its losses afterward. This made the leaders of the Eagle Nation grin from ear to ear. After all, this opportunity allows them not only to promote the Federation's individual heroism. They can make a fortune and declare to the world who is the most technologically advanced nation. That's killing several birds with one stone. Meanwhile, the various federations also reached an agreement to jointly address the current widespread unrest among the people. For a time, media outlets across the federations were reporting on it. They claimed to have found a way to destroy the homeless man's house, number 2333, so that people would not panic or cause any more trouble. At the same time, all parties urgently dispatched numerous armed forces to garrison various locations. While the situation is not entirely under control due to the crackdown on criminal activities and lawbreakers, it is much more stable than before. It seems that most people still choose to believe in the United States. Eagle Nation, within the Federation. Espiritu Santo, NASA headquarters. Under the watchful eyes of global media, the Helios spacecraft, which was once close to retirement, has made a reappearance. 5 outstanding astronauts stood ready and boarded the Helios spacecraft under the watchful eyes of billions of people. They are the seeds of hope for the blue planet, the saviors of over 1 billion people. They're setting off on this mission. Success is the only option. Failure is not an option. Rumble. Moments later, propelled by the immense firepower of its thrusters, the Apollo spacecraft slowly ascended into the sky, soaring into outer space. In order to promote the Federation's individual heroism, the Eagle Nation also gave this global coverage. They went on a tirade praising their own astronauts' bravery and professionalism. This indicates that the crisis will soon be over. His confident attitude drew cheers from the audience. The universe is vast and cold and pitch black. On satellite broadcast footage, the Apollo spacecraft successfully broke free of the atmosphere and gradually entered its launch orbit. In front of it, a giant comet was slowly falling down, and it was none other than Wanderer 2333. This was also the first time everyone had seen the entire Wanderer. Everyone was awestruck by its enormous size and appearance. If this thing were to make close contact with Earth, there would probably be more than 10 million casualties, right? It could potentially destroy all life on the planet, just like the extinction of the dinosaurs. Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Academy of Sciences. A huge projector was displaying a live video feed of the Helios mission. Du Lao and the others all had extremely serious expressions. Although the actions of the Eagle Nation were extremely shameful, the safety of all mankind was now at stake. Moreover, those 5 astronauts were practically suicide soldiers, since no one knows what might happen or who might come tomorrow. The Federation is a disgrace, but the astronauts are worthy of respect. Bang! Bang! In the footage, the Apollo spacecraft slowly moves around its orbit, locates the previously calculated weak point in its abdomen, and then launches its catapult in preparation for landing. During this time, because the entire body of the Wanderer 2333 was made of iron meteorite, the catapult was blown away, causing the Apollo to tremble and almost be thrown off. This scene has caused billions of people to feel deeply distressed. Fortunately, the last few astronauts landed successfully. This scene instantly drew cheers from countless people. Then, several astronauts wearing spacesuits exited the cabin and were ejected directly from the plane using the escape pod. Clang! The escape pod crashed onto the hard, cold comet, tumbling and crashing all the way into the distance. Moments later, the 3 astronauts successfully detached. Using gravity, they slowly moved forward, dragging the crates containing the nuclear bomb and drilling equipment. Target area reached. Prepare to implement the plan. The communication message came through, and the astronauts determined the direction before starting to assemble the drill bit. Everything is going very smoothly. Once the drill reached deep into the comet's belly, they successfully placed the nuclear bomb inside. Pretty. Heroes. Heroes. We succeeded. The scene before them drove all the spectators wild. Strangers on the street embraced each other and wept with joy. This global catastrophe is about to end. In the face of natural disasters, people unite as one, never abandoning or giving up. So they succeeded. The scene changes. The 5 astronauts who successfully placed the bomb were very excited about completing their mission and were just about to return to the Apollo spacecraft to detonate the nuclear bomb. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Wanderer 2333 began to tremble violently, and for some unknown reason, fluctuations occurred within its body. In an instant, countless small iron meteorites tumbled down, scattering in all directions under the pull of gravity. An astronaut was unable to dodge in time and was pierced through his spacesuit by a thin, long iron meteorite. Under atmospheric pressure, he instantly turned into a bloody mess, and then was frozen by the ultra-low temperature of the universe. Seeing that things were going badly, the remaining 2 were also fleeing in a hurry. Due to the intense magnetic interference, they couldn't even find their way. Rumble. The next moment, the tremors on the comet's surface became even more violent. What on earth is going on? In the United States, at NASA headquarters, the faces of many leaders, who had initially been beaming with joy, were now frosty. It's unclear at the moment. We speculate that there have been structural changes inside the comet. We cannot rule out the possibility that it was caused by the drill bit hitting the hole. Countless researchers watched the scene on the screen with bated breath, feeling deeply distressed. But now they can't do anything but watch things worsen. Boom. Suddenly, a huge flame appeared on the screen, and a pillar of fire shot into the air, forming a giant mushroom cloud in midair. The terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions, directly blowing the Apollo spacecraft off its orbit. The powerful impact instantly crushed it, carrying meteorite fragments with it. It exploded in the vacuum of space. This is a silent disaster. The expressions of billions of viewers around the world froze on the previous second, falling into complete silence. 1 second they were cheering and jumping for joy. The more excited they were before, the more terrified they are now. A chill crept into the hearts of countless people. The Eagle Nation's plan has failed. The Gypsy 2333 was not destroyed, but instead the Helios and its 5 excellent astronauts perished. Is humanity destined to perish? Chapter 36, I Have a Friend. In Chapter 36, I Have a Friend, the screen shows Wanderer 2333 experiencing a violent tremor, causing the nuclear bomb placed inside to detonate prematurely, sending a terrifying shockwave sweeping in all directions. The Apollo spacecraft had no time to react and was destroyed instantly. This scene, like the arrival of death, completely extinguished humanity's last glimmer of hope. Although manned spacecraft technology was proposed and researched a long time ago. But after all these years, only the Apollo has reached maturity. With its destruction, humanity's hope of continuing to travel into space and destroying Gypsy 2333 was also shattered. The world is completely silent. Countless people were overwhelmed by the fear of the world's destruction. Inside the global emergency meeting room, a group of federal officials stared wide-eyed, and many of them slumped into their chairs, speechless for a long time. Is the end of the world coming? Everything is over. The leader of the Eagle Nation was now ashen-faced and utterly shocked. He never expected this accident to happen. It's pointless to talk about compensation for losses now. They are having a hard time just surviving. Moreover, they were well aware that if Wanderer 2333 collided with Blue Star, the resulting shockwave might reach the Eagle Federation. That's not even the most fatal thing. What's even more terrifying is that if this disaster triggers a chain reaction of global climate change, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disasters, no one will be able to escape it. NASA headquarters. The researchers here are expressionless. They've become numb. Some people, filled with despair, shed tears as they watch the countdown on the screen await the arrival of the apocalypse. The order that the various federations had painstakingly maintained was gradually collapsing, and the great chaos began again. Humanity's last hope has been shattered, and the end of the world is imminent. Who can remain calm? Everyone was screaming, venting their final madness. Shanghai, Lonka Institute of Science and Technology. Inside the meeting room, Du Lao and the others also looked desperate and were very angry. Tang Feng said he had a solution, but the Eagle Nation was stubborn and wouldn't listen to advice. Now look what's happened. The Apollo spacecraft is gone. Even if they have a plan, they can't execute it. Listen to me. Gather the astronauts right now. Just then, Tang Feng spoke with a serious expression. In fact, he had expected this outcome long ago. After all, Gander 2333 is made of iron meteorite. Even if you find its weak point and put a nuclear bomb inside, it doesn't necessarily mean you can destroy it. The astronauts of the Helios spacecraft are the best example. They had actually completed their mission. The nuclear bomb had been detonated at the target location. But the comet was completely unharmed, except for some debris. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have rewarded him with a neutron bomb. What? Tang Feng, you have another trick up your sleeve. As soon as Tang Feng finished speaking, everyone in the previously despairing conference room froze. You still have a way? Old Du's body suddenly trembled. His cloudy eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he stared at Tang Feng, asking questions with great excitement. The others also all looked over. The Apollo is gone. Even if we assemble it now, it's too late. We don't have time. Ideals are lofty, but reality is harsh. Many academicians immediately became discouraged upon thinking of the numerous difficulties. However, Tang Feng always brings them surprises. Just because the Eagle Nation lost the Sun God doesn't mean I don't have one. Tang Feng waved his hand. One of the rewards he had received before was a manned spaceship. He originally intended to sell it to make a lot of money, but unexpectedly it came in handy. For a moment, Elder Du and the others were dumbfounded again. Tang Feng has manned spaceships. Really? It's important to know that the technology behind this thing is incredibly difficult to master. Even the United States gave up on it many years ago, unable to surpass the peak performance of the Sun God. As a result, Tang Feng actually said he had a spaceship. Tang Feng didn't have time to explain. Because time is running out for all of humanity. According to supercomputer calculations, the comet will collide with Earth in about 30 hours. So Mr. Du personally set off, leading Tang Feng on a private jet to the Global Emergency Conference Room. Where did you get your spaceship? When the people from the various federations saw Tang Feng, they immediately asked him a question. They knew of Tang Feng's great reputation. This young prodigy has made a huge breakthrough in the field of science at a very young age, becoming an internet sensation. However, due to the deliberate blockade by the Dragon Kingdom, the West also does not know his specific information. This led them to have some doubts about Tang Feng. What's the point of asking these questions now? In response, Mr. Du directly retorted. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, as Mr. Du said, they are now at their wits' end. It seems unrealistic to place the hopes of all humanity on a little kid. But for now, we can only try anything as a last resort. I have a request. Tang Feng glanced at everyone, and, seeing that they had no objections, spoke up. He's definitely going to save the world this time. but he won't be a tool for it. The danger level of going to space to bomb a comet is self-evident. He doesn't want any empty fame or anything like that. Asking for some tangible benefits isn't unreasonable, is it? After all, once he solves the problem of Wanderer 2333, he will obtain a super artificial intelligence, which he can use to develop various super technologies. His next plan is naturally to register his own technology company. Then, they use this to make a fortune and become one of the world's top billionaires. What are your requirements? After hearing Tang Feng's words, the federal officials frowned slightly, but still asked a question. They believed that Tang Feng, being such a little kid, would at most ask for some anime figurines or limited edition toys, and wouldn't make exorbitant demands like those from the United States. Let me tell you first, the person providing the resources for salvation this time is not me, but a friend's company. He asked me to speak on his behalf, saying that if any resources are needed for future research and development, the Federation must provide them free of charge. Tang Feng spoke directly, saying that this was his plan. The leaders of the various federations in the conference room reacted differently upon hearing Tang Feng's request. Some people said they didn't care, while others said they were conflicted. Instead of dwelling on the so-called free provision of resources, they were pondering the background of their friend Tang Feng. To their knowledge, there is no company on Earth capable of producing manned spacecraft. But now, this kid claims his friend's company has a spaceship? Could it be a defective product or a retired product that was previously discarded? In short, this puzzled them and filled them with curiosity. All right, we agree to your request. A minute later, after some discussion, the federal officials finally agreed to Tang Feng's request. However, they also imposed restrictions. When Tang Feng needed scarce resources, they had to set the quantity, and he couldn't ask for too much. Tang Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 37, He will become light to protect everything. A new day? Chapter 37, He will become the light to protect everything. A new day. Scarce resources are very precious, and each of the major federations wants to keep a portion for the next generation. So if Tang Feng really wants too much, they definitely won't agree. The Dragon Kingdom Federation official standing nearby remained silent upon seeing this. He greatly admired Tang Feng, who was from China, but at the same time, he was also very worried. Even if Tang Feng said there was another manned spaceship, no one could say for sure whether this operation could completely eliminate Wanderer 2333. If this operation were to suffer the same fate as the Apollo mission, it would be yet another tragedy. Heh, we're out. You guys play by yourselves. The head of the Eagle Federation spoke up, resorting to dishonest means. They would never agree to Tang Feng's request. Offering scarce resources to a little kid for free? Are you kidding me? They will absolutely not do a deal that isn't profitable. Besides, calculations show that the area where Wanderer 2333 crashed was not even within their Federation's territory. So what are they afraid of? Tang Feng succeeded, and they suffered no losses. If he fails, then we'll all die together. Tang Feng seemed to have figured out what the Eagle Nation was thinking. He glanced at their leader indifferently and didn't bother to say anything. Dragon Kingdom Federation, Space Agency Headquarters. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, Tang Feng didn't need to worry that the manned spaceship he obtained appeared out of thin air in a bizarre way. However, Tang Feng declined the offer of help from the other astronauts sent by the Federation. After all, his manned spaceship was a reward from the system, and its technology was far more advanced than that of the Apollo spacecraft, so he naturally couldn't let outsiders spy on it. However, this left many of the Federations completely bewildered, because Tang Feng actually wants to go to space alone. This means that he had to do everything by himself, from controlling the spaceship to landing on the Wanderer 2333 to place the nuclear bomb, as well as drilling holes. But a nuclear bomb isn't a fried egg. Even with the support of gravity, that thing is still very heavy. How could a 10-year-old child possibly pull this thing? The Dragon Kingdom Federation was also puzzled by Tang Feng's idea. But Tang Feng insisted on doing so they had no choice but to support him. At the same time, the Global Federal Conference also released a statement that suggested Earth still had hope. Well, the news immediately caused a sensation among the billions of people who were paying attention to this natural disaster crisis. They couldn't believe that their savior was a 10-year-old child. Although he is very famous, many people recognize Tang Feng as the peerless genius with an IQ of 188. But isn't sending a child into space a bit too hasty? This has also raised doubts among many people. Did you guys just make up some fake news to appease us? But even if you're making up stories, at least make them believable. Praising a brat as a savior? Anyone who believes that is a complete fool. In fact, even many in the Federal Council did not have high hopes for this action. Many people are secretly making contingency plans. They had already given orders to partially relocate the Federation to ensure that casualties and losses are minimized after Wanderer 2333 collides with Blue Star. North City, an old residential area. Wind. You must return safely. After receiving the notification, Xia's parents rushed home immediately. At this moment, they stood in front of the television, tears streaming down their faces, praying incessantly for Tang Feng. Xia Shiro's beautiful eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. He kept muttering, "I'll never spank you again. You little rascal, you have to come back safe and sound." Saving the world and changing the fate of humanity is an incredibly noble thing. Although they were very reluctant to let Tang Feng do such a dangerous thing, they also knew that it was Tang Feng's choice. Lin Guodong and the others watching the television screen also felt guilty. Who would have thought that humanity's last hope would be placed on a 10-year-old child? Although the success rate of this operation was very low, the tragic state of the Apollo was still fresh in everyone's minds. But deep down they still hoped that Tang Feng could create another miracle. New entertainment media company. Jiang Feifei fought back tears, watching the live broadcast with immense worry. She knew she couldn't offer much help, so she could only cheer Tang Feng on through the media. Tang Feng's favorite Ultraman is Ultraman Tiga. We must all believe in him. Give him strength, so that he can become the light and protect us. As Jiang Feifei spoke out, countless people were also infected by this emotion. People took out their phones, flashlights, and other lighting devices and shone them into the air. They prayed in their hearts that Tang Feng could become light and protect the whole world. Outside the space agency in Shanghai, the machine has completed its final test run. Tang Feng, dressed in a spacesuit, stood outside the hatch, glanced at the crowd, and waved with a gentle smile. He then strode confidently into the cabin. Buzzing. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the spacecraft's thrusters spun wildly, using their thrust to slowly propel the spacecraft into the high sky. At that moment, Tang Feng truly seemed to have transformed into light. After a tense wait, the manned spacecraft successfully broke through the atmosphere, which brought a sigh of relief to everyone. The first step has been successful. After all, manned spacecraft technology is difficult to break through, and the latest technologies are all in the hands of the Eagle Nation Federation. With the destruction of the Sun God, no one had much confidence in the spaceship Tang Feng was on. However, it now seems that all of this was unnecessary worry. We must succeed. Little hero, you must return victorious. I would sacrifice 50 years of my classmate's life. No, 100 years. To bring our little hero back safely. Dude, is your classmate a turtle? As the spaceship flew, all of humanity prayed, constantly waving the lights in their hands. At this moment, the darkness was illuminated by countless lights. From satellite imagery, NASA headquarters could see that the entire globe appeared to have turned into a ball of light. Outer space. In the cold and dark universe, many fragments of iron meteorites floated all around. These small meteorites were attracted by their orbits, but most of them still fell to the ground. Fortunately, because the meteorite fragments are so small, they are mostly destroyed by the atmosphere during their fall. Tang Feng saw the Wanderer number 2333 in the distance through the window and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This guy looks really scary. Its size is absolutely enormous. Are you alright, Tang Feng? Are you feeling any discomfort? At this moment, the headquarters of the China National Space Administration sent a message, sounding somewhat worried. It's important to understand that Tang Feng is currently undertaking an extremely complex and precise mission. There was no room for error during the mission, and they didn't have much time left. Other federations also appeared very nervous. This concerns all of humanity. No one would do anything malicious at this time. I'm fine. Tang Feng looked at the numerous nuclear bombs provided by the Federation and shook his head. He doesn't need many nuclear bombs. One neutron bomb from the system reward is enough. In addition, his upgraded high-tech spaceship is enough for him to complete the mission of destroying Gander 2333 by himself. Turn on automatic hovering. Tang Feng hung up the communication and gave the command to the machine. The operation has officially begun. Chapter 38 Heroes. Triumph. Chapter 38 Heroes. Triumph. The manned spacecraft immediately received the instructions under the operation of the intelligence system. It then directly took over the driver's job and activated the automatic hovering mode. Once the deployment was complete, Tang Feng immediately put on the nano-biochemical protective suit. This thing is much more powerful than a spacesuit. Then he slowly descended towards Wanderer 2333 in the catapult. Thud! Thud! The catapult plummeted like a cannonball, repeatedly crashing against the comet's surface under the pull of gravity. The Federation officials were nearly speechless as they watched Tang Feng's skillful and precise maneuvers. How on earth did he do that? Which technology company manufactured this spaceship? Have you found out yet? That manned spacecraft could even hover automatically. This is a technology that even the United States cannot break through. Moreover, Tang Feng was pushing the equipment carrying a large number of nuclear bombs forward all by himself, and he didn't seem to be struggling at all. This is absolutely outrageous. Of all the bewildered officials present, only the official from the Dragon Kingdom Federation knew some of the details. They speculated that Tang Feng must have used nanotechnology to maximize his power, otherwise he would not have been able to do this on his own. When the Dragon Kingdom leader turned around, he saw that all the other high-ranking officials from the Federation were gaping with their mouths agape. He stared at Tang Feng with an air of naivete. This made the person in charge of the Dragon Kingdom feel extremely proud and honored. This is the future of their Dragon Kingdom, the brightest star of the new generation. And he's only 10 years old. He not only repeatedly refreshed humanity's conventional understanding of genius, but also made great breakthroughs in many fields. What's even more frightening is that he keeps improving. Unfortunately, some high-ranking officials in the Federation actually tried to exploit Tang Feng's value. Now they're not willing to cooperate with your Federation anymore. Sigh. Unfortunately, it's too late for them to regret it now. At the same time, they were also considering that if Tang Feng succeeded this time, they must fight for the best possible treatment for him after returning to China. On Wanderer 2333, Tang Feng, dressed in a spacesuit, used gravity to move boxes and quickly arrived at the comet's abdominal cavity, which the Eagle Nation had previously calculated. Although the drill holes had long since disappeared after the shockwave from the previous bomb, many large cracks appeared at the target location. Iron meteorites are jet black and deep, and even in the cold, dark universe, they gleam with a chilling luster. Tang Feng composed himself, opened the box, and then turned around. To prevent the satellite from detecting his subtle movements, he then directly placed the neutron bomb from the backpack into the nuclear bomb pile. Seeing this, billions of viewers held their breath. The last time, the Apollo spacecraft successfully placed a nuclear bomb into the borehole, but it ultimately failed due to an accident. This is humanity's last chance. Inside the global emergency meeting room, the heads of various federations stood up in unison, their faces extremely grave. Clang, clang. In the satellite footage, Tang Feng pushed the nuclear bomb, accurately dropping it into a large crack in the Earth's surface, and then began to jump continuously using gravity. Please, please don't let anything unexpected happen. Just one step away. Just one step away. Ah! Tiga. Give power to Tang Feng, the little hero. I'd trade all my friends remaining single for the rest of their lives to help this little hero succeed. Question mark. At this moment, countless people around the world began to pray in different languages. Some people didn't even dare to open their eyes to see what was happening next. Tense. Somber. Moments later, Tang Feng successfully returned to the manned spacecraft and detached from its orbit, moving away from the area where the explosive shockwave was about to occur. This was a huge relief to everyone. Now we just wait for the nuclear bomb to explode. Everyone was on tenterhooks. They watched the live broadcast intently, their eyes glued to the screen. Therefore, the global emergency meeting room has begun to work on the next steps. That is to prepare for the possibility that Wanderer 2333 will break into countless meteorite fragments and fall onto Earth. Watching your performance, Comrade Neutron Bomb. Inside the manned spacecraft, Tang Feng looked into the distance through the huge window and spoke softly. As he finished speaking, several nuclear bombs and the neutron bomb exploded instantly. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and crimson shockwaves shot out from the comet's massive crack. The cold space seemed to be undergoing fission, constantly being compressed. It's like it's about to become a singularity, like it's about to evolve into a black hole. This is a silent fireworks display, the grandest magic show of the century. I don't know how much time passed, but the dazzling light disappeared. The giant comet Rogue 2333 has disappeared. Instead, countless tiny fragments of meteorite were found. Although some fragments were still quite large, they burned up through friction in the atmosphere. And the surface artillery of each federation, the small fragments that eventually fall will not cause much damage. Inside Blue Star, all of humanity watched this scene in silence. Then countless people erupted in roars, screams, and wild laughter. This time, humanity has finally succeeded. Tang Feng truly became light, protecting the whole world. He is a hero of the whole world, the pride of all mankind. In the global conference room, even the federal officials who were once at odds with each other disregarded appearances and embraced one another. Some people even started dancing the Gangnam Style. Even the person in charge of the Eagle Nation looked at Tang Feng with great admiration. He was thinking about how to recruit this kid to his own country. The aftershocks in the sky had not yet subsided when countless fragments of meteorites fell toward the blue planet. Before even reaching the atmosphere, most of the small pebbles were burned into dust. That night, the whole world watched the meteor shower. However, only the Eagle Federation and the Java Federation were very angry about this, because he failed to notice that some of the larger meteorites had fallen into their federal territory. Damn it, serves me right. They immediately began evacuating the crowd. They then hastily adopted a plan to strike with artillery shells. However, a small number of meteorites still fell, and the impact destroyed a large number of buildings. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. The rest of the federal government were quite pleased with this, seeing it as a fitting retribution. Dragon Country, Magic City. Tang Feng did not choose to return to the space agency to land because he did not want to expose the manned spacecraft to the outside world. As expected, this disappointed the person in charge of the Dragon Kingdom Federation. They had originally intended to shamelessly try to study the machine. Lonka Institute is also eagerly hoping to achieve some technological breakthroughs. But since they've already left, they don't have the face to ask them to come forward. A moment later, Tang Feng arrived at the space agency headquarters in a private car. A large group of federal officials had already gathered there, smiling and welcoming Tang Feng. After all, Tang Feng successfully saved the world this time and is a hero of mankind. They are going to hold a grand, triumphant ceremony for him. Chapter 39, The Goddess's Favorability, is almost maxed out. Chapter 39, The Goddess's Favorability, is almost maxed out. However, Tang Feng rejected them. He was already tired of these fancy award ceremonies. All he wants now is to return to Beijing and let his family and friends know he's safe. Then, witnessed by the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom Federation, Tang Feng signed previous agreements with various federations, under which they would provide the scarce resources needed by Tang Feng's friends' company free of charge. Only then did Tang Feng reveal a silly grin. Shanghai Airport. Young man Tang, I want to ask you, is that friend of yours yourself? Old Du suddenly spoke up, looking at Tang Feng and asking. A subtle, enigmatic smile played on his kind face. Tang Feng was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that Elder Du had figured it out so quickly. Old Ginger is spicier. You did the right thing. Old Du smiled and patted Tang Feng on the shoulder. He greatly admired this 10-year-old child. Although they were somewhat disappointed to lose Tang Feng, a great help, it was his choice. Moreover, the strength of one person can never compare to the strength of a group of people. If Tang Feng, like them, selflessly dedicated his life to the Federation, then he would certainly be worthy of respect, but it would not be a good thing. Tang Feng is just too outstanding. When his brilliance overshadows everyone else, others will become envious. She even stopped striving for improvement and only knew how to endlessly demand things from him. Take this human crisis as an example. If the world's technology has developed to an extremely high level, why would they need to rely on a 10-year-old child? They can't always pin their hopes on Tang Feng when something happens, can they? Moreover, scientific research requires money. Only with substantial financial and material support can breakthroughs be achieved. The Dragon Kingdom Federation has not yet done a good job in this regard. After all, in this entertainment era where actors and actresses reign supreme, don't you see that a single live stream by an internet celebrity can be worth a lifetime salary for a scientific researcher? If things continue like this, scientists will struggle to make a living. So who will have the time or energy to conduct research? He didn't want Tang Feng to follow in their footsteps. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Du. Tang Feng felt very warm upon hearing what Elder Du said. Scientists like Professor Du are truly selfless and respectable seniors worthy of everyone's esteem. North City. When Tang Feng returned, Beicheng held a grand welcome ceremony for him and arranged a banquet and a press conference. They all wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to promote Beicheng, boost the local economy, and add to their resumes. But Tang Feng still refused. Old residential area. Mom and Dad, older sister, I'm home. When Tang Feng arrived at the residential area, Xia's parents and Xia Shiro were already waiting outside. My child, I'm so glad you're back safe and sound. Come on, let's go home. Mom made your favorite cola chicken wings and chive pancakes. Overjoyed, Xia's parents rushed forward and embraced Tang Feng, then led him home. They don't want their child to be a hero. They just want to see him grow up healthy and live a peaceful life. This heartwarming scene brought tears to the eyes of the onlookers, and no one disturbed the family's peace. More than half a month later, the hype surrounding Tang Feng saving the world had long since faded, and the current hot topics of discussion have been replaced by strange and unusual internet celebrities. No wonder Du lamented. No one knows the general's grave, but the trivial matters of an actor are known throughout the world. Yucai Primary School. Tang Feng ignored all of this and returned to his normal campus life. Tang Feng. On this day, Lin Wan, unusually, called out to Tang Feng, her face full of shyness. Tang Feng looked at it and exclaimed, "Oh my, is the sun rising in the west? What's wrong, Waner?" So Tang Feng walked over to Lin Wan with his school bag on his back. My mom asked me to invite you over for dinner tonight. If you don't want to, then forget it. Lin Wan spoke hesitantly. She couldn't understand why her mother's attitude had changed so drastically. After all, Tang Feng had fed her papaya before, and when he found out, he had given her a severe scolding and told her to stay away from that guy. But now she's urgently urging me to call him for dinner. Of course I'd be willing. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng nodded, secretly pleased. How could I possibly refuse to have dinner at my future in-law's house? Sunshine Community. Lin Wan's mother was very excited today. After all, she was going to invite Tang Feng over for dinner. Although he is only 10 years old, he is already a hero of all mankind. He's being watched by countless people right now. The more Lin's mother looked at Tang Feng, the more he resembled her future son-in-law. Naturally, she couldn't let such a good son-in-law slip by. When she visited Tang Feng's parents in the old neighborhood last time, she jokingly said that she wanted Tang Feng and Lin Wan to be betrothed as children, and she was not joking at all. Unfortunately, Xia's father refused. Oh dear, the child is still so young, and you're already arranging her marriage? Is that a good idea? Lin Wan's father sat on the sofa, speechless, and muttered to himself as he looked at his wife. He also admitted that Tang Feng was very outstanding, and that he had lived most of his life, but could not compare to him. But how old were they? It's not even fully grown yet. It's too early to talk about these things. You old fool. What do you know? Lin Wan's mother glared at Lin's father. So what if the child is young? This is called cultivating feelings from a young age. The two of them will be childhood sweethearts in the future. Creak. Just then, the door opened, and Lin Wan and Tang Feng returned. Hey, Xiaofeng's here. Come on, sit down. Honey, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet the guests. I'm going to the kitchen to cook. Upon seeing this, Lin Wan's mother immediately smiled and spoke. Tang Feng greeted Lin's parents politely. He then followed Lin Wan into her boudoir. Tang Feng knew perfectly well why his mother's attitude had changed. After all, that's how the Chinese mentality is. Mothers-in-law all like to bring home a rich and handsome son-in-law, and he just happens to meet all the criteria. Many indicators even exceeded the standard. Hee. Looks like your mom is probably going to marry you off to me. Inside the room, Tang Feng looked at Lin Wan with a mischievous smile. This is his chosen future goddess, and she's currently being groomed according to his plans, so he certainly can't let his future wife go to someone else. Who said they were going to marry you? Lin Wan blushed upon hearing this. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, she simply rolled her eyes at him. She was too young to understand vows of eternal love, and marriage was a pipe dream for her. However, she knew in her heart that she actually quite liked this guy. The two then played Dream Journey Online and AQ version Bubble Fighter while waiting for dinner. Finally, they even played Gamoku for a while. Tang Feng stipulated that if he won, he would kiss Lin Wan, and if he lost, Lin Wan would kiss him. Lin Wan decisively transformed into Hinata Lin Wan and gave him a bunch of eye rolls. Just as Tang Feng had guessed, Lin Wan's mother became more and more satisfied with him during the meal. If it weren't for the federal law on marriage, she would have loved to marry Lin Wan to him right now. Xiaofeng, please come and tutor my Waner when you have time. I'm counting on you, auntie. Haha, okay. Finally, Lin Wan's mother personally saw Tang Feng off at the end of the residential area and watched him get into the car before leaving. Chapter 40 The Genius Girl of the Eagle Nation. Chapter 40 The Genius Girl of the Eagle Nation. A dilapidated neighborhood. Xiaoshiro's parents went out to work a few days ago, and at this moment, she was sitting on the sofa looking at Tang Feng. What's making you so happy? Xiaoshiro looked suspicious and asked directly. It's a secret. Hee. Tang Feng replied with a smug look on his face. I won't say anything. Hey, I'm just playing. I think you need to be taught a lesson again. Upon seeing this, Xiaoshiro immediately stood up from the sofa, grabbed a fly swatter, and chased after them. Tang Feng was so frightened that he stood up and ran away. I'm supposed to be the savior of all humanity, a hero of the Federation, and this is how you treat me? Xiaoshiro wouldn't care about any of that. To her, Tang Feng was like her younger brother. She had to teach him a lesson from a young age. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to beat him when he grew up. In an instant, the two were entangled together. Some close contact is inevitable during this time. Cough, cough. This made Xiaoshiro pause instantly. Then she glared at Tang Feng fiercely before leaving the room. As she stepped out of the house, her heart pounded, and her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. She then remembered that her little brother had grown up and was no longer as ignorant as he was when he was a child. In particular, his thinking changed. Tang Feng grinned mischievously at this. After all, he had previously discovered his older sister's unspeakable secret. If he bullies me again next time, I'll definitely use that to blackmail and bribe my older sister. The following days were relatively uneventful. Although Tang Feng had the idea of starting a technology company, he didn't have the energy for it at the moment. Because he not only has to deal with countless exam papers at school, but also study the learning materials on the computer, cough cough. During this time, Lin Guodong also came to see him, trying to subtly inquire about his friend's company. They said they wanted to learn about human spacecraft technology. However, Tang Feng refused, citing company confidentiality. It wasn't that he didn't want to share the technology, but rather that this spaceship was the latest model provided by the system. The technology involved is too advanced. Even if the federal government were to study it, it would take decades to fully understand it. At the same time, Tang Feng also advised Lin Guodong to focus on being down to earth and not to always try to take shortcuts. Lin Guodong understood this principle, and although he was somewhat disappointed, he still left. Afterwards, Mr. Du learned about this incident. He also criticized everyone at the Lunker Academy. Because of the emergence of Tang Feng, many people have developed a sense of dependence and are always thinking about slacking off. Many research projects are currently at a standstill, which is a very bad phenomenon. On this day, a statement was suddenly published on a Western foreign website, shocking the world. A girl named Kate Lena from the Eagle Kingdom has just turned 11. Her IQ is said to be 152, making her a genius in the fields of optics and physics. According to reports, with the help of Eurotech, she successfully developed 6th-generation stealth fighter technology. This makes the Eagle Nation stand out in this field once again. Upon hearing this news, the entire Federation was shocked and filled with envy and jealousy. Why does your country always seem to produce genius teenagers and genius girls? Where did our genius go? Could it be destroyed by a terrifying creature called homework? Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Academy of Sciences. Based on reports from the West, Mr. Du also convened a meeting. As one of the superpowers on Earth, China naturally cannot afford to lag behind. The federal government has also issued an order that the technology for a sixth-generation stealth fighter must be developed as soon as possible. Many academicians looked solemn, and some even felt ashamed. It's a shame that after studying this field for so many years, they can't compare to an 11-year-old blonde girl. This is the difference between our federation and other federations. They have super geniuses, and so do we. But they place great importance on exceptional talent and uphold the idea of joint research and development. And look at us. Humph. We always try to pass the buck to others when there's something going on. Old Du glanced at everyone and spoke with dissatisfaction. When a group of scientists encounter a problem, they don't first think about whether they can solve it themselves, but instead think about finding Tang Feng. This is bad. Upon hearing this, the academicians lowered their heads in shame, their faces burning with embarrassment. You are all renowned experts in the field of optics, both domestically and internationally. I believe you can do it. Everyone, put in the same effort you had when you were pursuing your wives. You'll definitely succeed. Finally, Professor Du expressed his intention to encourage them to devote themselves fully to scientific research. We must strive to achieve results as soon as possible. Even if we cannot fully realize the technology of the sixth-generation stealth fighter, we must minimize the technological gap with the United States. Everyone nodded in agreement. Eagle Federation, Capital City. Inside a luxurious office at Eurotech Corporation. Is this Tang Feng? Katerina looked at the photo of the cute boy on the screen, a smile appearing on her pretty face. Although she was only 11 years old, she appeared exceptionally mature and tall due to the differences between China and the West. She admired this genius young man from the Dragon Kingdom Federation, but also felt a little sorry for him. She thought he was too stupid in some ways. Perhaps this was what they called cultural differences? For example, she possesses extraordinary abilities, yet she did not choose to join the Federal Research Institute. Instead, she joined Eurotech, where she could obtain substantial funding and resources, allowing her to freely research various advanced technologies. Doing so will not only bring you reputation, but also various other benefits. However, if given the chance, she would really like to have a match with this young man named Tang Feng. Let's see who the real genius is. And it wouldn't be bad to have such a cute boy as your male servant. At the same time, Dragon Kingdom, North City. Tang Feng, who was reading this news, sneezed. Tang Feng naturally took notice of the major announcement from the West. He was very relieved that Lin Guodong did not come to see him this time. Although they possessed sixth-generation stealth fighter technology, it would be more beneficial to the future development of Lonka Academy if their team could develop it. Tang Feng also greatly admired the genius girl, Caitlin, because her figure is just too good. In addition, she has an extremely stunning appearance, with blonde hair and a pretty face. Her figure is completely out of character for her age, and it's incredibly alluring. Tang Feng really wanted to ask her how she could have such a big watch at only 11 years old. Cough cough. Wrong. Would Tang Feng be so superficial? Of course not. He admired the other person's intelligence. Cough cough. He himself doesn't believe that. Stealth fighters may seem incredibly powerful to others, but Tang Feng finds them surprisingly easy. So there's nothing to pay attention to. During this period, he would go to Lin Wan's house every day after school, helping her with her homework while secretly trying to win her favor. Several months later, good news has come from Lonka Academy. Through everyone's continuous research and efforts, although they have not completely developed the technology for the sixth-generation stealth fighter, they are very close to completing it. This is very good news. At least the Federation doesn't have to worry about being left behind by the Eagle Nation for many years. Chapter 41 Top Secret Operation. Project Telescope rebooted. Chapter 41 Top Secret Operation. Project Telescope restarted. At the border of the White Bear Federation, in the Gobi Desert. Rumble. Heavy trucks kept driving into the depths of the desert, each vehicle bearing the mark of top secret. On the distant horizon, some buildings could be vaguely seen. In the last century, this was a scientific research station. At the time, the White Bear Warrior Nation Federation carried out a top-secret project in order to seize underground resources, codenamed Blue Star Telescope. Through technical drilling, they spent nearly 20 years excavating a tunnel that is 12,000 meters long and deep. They continued digging for another 200 meters, but it took them a full 10 years. From then on, the plan was shelved, and all information was destroyed and sealed, and not made public. This incident caused quite a stir at the time. After all, the White Bear Fighting Nation Federation had invested a huge amount of manpower and financial resources in the telescope project, but suddenly stopped doing it. This is quite unbelievable. Rumors circulated that they had unearthed something extremely terrifying, causing numerous casualties. Some say it's because there's magma underground, making it impossible to dig any further. However, these are all speculations and have not been proven. Only now has the project, codenamed the Blue Star Telescope, been restarted. It has two purposes. The first is to continue exploring usable underground resources. The second is to investigate the truth behind why the original plan was shelved. Clang clang. Under the blazing sun, the sky was covered with thick clouds, and sandstorms swept down, making a constant howling sound. Several heavy vehicles slowly came to a stop at the long-abandoned research station, and a group of engineers in camouflage uniforms quickly jumped down. They kept moving all sorts of huge iron boxes. The box was sealed with a secret strip, making it an absolutely confidential item. At the same time, a group of armed men began searching the surrounding area, responsible for eliminating uncontrollable risk factors. They then escorted a team of researchers into a building. The building was covered in dust, and the surrounding items were in disarray. You can vaguely see that the group of people left in a very hasty manner, and there are even congealed blood clots in some corners of the wall. It looks absolutely terrifying. Let's begin. The leading researcher addressed the armed personnel. The Blue Star Telescope project has been restarted. The operation has begun. Ding, ding, ding. As night falls, the temperature on the desert surface becomes extremely low. Dozens of searchlights were set up, instantly illuminating the area. Nearby engineers are working hard to assemble various precision instruments. The largest machine among them is the drilling rig. Deep inside the research station, surrounded by decaying buildings, there were many things covered with military cloth in one of the open spaces. As the fabric was lifted, a mine shaft was revealed below. Safe. There is no radiation here. It is the research staff who spoke up. They held radiation detection instruments and confirmed that there was no radiation or toxic gas. The elderly man at the head nodded and then ordered someone to open the mine shaft cover. With a dull thud, the tunnel, more than 12,000 meters deep, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The bottom was unfathomable, appearing dark and cold. Standing at the edge of the well, one can feel gusts of cold wind emanating from it. Moreover, there was an indescribable tearing sound coming from below, which was very strange. It's worth noting that back then, due to technological limitations, this sound was even rumored to be a sigh from hell. Researchers now speculate that this is likely a normal sound produced by air pressure compressing the walls due to the excessive vertical depth of the mine shaft. For the Federation. For the future. Hurrah! The research team, mainly composed of members of the White Bear Fighting People's Federation, offered a prayer before entering the well to begin the restart plan. Of course, all of this was done in top secret, and the outside world knew nothing about it. Dragon Kingdom, North City. Lin Wan's parents arrived early in the morning, saying they had things to do this weekend, so they asked Tang Feng to take care of Lin Wan. My older sister, Xia Shiro, didn't have time because she was preparing for her exams. So in the end, Tang Feng was given a large sum of pocket money and left to take Lin Wan and make his own arrangements. Hope Kingdom Amusement Park. Wanner, I'll take you to a fun place. Tang Feng looked at Lin Wan and suddenly smiled. However, that smile looked more like it was about to do something malicious. Girls are generally timid, so taking her to a haunted house would definitely be fun. Tang Feng could also take the opportunity to measure the little girl's figure cough. I don't want to. Go yourself. When Lin Wan saw the haunted house adventure in front of her, she was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she shook her head repeatedly. No matter how Tang Feng tried to persuade him, it was to no avail. Tang Feng shook his head and abandoned the plan. How about a maze adventure? After a moment, Tang Feng pointed to the maze ahead and said, "This thing isn't scary, but it really tests your intelligence." Lin Wan looked at the maze, thought about it, and finally agreed. The maze wasn't very large, and it was filled with funhouse mirrors and the like. It can make a person appear to grow bigger and smaller at different times, which is quite strange. This once made Lin Wan burst into laughter. "Tang Feng, where are you?" Lin Wan was suddenly stunned, because she suddenly realized that Tang Feng was not talking. Because of the funhouse mirrors all around, she couldn't be sure where he was. This made her a little scared. "Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you, hee," Tang Feng said with a wicked grin. Lin Wan shook her head after hearing this. She didn't want to. However, Tang Feng's continued absence was not a solution, and she began to get anxious. He then kept touching the figure in front of him, trying to see which one was the real him. "Oh dear, how silly of you. Go kiss the reflection in front of you, and you'll know which one is real. Don't worry, it's just a mirror." Seeing that Lin Wan was almost in tears, Tang Feng finally spoke. You're not lying to me?" Lin Wan hurriedly asked. The girl's eyes were a little red. She walked forward, thinking that there should be a mirrored projection in front of her, so it wouldn't be a big deal to kiss it. But the next second she was stunned, because it felt like she was kissing soft skin. This isn't a mirror at all. It's a real Tang Dynasty-style mirror. You lied to me." Lin Wan got angry immediately and was about to turn around and leave, but she bumped into a funhouse mirror. This made her feel even more wronged. Seeing this, Tang Feng realized he had gone too far and quickly ran over to comfort her. "I'm scared because my mom said that kissing someone will make me pregnant," Lin Wan said with red eyes, feeling wronged. Looking at her, Tang Feng was speechless. "Your mom is really good at teaching. It's okay, don't be afraid. I'll take responsibility. We'll have a bunch of babies then, and they can play King of Glory with you. 10-player squads." These words instantly made Lin Wan burst into laughter through her tears. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Tang Feng, who always knew how to bully her. However, Lin Wan did not dislike this Tang style. I even felt a sweet feeling in my heart. This made Lin Wan feel like she had become a bad person. Chapter 42. Appreciation from the Beautiful CEO. Chapter 42. Appreciation from the Beautiful CEO. After spending several days with Lin Wan, the relationship between the two had clearly taken a qualitative leap. Tang Feng felt that he had completed half of his goddess-making plan. That day, Lin's parents picked up Lin Wan and greeted Tang Feng with smiles as they said goodbye. Lin Wan left with great reluctance. Afterwards, Tang Feng unexpectedly received a call from Jiang Feifei. "Xiao Feng, a friend of mine wants to meet you. Would you be free to come out and hang out? I'll treat you to something delicious." Does Jiang Feifei still have friends? When I visited Jiang Feifei's house before, she mentioned that she had very few friends. Could it be her new boyfriend? Thinking of this, Tang Feng suddenly felt a pang of jealousy for some reason. "Oh, okay, I'm free. Just send me the address." After thinking about it, Tang Feng decided to help Jiang Feifei make a selection. This silly girl shouldn't sell herself. North City, Star Bar Krypton. Jiang Feifei and another person sat together on the inside of the bar. It attracted the attention of countless gentlemen and lewds. To keep a low profile, Tang Feng wore the sunglasses that Lin Guodong had given him, which made him look very stylish. When he pushed open the door and entered the store, Jiang Feifei greeted him warmly. "Xiao Feng, you're here." As Jiang Feifei spoke, she warmly took Tang Feng's arm. The pleasant fragrance and soft touch stirred Tang Feng's heart. Goodness, Sister Feifei has grown up again. Ahem, don't ask him how he knew. Jiang Feifei led Tang Feng to a seat, and Tang Feng was taken aback. Because the person Jiang Feifei was with, who was also her friend, was wearing sunglasses. And you can tell at a glance that she is a stunningly beautiful woman. The young lady had snow-white skin and long, silky hair draped over her shoulders. Her figure is no less impressive than Jiang Feifei's. Wearing crystal sandals, her fair and delicate feet were revealed, and her pink toenails were exceptionally beautiful. Noticing Tang Feng's gaze, Su Ziqing couldn't help but smile. This little guy is quite interesting. You're Tang Feng. As soon as Su Ziqing took off her sunglasses, her stunningly beautiful face was revealed. Her face, half hidden by sunglasses, was as beautiful as a femme fatale who could bring ruin to a country. Tang Feng had to admit that this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen since his rebirth. She appears approachable, but in reality, she keeps people at arm's length. Look at the exquisite jewelry she's wearing and the latest ultra-thin laptop on her desk. She's either a female CEO or a rich heiress. However, Tang Feng didn't have any of those domineering CEO falls in love with me fantasies. He quickly calmed down. He began to ponder the meaning behind Jiang Feifei introducing him to this person. Xiaofeng, this is my best friend. Her name is Su Ziqing. Su Ziqing. Good heavens. Tang Feng was startled upon hearing this. This girl's background isn't just big, it's very big. She is the daughter of the Su family, the largest conglomerate in Beijing, the future successor of the group. Not only does she possess such an extraordinary status, but she is also incredibly beautiful. This made countless second-generation rich kids flock to her, but unfortunately, no one could pluck this blue enchantress. Little guy, you recognize me? Su Ziqing suddenly reached out and took off Tang Feng's sunglasses. Tang Feng frowned. Boys need to protect themselves when they're out. This girl is very pretty, but I don't think she'll have any bad intentions towards me. Tang Feng thought to himself. If Su Ziqing knew what Tang Feng was thinking, she would probably be so angry she'd vomit blood. You're quite cute, much cuter than on TV. Tang Feng hated it when people called him cute, and said irritably, Humph, that's called heroic and handsome. At this moment, Tang Feng casually glanced at Su Ziqing's computer. He pointed blankly at the screen. You want to cooperate with this company? Su Ziqing hadn't expected Tang Feng to have such good eyesight. He generously handed him the computer and said with a smile, What's up? What brilliant idea does our little genius have? The implication was that Tang Feng was being teased. They seemed to want to see what he would say. Tang Feng rolled his eyes at Su Ziqing. How dare she look down on me? I've seen your cooperation plan online. I personally think there are many loopholes. How could such a large-scale collaborative project possibly exist online? However, if they could hack into Tang Feng's encryption bureau, then this small company would be even easier to hack into. Back when Tang Feng was playing the stock market, he thoroughly researched the secrets of these major companies. Ahem, your collaboration on short videos is a future trend, and the direction is excellent. And the company you're going to acquire has a good idea, and there's no internal conflict within their team. This shows that there are not many hidden dangers in the unity of their team, and they will not fall apart after the acquisition. But, when Tang Feng said this, Su Ziqing's expression changed. She never expected that this little guy actually had some skills. Seeing Su Ziqing's surprised expression, Tang Feng continued. However, their team has 3 problems. First of all, the investment direction is not clear enough. If you give them 100 million yuan for promotion, what videos will they promote? What kind of pig-themed live streams are worth recommending? They don't have specific standards. At this point, Su Ziqing sat up straight. They began to take the Tang dynasty style seriously. Jiang Feifei covered her mouth and chuckled when she saw this. She looked at Tang Feng with affection and felt proud of him. It has to be said that Tang Feng's aura instantly rises when he gets down to business. He's, after all, a top-tier genius of the Federation. Secondly, the fact that their team consists entirely of acquaintances suggests that oversight will be ineffective. What will you do if they falsify accounts in the future? I really didn't expect this. How is your brain structured? Su Ziqing touched Tang Feng's head, utterly astonished. Tang Feng silently pushed her hand away and continued. Finally, and most importantly, is their profit-sharing problem. According to my calculations, their profit-sharing calculation model is clearly flawed. It's incomplete, and the market is only so big. How much advertising do they want to invest? Where will they find advertising space? After saying all that in one breath, Tang Feng felt thirsty. So he picked up the coffee in front of Su Ziqing and drank it down. Su Ziqing was still processing what Tang Feng had said, and even forgot to stop him from drinking the coffee she had only half finished. What kind of monster is this kid? His thinking is so clear. You analyzed so much information just by glancing at the files on your computer? Even their company's analysts couldn't be this meticulous and insightful. Well, after all that, this project is still worth investing in, Tang Feng said with a mischievous grin, stroking his chin. How so? Su Ziqing asked expectantly, eager to hear Tang Feng's next words. By presenting these issues to the other team and using them to negotiate a lower price, I estimate it could save you 30 million. Su Ziqing. You? Feifei, I agree to your relationship with your boyfriend. Jiang Feifei knew nothing about finance, but she knew that Tang Feng had done Su Ziqing a great favor. He blushed and playfully teased Su Ziqing. The sight of two beautiful women playfully bickering is certainly a delightful scene. But Tang Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, Okay, so what's the main reason you called me here today? Jiang Feifei paused for a moment before saying shyly, We would like to ask you for help in deciding which phone to buy, as we both want to get a new one. Tang Feng. Chapter 43 International Rescue Operation. The First Meeting with the Genius Girl. Chapter 43 International Rescue Operation. First Meeting with the Genius Girl. Originally, Tang Feng was taking the two of them to buy mobile phones. But in the end, it turned into the two of them carrying Tang Feng around looking at clothes. Along the way, the two beautiful women naturally attracted the attention of countless men. Thus, Tang Feng spent the morning in a bittersweet mix of pain and pleasure. When he got home, Tang Feng vowed never to go shopping with them again. Before Tang Feng even entered the residential area, he saw Lin Guodong waiting at the entrance. Lin Guodong looked nervous and hurriedly ran over. Tang Feng, there's an international emergency. Old Master Du said you absolutely must come and see. Lin Guodong's expression was very serious. Unless absolutely necessary, the higher-ups would not order him to come and ask Tang Feng for help. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On his way to Shanghai, Tang Feng learned some information about the incident. About 2 weeks ago, federal satellites detected some anomalies on the ground. Several large, unexplained tremors occurred at the border between the Raffi Federation and the White Bear Federation. However, according to the tests, the tremors were not caused by natural disasters such as earthquakes. It is very likely caused by human intervention. The specific location of the fluctuation is in the Gobi Desert of the White Bear Federation. This immediately attracted the attention of various federations, which then launched a series of investigations. It was eventually discovered that someone was actually restarting the Blue Star Telescope project. Tang Feng frowned upon hearing the name of the plan. This project is older than him. Who was so stupid as to want to restart this thing? Lin Guodong didn't know much about the incident. He would only find out the specific details after arriving in Shanghai. Tang Feng knew a little about the Blue Star Telescope project. This project was a scientific research initiative undertaken by the White Bear Federation in the last century to explore and discover underground resources, but it was shelved for some reason. At the time, rumors circulated that the White Bear Kingdom lacked sufficient funds or that strange underground phenomena caused the plan to fail. To date, there is no concrete evidence to show what exactly happened. Could they have actually dug into the Earth's core? Tang Feng couldn't help but speculate. After all, technology is quite advanced these days, so they might still have opportunities. Shanghai, Lonka Institute of Science and Technology. When Tang Feng arrived, Elder Du and the others were already waiting in the conference room. Mr. Du then explained the reason for the incident. It turns out that the White Bear Federation has restarted the Blue Star Telescope project. The super drill continued drilling for thousands of meters beyond the original plan, discovering many usable and scarce resources along the way. But an unexpected incident occurred when the plan reached its final stage. Tang Feng was well aware of this, because the composition of the materials inside the Earth varies depending on the depth. It doesn't mean that if you drill into the Earth's core, all you'll find is mud. Furthermore, since Earth is spherical, a closed loop will automatically form inside the planet. In other words, it's impossible for you to easily dig into the Earth's core. At most, you'll be stuck in the middle layer of the mantle. The group encountered a problem, presumably caused by a large explosion during the excavation process due to natural gas deep underground coming into contact with an open flame, or by lava eruption covering the borehole. According to the requests for help from the Raffi Federation, a team of researchers is currently trapped. They were trapped in a tunnel more than 2,000 meters underground. Old Du continued, his tone very solemn. Although this matter has nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom Federation. But this is, after all, a matter of life and death for a team of researchers. The Raffi Federation also appealed to the International Conference for help, and as one of the superpowers, the Dragon Federation naturally could not stand idly by. Currently, the Eagle Federation has already agreed. They said they would immediately dispatch a SEAL rescue team. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng's expression became uncertain, and he suddenly interrupted. As far as he knew, the Blue Star Telescope project was nothing more than drilling. Since there are machines to extract soil samples for testing, what are those researchers doing down there? As the saying goes, if you don't court death, you won't die. Sigh. Their federal researchers detected many rare substances during the excavation, which greatly excited them. Therefore, in order to conduct more precise research, they went down in a narrow catapult. But they were also unlucky. Someone brought a lighter down with them, and it accidentally fell out, broke, and caused an explosion, which sealed the tunnel. Old Du smiled and glanced at Tang Feng. I admire him immensely. Although this kid is only 10 years old, he always manages to find the crux of the problem. Hearing the explanation left Tang Feng speechless. However, he couldn't say anything. After all, for a group of researchers, sometimes scientific research is more important than their own lives. But what wise person would carry a lighter around? Isn't this a mole? Ding. Side quest initiated. Option 1. Participate in this international rescue operation and receive a reward: steel mech technology. Option 2. Refuse to participate in this rescue operation and receive a reward of 100 million yuan in cash. Tang Feng originally did not intend to participate in this rescue. After all, even the Navy SEALs of the Eagle Federation have taken action. Given their capabilities, rescuing a group of trapped researchers shouldn't be difficult. But things are different now. Tang Feng attaches great importance to that steel mecha technology. Moreover, the system did not tell him that he had to rescue the researchers first. Therefore, as long as he chooses to join a group to gain experience, he has completed his mission and is basically free from danger. May I accompany you on this rescue mission? Suddenly, Tang Feng looked at Elder Du and asked. Forehead. Tang Feng's attitude shocked Old Du. After all, the reason we approached him was to get him to think about what solutions we could come up with. But to my surprise, he took the initiative to ask to join the team. Your ability to go is a blessing for the Raffi Federation and the White Bear Federation, and also a blessing for the entire world. Mr. Du smiled and remarked on this. At the same time, he issued a strict order that Tang Feng's safety must be the top priority in this rescue operation. Who cares about the rest? Temporary meeting room in the capital city of the Raffi Federation and the White Bear Federation. Because they had something to hide, neither federation notified many other federations to come to their aid. Because they have many secrets within their federation and don't want outsiders to discover them. In the end, they only agreed to the support of the Eagle Federation and the Dragon Federation. Inside the meeting room. Oh, you're Tang Feng. Upon seeing Tang Feng, Kate Lena, the genius girl representing the Eagle Nation, immediately went over to him. This genius girl, who is on par with Tang Feng, is fluent in 7 languages and has a tall, mature figure that is completely out of place for an 11-year-old. Tang Feng nodded to her, also sizing her up. This girl is extraordinary. After all, he invented all sorts of cutting-edge technologies with the help of the system. But they created it entirely through their own abilities. Moreover, through Elder Du's introduction, Tang Feng also learned some secrets. This girl has actually become the CEO of Eurode, a leading international technology company. Chapter 44: The Plans Take a Turn. A time bomb in the Earth's core. Chapter 44: The Plans Take a Turn. A time bomb in the Earth's core. Orod Corporation is the world's largest arms dealer, specializing in the production and sale of various superweapons worldwide, and possesses many world-class patents. Recently, there were rumors that Eurode Corporation was planning to join the Eagle Federation's Department of Defense, which is not good news. If this comes to fruition, then the advanced weaponry produced by Eurode Corporation will be deployed on a large scale within the Eagle Nation. This is very bad for the current situation on Earth. Clang. Just then, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Old Dew and the representative of the Eagle Federation walked in with angry expressions. Damn the Raffi Federation. Damn that polar bear idiot. They have just spoken with the leaders of the Raffi Federation and the White Bear Federation. We hope to obtain complete information about this incident so that we can better plan our rescue efforts. At first, the Raffi Federation and the White Bear Federation hesitated and stammered. After some questioning, the representative from the Eagle Nation and Mr. Dew realized that this matter was far more complicated than they had imagined. They then convened an emergency meeting. The projector started operating on the screen above the wall. A 3D tunnel slowly appeared in the scene. The catapult is located about 2,000 meters underground. But that's not all. There was a dark shadow more than 10,000 meters below the ground. This immediately attracted the attention of many people, and the conference room was filled with discussion. After all, the information they obtained did not mention this dark figure. It was a huge, dark mass, located in a sensitive area near the Earth's core. What is this thing? So, someone immediately asked. As you can see, in the tunnel more than 10,000 meters underground, this dark shape is a high-yield nuclear bomb. And now, it's stuck in the middle layer of the mantle. Old Dew answered with a serious expression. What? Oh my God, they've gone mad. They must be mad. The moment these words were spoken, the entire conference room erupted in chaos, and everyone was stunned. Isn't this rescue operation precisely about rescuing the trapped researchers? When did another nuclear bomb suddenly appear? Tang Feng and Katarina, who were standing nearby, frowned upon hearing this, their faces showing shock. The middle layer of the mantle, and below that is the Earth's core. If that high-yield nuclear bomb were to explode at this location, the consequences would be unimaginable. Are the Raffi Federation and the White Bear Federation out of their minds? Are they looking for death? My God, wasn't this supposed to be resource exploration? What the hell is this, dropping a nuclear bomb? Damn it. If this thing explodes, the Earth's core will definitely be affected, and it might even cause a super earthquake. Immediately, the crowd erupted in discussion, all displaying immense anger. The actions of the White Bear Federation and the Raffi Federation are simply irresponsible. They have absolutely no regard for the safety of people all over the world. We need to revise the rescue plan, Old Dew said in a deep voice. He discussed the matter with representatives of the Eagle Federation, and it was certain that it needed to be reported to higher authorities. After all, this matter involves far too many things, especially since it's more than 10,000 meters underground. From this perspective, the rescue operation is extremely difficult. It was no simpler than destroying the previous Wanderer 2333. What do you think about this, Tang Feng? Katarina walked over, smiled, and looked at Tang Feng, asking a question. In her eyes, all the rescue workers were useless. Only Tang Feng could earn her some respect. Tang Feng shook his head. There is still hope of rescuing the trapped researchers, since it is only more than 2,000 meters underground, but the high-yield nuclear bomb is a real problem. After all, the deeper you go underground, the greater the internal air pressure and the greater the danger. Moreover, the excavation process triggered numerous explosions caused by unknown factors, resulting in many holes and gaps within the cavern. With current human technology, even if you launch someone using a catapult made of titanium alloy, the enormous air pressure would crush the person inside into a pulp. You must have a way, right? Tang Feng looked at Katarina and suddenly asked a question. Putting aside her intelligence, the company Ulit alone is no ordinary company. In response, Katarina simply smiled mysteriously and remained silent. Because of its importance, this matter was not widely publicized. But, in the Dragon Kingdom Federation, in the Demon City, upon learning the details, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were extremely angry. They never imagined that a simple cross-border rescue would turn into a global disaster. Have the Raffi Federation and the White Bear Federation lost their minds? Despite their anger, the rescue operation still had to proceed. Therefore, Lonka Institute convened an emergency meeting to discuss the next steps. That's over 10,000 meters underground. How will the rescuers get down there? An academician was the first to raise a question. As the distance from the Earth's surface increases, factors such as oxygen, atmospheric pressure, and magma below must be considered. This makes dismantling that nuclear bomb virtually impossible. The others fell silent upon hearing this. According to their understanding, the excavated tunnel had many gaps in the middle. If they handle it improperly, even a small piece could fall down. The force generated by the acceleration due to gravity over a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers is no less than the sword of Damocles. That is, the power of high-altitude physical strike weapons like the Rod of God. The force it produces would likely detonate a nuclear bomb if it came into contact with it, even slightly. What if we just seal it up? Another academician spoke up. They proposed sacrificing the research team and sealing off the mine directly. After all, that nuclear bomb is still safe. But the proposal was quickly rejected. It's impossible for them to sacrifice so many precious lives. As the air pressure increases, if you suddenly close the manhole cover, the protective device on the surface of that nuclear bomb will definitely be squeezed. Who knows what will happen then? Besides, even if the nuclear bomb is sealed away, with the movement of the Earth's crust, if a small tectonic movement were to occur one day, this thing would turn into a time bomb. Ultimately, the higher-ups issued the order. The researchers were asked to calculate the approximate destructive power of a nuclear bomb explosion. Prepare for the worst in advance. Eagle Federation, inside the conference room. That's our requirement. The founder of the Eurode Group looked at the federal government officials and said, they can do their best to resolve this rescue operation, but the price is that they join the Ministry of Defense. Furthermore, the weapons developed by the authorized group can be deployed worldwide. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation Federation remained silent for a moment, showing great apprehension. After all, if they agree, then part of the safety of the Eagle Federation will be in the hands of the Eurode Group. Chapter 45 2 Old Silver Coins. You're scheming. I'm even schemer. Chapter 45 2 Old Silver Dollars. You're scheming. I'm even more scheming. You needn't worry, because I am also a patriot of the Eagle Federation. I will only turn my blade against outsiders, and my Eurode Group will definitely make the world realize who the real superpower is. The founder of the Eurode Group continued, appearing very confident. He even cited the example of the previous homeless person, number 2333. If they had agreed to let the Eurode Group take over the Ministry of Defense back then, would the Dragon Kingdom Federation have been able to steal the limelight? This silenced the high-ranking officials of the United States, as it had indeed struck a nerve. Because of the last incident, the Eagle Federation has become diplomatically disadvantaged. If you can restore the Federation's former glory in this rescue operation, we will consider it. Finally, after discussion, the senior executives spoke up. Great. Deal. You won't regret your decision today, huh? The founder of the Eurode Group heard the answer he wanted and burst into laughter. Clang. Clang. The Gobi Desert is covered in sand and dust. After a series of discussions, the rescue team finally set off. Humanitarian considerations have led to the immediate decision to prioritize rescuing the researchers trapped more than 2,000 meters underground. Woo-woo-woo. Standing at the edge of the mine, you can clearly feel the eerie wind blowing in from underground. Accompanied by some inexplicable tearing wind sounds, it truly sounded like the lamentations of hell. Looking at the dark well opening, Tang Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. One has to admire the White Bear Federation of the last century. They hadn't even fully understood what was on the surface before turning their attention to what was underground. One word: awesome. Just then, representatives from the Raffi Federation and the White Bear Federation walked over. Suddenly, he looked at Old Master Du with an apologetic expression and said, I'm sorry, the Eagle Federation has taken over the entire rescue plan. You can leave now. Old Du was stunned when he heard this, and then his face turned red with anger. The accompanying Dragon Kingdom members were also shocked and furious. Good grief. They traveled all that way to rescue us, only to be kicked out by you? What do you mean by this? Old Du pressed on, his aged body trembling with anger. If you never intended for them to provide rescue in the first place, why did you agree to let them come? Are you joking about something like this? It's simple. This rescue operation doesn't need your Dragon Kingdom Federation. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. It was none other than the genius girl, Katarina. She walked slowly forward, glanced at everyone, and said, You say we don't need it, and that's it? Who do you represent? Her words and attitude were too arrogant, which made everyone very unhappy. Did I say something wrong? Heh. Katrina sneered. The only person she was wary of was Tang Feng. She didn't take anyone else, including Old Master Du, the father of the nuclear bomb, seriously. Just as everyone was about to continue refuting her, Old Master Du waved his hand. He gave Katerina a deep look, then led the Dragon Kingdom's rescue team away. Although they were very angry, since the other party had spoken, they did not need their help. They won't try to curry favor with someone who doesn't reciprocate. Long Gua can help rescue the researchers, but they currently have no way to deal with the nuclear bomb stuck more than 10,000 meters underground. Old Du, don't we still have Tang Feng? Everyone was puzzled. The reason why the Eagle Nation was so arrogant was because of Katerina. But they have an ace up their sleeve. Tang Feng shook his head. He couldn't think of a good idea either. The capital of the Rafi Federation. At this moment, Lafite's leaders were furious. The Eagle Federation secretly leaked the information. This caused a huge sensation worldwide. For a time, they not only had to face condemnation from the outside world, but also chaos within the federal territory. The head of the Eagle Federation simply denied this. They claimed that they were not the ones who leaked it, and even shifted the blame to China, before turning the tables on China. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation secretly issued orders to numerous media reporters to widely publicize the news that the Dragon Nation had taken the initiative to launch a rescue operation. Finally, when the atmosphere reached its peak, they stepped forward again. The Eagle Federation announced to the Rafi Federation, the White Bear Federation, and the world that it would take over the disaster and promised to resolve the crisis perfectly. Gobi Desert. Their country is truly hypocritical. Upon hearing this, Elder Du and the others immediately expressed their disdain. The Eagle Federation has always operated this way, using others to highlight its own achievements in order to glorify individual heroism and the influence of the federal superpower. Fortunately, the Apollo 2333 incident failed. Otherwise, who knows how much they would have demanded. At the same time, everyone understood the reason. No wonder they kicked us out of this rescue operation. The Eagle Federation wants to use this opportunity to turn things around and reshape their influence. As expected, with the technological support of the Eurode Group, they successfully rescued the researchers who were trapped more than 2,000 meters underground. People who were following the incident cheered. In this way, the Eagle Nation perfectly disposed of the adverse effects of the previous Sun God incident. This also solidified their international standing and strength. The Dragon Kingdom Federation remained silent on this matter, as their goal was to rescue the trapped personnel. But what happened next infuriated everyone. Because when the Eagle Federation made its public announcement, it claimed that the rescue force dispatched by the Dragon Kingdom Federation not only failed to play any role, but also caused all sorts of trouble. The way they're setting things up is so off-putting, even Tang Feng is speechless. Meanwhile, overseas netizens who were unaware of the facts began to condemn this unethical behavior. How despicable! The people of the Dragon Kingdom were furious when they learned of this and wanted to confront the Eagle Federation's rescue team. However, the angry members were stopped by Old Du. The Eagle Federation exploits information asymmetry. Even if they go there to reason with them, it won't make a difference. Overall, they did suffer a setback this time. We must learn from this experience. Eagle Federation, conference room. So, what do you all think of our performance this time? The founder of the Eurode Group smiled and looked at the federal officials, asking them a question. This incident was entirely orchestrated by them, not only salvaging the Federation's weakened influence abroad, but also dealing a blow to the Dragon Kingdom Federation. That's killing two birds with one stone. The senior officials were quite satisfied with this, but they were still very cautious about their request to move into the defense sector. The president of the Eagle Nation's intention is to stabilize the Eurode company first. Once this is over, we'll figure out a way to delay it. It's true what they say, birds of a feather flock together. The methods and style are typical of old silver coins. When two old silver coins meet, it's impossible to know who will win or lose. Chapter 46 You can always trust the system. Chapter 46 You can always trust the system. Clang clang. As night fell over the Gobi Desert, the cold wind became even more ferocious. with a sandstorm like gale stretching across the horizon. Inside the temporary command post, Katerina received a message from the group that their plan would be completed once they dealt with the nuclear bomb stuck more than 10,000 meters underground. This excited her greatly. Once she was stationed at the Ministry of National Defense, it would be her time to show her skills. Her goal is simple: to dominate the world through technology and forceful means. Let's begin. She then waved her hand, preparing to use the latest technology developed by the Eurode Group for underground rescue. A moment later, a Hercules fighter jet, with permission from the Raffi Federation, flew directly into the territory and headed towards the Gobi Desert. Rumble. Then, a huge shipping container was slowly lowered to the ground, the heavy container making the ground tremble. The box was printed with several large characters, clearly indicating that it belonged to Eurotech Technology Company. What is that? The commotion naturally caught the attention of Elder Du and the others, who immediately rushed out to watch. When everyone went outside and saw what was happening before them, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. As the container was opened, a completely black transmitter was revealed inside. Its material is an extremely hard rare metal, even harder than titanium alloy and diamond. This rare metal exists in all major federations, but it is difficult to mine. It's unbelievable that the Eurode Group actually managed to develop it and even turn it into a product. It's terrifying. No wonder they have such great confidence to say they can go more than 10,000 meters underground to carry out rescue operations. Tang Feng couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This Eurode company really had some tricks up its sleeve. Ding. Side quest initiated. Option 1. Go more than 10,000 meters underground, resolve the nuclear bomb crisis, and receive the reward, the arc reactor. Option 2. Continue to observe and become a qualified points collecting monster to receive a reward of 500 million in cash. Another side quest. This was the first time Tang Feng had encountered a nested doll situation. There were even more side quests within side quests. The fact that the mission was launched means that if Tang Feng doesn't take action, the rescue operation in the Eagle Nation will fail. This made him fall into deep thought. Beside the mine, the people of the Eagle Federation are setting up a launcher, preparing to go 10,000 meters underground to bring out the nuclear bomb. The Eurode Group is indeed formidable. It lives up to its reputation as a company with numerous world-class technology patents. They were already ahead of the rest of the world, being the first to use rare metals. This transmitter, made of rare metals, can effectively withstand strong air pressure and high temperatures, maximizing the safety of the people inside. In the distance, Katerina looked at Tang Feng with a smile on her face. That's the smile of a victor. This greatly displeased the Dragon Kingdom Federation's rescue team, who immediately wanted to stand up for Tang Feng, but were stopped by Elder Du. They definitely won't succeed. At this moment, Tang Feng, who had been silent all along, spoke up. The system has sent out tasks. Those who know. Tang Feng just wanted to see how they would fare. Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, Elder Du and the others were all stunned, and then they all looked at Tang Feng. In their view, the Eurode Group was well prepared. After all, they were able to use rare metals, so their chances of success were very high. Could it be that Tang Feng is furious? Tang Feng did not explain this to them, only telling them to just watch. Ready to go? We're ready to depart. After half an hour of setup, the transmitter was ready. An employee of the Eurode Group took a deep breath and then lay flat into the launcher. To demonstrate the strength of the Eurode Group and to reshape the influence of the Eagle Federation, this plan was also reported to the public in real time. Snap! Pulled by the rope, the launcher continued to fall deeper into the tunnel. This launcher, crafted from rare metals, truly lives up to its reputation. Its defensive capabilities and stability are both exceptional. The rescue personnel inside were unharmed despite several violent collisions. When this scene was broadcast, countless researchers stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They recognized the advanced technology used by the Eurode Group. Compared to it, their technology was simply far behind. Seeing this, Elder Du also felt pressure for the Dragon Kingdom Federation. The leader of the Eagle Nation was very excited upon seeing this. So far, the Eurode Group has indeed performed well, not only helping the Federation regain its influence, but also giving its old rival, the Dragon Kingdom, a slap in the face. Perhaps it's really worth considering integrating them into the Eagle's security system. Gobi Desert Mine. According to the instruments, the launcher is almost close to the middle layer of the mantle, and the camera can even vaguely see the nuclear bomb not far below. Jack, how are you feeling? Katerina asked the staff member named Justin Jack through the communication system. At the same time, his physical condition was being monitored in all aspects. It appears that the protective shield made of rare metals is indeed effective. I'm not bad. After a while, Jack responded. He prepared to detach from the launcher and then manually secure the nuclear bomb. At this crucial moment, everyone became serious. This includes Katerina. Although they used rare metals in their protective suits, that was only in the first phase of use. They were also unsure whether the protective suits were strong enough to withstand the immense air pressure 10,000 meters underground. Especially near the middle layer of the mantle, the temperature in this region is extremely terrifying. Everyone outside held their breath, not daring to look at the screen. If the plan fails and the nuclear bomb is accidentally detonated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Click. Deep inside the tunnel, more than 10,000 meters long, the transmitter slowly opened. After offering a prayer to God, Jack prepared to step out of the launcher. He moved his body carefully, suppressing the fear in his heart. Finally, he successfully stepped out of the transmitter and slowly gave a peace sign to the camera. The first step was a success. Upon seeing this, the reporters broadcasting live immediately began to flatter the United States. The head of Eagle Nation and the founder of UROD shook hands and expressed their delight. Both were very excited. But, in the temporary command room outside the mine, beep, 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 beep. The monitoring instruments suddenly started beeping incessantly, and Katerina frowned upon seeing this. Although Jack successfully escaped, his protective suit endured immense pressure and high temperatures. Although the protective suit was not torn, the force was slowly seeping in. The most obvious sign is that Jack's physical functions are deteriorating. Hurry up and let him up. Upon seeing this from afar, Tang Feng immediately realized what was happening and shouted. Clearly, the plan has failed. The protective shield is made of rare metals, so it's fine, but the human body inside simply cannot withstand this kind of pressure. If they linger any longer, Jack will surely die. Chapter 47 The Crisis Beneath the Mine. Charge. Chapter 47 Crisis in the Mine. Charge. Jack's vital signs monitor kept beeping like a death knell. Everyone was holding their breath for the young man in the mine below. Those around her also looked at Katerina, waiting for her decision. But Katerina, as the commander-in-chief, remained silent. She remembered what the founder of the UROD company had told her before she set off. This plan is doomed to fail. If the plan fails, it won't just be the reputation of UROD that will be lost. And then there's the substance and the facade of the Eagle Nation. Especially for a federation like the United States of America, which values its reputation, the consequences of humiliating them are predictable. The future of UROD is definitely not going to be easy. With that thought in mind, Katerina made a decision instantly. The hope of the Raffi Federation and the White Bear Federation rests on you. The hope of Blue Star also rests on you. You must complete the mission. She ignored the surprised looks of those around her and gave the order in a deep voice. They rejected the suggestion to pull Jack out from below. This immediately infuriated everyone. You want him to die? Tang Feng gave Katerina a cold look, his anger barely contained. Although that staff member belonged to the Eagle Federation, it was still a living, breathing human being. Besides, it's not like you can't save him. Choosing to let him continue working at the risk of his life when you can save him is too cruel. Ignoring the crowd's anger, Katerina turned her back. Tang Feng was furious when he saw this and ran to the machine to try to pull him back. But by then it was too late. On the vital signs monitor, Jack's bodily functions turned completely red. On the electrocardiogram, the heart rate was almost over 250. In the video, his protective suit made of rare metal is seen deforming. Jack only had time to let out a cry of pain before the person inside was instantly crushed into a pile of minced meat. Rumble. This isn't even the worst part. Jack's protective suit was crushed and deformed, causing him to fall off the rock wall. It's unclear what it hit, but the mantle suddenly changed, and streams of magma began to overflow from all around the Earth. The nuclear bomb that will soon engulf the Earth's core. Under the immense heat, the protective layer on the surface of a nuclear bomb simply wouldn't last long. According to Mr. Do's estimate, the nuclear bomb will probably explode in another half hour. At that time, this place may instantly turn into a sea of fire. Sizzle. As the lava erupted, the cameras deep inside the tunnel went out instantly. The nuclear bomb is engulfed in high temperatures, making the situation increasingly critical. Look what you've done, you stupid woman. You're such a brainless idiot. Tang Feng cursed at Katarina, and the latter's face turned pale. For a moment, the entire research station was deathly silent. Fear filled everyone's faces. Seeing the situation below the mine, even the rigorously trained soldiers felt their legs go weak. Let's go? We can't stay here. We're going to appeal. This commander is a piece of shit. Screams erupted from the crowd, causing immediate chaos. Old Do, we need to get out of here right away. The Dragon Kingdom Federation's rescue team was also extremely anxious. Old Do simply shook his head slowly. How swift was the shockwave generated by the nuclear explosion? Even if you tried to escape by plane now, it would be too late, not to mention the radiation it would generate over several miles. Moreover, that nuclear bomb was located in the middle layer of the mantle, and once it exploded, the resulting chain reaction could ignite the magma in the Earth's core. At that time, the entire Raffi Federation and the White Bear Federation will be affected. Where did they run to? How did they escape? At this moment, Old Do was filled with regret. He wasn't worried about his own safety, but rather about Tang Feng. He was already a genius in various fields when he was only 10 years old. It is easy to imagine that he will definitely be a pillar of the nation in the future. If he were to perish here, Old Master Do might regret it for the rest of his life. At the mine, only Tang Feng and Katarina remained relatively calm. Seeing Katarina's expression, Tang Feng suddenly realized something. So you did it on purpose. Katarina's usually composed face finally showed a look of surprise. Not bad. Aren't I giving you a chance to save the world? Katarina smiled. She was indeed doing it on purpose. This was something she and the founder of Orod had planned beforehand. Because the founder of Orod knew that even if he successfully resolved the nuclear bomb crisis this time, the Federal High Command would not agree to his unreasonable demands. Are you so sure I can do it? Although Tang Feng didn't know what she was planning, he was sure it wasn't anything good. You will do it. After all, you will become light. Katarina smiled and shook her head, then left the mine. She had already prepared an escape route. At this moment, the Thor fighter jet was on its way, but she did not intend to evacuate immediately, because she genuinely wanted to see how Tang Feng would handle the current crisis. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in an uproar. Everyone watching on television was cursing, with the harshest criticism coming from the Raffi Federation. They believed this was something the Eagle Nation had planned long ago. They claimed that he deliberately caused the plan to fail so that he could detonate the nuclear bomb and thereby strike at the Raffi Federation. As a result, online opinions changed drastically, and the reporter who had been showering the United States with praise turned from fawning to cursing. And the Eagle Federation. What's going on? I need an explanation. The top brass of the Eagle Nation were originally going to celebrate with champagne. Who would have thought they'd pull this stunt so suddenly? They were caught completely off guard. This doesn't seem to be what your company promised. The person in charge was furious and directly questioned the founder of the Eurode Group. The founder of the Eurode Group remained calm and spoke with an innocent expression. Who could have predicted such an unexpected situation? He then said, "Isn't it good the way it is now? Once the nuclear bomb explodes, it will directly eliminate a major threat to the Federation's future, the nation of Raffi. If we could also take Tang Feng with us, that would be perfect. After all, Tang Feng is too monstrous. He is only 10 years old, and he has already shown such brilliance. If he is allowed to grow up smoothly, the Dragon Kingdom will probably dominate the Blue Star in the future. What nonsense are you spouting?" The founder of Urod's words enraged the top brass of the Eagle Nation. They don't care about Tang Dynasty style at all. What they care about is the Federation's influence abroad. If they lose their influence, how can their president still play the accordion? How can they then consolidate their superpower status internationally? Dragon Country, Magic City. The head of the Dragon Kingdom Federation was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Both Tang Feng and Elder Du are national treasures of the Federation, and we must not allow any mishaps to occur to them. They had already put pressure on Raffi and the White Bear Federation to immediately send helicopters to provide assistance. But I don't know if I can make it in time. Chapter 48 Ice Rock. Chapter 48 Ice Rock. Near the mine. Less than half an hour left. Katarina slowly walked over, looked at Tang Feng, and smiled. Tang Feng frowned deeply, feeling extremely annoyed that he had been outmaneuvered. This blonde woman is indeed extraordinary. For the first time, she's given him a tough time. May I borrow your transmitter? Tang Feng then spoke up, saying that this matter concerned the safety of hundreds of millions of people in the Raffi Federation, and he could not sit idly by. Moreover, they also chose a rescue mission. He didn't want to miss out on the mission rewards. Tang Feng, what are you doing? Tang Feng's actions terrified Elder Du and the others, who quickly surrounded him and tried to persuade him to stop. After all, deep inside the tunnel, lava is gushing out, and even protective suits made of rare metals are useless. What can he do? Could it be that you, Tang Boy, are? The next second, as if he had thought of something, Old Du exclaimed in shock. Tang Feng nodded. Just as Elder Du had guessed, he was preparing to use a nano-biochemical protective suit. Could I borrow a protective suit? Tang Feng then walked over to Katarina. He didn't want to reveal his nanotechnology. Katarina didn't refuse and immediately ordered someone to send over a set, though she looked quite surprised. After all, the protective suit made of rare metals has already proven ineffective, so there's no point in him wearing it. Isn't this just blatant suicide? She then glanced at Old Du in the distance, and was even more astonished to find that he remained unmoved. Before she could ask any further questions, Tang Feng had already entered the launcher wearing a protective suit. Before setting off, Tang Feng casually tossed his phone to Old Du. Ask him to release one of the recordings when he has some free time. Katarina glanced at the phone curiously, but didn't pay much attention to it. Fasten his seatbelt, and Tang Feng nimbly sat down inside the cabin. Young Tang, don't be reckless if there's a problem. Old Du instructed sternly. Tang Feng knew that Elder Du was worried about him, so he smiled and waved his hand. Whoosh. Launcher fire. Katarina watched Tang Feng go down like that, and she couldn't quite describe the feeling in her heart. This guy is so smart. He couldn't possibly be going there to die. Clang. Clang. The protective shield kept slamming against the mine's rock walls. Tang Feng remained expressionless as he descended several thousand meters. This is practically a free bungee jump. However, the height of this bungee jump is truly terrifying. The protective suit performed quite well, and Tang Feng timed it carefully, calculating the angle of his landing. Because magma was constantly erupting from the Earth's core, he had nowhere to land. Those above were even more nervous than Tang Feng himself, constantly watching the situation below. It's still 1,000 meters from the Earth's core. 500 meters. 300 meters. 50 meters. Separate. Tang Feng immediately detached from the launcher's hull when he was 50 meters away from the magma. Using the safety rope wrapped around his waist, he clung to the rock face. At this moment, due to the influence of underground magma, the surrounding temperature began to change drastically. The protective layer on the surface of the nuclear bomb also began to melt. Tang Feng, holding a special pair of long-handled pliers, descended another 30 meters. We've finally gotten close to that nuclear bomb. Just one step away. Go Tang Boy. Go for it, little hero. After the Lawfight people succeed, they will treat you to a glass of 1982 Lawfight. At this moment, many reporters from the Raffi Federation held their breath. They watched Tang Feng's every move with bated breath. Tang Feng deftly extended his pliers, opened the front end, and clamped the nuclear bomb. The movements were executed in one smooth motion. Oh my God! He is an angel sent by God. The Eagle Federation is far inferior to the Dragon Kingdom. Even a 10-year-old child there has such courage. But the Eagle Kingdom only knows how to watch the show. That despicable Eagle Nation actually spread rumors that Dragon Nation wasn't cooperating with the rescue. How could that be? Public opinion reversed instantly. Katarina didn't seem to react much to these harsh comments. But what she was curious about was how Tang Feng managed to go deep into the well unharmed. You should know that Jack is a highly skilled technician trained by the Federation, and his physical fitness is many times better than that of Tang Feng, a mere child. Even so, he couldn't withstand the pressure of that environment. How did Tang Feng manage to persevere? Below, although the clamp had secured the nuclear bomb, Tang Feng sensed something was amiss. The temperature here is too high. The part of the clamp that is in contact with the nuclear bomb is melting rapidly. Those above also noticed something was wrong, because Tang Feng suddenly stopped moving. Mr. Du hurriedly grabbed his tablet and zoomed in to see what was happening below. His expression changed instantly. Tang boy, get up here and get out of there. The surface of the nuclear bomb has already melted. If you stay any longer, you'll be blown to bits. Katerina was taken aback. Had the temperature below reached that level? The metal pliers they made are extremely heat-resistant. Now it's melting away too. This is bad. At the same time, Tang Feng's protective shield also melted. Part of the metal's outer surface had turned into liquid metal, dripping into the magma below. Tang Feng calmly watched the continuously melting pincers, and a thought suddenly struck him. Laugh. Just then, the magma below underwent a strange change. A huge jet of molten rock shot up like a fountain. Tang Feng and the nuclear bomb were instantly engulfed. No. Du Lao and the rescuers from the Dragon Kingdom Federation were horrified. At that moment, they were furious. It's all the Eagle Federation's fault for being so stubborn and refusing to listen to advice. This has led to the situation deteriorating to its current state. Otherwise, Tang Feng wouldn't have risked going 10,000 meters underground. What a pity. Katerina glanced regretfully down into the mine shaft, slightly lost in thought. He immediately strode away and gave orders to those around him. Have the Thor fighters land immediately, and we'll evacuate right away. Yes. When old Du saw that Katerina was about to run away, his face turned red with anger. He didn't care about his status and was ready to teach this girl a lesson. But a Chinese rescuer suddenly grabbed old Du and shouted excitedly. Old Du! Old Du! Look down. Tang Feng isn't dead. What? Upon hearing this, old Du hurriedly turned around and looked down into the mine. This time, even Katerina stopped and frowned. The magma below erupted. How could Tang Feng possibly survive? However, when she turned around, she was stunned. Below the mine, Tang Feng's protective shield was badly damaged. But, beneath his feet, a huge ice shell had somehow formed. This layer of ice acted like a protective shield, completely enveloping Tang Feng and the nuclear bomb. It blocked the magma from the outside. And that magma, adhering to the ice shell, actually turned into ice rock. One ice and one fire appeared together at the same time. It brought a huge visual impact to everyone. This made Tang Feng, who was in the midst of it, seem as if a god had descended from heaven, just like the elements of nature. Chapter 49, The Island Getaway. Chapter 49, The Island is so relaxing. Quick. What are you waiting for? Bring Tang Feng up here. Old Du was the first to recover from his shock and roared. So, a group of staff members frantically operated the machine and pulled Tang Feng up. Seeing that Tang Feng was safe and sound, a group of people cheered and came to greet him. Even the head of the Raffi Federation was overjoyed and stepped forward to shake hands with Tang Feng. Child, well done. You are the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. Old Du excitedly helped Tang Feng untie the rope, while the others hurriedly stepped forward to take away the nuclear bomb and pliers. But I still don't know how you did it, Tang boy. Tang Feng smiled upon hearing this, and casually took out a crystal ball. Old Du was surprised to see this familiar object and exclaimed, Young Tang, you upgraded your crystal ball? Tang Feng nodded. Tang Feng had already sensed the temperature change back at the Earth's core. So I took out the fire-extinguishing crystal ball in advance and upgraded it with my high-tech fingers. In this way, the crystal ball instantly forms a frozen shell when the magma erupts, blocking the eruption of magma. Remove the burnt and badly damaged protective shield. The nanoprotective suit on Tang Feng's surface was also exposed. Katerina immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the nanoprotective suit. He pressed further, asking, What are you wearing? And what's that in your hand? Tang Feng glanced at Katerina, then ignored her. By the way, Mr. Du, did you send the recording I gave you to the media? Upon hearing this, old Du touched his head. Oh dear. I'm getting senile, I forgot. But Tang kid, what's this recording for? Tang Feng did not explain, but simply gestured for old Du to play the audio he had just recorded. Mr. Du did as instructed, and after listening to the recording, he instantly became furious. Not only was old Du furious, but everyone around him, including the head of the Raffi Federation, was furious. Because this recording was clearly a conversation between Tang Feng and Katerina. Katerina never expected that Tang Feng would record her confession of deliberately messing up the incident. Although Katerina still wanted to ask Tang Feng about the nanoprotective suit, she saw the look of utter disdain in everyone's eyes and knew that now was not the right time. He hurriedly and sheepishly boarded the plane and fled. The Raffi Federation was initially furious, but upon seeing Tang Feng, their expression instantly changed to one of ingratiation. Little hero, you must accept our gift. Tang Feng smiled and accepted his kindness. As a result, the Blue Star Telescope project was completely shelved. The mine was sealed off. Meanwhile, the international community has unanimously praised China's actions. The statement strongly condemned the shameless behavior of the United States, especially the Eurode Corporation. Although OLED Company later came out to explain that it was a joke and that the recording was fake, few people believed it. As a result, the reputation of Eurode Corporation plummeted. Dragon Kingdom, North City. Tang Feng had long since returned to his normal life. But before leaving, he told old Du to keep a close eye on the Eurode group. Because of what happened with Jack, he felt that there must be a big secret hidden in this. Your guess is correct. That day, old Du suddenly called and asked Tang Feng to watch international news. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng quickly turned on the TV and gasped in shock. Because, according to the news, the Eurode group held a press conference. They publicly announced that starting today, they will take over the Ministry of Defense and be responsible for the defense and security of the Eagle Federation. At the same time, it has launched a series of newly developed weapons. It caused a global sensation. This is all a setup. Tang Feng was shocked, completely baffled by the Eagle Federation's actions. You actually allowed an arms dealer to take over the Ministry of National Defense. Aren't you afraid of playing with fire and getting burned? In short, things are about to change. Mr. Du remarked that the higher-ups were already holding a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Finally, he reassured everyone that no matter how the situation changes in the future, the Federation will guarantee the safety of its people. That much is certain. Tang Feng, are you ready? Just then, Xia Shiro shouted from inside the room. After hanging up the phone, Tang Feng quickly responded, his little face full of smiles. Because it's a short holiday today, they made an appointment with Lin Wan's parents to go on vacation to the beach together. The chosen tourist destination is the South China Sea. This place boasts the longest coastline in the Federation, with endless golden beaches and a warm climate year-round. To ensure a comfortable journey, Tang Feng and his group rented a yacht and set off. Splash! The seawater rippled with blue waves, shimmering and sparkling under the sunlight. At this point, the yacht docked near a small tourist island. Lin Wan's parents were busy preparing lunch, while Tang Feng, Lin Wan, and Tang Feng were playing in the shallow water. The scenery here is truly uniquely beautiful. Tang Feng sat on the edge of the yacht and sighed. Ahead, Xia Shiro was teaching Lin Wan how to swim. Both of them were wearing sexy bikinis, which was quite an eye-catching sight. Especially Lin Wan. The little girl has been eating well, in a good mood, and developing better lately. They're about the same as Xia Shiro. Hey kid, stop slacking off. Come here and teach Wanner. I'm going to sunbathe. Xia Shiro glared at Tang Feng, who was sunbathing on the yacht, and then slowly walked towards the beach. Sister Shiro. Upon seeing this, Lin Wan immediately pouted. She doesn't want this bad guy to teach her. Thump. Unfortunately, it was too late. Tang Feng had been waiting for this opportunity. How could he miss it? He plunged into the water, splashing countless droplets. Hee Wanner, I'm here. Tang Feng grinned mischievously, swam over, wrapped his arms around Lin Wan, and secretly led her to the other side. The yacht would just happen to block Xia Shiro and the others' view. After such a long period of time, Lin Wan is no longer as resistant to him as before. Blue sky and white clouds, rippling blue waves. The two lay on their backs on the air mattress, squinting at the sky. Will you marry me when I grow up? At this moment, Lin Wan suddenly asked. Although she is still young, she knows that good things will be snatched up by many people. For example, right now, there are many girls at school who are all around Tang Feng. This made her feel very uncomfortable. That's for sure. Tang Feng rolled over and sat right next to Lin Wandao. This is the future goddess he carefully selected. He certainly can't let her go to someone else's family. Under the sunlight, Lin Wan's face was fair and cute, with a touch of queenly demeanor amidst her youthful innocence. Their eyes met, and their hearts were in perfect harmony. Lin Wan was a little shy and finally couldn't help but turn her head away. Tang Feng smiled gently and slowly moved closer. Night fell, a sea breeze blew, and the temperature was a bit low. The group gathered around the campfire, enjoying the various seafood that Lin Wan's parents had grilled, and were having a very pleasant time. During this time, Lin Wan would occasionally glance at Tang Feng, her eyes filled with resentment, because this bad guy had bullied her again. Just then, footsteps could be heard from not far away. Chapter 50 Little White Shark. A research institution on a remote island. Here I come. Chapter 50 Little White Shark. A research institution on a remote island. Here I come, click. Just then, lights suddenly appeared on the sea ahead, and a yacht slowly sailed toward the island. You must be Tang Feng. A moment later, a stunningly beautiful woman in a black trench coat walked over and respectfully asked Tang Feng. Who are you? Lin's father, who was standing to the side, stared wide-eyed at the beautiful woman. Only after Lin's mother pinched his belly did he remember to ask a question. The woman in the trench coat smiled and apologized. He then slowly began to introduce himself. It turned out that she was an employee of a research institution in the nearby sea area, and she happened to find out that Tang Feng was on vacation nearby, so she came to visit him. Although Tang Feng is only 10 years old, his reputation in the scientific research field is even more renowned than that of some academicians. Furthermore, since he is not bound by any organization and is a free man, many research companies are eager to hire him as an insider. Li Ran's purpose this time was to invite Tang Feng to visit their research institution. If Tang Feng could offer them some advice, that would be ideal. Tang Feng initially wanted to refuse, but Lin Wan and Xia Shiro became interested when they heard that there were many marine creatures such as dolphins and seals there. Tang Feng, unable to resist the two women's persistent nagging, thought for a moment and accepted Li Ran's invitation. Knock, knock, knock. The yacht slowly moved towards the open sea. On deck, through chatting, Tang Feng learned that this stunningly beautiful woman was named Li Ran and was a marine biologist who had returned from studying abroad. Their research facility is built on an abandoned deep-sea oil field. According to her, they are an institution specializing in the study of marine life. Their most famous technique is the extraction of various biological pituitary hormones that can treat Heinz syndrome. Tang Feng was taken aback. Heimer's syndrome? Isn't that just Alzheimer's disease? We've arrived. As they approached the beach, Li Ran smiled and said, the yacht has slowly docked. This research institution was indeed built on top of a deep-sea mine, surrounded by desolate wilderness and rarely visited by ships. This strange environment puzzled Tang Feng. What kind of experiment is this organization conducting that requires such a remote location? However, since he had been invited to visit, Tang Feng had many doubts, but he did not ask any further questions. As they walked, they looked around, with Li Ran acting as their tour guide. This deep-sea mine has clearly been altered, with many high-rise buildings constructed above it, and enclosed areas for biological activity. The group walked on a walkway woven from iron mesh. What kind of animals are kept in here? Xia Shiro was a little curious and pointed to the area next to her and asked. You'll find out soon enough. Li Ran turned around and smiled, appearing quite mysterious. Splash. Just then, the water surface suddenly began to tremble violently. Then a dark fin pierced the water surface. Shark, shark. Xia Shiro and the others had never seen a shark so close before, and they were completely terrified, their little faces showing expressions of fear. Lin's parents also quickly protected Lin Wan, as they were equally frightened. What's even more surprising is that there was a diver underwater. He was not afraid of the shark at all. He straddled its back and was actually controlling it. Don't worry, this is Xiao Bai, Li Ran said with a smile, trying to comfort her. This shark is one of the subjects of their research, and it has been tamed to a very docile degree, so no accidents will occur. At the same time, she also admired that among everyone present, Tang Feng was the most composed. He truly deserves to be called a little hero. Hello everyone. After the shark stopped, the trainer waved to the crowd from his shark. Although they knew the sharks were tamed, Xia Shiro and the others were still very scared and urged Tang Feng to leave the area immediately. After entering the building, the group took an elevator to descend into the seabed. High-strength glass is used here, which can effectively resist the atmospheric pressure of seawater. The area is divided into 9 zones, each housing a variety of different marine life, from arthropods and microorganisms to blue whales and the Loch Ness Monster. Tang Feng was very impressed after hearing Li Ran's introduction. It seems the person behind this organization is very wealthy. When everyone descended to the 8th floor, Li Ran suddenly stopped. He smiled and explained that the last floor of the city, the 9th floor, was not open to the public, asking them to understand. Tang Feng glanced through the glass. The 9th floor was pitch black, mysterious, and awe-inspiring. Tang Feng, with his excellent eyesight, could vaguely see a steel and glass walkway that stretched out in the distance, which filled him with curiosity. Young hero Tang Feng, can I have a chat with you? At this moment, Li Ran slowly walked over and extended her hand to Tang Feng. Don't worry about them. I'll have someone take good care of your friends. Li Ran saw through Tang Feng's thoughts and continued speaking. Tang Feng nodded. Inside a research room, bottles and jars were everywhere. Many researchers are conducting their own research. When everyone saw Tang Feng, they were all in an uproar. Tang Feng, is that you? Idol, little hero, can you give me your autograph? Faced with the crowd's enthusiasm, Tang Feng could only manage a wry smile. Fortunately, with Li Ran in charge, the staff members behaved themselves a bit. Even so, they kept stealing glances at Tang Feng. It was like a massive fan meeting. Clang. As they walked, the open space in front of them suddenly cracked open, and a lot of seawater surged up. The crowd seemed unsurprised. Then the figure of the trainer slowly emerged, followed by the great white shark named Little White from before. Upon seeing this, the researchers in the vicinity immediately sprang into action, rushing forward to restrain the great white shark and then injecting it with something resembling an anesthetic. What are you doing? Tang Feng was very curious, so he turned around and asked Li Ran. Through research, we discovered that the pituitary gland of a great white shark can secrete a hormone. This hormone can effectively treat Heinz syndrome. If the experiment is successful, it will be a blessing for all mankind. Li Ran also put away her smile and responded with a serious expression. She then went on to explain that their research was currently at a bottleneck. However, they have been unable to break through the final step, so they dare not conduct human trials yet. So she wanted to ask Tang Feng for help. Tang Feng was very impressed with their work after hearing this, but he was cautious and did not agree immediately, because he discovered that Li Ran seemed to be hiding something from him. I see. Li Ran was very disappointed after hearing Tang Feng's answer, and had no choice but to send Tang Feng away. At the same time, he was told that he hoped the man would not tell anyone about what happened today. Tang Feng knew this was a trade secret, so he readily agreed. Before leaving, Tang Feng used his high-tech finger to casually simulate the situation, and his expression changed instantly. Chapter 51. This milk tea tastes really good. A collection of perverts. Chapter 51. This milk tea tastes really good. LSP collection. Just as he had predicted, Li Ran had concealed the most important secret. They secretly injected that great white shark with a gene serum. This is a violation of international law. You all go back first. I have some things to do. Tang Feng looked at Lin Wan's parents, then jumped directly onto the steel walkway. Lin Wan and the others were already familiar with Tang Feng's style, and although they were a little worried, they still obediently left. Come back soon. Xia Shiro and the others waved to Tang Feng, then boarded the research institution's yacht and left. After everyone had completely left, Tang Feng continued to use his high-tech fingers. He's predicting the future of this institution. And when he predicted the 7th day, he indeed made a major discovery. Because researchers at the research institution violated international law by continuously injecting genes into great white sharks. This caused mutations in their pituitary glands, resulting in a rapid increase in their intelligence. And that is the cause of all the trouble. That great white shark will lead the rest of the marine life into an uproar, turning this place into a living hell. Having deduced this, Tang Feng hurriedly ran towards the hall. "Why are you back again?" Li Ran was both surprised and delighted when she saw Tang Feng. She thought Tang Feng had come up with some way to help them overcome their current difficulties. "Tell me the truth, what dangerous experiments are you conducting?" Tang Feng questioned Li Ran with a serious expression. "In nothing." Tang Feng's eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everything. Li Ran's breathing became a little rapid, and she forced herself to remain calm as she lied. They did indeed do some bad things in secret, dark experiments that could not be known to the outside world. "Nothing yet. You have violated international law by illegally genetically modifying marine life. You are all seasoned oceanographers. Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be?" Seeing that she still wanted to hide it, Tang Feng coldly revealed everything. "You." Li Ran's pretty face turned pale, as if she had seen a ghost. She had successfully predicted the great earthquake in Guangxing, but she never expected Tang Feng's abilities to be so terrifying. He actually knew the organization's secrets. "Yes, we did indeed carry out the genetic project. But everything is under our control, you're overthinking it." At this point, Li Ran stopped hiding it and directly revealed the secret of their organization. They claimed that they had injected genes into 3 great white sharks in an attempt to fully stimulate their pituitary glands. This is to stimulate organs to produce more and stronger hormones. "This is utterly absurd," Tang Feng exclaimed upon hearing this. "All living things in nature follow a specific trajectory, irreversible and inviolable. Once the biological web is subjected to external interference, the consequences are unpredictable. They're playing with fire. If you trust me, stop the experiments on those 3 great white sharks immediately." Tang Feng looked at Li Ran with a serious expression. His high-tech fingers wouldn't fool him. In a few days, those 3 great white sharks would surely go berserk. Li Ran was about to refute him. Just then, alarms suddenly went off all around. Beep, beep, beep. The elevator doors opened, and several security guards in black uniforms stepped out, each looking very serious. "He's my friend. Don't do anything rash." Seeing this, Li Ran quickly stepped in front of Tang Feng and looked at the security guards. "Young hero Tang Feng, our boss invites you." The security guards shook their heads. They certainly wouldn't lay a finger on Tang Feng. This is a genius revered by everyone in the Dragon Kingdom Federation. They wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like this. However, their conversation had already reached the boss's ears, who wanted to invite Tang Feng over for a chat. Inside a luxurious office. "You must be Tang Feng? Ha ha ha. I've heard so much about you." An elderly man with white hair and a kind face sat behind the desk. He is from the Eagle Federation, named Luke, who is also the organization's largest investor and CEO. Tang Feng did not respond to his words. If he hadn't had a good impression of Li Ran, he wouldn't have cared about the lives of these people. Of course, the most important point is that if the great white sharks mutate, they will be unable to kill the 3 great white sharks. This will pose a huge threat to marine life and humans in the surrounding waters. You're overthinking it. Little genius. I trust my research team and security personnel. They can handle all of this. Luke explained with a smile. Luke seemed very excited to see Tang Feng, and I prepared to pour red wine and drink it with him. All right, my little genius. I'm just being hospitable and want you to stay for a few days. Once the team has cracked the last step of the experiment, we will take care of the 3 great white sharks ourselves. Luke then waved his hand, signaling the security guards to take Tang Feng away. They did not make things difficult for Tang Feng, and promised him that he could move around freely, but they confiscated his mobile phone to prevent him from calling the police. Inside the room. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Li Ran brought in a cup of milk tea, her gaze towards Tang Feng filled with guilt. I should have known better than to invite him. Tang Feng didn't say anything about it, believing that there must be something hateful about a pitiful person. He truly admired the spirit of these scientists, but nature is irreversible. Tang Feng merely sneered at their boss, Luke, saying that such people wouldn't learn their lesson without experiencing some hardship. He was too lazy to warn them, so he just waited for the great white shark to mutate into a shark man. Besides, do they really think that adding a few security guards to this place can trap Tang Feng? Hee. We will finish the experiment as soon as possible and then restore your freedom. Li Ran gave Tang Feng a deep look before turning to leave. She is very confident. It has substantial funding, advanced equipment, and a large number of highly qualified researchers. Even if the sharks exhibit unusual behavior, the trainers can handle it, and if all else fails, they have a security team. Wait a moment. At this moment, Tang Feng suddenly stopped Li Ran. What's wrong? Li Ran asked, her pretty face showing a puzzled expression. Since you feel apologetic towards me, why don't you make it up to me? Tang Feng said it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. How do you want to compensate me? Li Ran looked at Tang Feng, her pretty face blushing. It was worth the trip. The next morning, Tang Feng had just regained consciousness when he noticed that the atmosphere in the research institution was very heavy. Only after asking did I learn that they were preparing to take the final step. Is the act of courting death beginning? Tang Feng sneered and began to watch the show. Since they are determined to court death, he has no reason to stop them. He won't play the saint. Chapter 52, The Raging Sharks of the Sea. Chapter 52, Raging Sharks in the Sea. The seventh layer of the underwater world. Inside the laboratory. According to the plan, this is the last time the great white shark will be injected with gene-enhancing agents, at which time its pituitary gland will be fully mature. As the initiator of this research, Li Ran naturally administered the final injection. Uft! With a crisp sound, and with the help of a microscope, the needle slowly pierced the shark's pituitary gland. It's responding. The researchers in the distance exclaimed excitedly. The instruments show that the pituitary gland is fully mature and the hormones it secretes are at their most complete. Everyone was very excited. After so much hard work, they can finally see hope. The next step is to conduct human clinical trials. If successful, they will make history. Luke, who was standing to the side, also laughed. In his eyes, so-called scientific research honors were nothing but a joke. What he valued was money. If the clinical trials are successful, he will become the world's richest man. Extract the hormones quickly. Finally, a group of researchers urged, the time to witness history is coming. Li Ran nodded, then gestured to the trainer to calm the great white shark down completely. Because hormone extraction is very painful, even with sufficient anesthetic injections, it may not be effective. The trainer nodded and walked over. Click. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The great white shark, which had been so docile and silent, suddenly began to shake violently. It suddenly opened its blood-red maw and instantly bit the trainer's right hand, with blood spurting out in all directions. Clang! Clang! Immediately afterwards, it broke free from the various shackles binding its skin and then sank sharply into the seabed. Ah! All of this happened so fast and abruptly that no one had time to react. For a moment, only the trainer's screams could be heard in the laboratory. Beep, beep, beep. At the same time, an alarm sounded, coming from the 9th floor. No, this is terrible. Researchers burst in, and upon seeing the scene inside, they stood frozen in place. But what's even more dangerous is yet to come. The 9th floor. Outside the tempered glass, it was pitch black and deep. A huge black shadow could be vaguely seen in the water. It was a shark that had also been injected with gene-enhancing drugs. It swooped down and crashed directly into the tempered glass. Thump! Under the immense impact, the tempered glass began to change, spreading from a single point outwards until it quickly shattered. Run! In an instant, the expressions of many staff members changed drastically. But it was too late. With a sharp crack, the tempered glass shattered completely, followed by a torrent of seawater rushing in. The entire laboratory was shaking violently. When, inside the 7th floor laboratory, Li Ran and the others were still in shock when another anomaly occurred. The power system collapsed. The situation outside the island is also not optimistic. Outside, the wind and rain are fierce. According to the weather station, thunderstorms are imminent at sea. Suddenly, a storm raged. with violent sea winds and huge waves crashing against the building complex, shattering the iron fences of the residential area. The alarms blared incessantly, their sound incredibly piercing. Outside the room, the security guards who were protecting the room had already left. Clearly, the three great white sharks had completely entered a berserk state. After being injected with gene editing agents, their intelligence and destructive power posed a significant threat to the research building. Tang Feng reached out and grabbed the railing to prevent the swaying from throwing him into the sea. Now he can't leave even if he wants to. With the current thunderstorms, calling for help will also take time. Ding. Side quest initiated. Option 1. Defeat the 3 mutated great white sharks and receive the reward, a top-tier research lab. Option 2. Find a way to escape and receive the reward, neutron bomb technology. Faced with these two choices, does Tang Feng have a choice? After all, the only way to escape was to kill those 3 great white sharks. Tang Feng gritted his teeth and ran straight towards the hall in the distance. Rumble. The wind and rain raged, accompanied by violent thunder and lightning. The lobby was flooded, and the elevator was definitely no longer usable, so he had no choice but to walk down the stairs. Fortunately, the seawater has only flooded up to the 5th layer so far. What Tang Feng needs to do now is find Li Ran, find out about the 3 great white sharks, and then figure out a way to kill them. These mutated species must not be allowed to leave the research building under any circumstances. Otherwise, they will pose a huge hidden danger. The 7th floor, inside the laboratory. Seawater kept pouring in through the cracks and would soon submerge it. Grab it right now. Luke stood on the railing, looking at the great white shark in the water and roaring. He has invested most of his savings in this project to obtain medication for dementia, and he cannot possibly give up now. The security guards around looked at each other in bewilderment upon hearing this. They reluctantly moved forward to surround Luke amidst his curses. They were unaware that the great white shark before them, having been injected with a gene-enhancing drug, was no longer an ordinary marine creature. It was extremely intelligent, with an IQ comparable to that of a human. It instantly sensed the danger and sank directly into the sea. It must be killed. Li Ran, standing to the side, turned pale. She realized that she had made a serious mistake. She discovered bite marks on the power installation cables. This was clearly caused by a great white shark. Ordinary sharks wouldn't have such a smart move. Furthermore, since the great white shark is the apex predator of the ocean, now that it has escaped, there is no way to tame it again. Who dares to kill it? I'm giving you the option to capture it alive. Anyone who dares to touch a single hair on my shark will be fired. Luke's expression was contorted. He was now completely insane and utterly indifferent to human life or death. He needs to receive hormones secreted by his pituitary gland. Must. Boss, we were wrong. We shouldn't have defied the laws of nature. Those sharks are very dangerous right now. We absolutely cannot let them live, or it will cause a huge disaster. Li Ran glared at Luke. Now that several of their security personnel have died, is Luke still going to remain stubbornly ignorant? Furthermore, if these creatures are allowed to escape and flee into the vast ocean, marine life will suffer greatly, and the surrounding waters will also be in danger. Moreover, over time, if the gene serum and these substances were to fuse together, who knows what kind of terrifying monsters they might mutate into. A bunch of beasts. Are you even more cowardly than rats? Luke ignored the advice. He sneered repeatedly and walked straight down the stairs. He was very confident, believing that humans were the creatures at the top of the food chain. He then looked at the remaining security personnel and offered them a reward of hundreds of thousands of dollars to capture the great white shark alive. You idiot. I think you're just mentally challenged. Li Ran's pretty face turned frosty. Knowing that there was no point in continuing, she immediately ran outside. Chapter 53 1-on-1 Battle Against the Great White Shark. Chapter 53 1-on-1 Battle Against the Great White Shark. The corridor was filled with icy seawater and lightning flashed outside, making the entire building's situation extremely precarious. Moreover, besides the great white shark codenamed Little White, there are 2 other sharks lurking in the shadows. They might have already infiltrated the building. At the same time, Tang Feng was also coming down the stairs. The water in the corridor ahead was already waist deep, and he could see bloodstains and injured people. His face darkened, and his body tensed up. Tang Feng. Finally, Li Ran and Tang Feng met on the 8th floor. Li Ran shouted immediately, trying to remind Tang Feng that the 3 great white sharks should be inside the laboratory. Tang Feng also saw Li Ran in the distance and was about to walk over, but the next second he felt a chill down his spine. Splash! Suddenly, the water ahead began to surge, and then a black fin shot out from behind. It was a great white shark. It had been hidden in this passageway all along. It is now rapidly tearing towards Tang Feng. No! Tang Feng, run! Upon seeing this, Li Ran immediately roared. However, sharks are extremely fast. In the end, Li Ran could only watch helplessly as Tang Feng was knocked into the sea by the great white shark. Glug glug. Tang Feng was taken to the seabed by the great white shark and immediately activated his nano-biochemical protective suit. To ensure that the great white shark's sharp teeth could not harm it in the slightest, he then took out the explosives that had been prepared beforehand. He created this using gasoline and other materials. Although its power was limited, it was enough to kill the creature by placing it in its gaping maw. Bang! With a muffled thud, countless splashes of water erupted, and the great white shark instantly exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. This startled Li Ran, who was above, and she immediately collapsed to the ground. She thought Tang Feng was dead, but she soon realized something was wrong. Suddenly, the water in front of her split open, and a figure emerged. Hurry up and leave. After Tang Feng emerged from the water, he looked at Li Ran, who had a blank expression, and immediately roared. Such a strong smell of blood would surely attract the other 2 great white sharks. Then, and what about you? After realizing what had happened, Li Ran, still shaken, looked at Tang Feng and asked, Me? I'll naturally go and kill the other 2. Tang Feng said in a deep voice. Of these sharks, the other 2 are all right. The most dangerous one is the great white shark codenamed Little White. It has been injected with too much gene, and its size has changed, becoming more than twice the size of a normal great white shark. We absolutely cannot let it escape, otherwise it will be in trouble if it continues to evolve. Are you crazy? Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, Li Ran naturally offered some words of dissuasion. She had just barely escaped from the laboratory. The great white shark has gone completely berserk. It is still here for revenge, and many security guards have already died. Should Tang Feng still go there now given this situation? However, Tang Feng completely ignored all of this. Seeing this, Li Ran became very anxious, and finally gritted her teeth and could only follow. Inside the laboratory, the seawater had already flooded most of the land, and the remaining security personnel had almost all been killed by that great white shark. After all, Luke had given a death order. It must not be harmed, and it must be captured alive. By the time the security guards tried to resist, it was too late. Idiot. After Tang Fengyu entered, he glanced at Luke, who was leisurely sitting upstairs, and immediately cursed angrily. The seawater inside the laboratory was a bloody mess, with many corpses floating on the surface, mutilated and a gruesome sight. They are seeking revenge. Seeing the terrible scene behind him, Li Ran turned pale and explained. Gene therapy mutated the shark's pituitary glands, giving them a certain level of intelligence. It is difficult to kill it using ordinary methods. Tang Feng was naturally aware of this, and he had already made his plans. That means using Luke as bait to lure the shark out, and then finding an opportunity to kill it. With this in mind, Tang Feng charged straight at Luke. This old man, Luke, who is over 70 years old, is an alcoholic and his body has long been worn out. Tang Feng had also learned some fighting techniques from Lin Guodong. Therefore, he was no match for Tang Feng at all and was subdued instantly. With Li Ran's help, the 2 of them took him out directly. Sure enough, the great white shark immediately sank to the bottom of the sea and followed. Rumble. Outside the building, thunder and rain raged, and a storm swept through the waves. The iron fence around the residential area had long been torn apart by the raging waves. Tang Feng quickly tied Luke to a railing in the water, then slashed his thigh with a knife, letting the blood splatter everywhere. What are you going to do? Luke finally sensed something was wrong and said with a terrified expression, What are you doing? Of course, I'm using you as bait. Tang Feng sneered. This disaster was caused by this sand sculpture, because too many people died because of it. Letting him use his last bit of energy to attract sharks is already doing him a favor. Using living people as bait. This made Li Ran, who was standing to the side, feel terrified. But she also knew Tang Feng's purpose in doing so. Only in this way could the great white shark be lured out. Splash. The storm raged on, and Tang Feng looked around before arriving at the platform ahead. There was a high-powered harpoon machine mounted on top. Come on, come out. Tang Feng pointed the machine at Luke in the distance and muttered to himself. Now we're just waiting for the great white shark to appear. Although it was injected with gene-enhancing agents, making it incredibly cunning and intelligent, it was still ultimately just a marine creature, and it couldn't help but show itself when faced with food. And Luke, who led the experiment, was its enemy, so Tang Feng was certain that it would come to take revenge. It's here. Just then, Li Ran suddenly shouted. She had already seen the shark fins protruding from the surface of the sea, and both of them were attracted. The two sharks, enraged, lunged straight at Luke, tearing at him. Tang Feng naturally noticed the situation in the sea and instantly pulled the trigger. Call out. Uft. The harpoon hit its target precisely, but Tang Feng and Li Ran did not show any signs of relief. That great white shark named Little White was indeed formidable. It had sensed the danger beforehand and pushed another great white shark towards the harpoon, allowing it to die in its place. In this way, the shark died, but it also gave Little White a chance to escape. It sank directly into the sea, preventing Tang Feng from aiming at it. Damn it! How much gene therapy did you inject into it? Tang Feng re-aimed and looked at Li Ran speechlessly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If that great white shark abandons its revenge and turns to run into the deep sea, then no one can do anything to it. Li Ran, who was also one of the leaders of the experiment, could only remain silent with her head down. Tang Feng glanced at Luke, who was half dead with fright. There was no time to dwell on that now. He went over, untied Luke, and then kicked him into the sea. Chapter 54 The Mechs are coming. Chapter 54 The Mechs are coming. Thump. We must get that great white shark back. Help me, don't do this. Luke, who had fallen into the sea, frantically thrashed about in the water, his face filled with terror. For the first time, he felt that humans were more terrifying than great white sharks. Tang Feng felt no sympathy whatsoever for this villain. If sacrificing himself could ensure the safety of the surrounding seas, Tang Feng would do it even if he had to do it 100 times over. As Luke struggled in the sea, he indeed attracted the great white shark. Upon seeing its enemy, its eyes turned bloodshot, and it fixed its gaze on Luke. Go to the launch pad, and aim at the shark as soon as you get the chance. Tang Feng ran towards the sea while shouting at Li Ran. He then jumped directly into the sea. This is the last chance. If Luke dies and still can't kill the shark, it will definitely try to break through the underwater fence and escape. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the sea suddenly split open as a great white shark, over 10 meters long, leaped out and snapped its jaws around Luke's waist. Call out. At the same time, Li Ran's harpoon was also fired quickly, but unfortunately, it did not hit the shark's vital spot. The great white shark glared menacingly at Li Ran in the distance before sinking to the bottom of the sea with Luke. Seeing this, Tang Feng quickly followed. The seabed was icy cold, and the visibility was extremely poor. Fortunately, Luke is juicy and has a constant flow of tomato sauce oozing out in front of him, which prevents Tang Feng from losing track of him. Help me. Luke wasn't dead yet. The great white shark didn't end his life immediately, seemingly wanting to torture him. Luke kept shouting at the bottom of the sea, and bubbles kept overflowing, making him look very pitiful. But he deserved it all. Make your final contribution. Tang Feng thought to himself. He quickly paddled after him, and then stuffed the specially made petrol bomb he had prepared into Luke's clothes. Boom. The great white shark suddenly bit down, swallowing half of Luke's body whole. With a muffled bang, the bomb detonated instantly. In an instant, a gaping hole was blasted open in the great white shark's massive body, and blood mixed with its internal organs spilled out. Tang Feng took a deep look at the seabed and swam to the surface. The cost of killing the 3 great white sharks was also severe. Apart from Li Ran, Most of the remaining researchers at the research station were killed or injured. The storm lasted until the early hours of the next day. The entire research building was in ruins, and corpses floated on the sea. The stench of blood was strong and pungent. Buzzing. Helicopters circled overhead, and soon special police officers slid down. It was Li Ran who later called the police using a satellite phone. Sorry. Li Ran bowed deeply to Tang Feng. If he had listened to Tang Feng's advice back then, this wouldn't have happened. Finally, she was taken away for violating international law. Tang Feng. A moment later, Xia Shiro and the others arrived. She burst into tears upon seeing Tang Feng. After all, the surrounding scene was too bloody. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let him stay in the first place. I'm fine. Tang Feng smiled and shook his head. Fortunately, he was wearing a nano-biochemical protective suit, which proved very useful during his first encounter with the great white shark. Because of this incident, everyone lost interest in continuing their vacation and immediately took a plane back to Beijing. Lin Guodong and others rushed over to offer their condolences, fearing that Tang Feng might have been harmed. After all, he is a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, and there must be no mishaps. North City night. After Xia Shiro fell asleep, Tang Feng secretly got up and left home. I walked out through the side gate of the residential area. This time, the system rewarded him with a super laboratory. This is an ultra-high-tech product that can be stored in capsules and used anytime, anywhere. Beijing is an industrialized city, and factories in the suburbs are not hard to find. After circling around twice, Tang Feng finally found a relatively secluded place. Bang! With a muffled thud, the capsule burst open on the ground, transforming into a state-of-the-art research lab. Its exterior resembles a small seaside villa, integrating research and living. Upon entering the laboratory, one finds experimental equipment and machinery displayed everywhere. Then, Tang Feng summoned the artificial intelligence brain. I'll call you Little Wanner then. Then, the AI immediately displayed a three-dimensional image, which transformed into Lin Wan's appearance. Master, do you need any help? Little Wanner blinked her eyes, and her voice was just like Lin Wan's. Help me collect materials and documents related to Mecha. Yes, Master. Oh, by the way, while you're at it, also look up some information about the farm. Okay. After finishing all this, Tang Feng finally left the laboratory. Mecha technology was something he had longed for a long time, and now that he had an AI assistant, he could finally try to assemble one. However, the process of searching for information and materials is very troublesome, and we will have to wait a while. School. On this day, we had a moral education class. The teacher who taught the class was Gao Su, a well-known chatterbox at the school. This teacher always loves educating students and enjoys interacting with them. Tang Feng idly flipped through the university textbooks in his hands. He had spent a week basically reading through all the basic university courses. At this moment, ahem class, that's all for today's lesson. Next, it's time for a QA session. Any students who have been having trouble with their studies or daily life recently can ask me, and I can help you with your questions. The students got excited at this point. As long as there's no lecturing, everything is fine. Teacher, what should I do if I lose 50 yuan of my allowance? A boy raised his hand and asked. Find your dad and tell him you need tutoring. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Next, another student raised their hand and said, Teacher, I have a question. Gao Su took a sip of tea, nodded, and said, Go ahead. The student stood up and said, Teacher, why is it that I study so hard for every exam, even until 11 or 12 at night, but you only see the top students in the class? I try my best too. Gao Su wanted to say, Your IQ is a fatal flaw. You're hopeless, kid. But just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Tang Feng was actually listening to the lecture, which was unusual for him, so he cleared his throat. He wanted to show off his knowledge. I must say, this student asked a really good question. It resonated with countless students in the class. Even Tang Feng subconsciously raised his head, wanting to see how he would answer the question. After all, there are only a handful of people in the world who can achieve the top rankings. Those who rank below the top will all become supporting characters, which is truly the biggest problem for students. Gao Su smiled mysteriously and said, Okay, students, your question is easy to explain. Let me ask you a question first. I believe you will get the answer after you answer this question. Chapter 55 Tang Feng's Intimidating Power. Acquiring Mecha Materials. Chapter 55 Tang Feng's Indignation. Obtaining mecha materials, what's the problem? Teacher, please ask. Gao Su smiled slightly and said slowly. Students, you should have studied geography, so let me ask you a very simple question. What is the highest mountain in the world? This question is very simple. It's practically common sense. Therefore, many students eagerly agreed. It's Mount Everest. Gao Su nodded and continued. Then what about the world's second highest peak? This is a rather obscure question. However, a few students in the class who loved studying geography still provided the answer. It's K2. Gao Su gave the students an approving look, then slowly continued to ask. So, what is the third highest peak in the world? This time, the students were speechless. Many people looked at each other. Only one geography enthusiast remained, and he spoke uncertainly. Is it Zhang Jiafeng from Ganqing, teacher? Seeing that fewer and fewer people knew the answer, Gao Su nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he glanced at Tang Feng with a puzzled look, wondering why this kid hadn't said a word to answer the question. Logically speaking, this kind of problem should be a piece of cake for him. Does it mean you don't really like geography? In fact, Gao Su guessed half of it correctly. Tang Feng didn't dislike geography. He simply wasn't interested in it. So, students, here's a question. Do you know which mountain is the fourth highest in the world? Everyone was stunned by what they heard, thinking that Gao Su's questions would end with the third one. But he kept asking questions. The fourth peak, who would bother memorizing that for no reason? This time, no one could answer the question. Tang Feng looked at the silent students and understood Gao Su's intention. He will keep asking questions as long as someone can answer them, until you can't answer them anymore. Then he'll give you a long lecture. It must be said that Gao Su's teaching methods are quite effective, but unfortunately he encountered Tang Feng. The student who asked the question lowered his head and remained silent for a moment, then suddenly realized what he meant, stood up, and said, Teacher, I understand what you mean. You mean that people's memories always prioritize the parts that come first and forget the parts that come later. So we shouldn't blame anyone, but should keep working hard until we become one of the top ones. That way, the teacher will remember us. Many of the students below seemed to understand Gao Su's meaning and were deep in thought. Gao Su felt he had completed a very successful QA session and was quite pleased with himself. But then, Tang Feng spoke up. The fourth highest peak, Lhotse, in the Himalayas, is 8,516 meters above sea level. Snap! Someone twirled the pen and it flew off the ground. The students all turned around and looked at Tang Feng at the same time. Lin Wan also covered her mouth. Seeing that Tang Feng had finally made his move, Gao Su coughed lightly. Ahem, Tang Feng knows a lot. Shall we continue to the fifth peak? Makalu, located in the middle half of the Himalayas, is 8,463 meters above sea level. Gao Su's face instantly turned purple. He thought, You're here to cause trouble, kid? I refuse to believe it. The sixth peak, Cho Oyu, with an altitude of 8,201 meters. Oh, by the way, this mountain is also called Cho Oyu Peak. Should I explain its Tibetan meaning? No need. Seventh peak, Dalajuri Peak, 8,172 meters above sea level. Eighth. I don't know how much time passed. Even after class was over, the two of them were still asking and answering each other. Some students passing by their classroom stopped and secretly took out their phones to record the scene. However, most of the time was spent recording Tang Dynasty style. The two of them asked each other questions and even went so far as to ask about the world's 39th highest peak. But Tang Feng still answered fluently. Teacher, I think it's a bit troublesome for you to keep asking. How about I just give you a list of the top 100 mountains? Gao Su was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Was this some kind of list of dishes? At this moment, Gao Su's face turned deathly pale. He thought to himself, You know all this? Why are you carrying around this stuff for no reason? Gao Su finally understood what it meant to be someone with high intelligence who is not to be trifled with. Why did he have to be so foolish as to try and show off his limited skills in front of Tang Feng? Ahem. You're very good, Tang Feng. Let's leave this question at that. Get out of class dismissed. After saying that, Gao Su slunk away from the classroom. As soon as they heard that get out of class was over, all the students surrounded Tang Feng. Lin Wan, in particular, ran the fastest. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she looked at Tang Feng with sparkling eyes, asking, "You even specifically memorized the world's top 100 peaks?" Tang Feng chuckled and shook his head, casually explaining, "No, I saw it online once before and remembered it." "Oh, Gao Su, who hadn't even left the classroom yet, nearly coughed up blood upon hearing Tang Feng's nonchalant words, almost unable to leave. The other students looked at Tang Feng with envy, jealousy, or admiration. This genius is the only one in the entire school who has the ability to remember everything he sees. This statement was also recorded in the video. The video quickly rose to the top of the trending searches online. It quickly became a hot topic across the internet. "That's amazing. If I had a kid like Tang Feng, I'd probably wake up laughing every night." This is from a mom fan. "Little Tang Feng looks so cool when he answers questions. I can't wait for him to grow up." This is from a fan of cute little boys. "He knows even the altitude, the mountain range it belongs to, and even the origin and meaning of its name. What else doesn't he know?" This is a geographer. Because of this video, a trend of recording mountain peaks has become popular online. Many people recorded videos to imitate it. This sparked a nationwide craze for learning geography. When the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom and Old Master Du and his family saw this video, they couldn't help but sigh. This is the kind of star that China truly needs. He's thousands of times better than those meaningless internet celebrities who just eat a peach, or high-quality human mail. When everyone was looking for Tang Feng, hoping to find him to be the product spokesperson, Tang Feng, however, sat leisurely in his laboratory, researching mecha. "Warner, help me find out which country has the rare metals that the Eurode company used before." "Yes, Master." "Answering you, Master, this rare metal is abundant in Lawfight Country, White Bear Country, and Eagle Country. There are also parts of the Dragon Kingdom that haven't been mined." Tang Feng nodded. He casually took out his phone and called Lin Guodong. A few days later, a large truck stopped in front of Tang Feng Laboratories factory. In addition to staff members, Lin Guodong himself was also present. He was sent by his superiors to gather information. Faced with Lin Guodong's probing, Tang Feng simply smiled mysteriously and did not tell him anything. Seeing that Tang Feng didn't say anything, Lin Guodong naturally didn't pursue the matter further. After putting Tang Feng's suitcase away, he left with his men. Tang Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked at the glowing metal lying in the large box. "Mech, here I come." Chapter 56 The Mech Takes Shape. Zero and the Cultivator. Chapter 56 The Mech Takes Shape. Zero and the Cultivator. Summer vacation has arrived. Inside a factory building in the heart of the mountain city, a young man was sitting upright at a table, his long, slender hands typing furiously on the keyboard, as fluent as playing the piano. His eyes were fixed on the lines of code flashing across the screen. It was Tang Feng. "Warner, take out all the parts and prepare to assemble them." "Yes, Master." As Tang Feng wrote the code and it ran, the AI controlled the different parts of the mecha to begin assembly. Initially, the skeleton began to change, followed by a flash of purple light. With the help of robotic arms, a humanoid skeleton over 2 meters tall was assembled. Next, a spherical combat pod with a diameter of 10 centimeters was constructed, which flew into the left chest cavity of the skeleton first. The polygonal engine followed closely behind, placed on the abdomen of the skeleton. Next comes the armor, which starts from the feet and spreads upwards along the skeleton like mercury. Once the armor completely covered the head and all the parts were in place, it looked just like the birth of Iron Man from Marvel. With the standard modules assembled, it's time to work on the add-on modules. This time, the shield flew out first, getting stuck at the junction of the thoracic and spinal vertebrae. The cylindrical main gun was mounted in the center of the chest, while the sniper cannon was magnetically attached to the back. Finally, a mecha that was 2.5 meters tall and covered in crimson purple was completed. The purple fluorescence emitted by the rare metal makes it appear exceptionally majestic, and anyone standing in front of it can feel a strong sense of awe. This is not a cheap imitation product made by a toy manufacturer. It is a real war machine. Tang Feng's mecha is codenamed Zero, meaning the first mech. The Zero mech is equipped with main cannons, secondary cannons, shields, radar, and other modules, and already possesses considerable combat power. Tang Feng circled the mecha twice, looking at the 1.5-meter-long sniper cannon on its back. His brows relaxed, and he was very satisfied. He sighed inwardly, realizing how difficult it was to build a mech, and then began communicating with the arc reactor to formally attach the mech. As the command was given, a hatch appeared in the combat compartment on the left chest of the mech, and Tang Feng was sucked in by a suction force. The mecha Tang Feng made wasn't the real Iron Man. He simply wore the armor on his body. He put on his armor and actually entered the combat compartment. The mech's combat bay utilizes some space folding technology. Although it is only 10 centimeters in diameter, it contains a sphere with a diameter of 8 meters. After the operator enters, they also need to select the mech's working mode. The Zero mech has 3 modes: combat mode, standby mode, and shutdown mode. First, let's talk about combat. In this mode, the pilot is in a zero-gravity floating state and connects to the mech through neurons. At this point, any action the operator takes in the combat cabin will be synchronized with the mech, just like the person has become the mech. Next is standby mode, where the mech engine is at its lowest power output. The images captured by the mech's 2 cameras will be transmitted in real time to the spherical inner wall of the combat pod. The operator can switch to combat mode at any time. Finally, there is the shutdown mode. In this mode, the engine is turned off and there is no monitoring screen transmission. To enter the combat mode, there is a process of starting the engine. After Tang Feng was equipped with the armor, the combat mode was immediately activated. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the mecha's perspective. The sudden increase in his field of vision by half a meter made him feel a little uncomfortable. As I moved my hands and feet, the mecha followed suit, but there was a slight sense of sluggishness. He wasn't flustered at all. He knew this was an inevitable phenomenon of the new mecha, and that it could be gradually eliminated through scientific training. The main cannon of this armed mech has an attack range of up to 2 kilometers. It does not use gunpowder or ammunition, but rather a mixture of electrical and kinetic energy. Strictly speaking, it can be described as a laser cannon. It took Tang Feng a month and a half to build this Zero mech, using more than 20,000 small parts and hundreds of large parts. Fortunately, we had signed agreements with many countries beforehand, and those countries were very cooperative in sending us various materials. However, they still didn't know what Tang Feng was doing. Old Du did come once during that period, and after learning of Tang Feng's goal, his cloudy eyes flashed with a sharp light. Tell Tang Feng what he needs, and the special department will give him its full support. Tang Feng gladly accepted. Located deep in the mountains, its advantage lies in its vast land, sparse population, and remoteness. Jiang Feifei brought Tang Feng here once before and remembered this place. Here, Tang Feng could not only conduct experiments openly and legitimately, but also test cannons in the wilderness. After leaving Zero, Tang Feng walked towards a corner of the factory. Look at the other machine that was completed at almost the same time as Zero. In the corner, various machines and cables were placed. At the very center is Tang Feng's second achievement, a giant humanoid mecha 5 meters tall. Although its surface is not as smooth and glamorous as Zero, it has a more unruly feel overall, like stepping out of Cyberpunk 2077. Stroking the mecha's outer shell, Tang Feng's eyes revealed a satisfied expression. This machine wasn't meant for combat. Tang Feng named it the cultivator. As its name suggests, that's right. This mech is used for farming. Last time, Tang Feng discovered in the mountain city that the soil was fertile, but the population was sparse and the efficiency of crop cultivation was not high. Therefore, Tang Feng decided to develop an agricultural mech to perform integrated tasks such as crop sowing, harvesting, irrigation, pest control, and so on. Agriculture is the foundation of a nation. Tang Feng also plans to build some hovercars and robot dogs here as a test site for his future company. Didi. At that moment, Tang Feng received a message from Lin Guodong on his phone. Huh? A fly flew in from outside. Tang Feng opened the image taken by the satellite. A black and white image consisting only of line outlines was transmitted. This aircraft looks a lot like the retired Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft from the United States, but its wings are much larger. The aerodynamic layout is also slightly different, and there are 2 more engines. It's a model I've never seen before. As Tang Feng observed the picture, a flat, oddly shaped airplane with 4 engines. It was flying from west to east towards the mountain city at a height of tens of thousands of meters and at 5 times the speed of sound. At the same time, alarms blared loudly at the command center of the special departments in the mountain city. The Air Force Department in charge of this area, headed by Ma Lei, Deputy Head Wang Yu, and the Secretary General, were also gathered here. The 3 of them stared at the red dots on the radar screen with grim expressions. After watching for a while, Ma Lei asked without turning his head, "The intentions of this latest reconnaissance aircraft from the United States are unclear. Has your department developed a countermeasure?" The Secretary General shook his head helplessly. "I'm sorry, sir. The enemy aircraft are flying at speeds exceeding Mach 5, far surpassing our fighter jets. Moreover, its flight altitude has reached 50,000 meters. We don't even have the qualifications to surround and suppress it." Chapter 57, The Beam of Destruction. The Trembling of the Eagle Nation. Chapter 57, Destructive Beam. The Trembling of the Eagle Nation. Deputy Commander Wang Yu also got angry. "Are we, the Air Force, just going to watch it swagger into the mountain city like this?" The Secretary General said with a wry smile, "We can only contact the anti-missile forces above and ask them to use anti-aircraft missiles to launch a concentrated attack. We really have no way to deal with it." All 3 were now helpless. The enemy had invaded their airspace, but their own air force was powerless to stop it. They could only rely on missiles to fight back. How could the Air Force leaders not be frustrated? After Mayer gritted his teeth and reported to the military headquarters that he was powerless to do anything, air defense missile units in various coastal areas soon began to take action. Missile vehicles were driven out of the camp, and all the hidden air defense positions went into high alert, with all missiles aimed directly at the new reconnaissance aircraft. At 10:15, after warnings from the Chinese military proved ineffective, the reconnaissance aircraft was officially listed as a target. At 10:16, the military headquarters issued the attack order directly. In the first wave, 30 land-based air defense missiles were launched. At that moment, Tang Feng's radar simultaneously detected these 30 missiles. The radar system also provided results immediately. Calculations show that the missile's hit probability is 0. Tang Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. As an air combat enthusiast, he knew all too well that the probability of shooting down an enemy plane at this altitude was extremely low. Moreover, the enemy aircraft's flight speed had reached 5 times the speed of sound, which was faster than most missiles. Besides, enemy planes don't just fly in a straight line, so it's not very realistic to try to get ahead of them. As expected, the first wave of missiles quickly missed their target, and then the Longfang Air Defense Force launched 3 more waves of missiles. Unfortunately, none of the more than 200 missiles hit their targets, and the enemy aircraft were already close to the coastline. After 4 waves of missiles, the air defense forces were helpless. The missile unit commander was so angry that he smashed his teacup, and the military leaders were also gritting their teeth. It is a disgrace to the Chinese military that a great nation like China cannot do anything about a single reconnaissance aircraft. Where there are sorrows, there are also joys. At this time, the military base of the United States was filled with jubilation. Their latest reconnaissance aircraft can move freely in any place, and even the Dragon Kingdom can't do anything about it. That naturally means that it can communicate with all countries in the world. Back then, they could investigate whomever they wanted and fly wherever they wanted. Our gaze returns to the mountain city's seaside. Tang Feng glanced at the radar and saw that no more anti-aircraft missiles were being launched, and enemy aircraft had already entered the land area. He naturally guessed that the Chinese military had already conceded defeat in this air defense battle. Phew, that fly has been bouncing around for so long. It's time to swat it. At this moment, Tang Fengqing exhaled and put the cannon that had been removed from his lying position back in place. Activate mech combat mode. The cannon instantly extended from the inside of the mech, its total length reaching an impressive 8 meters, with the barrel alone exceeding 4 meters and a caliber of 10 centimeters. With its design, It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a main artillery piece. Tang Feng pulled out a sniper cannon from behind, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and lay back on the hillside of the mountain city, the muzzle pointing straight at the sky. Under the faint purple light of the sniper cannon, the mecha's jet black form appeared even more imposing. After shouldering the gun, he had already issued the command to the radar to synchronize the sniper shell trajectory. In less than a breath, the sniper cannon's crosshair appeared on the radar image. As Tang Feng moved the cannon barrel, the sniper cannon's crosshair followed suit. This is why Tang Feng immediately installed radar as soon as he acquired the mecha. Without radar, the mech can only engage in combat within visual range. Even if the mech's camera is high definition, it will be useless if there are obstructions in front of it. Just like now, the enemy aircraft is high in the sky, and the thick clouds obscure the view, so even the mech's own cameras, which have night vision capabilities, cannot see through it. Having radar makes all the difference, especially the autocannon aiming synchronization function, which is absolutely a godsend for beyond visual range combat. Tang Feng, with a mix of unfamiliarity and familiarity, subtly adjusted the cannon's muzzle, slowly moving it forward. The moment the sniper cannon's crosshair hit the enemy aircraft on the radar screen, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The laser railgun created by Tang Feng has a deeper sound than ordinary cannons. A vivid analogy is that it's like an enlarged version of someone banging their head against a wall. The sniper cannon was created by Tang Feng, and with the added benefit of his high-tech fingers, its muzzle velocity increased dramatically once again. The fist-sized, ultra-dense energy warhead streaked across the sky like a meteor. 0.15 seconds, that's how long it takes for a laser sniper cannon to travel 45 kilometers. Its extreme speed was so great that not only could it not be seen with the naked eye, but even ground radar could not keep up with it. High-energy warheads with no actual mass can be deployed this quickly. The enemy planes, still swaggering confidently high in the sky, had no idea that death was approaching. The moment it was hit by the sniper cannon, a burst of high-energy rays erupted, and all the materials of the enemy aircraft instantly reached their boiling point. At an altitude of 40,000 meters, a dazzling, enormous fireball suddenly appeared. The fireball was so bright that it even pierced through the clouds and could be seen across half of the coastal province. Mountain City Air Force Command Center. The red dot on the radar screen suddenly grew larger, then quickly shrank back down until it disappeared without a trace. The three high-ranking officials turned their heads almost simultaneously, fixing their gazes on the radar station chief. Being stared at by three big shots, the radar station chief broke out in a cold sweat. "What's going on?" Supervisor Ma Lei asked, frowning. The station master's first thought was that the radar had malfunctioned. But after his tense investigation, he found no problem at all. He could only bite the bullet and report. Reporting to the supervisor, the radar is showing normal operation. Mayor, his face stern, continued to question, "Where did the enemy plane go? Our air defense forces have ceased firing. Could it have exploded on its own?" The radar station chief was speechless for a moment. Just then, a communications soldier rushed in and reported loudly. Reporting to the supervisor, all observation points are reporting a violent explosion in the airspace where the enemy aircraft was located. The explosion's intensity is no less than 500 tons of TNT. The radar station chief immediately looked at Mayor with a wronged expression, as if to say, "Look, it really exploded." Ma Lei's face immediately turned red. He hadn't expected to be proven wrong so quickly. Fortunately, a communications officer stood up, interrupting his awkward situation. "Report. The military has forwarded a message from the space agency. The Tianji-4 remote sensing satellite has detected a cluster of super-energy rays. Breaking through the atmosphere at 1,000 times the speed of sound, the enemy aircraft was located directly below the observation point. The General Staff's analysis suggested the enemy aircraft was likely destroyed as a result." After the communications officer finished his report, the hall fell completely silent. Everyone was wondering, where did this burst of super-energy rays come from? How did they manage to take down a hypersonic reconnaissance aircraft? Does their Dragon Kingdom have such weapons? Meanwhile, the United States of America was also completely bewildered. and the special commander of the military base, Katerina. Chapter 58, The Laboratory. Open for business. Chapter 58, The Laboratory. Opening. This silent scene also took place at the Eagle Nation's military base. From generals to orderly soldiers, everyone in the Eagle Nation wore a solemn expression. It's obvious. They also received satellite monitoring data. Their confusion was accompanied by fear. They feared that China's superweapon might be developed into a conventional weapon in the future. For the first time, the military intelligence organization of the Eagle Nation was fully operational. Katerina paced back and forth on the ground with a serious expression. This plan is clearly aimed at Tang Feng. Because Tang Feng tricked her during the last telescope project, Katerina has been avoiding the media spotlight ever since. But this did not diminish her curiosity about Tang Feng. The nanoprotective suit and the frozen crystals that could block lava kept Katerina up at night with longing. That's how this investigation plan came about. Reporting, sir. The Dragon Kingdom has issued a statement to us, declaring that if we continue to provoke them, they will sever diplomatic relations. Katerina neither confirmed nor denied the communications officer's message, and simply nodded. He thought to himself, I'll get my hands on your technology sooner or later, Tang Feng. The Dragon Kingdom strongly condemned the Eagle Kingdom's actions. The representative from the Eagle Nation claimed that the new aircraft had gone out of control during a test flight and accidentally flew into the Dragon Nation. This indicates that a similar situation will not occur again. In this way, there's no need to worry about being harassed for the time being. Meanwhile, Tang Feng's laboratory was being built at a rapid pace. His name is still quite well known in China. So when Tang Feng asked Elder Du for people, all the young interns under Elder Du were scrambling to join Tang Feng's laboratory. In the end, Tang Feng didn't ask for too many people, since he had an AI that was equivalent to the work capacity of dozens of people. After arranging the company's operations, Tang Feng contacted Lin Guodong to help him process the funds at the bank. Tang Feng successfully obtained the 300 million yuan from the sale of the villa in Shanghai. This gave him 300 million yuan in working capital at the outset, enough to purchase research institutes and equipment. In response to the cutting-edge technology of Eurode Company, Tang Feng plans to build a corresponding laboratory. Artificial intelligence, quantum computers, brain-computer interfaces, materials, engines, semiconductor technology. Master's degree graduates start with an annual salary of 400,000 yuan, while doctoral degree graduates earn 500,000 yuan annually. Those with relevant research experience will be charged an additional 150,000. Within the industry, this salary is already at the top level. After Tang Feng told the newly recruited employees about the salary, they worked even more diligently. More than 30 people signed confidentiality agreements and non-compete agreements together and officially joined the company. Tang Feng took the contract and paid 6 months' salary in advance on the spot. The checks were handed out to the graduate students one by one, leaving them speechless. Just give me the money? 200,000 right off the bat. The boss is too generous. The graduate students, who had previously been working for their professors for free, were encountering such a refreshing and unpretentious form of motivation for the first time. They were immediately full of energy and eager to get started. Boss, shall we start working now? Dr. Chen Kong, the head of the Artificial Intelligence Group, asked. No rush. Everyone should register an internal communication number first and familiarize themselves with the confidentiality regulations before we proceed. Tang Feng smiled and shook his head, then led them to their respective offices. The office is equipped with specially designed computers that are physically disconnected from the internet and do not support USB drives or other physical transfers, but can access locally stored papers and materials via the local area network. Of course, the most meaningful thing for Tang Feng was the specially designed chat system, which could realize instant communication and file transfer functions within the local area network. The internal communication software on the desktop is a chat software used exclusively in the lab. You need to register first, and then the security personnel will provide you with confidentiality training. Seeing that the researchers had each found a desk and turned on their computers, Tang Feng left and went upstairs to his own office. Turn on the display screen, and you can see new contacts logging in one after another. Tang Feng took a deep breath and turned on his computer. Here are a large number of documents that he spent a month and a half compiling and organizing. With the help of Little Wanner, Tang Feng often only needed to present the central argument and the core calculation formula. The AI will then automatically help him complete the subsequent calculations and layout. After waiting for 2 minutes, a compressed file of over 100 gigabytes was uploaded to the platform. Set to shared mode. All the materials from the several research groups have arrived. Everyone's eyes lit up as they opened the documents. Artificial Intelligence Group. Applications of convolutional neural networks in character recognition and translation, and multiple image recognition techniques based on sparse coding. Human-machine interaction. Human-brain reflex blocks. Experimental results of mouse visual nerve linkage, and several ideas for linking human-brain image recognition blocks. Quantum Computing Group. Entanglement of qubits in superconducting quantum dot arrays. Research on decoherence of qubits. An experimental route of semiconductor quantum dot arrays. Materials Team. Novel brainwave sensing materials and exploration of high-temperature superconducting materials. While everyone was still in a state of extreme confusion, Tang Feng spoke up. Dr. Chen Kong, your lab should verify this algorithm first. In the Artificial Intelligence Group, the researchers looked at the project proposal on their computers and exchanged bewildered glances. Team leader, is this the project plan you wrote? Chen Kong shook his head. No. So that means someone else wrote this? But who else in the field of artificial intelligence besides you could create something like this? Is this thing reliable? The researcher, harboring doubts, flipped through the project proposal. The theoretical foundation, formulaic reasoning, and verification direction are all presented in a very professional manner. It seems somewhat feasible. Dr. Chen Kong nodded. Yes, this neural network organization pattern seems to be even more ingenious than the one we used before. Let's try it according to the plan. The AI team began to follow the plan. The results surprised and delighted them. After data mining and deep learning, their intelligent text recognition program. The character recognition accuracy quickly reached 65%, and the image recognition program was able to roughly distinguish human faces. Keep in mind that only a little over half a month has passed, and the AI has not yet learned from a large amount of data. Regarding this result, the people in the lab were both excited and shocked. However, they soon learned that it wasn't just artificial intelligence that had made breakthroughs. After the cafeteria was put into use, I ate with people from other laboratories. Researchers at the Quantum Computing Lab say that the entanglement of 6 qubits has been successfully verified in computer simulations. The Brain-Computer Interface Laboratory obtained electroencephalograms of several functional areas of mice. The Materials Lab has developed a new experimental material that is highly sensitive to radio waves. Technological breakthroughs seem to have become simpler in an instant. Holy crap, this data mining accuracy is off the charts. Do you know what it feels like to succeed in 10 material tests? In the past, we had to conduct at least hundreds of tests to successfully verify a new material. The quantum error correction algorithm we tested is amazing. Once we build a quantum computer, you must come and use it. The lab technicians were pleasantly surprised. However, this is not the end. Chapter 59 Expansion. 10 Bowls of Coffee Sugar Technology Company. Chapter 59 Expansion. 10 Bowls of Coffee Sugar Technology Company. Just as they finished understanding and digesting the theoretical ideas, Tang Feng sent over a new set of experimental materials. 33-bit error correction algorithm for superconducting quantum circuits. Upon verification, the model proved to be fully feasible. Now everyone understood. Who exactly came up with these inspirations and experimental models? It was provided by the boss. Where did the boss get this? I don't see anyone else here. You're not going to tell me the boss did this himself, are you? How is that possible? He may be a genius, but he's only 10 years old. No need to discuss it anymore. It was our little genius boss Tang who came up with it. I had previously asked Mr. Tang about the issues in the proposal, and he sent it to me immediately after making the revisions. Li Yunlong, head of the Quantum Computing Laboratory, spoke with a look of deep emotion, ending the discussion. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire research institute. Tang Feng's reputation as a genius has been confirmed. The graduate students looked at Tang Feng with a mixture of enthusiasm for their benefactor and admiration. Tang Feng smiled slightly at this. An IQ of 188 is no joke. Tang Feng instructed his assistant to arrange the bonuses and convened a meeting in the conference room. Researchers arrived at the site one after another. I thought it was something serious. Unexpectedly, Tang Feng started writing checks while sitting on the stage. What will be discussed at this meeting? President Tang seems to be writing something, somewhat like the check he wrote on his first day at the company. Oh. Tang Feng didn't keep them waiting long. After writing the checks, he started distributing the money without saying a word. To celebrate the achievements of the Research Institute, we are giving out money today, a bonus of 100,000 yuan to each person. The person in charge will receive an additional 100,000 yuan, hoping everyone will continue their efforts and dedicate themselves to the research. They got a bonus after less than a month. The researchers were stunned. They received the checks in a daze and watched as Tang Feng handed out the money, and then simply adjourned the meeting and left. President Tang is too generous. So cool to just hand out the money and leave. Does such a company really exist? Am I dreaming? The researchers were deeply moved and resolved to work hard and dedicate themselves to their work. Little did they know that Tang Feng's decisive departure was actually to avoid being pestered with academic discussions. After the celebration party, Tang Feng systematically distributed the scientific and technological materials at a certain rate. On the other hand, the company continued to expand. The 4 original laboratories, including the one for artificial intelligence, have all expanded to more than 100 people. In addition, several other types of laboratories were successively established. Influenced by him, domestic doctoral and master's students who would otherwise have had to switch careers due to the lack of high-end industries now have the opportunity to enter research work. Especially in fields like biology, which rapidly fell into obscurity in the new millennium, even graduates from top universities often changed careers. Tang Feng directly sent people to the top universities in the country to recruit all the master's and doctoral graduates with high salaries, causing the Dragon Kingdom to exclaim that the biological century had truly arrived. Unfortunately, they will soon discover that this is the only institution that is recruiting biology graduate students on a large scale. The competition to get into Tenbol's coffee sugar technology company will be fierce. As for the company name, it was named by taking one character each from Lin Wan, Jiang Feifei, Tang Feng, and Xia Shiro. For Tang Feng, the flourishing of biology was just a negligible butterfly effect. I haven't paid much attention to it. While expanding the existing laboratory, the new semiconductor laboratory has also begun operation. Tang Feng devoted all his time to researching mechs, and agricultural robots were also progressing rapidly. At the same time, better algorithms have been developed in the fields of artificial intelligence, speech recognition, and image recognition, enabling 100% accurate speech input under standard pronunciation. The Human-Machine Interface Laboratory has achieved partial success in monitoring the brainwave activity of mouse and pig brains. A semiconductor laboratory has developed 2 organic semiconductor materials that can be used to make flexible photovoltaic panels. Superconducting quantum technology has progressed to the 56-qubit level. The ion trap approach has introduced an 8-qubit algorithm, and the semiconductor quantum dot approach has achieved experimental implementation of a 5-qubit algorithm. The materials laboratory has developed a new heat dissipation material, a breakthrough in special photoresists suitable for organic semiconductors. The UAV power laboratory was established, and the first jet turbofan engine was developed. Based on the information provided by Tang Feng, the researchers continued to make breakthroughs and opened a new condensed matter laboratory, each connection taking more than a minute longer. Artificial intelligence continues to make breakthroughs in the field of image recognition, enabling it to distinguish between photographs and real people based on light sources. By monitoring brain waves, the next activity of mice and pigs was successfully predicted. Superconducting quantum technology has progressed to the 208-qubit level, and semiconductor quantum dots have broken through the 6-qubit barrier. A semiconductor laboratory has obtained a new type of organic semiconductor material with a photovoltaic efficiency approaching 33%. The Condensed Matter Laboratory and the Materials Laboratory jointly developed a new superconducting material that can reach temperatures 5K higher than previously used superconducting materials. With the previous experiments going smoothly, the laboratory continued to expand, but the results were not as good as expected. With the potential of deep learning algorithms and artificial intelligence exhausted, research has returned to building basic neural networks. EEG detection has stalled in predicting the behavior of primates, such as monkeys. Superconducting quantum technology has progressed to the 269-qubit level, but error correction algorithms are becoming increasingly difficult, and semiconductor quantum dots have reached a standstill. However, through ultra-vacuum encapsulation and isotope enrichment, decoherence is prolonged and fidelity is improved. The Materials Laboratory has manufactured 2 new types of high-temperature resistant materials with low coefficients of thermal expansion. The Precision Instrument Laboratory was established and began operation, achieving breakthroughs in ultra-vacuum packaging and isotope enrichment processes. Based on new low-expansion, high-temperature resistant materials, the performance of turbofan engines has been significantly improved. After the scramjet engine enters the hypersonic wind tunnel test, it can ignite for more than 20 seconds. In just 3 months, technology has been updated at a dazzling pace. Each experiment, based on Tang Feng's theoretical deductions, successfully achieved its objective. By this point, the entire research institute had solidified Tang Feng's reputation as a theoretical genius, and their respect for him had only grown stronger. However, Tang Feng remained quite calm, even feeling that it was far from enough. This is partly because he is self-aware and knows that the researchers deserve much credit for these achievements. On the other hand, while the laboratory's technology is constantly advancing, its level is still far from Tang Feng's psychological goal. For example, current artificial intelligence is not intelligent at all. It can only mine data, learn, and act according to a set structure. Tang Feng sighed upon seeing this. What are the uses of images in light-based speech recognition? What he wants is true intelligence that can improve itself, make independent judgments, and repair malfunctions. A single AI can only handle so much computational load. It's still a long way from being mass-produced as an assembly line product. Artificial intelligence combined with unmanned factories could absolutely rival the Industrial Revolution. If domestic companies can't keep up, they won't even be able to do low-end OEM manufacturing, and in the end, they'll be forced to compete ruthlessly with machines in terms of efficiency. Furthermore, quantum computers are increasingly hitting bottlenecks, and it is unclear when quantum supremacy will be achieved. Brain-computer interfaces can only predict the general behavior of animals using brainwaves. They are powerless to handle complex human thought processes, let alone input knowledge through brain implants. Sure enough, it's simply unrealistic for my current small laboratory to compare with the cutting-edge technology accumulated by the world's leading power over decades by gathering the world's smartest talents. Even with the help of an AI, it's still the same. Tang Feng was lost in thought, unaware that he had already surpassed the actual technological level of all countries in the world in the fields of artificial intelligence and quantum computing. Chapter 60 Patent Application. It shocked Shanghai. Chapter 60 Applying for a Patent. Alarming Shanghai. When Tang Feng sighed, he didn't know that even the so-called artificial intelligence of the United States was more like artificial stupidity. The much-discussed AI-powered driving technology is still something that can cause cars to veer off course, and unmanned factories, due to their flexible production capabilities, cannot yet be widely applied. Quantum supremacy is just empty talk. There's no mature development path to it. Claiming supremacy with only 56 qubits is far too easy. In terms of space exploration, the United States does not have a true spaceplane. In contrast, a certain major power has already brought its combined power aerospace engine close to practical application. Brain-computer interfaces are another story altogether. They're a classic way to attract investment. The publicity department is even better at exaggerating than other companies. People who don't know the situation might think that memory implantation or an educational revolution is about to happen. If the high command of the Eagle Nation knew that it was just one of their idiots spouting nonsense that had affected Tang Feng. And the monstrous technology they'll face next will surely make them want to tear those people's mouths apart. Patent Registration Office. The clerk received a group of strange registrants. A dozen or so young people, wearing masks and large sunglasses, huddled together in the office. Sir, did you bring the registration application and the actual invention? I brought it. Tang Feng waved his hand, and the security guards took out several briefcases. He opened the briefcase and took out a thick stack of documents. Seeing this, the clerk felt a little uneasy. Upon receiving the documents, I saw about 10 application forms, each bearing the words National Defense Patent Application. You want to apply for a defense patent? The clerk asked, looking up. Right. Which designated unit are you from? It's not a designated unit. The company's name is Ten Bowls Coffee Sugar Technology. A private enterprise? The clerk looked puzzled. Tang Feng nodded. Right. The clerk asked in surprise. Defense patents are restricted from entering the private sector by relevant departments. Are you sure you want to register this, and not a classified patent? As he spoke, fearing he might not have understood, he added, since you don't have any defense missions, registering defense patents would affect your profits. Tang Feng nodded. No mistake, this is exactly what I want. Since the registrants had made this choice, the clerk did not try to persuade them further and directed them to submit their applications to a specialized registration agency. It goes through a set process. The project quickly entered the expert review stage. At the Shanghai Materials Research Institute, technicians tested Tangfeng's heat insulation coating. Measurement results: 90% thermal reflectivity, 0.03 W/mK thermal conductivity. That's incredible. I estimate this invention won't pass the review. How is that possible? This paint is better than any we've tested before. It's precisely because it's too powerful that it can't pass the test and must be kept as a technical secret. That makes sense. Let's bring it up with the director and let him decide. The technician's guess was completely correct. Not only paints won't pass the review, but other things like quantum computers and scramjet engines will also fail. At the Aviation Military Institute, the scramjet engine astonished all the experts. The scramjet engine has been operating continuously in the wind tunnel for 100 seconds. All indicators suggest that this is a practically usable engine prototype. What is the record for supersonic ramjet at XX Institute? The institute director asked on site. 30 seconds. It's more than 3 times less. The director glared at him and waved his hand dismissively. Find the inventor of this engine as soon as possible and ensure its secrecy. This is a top-level order. Sky Eye Intelligence Data Center. The 256-qubit superconducting quantum chip, combined with intelligent image recognition, has dazzled many people. In multi-threaded parallel mathematical problems, this quantum chip achieves 1,000,000 times the efficiency of traditional supercomputers. A satellite map covering 100 square kilometers can identify all military vehicles and flying objects in 10 seconds. The operator was so shocked that his eyes widened. Quickly go and invite General Wei. General Wei Jianzhang was reading documents in his office when the secure phone on his desk suddenly rang. As soon as the call connected, an urgent voice came from the security guard. Report, General, there is an urgent intelligence report from the data center. What's going on? Wei Jianzhang put down his pen and asked with a serious expression. A military research team tested an invention that claims to be a quantum computing chip and intelligent image recognition. This invention has been discovered to possess capabilities far exceeding those of data center systems. Colonel Ling requests your immediate presence. Okay, I'll be right there. When Wei Jianzhang arrived at the data center building, the technicians inside had already come up with new and innovative ways to use image recognition. From identifying specific objects from satellite images to clearly restoring surveillance images and facial recognition, we have explored the general functions of image systems. Wei Jianzhang approached the control room and saw Professor Ling changing clothes and adjusting shooting angles to test the accuracy of facial recognition. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers were all filled with shock. General Wei has arrived. General Wei. Wei Jianzhang raised his hand to return the salute of his subordinate, then pointed to the sealed cooling box, about the size of a wardrobe, next to him and asked, "Is this the machine you were talking about that can intelligently recognize things?" Yes, this machine uses liquid nitrogen for cooling. It can not only intelligently identify things, but also learn to recognize them after we point out things it doesn't recognize. It can identify an area of 100 square kilometers in just 10 seconds, which is more effective than having 100 or 80 people work for a whole day and night. Senior Colonel Ling explained with excitement in his eyes. Wei Jianzhong raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. As a technical soldier, he knew very well just how important what Colonel Ling was talking about was. With this technology, satellite utilization efficiency will increase 100-fold. It will have a revolutionary impact on the intelligence system. Wei Jianzhong couldn't wait to try it out himself. Seeing the amazing effect of the intelligent recognition, he gave the order. This cannot be registered as a patent and will be rejected immediately if it is seen by others. Notify the Heilongjiang Brigade to protect everyone who knows about this patent. Listen, this matter concerns national information security. Not a single word can leak out. I must personally visit the inventor's organization. At a command, the data center was transferred to the Heilongjiang Brigade. The Black Dragon Brigade is an elite military information security unit. Upon receiving instructions, Captain Zhang Yuan immediately took a helicopter to the National Defense Patent Registration Office to investigate the patent registrant's information. Meanwhile, inside the Defense Patent Office, everyone was working in an orderly manner when suddenly a group of men in black burst in. Who are you? The guard at the door sensed the capable aura emanating from the man in black, secretly gripped his baton, and stepped forward to inquire. The tall woman leading the group flicked her ponytail, took off her glasses, and revealed a delicate yet sharp face. She took a wallet out of her jacket and showed it to the guard. The guard paused, then exclaimed in surprise, "You are?" "Shoo." The woman brought her slender finger to her lips, signaling him to keep quiet. The guard understood her meaning and naturally made way for her. The woman then gave her assistant a look, and the group followed her to the third floor, to the director's office. Upon meeting the bureau chief, the woman finally revealed her identity. "Hello, I am Lung Xian, the head of the operations section of the Shanghai Security Bureau. We need your cooperation in investigating an invention that you have been handling. May I ask where the archives for the invention under review are located?" Chapter 61, Two Major Organizations. The young master backs down. Chapter 61, Two Major Organizations. The young master backs down. Upon hearing that they were from a classified unit, the bureau chief had no choice but to cooperate and quickly arrange for his subordinates to retrieve the information. Lung Xian quickly obtained the source of the supercharged ramjet engine, Mountain City Tin Bowl's coffee sugar technology. Lung Xian immediately went to an open space and called the leader of the research system that had commissioned the investigation. "Minister Yuan, the investigation you asked me to conduct has yielded results. It involves a company called Tin Bowl's coffee sugar technology, located in the heart of the Mountain City." "Okay, I'll head over right away." After hanging up the phone, Lung Xian immediately told her subordinates to leave, taking with them all the relevant materials about Shirwan coffee sugar technology. "I'm taking these documents with me, Director Zhang. Are you sure you don't have a backup?" "No, for documents like these awaiting review, we only keep the originals." "Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. Goodbye." After seeing off the operations section of the Bureau of Secrecy, Director Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I was just about to take a break during my lunch break." Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter came from outside, growing louder as it approached, and finally stopped on the building. "Director, the Military Region's Information Security personnel are looking for you. First the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics, then the Military Region's Information Security Bureau. Could they all be for the same thing?" Director Zhang's premonition was immediately confirmed. The National Security Bureau repeatedly searched the database, but couldn't find what they were looking for. Captain Zhang Yuan turned his head. His eyes narrowed as he stared at him. The National Defense Patent Registration Office hid the submission records because they don't trust our Heilong Brigade? "No, there isn't. All the documents are here, unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless you're looking for the same thing as the Secret Service." Zhang Yuan frowned and said, "Could you call out the person who handled the relevant documents?" Director Zhang nodded and called over the clerk who had processed Tang Feng's application. The clerk was surrounded by several burly men, looking very nervous. Take a look at the applications from the 9th to the 12th and see which ones are missing. Because Tongfeng's application for a defense patent, which is not a military enterprise, was so conspicuous, the clerk remembered it immediately. What? Why did their invention attract so much attention from the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics and the military region? The clerk was so dizzy from the shock that he stammered out his answer to the question. The applicant is from Chongqing, and his name is Tang Feng. Tang Feng. Why does that name sound so familiar, and the company name also has the character sugar in it? While ordering his subordinates to investigate, Zhang Yuan turned around and slapped the clerk on the shoulder. With your excellent memory, you should still remember what project you applied for. For the sake of confidentiality, we have no choice but to change your job. What? To keep it a secret, they even changed my job? The clerk, whose identity was being kept secret, looked even more bewildered. Would you believe me if I said I don't remember? Zhang Yuan chuckled, relayed the message to the military region's Sky I data center, left 5 people to handle personnel confidentiality issues, and sent the rest to the mountain city. 3 hours later, Ten Bowls Coffee Candy Technology Company, Limited, located in the heart of the mountain city. The manager of a company in the mountain city was asking Chun Kong for a favor at the door. Mr. Chun, please give us some face. Since you haven't used the whole building, it's no problem to free up a few floors. Young Master Hong's company represents products from Fortune 300 companies abroad. It wields immense power. It has already been listed as a key project for development by the Development Committee. It would be beneficial for you to get in touch with them later. Chin Kong frowned and looked at the young man next to the supervisor, who was dressed in foreign luxury brands. The disadvantages of choosing a location in the mountain town have become apparent. Initially, Tang Feng chose the mountain city's hinterland because it was suitable for housing large-scale experimental equipment and had a wide area. However, there are a lot of second-generation people in this place, and Tang Feng's experimental building looks as luxurious as a villa. When these second-generation rich kids discovered such a lucrative opportunity, they all wanted a piece of the pie. Tang Feng usually attends school, and company affairs are handled by Chin Kong, so he naturally cannot make decisions on his own. Besides, why should we give up our own company's territory to him? Putting aside expansion, how will we maintain secrecy? Thinking of this, Chin Kong refused, saying, I'm sorry, but to ensure confidentiality, our company does not allow outsiders to move in. Contracts are rigid, but people are flexible. The supervisor wanted to persuade him further, but young Master Hong raised his hand to interrupt him, chuckling. What confidentiality? It's like nobody cares. I don't have time to waste here with you. I'll just cancel his contract. This place belongs to Shanxing, and this factory also belongs to Shanxing. Tell them to get lost. They're getting cocky just because we gave them face. As they spoke, the sound of helicopter rotors could be heard from the sky. Young Master Hong glanced at Chin Kong, while the supervisor, all smiles, nodded in agreement and said loudly, Mr. Chun, I will send you the notice of contract termination shortly. You can pack your things and look for another place. After speaking, the two turned to leave, but before they could even step out of the corridor, they were stopped by a helicopter outside. What's going on? More than a dozen armed helicopters hovered overhead, dropping ropes from which multiple Special Forces soldiers rappelled down. First Action Team has arrived at the designated location. Please provide instructions. Second Action Team has arrived at the designated location. Please provide further instructions. The first team immediately proceeded to the main building to protect Ten Bowls Coffee Sugar Technology and all its contacts. The second team will control the nearby management committee to prevent the secret from being leaked. Yes. The Special Forces split up and took action. It attracted the attention of all passers-by. What are they doing? Are you filming a movie? Before everyone's eyes, a group of heavily armed elite soldiers quickly surrounded the building. Young Master Hong and the Shanxing district supervisor had never seen anything like this before. They quickly stepped aside, their arrogance completely vanished. However, it wasn't so easy for them to hide. The Special Forces pounced like wolves, blocking their retreat as if they were related to the target. The Mountain City manager was sandwiched between two burly men, trembling with fear. Even his voice changed. What is there something wrong? The Special Forces soldier glanced at him, The Black Dragon Brigade is here on orders from higher command to provide security. Don't worry, we're here to protect the safety of the personnel related to Tin Bull's coffee candy technology. Upon hearing this, young Master Hong and the Shanxing district supervisor immediately shook their heads. We have nothing to do with Tin Bull's coffee sugar technology. If it's not related, then why were you lingering in the Tin Bowls of Coffee Technology Hall? This, young Master Hong and the Shanxing district supervisor were stumped. How should they answer? Should they say that they came to bully Tin Bowls of Coffee Sugar Technology? The two stammered and couldn't say anything. Just then, a quick-witted security guard stepped forward and explained the whole story. They're here to ask our company to give up half of their building space, but our company's confidentiality policies don't allow us to share office space with other organizations, so there's really nothing we can do. Is that so? Team leader Zhang Yuan arrived just in time and immediately became serious upon hearing the news. This is our company's General Manager Chun. You can ask General Manager Chun. Chen Kong nodded. Zhang Yuan turned around and smiled grimly. Take them both away and investigate them thoroughly. Find out their motives. The district head of Shanxing turned pale upon hearing this, while young Master Hong, standing beside him, frantically shouted, "You can't arrest me. Do you know who my father is? He's the president of the Tingsha Chamber of Commerce in northern Zhejiang. I brought tens of millions of yuan worth of business to Chongqing. The investment losses due to the delay are enormous, far greater than what this small company could cause." Chapter 62 This Tang Feng is actually that Tang Feng. Chapter 62 This Tang Feng is actually that Tang Feng. Oh, since he's already asked, let's investigate his father while we're at it, just in case there's a problem. Upon hearing this, young Master Hong immediately wilted and almost collapsed if the manager of Shanxing hadn't supported him. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned to Chen Kong, saluted him, and said softly, "Mr. Chun, we are from the Black Dragon team of the Information Security Center, here specifically to protect your company's research results." Chen Kong had never seen anything like this before. A captain from the security brigade saluted him. He quickly waved his hand and said, "You're too kind. Besides, I'm just in charge. The real decision-maker is our CEO, Mr. Tang." Mr. Tang? Tang Feng, right? He shares the same name as our country's little genius. Your patent is excellent, but it's not really appropriate to discuss it here. Could you let us in first? Okay. Upon hearing this, the security guards gathered at the company entrance looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. He thought to himself, don't you know that our company's CEO, Tang, is the little genius Tang Feng? But they still made way for them. Just as I was about to go through the security checkpoint, about 10 black cars drove up and stopped at the entrance. The person who got out of the car was Lung Xian, the head of the operations section of the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics. Upon seeing the Special Forces soldier in front of her, Lung Xian pressed her lips together. Am I too late? Despite saying that, she still led her people quickly to the lobby on the first floor. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Brigade stepped forward to stop them. This is a classified military area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to trespass. Lung Xian took out her work ID. We are officers from the operations section of the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics, and we are on a classified mission. This is a civilian facility and has not been designated as a military area. Our bureau has the right to carry out official duties. The local and military regions of the Dragon Kingdom are two parallel lines, with no connection between them. Lung Xian's words were perfectly correct according to the rules, leaving the soldiers momentarily at a loss for what to do. Zhang Yuan's eyes darted around, and he ordered his subordinates to remove the obstruction. Section Chief Lung is right. Since we all have the same goal, let's cooperate. The documents you took before should also be kept by us. This will probably have to wait until we negotiate with the higher-ups before we can make a decision. Lung Xian smiled and walked around him, going straight to Chen Kong and handing over her identification. Sir, my name is Lung Xian. You can call me Xiao Lung. I'm here today to discuss confidentiality measures for the patent your company applied for. After speaking, Lung Xian looked around with a smile and said, It's not very convenient here. Could I go inside and talk to you privately? Just then, Tang Feng came downstairs from the building, making such a commotion. Zhang Yuan and Lung Xian were taken aback when they saw Tang Feng. They exclaimed in unison. It's you? Tang Feng looked the two of them up and down, then nodded. What? Do you have any questions about me? As he spoke, he reached out and handed Lung Xian's identification to the security guard for verification. He led Lung Xian and Zhang Yuan to the reception room. What is it? Speak up, Tang Feng asked. Lung Xian sat upright in the chair, glancing at Tang Feng twice before handing him a stack of official documents from her pocket. We are here on behalf of the military research system. Because your company's application for a defense patent is too advanced to be easily demonstrated, the application has been rejected and the patent will be kept confidential as a trade secret. Zhang Yuan also handed over the authorization document. Your company's computer-related inventions have been tested by the Military Information Center, and the results are too advanced. The higher command has instructed that they should not be made public. Tang Feng nodded, thinking to himself that he knew it was true. I will discuss this matter with Professor Du and the Lonko Academy later. You can leave now. This was the first time Zhang Yuan and Lung Xian had been asked to leave. Logically speaking, in the past, no matter how high-ranking the leaders of other companies were, they would tremble in the presence of these two. But the one in front of us is different. The two exchanged a glance. Little genius, look how far we've come all this way. Could you give us a quick tour of your lab? Lung Xian decided to go all out and shamelessly said. Tang Feng initially wanted to refuse, but then he thought about how difficult things had been for these two people. He even helped him get rid of that idiot second-generation rich kid, young Master Hong, and nodded. Since they are from a legitimate department in China, there's no need to worry about their information being leaked. Come with me. I can give you a simple demonstration. Tang Feng simply let the two of them tour the laboratory together. He took the two to the artificial intelligence laboratory. The intricate array of quantum chips, resembling a golden chandelier, left the two dazzled. Dr. Chen Kong, who is in charge of artificial intelligence, explained. This is the 128-qubit superconducting computer we made before. Although it was a generation earlier than the one we submitted for patent registration, it still has all the necessary functions. We've initially combined it with a classic electronic computer to achieve artificial voice input, allowing artificial intelligence to recognize and input 13 languages. Give it a try. Shall I go first? Lung Xian pointed to herself. Zhang Yuan agreed. Yes, that's fine. Lung Xian stood in front of the microphone and recited a jingle. The bench is wide and the carrying pole is long, but the carrying pole shouldn't be placed on the bench. Eat grapes without spitting out the skins. Don't eat grapes, but spit out the skins. Artificial intelligence accurately displays the words on the screen. It really went in. Lung Xian's eyes lit up as she tried inputting other languages, Zimbabwean and Kyrgyz, and the text was entered flawlessly. When Zhang Yuan tried it later, he didn't make any mistakes, even when he spoke with a local accent. This machine can even record dialects. Lung Xian exclaimed in shock. Yes, theoretically, as long as it is included in the database, the data entry can be completed, Dr. Chen Kong said proudly. Currently, image recognition and speech recognition have both achieved an accuracy rate of over 90%, and intelligent translation tools are also under development based on this. After watching the intelligent voice system, Tang Feng took the two of them to the adjacent human-computer interface laboratory. If image recognition and speech recognition only surprised Lung Xian and Zhang Yuan, predicting the behavior of mice would be too far-fetched. In a biological laboratory, a pet mouse wearing a sensor device moves through a maze. Eating, drinking, going to the toilet, lying on the ground. Every movement of the mouse was predicted 2 seconds in advance. After watching the experiment, Lung Xian couldn't help but doubt reality. Was the brain implantation tube from the movie about to become a reality? How far are we from inserting a tube into the back of the head? Zhang Yuan asked. Tang Feng shook his head. We're still a long way from that technology. Currently, we don't know the specific neural effects. And what methods can be used to insert electrodes into the biological nerve center and safely connect them to the nerves. Upon hearing this, Lung Xian and Zhang Yuan both jumped in surprise. Wait, you mean, knowing this information allows us to perform a brain implantation? Tang Feng nodded casually. We don't lack theories now, we just lack a lot of experimental data. Both of them felt as if their hearts were being squeezed tightly by a hand, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. He thought to himself, how come you're so casual about a technology that the Dragon Academy has been researching for 2 or 3 decades without making a breakthrough? What kind of monster is this guy? Chapter 63 Reject the Big Shot. Let me fly on my own. Chapter 63 Reject the Big Shot. Let me fly on my own. Seeing the expressions on Lung and Zhang's faces, the doctors thought the two didn't believe it. Dr. Chen Kong, who was accompanying them, said loudly, all the technologies you see were developed under the theoretical guidance of President Tang. Please trust President Tang's judgment. So, you did all of this yourself? Upon hearing another explosive piece of news, Lung Xian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Dr. Li from the Quantum Computing Laboratory said, of course, this includes the 256-bit quantum computer that was sent for patent registration, and the core algorithms for the 1000-bit quantum computer currently under development were all designed independently by Mr. Tang. Dr. Chen Kong then added, the neural network model for artificial intelligence also came from Mr. Tang. If we're talking about who in China understands cutting-edge technology the most, then it has to be Mr. Tang. Unless you know more than Mr. Tang, what makes you think you can refute his judgment? Lung Xian and Zhang Yuan's expressions completely changed. Previously, the two only knew that there was such a young genius in the Dragon Kingdom. But I never expected him to be this powerful. For the past few months, Tang Feng has seemed to have vanished. Everyone assumed that he had devoted himself to studying and preparing for the college entrance exam. In just a few months, they actually built a technology company. Moreover, a major breakthrough has been achieved, and Shanghai is now in an uproar. Mr. Tang, excuse me for a moment. I'll report this news to my superiors immediately. Lung Xian took a deep breath and went to the side to make a phone call. Zhang Yuan, the captain of the Heilongjiang Brigade, saluted and said, Mr. Tang, our military region leaders attach great importance to your invention and are on their way. We would like to discuss this further with you then. After a moment's thought, Tang Feng nodded. This was Tang Feng's first time dealing with the military in Shanghai. In the past, it was either the Heilong Academy of Sciences or the local secrecy bureau. This was a very necessary meeting. The Eagle Nation has recently become very active in the military sphere due to the entry of the Eurode Corporation into the defense sector. In the past few months, they even sent reconnaissance aircraft. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be any major moves later. Tang Feng knew that the target of the Eurode company was most likely the advanced technology he had revealed during the mine rescue. Nanotechnology and ice-making technology. It seems we'll have to go to war with the United States. However, Tang Feng is not afraid even if the sky falls. His own mecha is already complete. If a real fight breaks out, the other side might cry. That night, General Wei Jianzhong from the Longdu Intelligence Center and Director Ruan from the Shanghai Security Bureau arrived. Tang Feng led them on a tour overnight. The advanced technology they witnessed deeply moved both of them. Minister Ruan touched the quantum chip, repeatedly expressing his disbelief, and looked at Tang Feng with respect. After hearing about the effectiveness of facial recognition, General Wei Jianzhong exclaimed that he never thought he could use the technology seen in movies. The two looked at the smart mini-car with a mixture of joy and sorrow. Although it's just a toy, the toy car's ability to automatically recognize and navigate around obstacles is undeniable. What if we put it on an airplane? What if we installed it on a stealth supersonic bomber? Heroes emerge from among the young. Young hero Tang. No, Mr. Tang. Thank you. Your invention is very important to the country. Your deduction was like a wake-up call on the edge of a cliff, alerting us to the potential danger. If it weren't for you, we would still be kept in the dark by the United States. Minister Ruan grasped his hand tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. That's right. You should know that the Eagle Nation has always regarded us as an object of suppression. The recent policy of military resurgence makes it even clearer. If we wait until the United States technology is mature and 2 generations ahead of ours before we realize this, it will be too late. After General Wei Jianzhong finished speaking in a deep voice, he saluted and said, on behalf of the military, I thank you. You flatter me. You flatter me. Tang Feng waved his hand. Little genius, you're too modest. Which title do you prefer? I'll nominate one for you when we get back, Minister Ruan said, holding his hand tightly. Huh. You can just choose any one of these? Tang Feng quickly refused. No need. No need. It's fine as it is. The two prominent figures from Shanghai exchanged a glance. He thought to himself, this is a true national hero. He actually asked for nothing in return and was willing to do research for the country. However, Tang Feng's next words stunned the two of them completely. If there's nothing else, please leave. Minister Yuan was about to say something more when General Wei, who was standing nearby, said, Ahem, may I ask when the young hero plans to hand over his skills to us? Tang Feng looked at the two of them with suspicion, as if they were idiots. Huh? I never said I was going to hand it over to you. Wei Jianzhong and Minister Yuan panicked upon hearing this. Little hero, aren't you planning to connect and research these technologies with us? We can provide you with the best resources and talent. Minister Yuan hurriedly said. Wei Jianzhong added, President Tang, although you are young, you should know that this is a win-win situation, and besides, Tang Feng waved his hand halfway through their conversation. No need. Please have a safe journey. A few minutes later, the two bigwigs from Shanghai left the house looking dejected. They were still in shock when they left. When did it become their turn to beg for a child? The crucial point is that the other child hasn't agreed to their request yet. If this gets out, how will they ever be able to live in Shanghai again? After seeing the two old men off, Tang Feng curled his lip. How could I possibly hand over the technology that I have painstakingly researched to my superiors so easily? They call it connection and joint research. When the research is nearly complete, all the technology will belong to the Dragon Kingdom, and Tang Feng will probably get a truckload of 53 exam papers. In addition, add some kind of title. Only a fool would agree to such a losing deal. Besides, his technology is already nearing maturity, and it should be ready for use in about 6 months. Why should outsiders be allowed to sneak in and get a share of the profits? He's not out of his mind. Ding ding. Just then, Tang Feng's phone rang. It was Jiang Feifei calling. Jiang Feifei spoke softly, saying that she had a junior colleague who had just joined the company and with whom she had a very good relationship, and she wanted to interview her. After begging Jiang Feifei for several days, Jiang Feifei finally had no other choice but to come to Tang Feng. Tang Feng's eyes lit up at the mention of an interview. This is free advertising, why not take it? Our own agricultural robot, the cultivator, is perfect for opening up the market. With this in mind, Tang Feng agreed to Jiang Feifei's request, which naturally made the latter very happy. She said that when she's less busy in a while, she'll invite Tang Feng to her house for a delicious meal. Tang Feng blushed as he recalled the scene of Jiang Feifei cooking. The scene is so beautiful. The next day, in the heart of the mountain city, agricultural robot testing base, Yi Xiaochun looked expectant. You see, she was going to interview a very important person today. Although Jiang Feifei didn't tell her who she was interviewing, the person Jiang Feifei recommended certainly wasn't an ordinary person. Chapter 64 Yi Xiaochun's Interview. Confused Keyboard Warriors. Chapter 64 Yi Xiaochun's Interview. Confused Keyboard Warriors. Hello everyone. I am Yi Xiaochun, and I am currently in the heart of the beautiful mountain city. Today we are going to interview a very mysterious person. Their company has reportedly launched agricultural robots. Let's take a look. Yi Xiaochun has a sweet appearance, and the company has done a good job of publicity in advance. The live stream attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers as soon as it started. The girl is pretty, but an agricultural robot? Haha, don't be ridiculous. It's probably a very low-end product. Exactly, I've never heard of agricultural robots in China. Could it be that they just strap a sled to the back of a car and call it a robot? Looking at the massive amount of comments, Yi Xiaochun smiled slightly. All right, we've arrived. Upon arriving at the factory, 2 security guards were standing at the entrance. The security personnel received Tang Feng's instructions in advance and quickly summoned Chen Kang. Miss Yi, is that right? Yi Xiaochun looked at Chen Kang's appearance and nodded in approval. Chen Kang is only in his early 30s, and he's already so successful. He has a lot of potential. Hello. Hello, are you President Tang? Yi Xiaochun asked tentatively. Chen Kang chuckled and shook his head. Our CEO Tang is inside. Come on, follow me. The two quickly arrived inside the factory. On the open ground, an unusually young boy stood in front of a field of crops, muttering something to himself. Mr. Tang, I've brought the person to you. Thanks for your hard work. Then, Mr. Tang, I'll be going. Chen Kong left. Yi Xiaochun then perked up and looked at Tang Feng, who was about the same height as her. Because it was outdoors, the sun was very strong. Tang Feng wore a pair of large sunglasses that covered most of his face. Looking at Tang Feng's face, Yi Xiaochun felt a strange sense of familiarity. Many people in the live stream shared the same feeling. This is the boss of this company. He's so young. Could it be a second-generation heir? Where are the promised agricultural robots? The company environment is just so-so. It doesn't seem very good. There are still plenty of keyboard warriors. Yi Xiaochun looked at Tang Feng's young and handsome face and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Yi Xiaochun from Sinew Media. Tang Feng nodded to her, pointed to the cameraman behind him, and asked, Are you guys live streaming? Yi Xiaochun nodded, then asked somewhat nervously, Can these images be broadcast? Won't it leak your trade secrets? Tang Feng smiled and shook his head. Even if I show them the model, they won't understand it. This statement is true. The mecha model was created through the collaboration between Tang Feng and the AI. Even if keyboard warriors looked at it for hundreds of years, they still wouldn't understand it. Well, you're pretty arrogant, aren't you? I'd like to see what kind of agricultural robot your company is all about. You're young, but you're quite arrogant. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Haha. Even I, a graduate of the mechanical engineering program at Shanghai University of Science and Technology, wouldn't dare to be so Versailles. Upstairs, we're counting on you to give the evaluation later. +1+1. Tang Feng had no idea that his casual remark had stirred up a hornet's nest. Seeing her popularity soaring, Yi Xiaochun pressed her advantage and said, Mr. Tang, I heard from Sister Feifei that you are inventing a new agricultural machinery product. Could you give us a little hint? When this was mentioned, a dazzling light flashed in Tang Feng's eyes. My product is called Cultivator. It's an agricultural mech. The professional name is Multifunctional Alpha-Powered Mechanical Armor for all fields of agriculture. Yi Xiaochun's smile froze instantly upon hearing this. Countless Chao Nima's thoughts raced through my mind. When it comes to mecha, everyone will think of high technology like Transformers, Atlantic Rim, and Iron Man. But you're using mechs to farm? You're not joking, are you? Yi Xiaochun thought Tang Feng was joking with her. In her preconceived notion, mechs were non-existent. Although the Eagle Nation had proposed a concept machine in its early years, which caused a sensation throughout the entire planet, it ultimately remained only a concept. And you, in such a remote and dilapidated place, actually claim to have developed mechs? Or is it an agricultural mecha? What a joke. But to everyone's surprise, Tang Feng said seriously, Miss Yi, I hope you can respect my product. I'm not joking. Seeing Tang Feng's serious expression, Yi Xiaochun's heart skipped a beat. She sensed Tang Feng's seriousness. Could it be? He's really building a mecha? But does such a far-fetched idea really exist in reality? Haha. This kid has a good sense of humor. You're making such a great show. Are you trying to film a movie? Haha. Even a postdoctoral researcher wouldn't dare to brag like that. A Nobel laureate wouldn't dare to brag like that. Why don't you just fly to the sky? Hopefully, the product he's going to show us later isn't a mecha toy, but one of those 5-centimeter tall ones. Toys. I can make those too. Are you really just spouting nonsense? Did you even graduate from kindergarten? What's the concept of a mecha? The United States couldn't even develop one in over a decade, and you think your crappy factory can? I'm waiting to see this kid slap his face. If he makes a mecha, I'll livestream myself eating the excrement of everyone in the livestream. 1 pound for each person. Upstairs, I've taken a screenshot. When the topic of mecha came up, even those who weren't keyboard warriors started arguing in the live stream. Seeing Yi Xiaochun's suspicious look, Tang Feng didn't offer any further explanation. Come with me and take a look. The cultivator has just finished painting. Yi Xiaochun was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and then she was overjoyed. This is a huge hot topic. Regardless of whether this young man can build the mecha, she is the first person to interview him. If he can't build it, then tomorrow's hot news will be. A ruthless company owner made baseless claims, stating he could build mechs. Is this a sign of the loss of humanity? Or, if he can build a mech, then the title can be changed to A mysterious technology company in the Dragon Kingdom has actually created agricultural mechs. The Dragon Kingdom is brimming with talent, having surpassed the Eagle Kingdom in technology. He led Yi Xiaochun and the photographer into the factory. Yi Xiaochun was taken aback because she saw a pile of coils and a metal of a special color on the ground. The surrounding experimental environment was absolutely beautiful. Yi Xiaochun couldn't name any of the various instruments and equipment. Could they really be building mechs? Why do I feel like I'm watching a science fiction movie? This lab, the equipment, the atmosphere, even our lab at Shanghai University of Science and Technology can't compare. That gray instrument looks like an electrical winding machine that costs 8 million dragon coins. Holy crap, is this really that luxurious? Is this guy really building a mecha? Let's not beat around the bush. Where is this company again? Can I work for them after I graduate? I don't need to be ambitious, sweeping floors is fine. Many of the keyboard warriors, who were quite knowledgeable, provided explanations for the live stream. Now everyone was even more curious about the mecha that Tang Feng had mentioned. Chapter 65 The Cultivator's First Appearance. Chapter 65 The Cultivator's First Appearance. Looking at the stunned Yi Xiaochun and the photographer, Tang Feng pointed ahead. The mech is over here, follow me. The security guards at the entrance saluted Tang Feng immediately upon seeing him. Then the metal door was opened. Wow, these guards seem to be professionals. Hiring guards of this caliber must be expensive for a year. Wow, this Mr. Tang is definitely rich, no matter what else he does. Buying such expensive equipment, and more than one at that, is truly the behavior of a nouveau riche. Upon entering, Yi Xiaochun and the photographer looked around, speechless with astonishment at the scene before them. A huge crane was hanging overhead, and neatly arranged machine tools were placed on the ground. Further ahead was a huge CNC electrical equipment. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed that there were so many things inside the small iron gate. Come on, let me show you my masterpiece. The cultivator. As he spoke, Tang Feng casually pressed a button on the remote control. The ground cracked open instantly, and a huge, gold and red mechanically painted mech slowly rose from the ground. The cold steel surface reflects a dazzling luster under the light. The complex and intricate mechanical structure on the surface of the mecha is captivating, showcasing the brutal aesthetics of cold steel. Everyone was stunned when they saw the mecha. For a moment, the comments section quieted down. Until 2 seconds later. I'm wiping my eyes. What the hell is that on the ground? Unfortunately, I'm uncultured. One phrase, "Wachow," is enough to describe it all. This damn thing really is a mecha. My parents, grandparents, and other relatives asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. After I showed them, they knelt down too. By the way, there was this guy who was about to swallow some poop. Are you still there? This company is amazing. I'm going to apply for the job tomorrow. Stop joking around. This is clearly just a large model, probably made of plastic. Don't make a fuss. What's wrong with the model? Can you even build one yourself? The barrage of comments immediately flooded the screen after the explosion, with one comment after another discussing the mech. However, most viewers still believe that this mecha is a toy model. Many people even clamored to buy it. Some keyboard warriors even started hurling insults, saying it was a waste of time and threatening to report the live stream. If you're so capable, why don't you make a model that's realistic? You trolls don't care if you don't spend money to insult people, do you? This model looks to be 5 meters tall. If it could move, it would truly fulfill my dream of owning a mecha. The person upstairs is dreaming. Such a large mechanical structure would be extremely complex to make move, involving not only dynamics and physics, but also fluid dynamics. Yi Xiaochun couldn't resist taking a picture of the mecha with her phone. Looking at Tang Feng, his eyes lit up as he asked, "Mr. Tang, do you sell this mecha model?" Logically speaking, once a product is manufactured, it should be mass-produced and sold, right? Tang Feng thought for a moment and nodded. We can sell it in the future, but we won't sell it for now. Hearing that there was hope, Yi Xiaochun hurriedly asked, "President Tang, may I ask how much it would cost?" At this moment, Yi Xiaochun was still treating the mecha as a model toy. I figured this model would only sell for a few tens of thousands of yuan at most. The audience in the live stream watched Tang Feng with anticipation. Tang Feng smiled and held up 5 fingers. 50,000? That's pretty cheap. I'll tighten my belt and eat instant noodles for a year to buy one. Save your breath, upstairs. I estimate it's 500,000. 500,000? Are you kidding me? I'd think this thing is too expensive even at 10,000. Immediately afterwards, Tang Feng said, the initial price is 5 billion. Consider it a friendly price. You're really joking. Yi Xiaochun thought Tang Feng was joking, and the viewers in the live stream thought so too. At that moment, Tang Feng suddenly pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. Then, everyone heard a sound of metal scraping against metal. The mechs on the ground were glowing. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it slowly stood up. It stood up. Oh my God! This thing actually moved? What's going on? Is this some kind of live stream effect? It looks so real. Holy crap! A miracle! What a miracle! Humanity's first mecha has been born, and it's even for farming. The United States must be furious, huh? Yi Xiaochun, who was on the scene, watched as the mecha went from the indicator light coming on to its body standing up, and her whole body trembled. I initially thought it was just a well-made model. It's already remarkable that it's so huge and so well-made. But who knew it could actually move? The cultivator has successfully launched. Pressure normal, power supply normal. We are about to enter the physical testing phase. The voice that came out was still a pleasant, girlish voice. Of course, Tang Feng used the AI to record Lin Wan's voice. As soon as the sound fell, the mecha began to do calisthenics. Rotate to the left, then squat on the right. They were incredibly agile and nimble, completing all sorts of complex movements perfectly. We've all seen robots before, but no one has ever seen such a large mech with such a complex structure that it can move so freely. He's truly the best in the country. I never expected anyone with the surname Tang to be so freakish. Our dragon country is about to produce 2 freaks. Who can argue with that? The live stream was completely silent this time, except for people spamming wokeo, a type of grass. At the same time, the United States, thousands of miles away, also saw the live broadcast through its intelligence network. A group of scientists from the United States gathered together. Everyone shouted "fuck" and "Wang Defa" together. For a small machine, it is still possible to perform simple actions such as rotation and uprighting. But how can such a large machine achieve such coordination? We've been researching this for over a decade, but we just can't overcome this obstacle. No one in the world, except us, could possibly be the first to create such a machine. Before he could finish speaking, the foreigners saw the mech stride out the back door. Then, a mechanical arm extended and grasped a transplanted tree on the ground. Pick it up, find the right spot, and then bury it in the ground. Foreigner. Outdoor experimental site in the mountain city. Ignoring Yi Xiaochun and the photographer's expressions, Tang Feng proudly introduced. The cultivator, also known as the Alpha Robotic Arm, is powerful because it can perform a variety of complex tasks using its arm. For example, planting and digging up plants. When I designed its arms, I imitated the muscle structure of the human body, so there is no need to worry about using too much force or not enough force. Moreover, it can be used for construction regardless of the terrain or topography, rain or shine. The standby time still needs improvement. It uses my newly developed beta battery, which can support the mech's operation for a week. Noticing Yi Xiaochun staring intently at him, Tang Feng asked, puzzled, "What's wrong with you?" Yi Xiaochun asked blankly, "Mr. Tang, how old are you? And could you tell me your full name?" Upon hearing this, Tang Feng took off his sunglasses, frowned, and said, "Didn't Sister Feifei tell you who I am?" Chapter 66 Enrollment, Flag-Raising Speech. Chapter 66 Enrollment, Flag-Raising Speech. Because of the cultivator, Tang Feng reappeared on the search list. In the year that followed, Tang Feng, who was engrossed in research on quantum entanglement and robot dogs, did not reappear in public. Meanwhile, some people seem to have sensed a business opportunity. They have invested heavily in creating a bunch of child prodigies and little geniuses, hoping to replace Tang Feng's popularity. Of course, it's hard to say how much gold it contains. This led to severe criticism from the top leadership of the Chinese government. Yucai Middle School. After a year of rigorous training, Tang Feng spent most of his time doing research and exercising. In my spare time, I would stroll around town and play games with a few fairies, which made for a very fulfilling time. Lin Wan and Tang Feng also successfully advanced to Yucai Middle School. Xiao Feng, have you packed everything? They're here. They're here, Xiaoshiro urged. Tang Feng casually brushed the stray hairs from his forehead, making him look even more handsome and sunny. That year, he didn't grow much taller, because the readers wouldn't allow it. As I walked downstairs with my school bag, I saw Lin Wan's family. Lin's father drove his car to take Tang Feng and Lin Wan to school together. Wow, Xiao Feng has become even more handsome after just one holiday. If he goes to middle school, a bunch of girls will be swarming around him. Lin's mother sat in the passenger seat, watching Tang Feng get into the car, and the more she looked at him, the more fascinated she became. It's like looking at your future son-in-law. Tang Feng chuckled, settled himself in, and then smelled a fragrance like gardenias. Lin Wan's eyebrows resembled distant mountains. Her nose was high and straight like jade, and her lips were red and full, making her a feast for the eyes. Tang Feng chuckled. Good morning, Wanner. In front of her parents, Lin Wan would definitely be too shy to get too close to Tang Feng. He simply greeted Tang Feng. However, upon closer inspection, one can notice a faint blush on her cheeks. After dropping the two off near the school, Tang Feng and Lin Wan had to walk a distance due to severe traffic congestion. Mr. Lin originally wanted to escort the two to the school gate, but was stopped by his mother's fierce glare. That clearly meant creating space for the two of them to be alone. It was still early, so Tang Feng and Lin Wan passed by a park, and Tang Feng took Lin Wan inside to sit for a while. The two sat side by side on the swing. School's starting now, you're not allowed to keep going to other girls. Seeing that Tang Feng remained silent and kept looking at her profile, Lin Wan said shyly. Oh, but what if I don't ask them to come looking for me? Tang Feng suddenly approached. That's not allowed either. Lin Wan's voice softened. Because Tang Feng's forward-leaning body occupied a large area of space next to the swing, she had no choice but to involuntarily shrink back towards the iron chain beside her, her lower body still sitting on the swing, but her upper body already leaning against the iron chain. Her red lips parted slightly, and although they were slightly pouting, Tang Feng could see the shyness gradually spreading in her eyes. Lin Wan felt the Tang wind getting closer and closer, closed her eyes, and looked like she was ready to be picked. Tang Feng felt a strong urge to try it. However, the sensation Lin Wan had imagined did not come. Tang Feng's breathing suddenly became distant. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. Let's go to school. Tang Feng was very satisfied with Lin Wan's attitude. It seemed that the little girl knew how to assert her dominance. This is a good thing. When the two arrived at the school, the campus was already packed with people. Many people recognized Tang Feng and secretly sized him up. Lin Wan Mei is as beautiful as a fairy, and Tang Feng is handsome and dashing. The two were like a perfect couple, envied by all. The only downside was that the two weren't assigned to the same class, which made Tang Feng a little unhappy. A few days later, in the first-year junior high school grade office, Tang Feng was standing in front of his homeroom teacher, Ding Quan. There were many homeroom teachers around, but many of them were staring at them with envious expressions. You want me to prepare a speech? Tang Feng felt this was the most shocking thing that had happened since the start of the semester. Yes, the new students are starting school, and the school is selecting 3 outstanding students to give a speech at the flag-raising ceremony. We need to motivate all students at the start of the school year. The other 2 spots are for students in the 3rd and 2nd years of junior high school. Our principal specifically requested your name. It was personally selected by the principal. For reasons unknown, Ding Quan unconsciously raised his voice, causing the other homeroom teachers in the office to click their tongues in disapproval. Principal, are you kidding me? Tang Feng was dumbfounded. What are you muttering about? Class teacher Ding Quan frowned. You need to know that you represent the entire first-year junior high school class, and the theme is about happiness. We must encourage students to cherish their current happy times, and those who are about to graduate from junior high school should cherish the happiness in their hearts and prepare for the high school entrance examination. You could choose some moving stories of revolutionary martyrs who sacrificed their lives to illustrate happiness. This would likely make the speech more effective. My requirement for you is to impress all the teachers and students in the school. Your entrance exam score in Chinese is excellent, so I won't give you specific guidance. Prepare a speech of about 1,000 words as soon as possible. It needs to be formal. Not only will I read it, but the head of academic affairs and the vice principal will also need to provide guidance. Ding Quan said this while shaking his head. Being able to give a speech on behalf of the entire grade at the flag-raising ceremony was not only an honor for Tang Feng, but also for Class 4 of Grade 7. The announcement was made in a flurry of activity. The reason for such a formality was that leaders from the Provincial Education Bureau were also coming down to inspect the area just before the high school entrance examination. It's a way of indirectly boosting the morale of Yucai Middle School, a key national high school. Therefore, the speeches at these flag-raising ceremonies are different from other speeches, and the selection of speakers is extremely careful. It is imperative to demonstrate the highest level of students from key national high schools. One of the selected students was a formidable individual who had won gold in the provincial high school debate competition. A talented young writer who published a book when he was in the second year of junior high school. It seems the principal couldn't forget that Tang Feng was once hailed as the #1 child prodigy in the Dragon Kingdom, which is why he was handpicked. Thus, Tang Feng had his first ever speech at the school-wide flag-raising ceremony, and it seemed that his opponent was quite formidable. After class, everyone was discussing it. Tang Feng returned to the classroom somewhat helplessly, since some things spread very quickly in school. The key point is that Tang Feng wasn't interested in this stuff. However, it's important to understand that this applies to first-year junior high students who have just entered the school. It's quite prestigious to participate in the flag-raising ceremony as a grade representative. Then, Tang Feng, a girl is calling you. As soon as I stepped out of the classroom, there stood Lin Wan, graceful and elegant. Lin Wan is in class 6, and she is not on the same floor as Tang Feng. What's wrong? Missing me? Hee hee hee. Tang Feng laughed as he walked downstairs with Lin Wan. Lin Wan glared at him. Are you going to give a flag-raising speech? Tang Feng nodded and boasted. How about that? Aren't I amazing? Lin Wanxiu lightly punched Tang Feng with her fist. You're so unserious. He then said seriously, I've come to tell you something. Chapter 67. Even a draft in your mind is still a draft. Chapter 67. Even a draft in your mind is still a draft. Monday. The weather was sunny, and it seemed that it had rained last night, so it was still a bit damp in the morning, and the ground was wet. However, the leaves on the trees were very green. The air was quite fresh, and there were 2 neat rows of students wearing red scarves and white shirts at the school gate. A group of people were checking school uniforms and identification documents, looking very serious. Needless to say, this kind of appearance would never be possible under normal circumstances. Anyone with a little experience can tell at a glance that today is definitely an unusual day. If a school is going to go to such lengths to show off, then it must be for the benefit of certain important figures. Tang Feng secretly recalled that when Ding Quan asked him on Friday if he had a speech draft, his answer was no. As a result, the homeroom teacher, Ding Quan, immediately said something. You can't possibly not have it. I'll give you some more time. Monday is the deadline. I'll make some temporary revisions after I've looked at it, and you have to go up and give the speech. Tang Feng naturally couldn't argue with his homeroom teacher all the time. After all, teaching wasn't easy. The plan was to force Ding Quan to choose someone else, but Ding Quan was stubborn and insisted that Tang Feng couldn't possibly not produce the necessary documents. This is truly a case of being forced into a corner. Tang Feng is probably the first person to make such a fuss. Everyone knows that the speeches at the flag-raising ceremony are definitely an occasion for those in the school who consider themselves talented and full of knowledge to show off. Many junior high school students have a head full of ideas, but lack well-developed limbs and artistic talent. He couldn't stand out at the sports meet, and he couldn't produce any performances to attract the girls' interest at the talent show. Therefore, giving speeches in such settings becomes the best way to increase one's visibility. Some perform with such ease on stage that they don't care about the goosebumps falling on the floor below. There are also many who do so with complete confidence. Thinking back to last week, Lin Wan told Tang Feng that many people wanted to be the representative for the flag-raising speech. Therefore, There was considerable dissatisfaction among the students in the same grade that Tang Feng obtained the qualification to give a speech without lifting a finger. Tang Feng shook his head helplessly. These children were still eating too much. As soon as the bell rang outside, Ding Quan waved his hand and announced, "Flag-raising ceremony. Assemble on the playground." Then, with a blank expression, he looked at Tang Feng and said, "Tang Feng, you stay." The whole class left one after another, and the girls in the class giggled quietly. "Hey, Tang Feng is giving a speech today? Let me tell you." After everyone knew he was going to represent our first-year junior high class, at least 6 classes in the whole grade were looking forward to it. That's right, he was a genius before, not some ordinary person. But he's really handsome. It's just a pity he seems to be taken. We still have a chance if he hasn't consummated the marriage. After everyone left, only Tang Feng and the homeroom teacher Ding Quan remained in the class. "Tang Feng, is your manuscript ready?" This is probably the issue that Ding Quan is most concerned about. Tang Feng's speech, to some extent, also represents the spirit of this class and the first year of junior high school. Tang Feng shook his head slightly. "I didn't write a manuscript." Upon hearing this, Ding Quan's face darkened instantly, and his anger was on the verge of exploding. "Are you not planning to go up and give a speech?" "No, I didn't write it out, but I've already mentally drafted it." "What's going on?" This was probably the first time Ding Quan had encountered such an arrogant student, who didn't even prepare a draft, yet wanted to mentally prepare a speech in his head. His tone suddenly turned serious. "The principal and leaders from the Provincial Department of Education are all here today. You think you can just go up there and give a speech like this? It's not too long, so I won't write it down. Besides, this speech is best delivered impromptu." Ding Quan looked at Tang Feng with an uncertain expression, although this explanation made him feel a little better. It also fits Tang Feng's nonsensical personality. But can he really say that to the principal? Then go ahead. To be honest, Ding Quan was in a very bad mood at the moment, so he could only nod. Today, Tang Feng is speaking alongside 2 other speakers, a debate elite and a young writer. He was hoping to see what kind of shocking writing Tang Feng could produce, but to his surprise, it turned out like this. Looking at the empty classroom after Tang Feng left, Ding Quan turned back somewhat dejectedly. In front of the student formation on the playground during the flag-raising ceremony, leaders who had come to Beijing were chatting. The provincial education director and the school principal are talking about something. "Your work deserves recognition as one of the 2 national key high schools in the province. Your ranking, while still some distance from that of the 4th provincial high school, is already quite good." The principal smiled. "The speeches given by these 3 students at today's flag-raising ceremony are exemplary models of quality education at Yutsai Middle School. One is the champion of the provincial middle school debate competition, and the other is a young writer who has recently been the subject of much media attention. Another one is Tang Feng, a very famous child prodigy from a few years ago." At this moment, the head of the teaching department came over from behind the teachers and said something to the principal. The principal paused upon hearing this, then sighed. "Oh, this little rascal." Seeing the education minister's puzzled look, the principal explained. "I was going to take a look at the speech that Tang Feng was going to give, but the kid didn't write one. He said it was some kind of impromptu speech." "Seriously? Oh, that should be interesting." The education minister, who had initially shown little interest in being invited to give a speech at the flag-raising ceremony, now found it somewhat interesting. What amazing creation is this young man, who was once famous throughout the country, planning to make now? At the student contingent, a large crowd had already gathered, buzzing with discussion. In Class 5, which is next to Tang Feng's Class 4, someone secretly analyzed the situation to the girls in the class. The definition of happiness is easy to explain, but also difficult to define. Many things have been discussed to death. Furthermore, different people have different definitions of happiness. If I were Tang Feng, giving a speech would be easy, but making it resonate with people would be difficult. Some girls from Class 4, who were standing next to Class 5, got angry when they heard this. "Tang Feng is the most handsome guy in our class. What right do you have to talk about him?" The 2 sides were exchanging barbs from a distance and almost came to blows. After all, the level of support that the students in Class 4 had for Tang Feng was something that other classes could not even imagine. Before long, the the first speaker stood on the stage. This is the winner of the provincial middle school debate competition, and he started off with great enthusiasm. In my opinion, happiness is about experiencing both pain and joy. Like our tireless teachers, like that spirit of, I will not regret it even if I grow thinner and thinner. If you want to climb to a higher peak, you must be prepared for the disappointment of descending. A group of students started complaining below. Here it comes again. Can't this end quickly? I want to sleep a little longer. It's full of toxic positivity. It gave me goosebumps. Someone below gave a thumbs up. This guy's a real braggart. Finally, at the end, happiness is experiencing pain while also feeling joy. That concludes my speech. With the supervision of the teachers from each class, the applause was quite enthusiastic, but everyone's expression looked as if they were constipated. Chapter 68, Tang Feng's Speech. Chapter 68, Tang Feng's Speech. The principal glanced at the education director sitting beside him. The latter's face was calm, and no expression could be seen. I suppose we're already tired of hearing such flowery language. The second young writer took the stage and spoke eloquently. Rita Mabronsky once said that a bad memory is a treasure for becoming happy. But I think that all the students currently in junior high school, especially those in their final year, probably don't want to have a bad memory. His words elicited a burst of laughter. Although most of the smiles were awkward yet polite, they at least eased the tense atmosphere from before. So what is happiness? It's blah blah. Happiness is inner peace. This inner peace is a spirit, a pursuit, and so on. It always comes suddenly and goes suddenly, without a trace. The ancient sage Confucius once defined happiness as follows. The wise find joy in water, the benevolent find joy in mountains. The wise are active, the benevolent are tranquil. The wise are joyful, the benevolent are long-lived. This is happiness. Thank you, everyone. My speech is over. There was applause again, but the crowd also joined in with complaints. This young writer is truly a writer. He quoted so many allusions in just one speech. This guy is a master of Tai Chi. After talking for a long time, he seemed to have said everything, yet he also seemed to have said nothing at all. This time, it was finally Tang Feng's turn. The crowd below immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Tang Feng's tall and upright figure. Tang Feng strode onto the stage, reached out, and patted the microphone. A plop and a plop sizzle sound was heard. There was some laughter in the front row. Of course, some people recognized him as the most popular person in the grade. Tang Feng was also very close to Lin Wan, the most beautiful girl in the grade. The boy was very hostile towards him. The two speakers before me gave very good presentations, and then Tang Feng chuckled dryly. Then he tilted his head to one side and remained in that position for several seconds. There is no long, rambling opening. There is no grand principle without an opening. This drew a low chuckle from below, followed by, then you can go down. The homeroom teacher, Ding Quan, clenched his fists upon seeing this. Judging from Tang Feng's posture, could it be that he's encountered the legendary forgetting his lyrics? The principal glanced at Ding Quan with a sharp look. Ding Quan felt a chill run down his spine. If you insist on reciting something in your head, why don't you write it down and memorize it? It'll kill you. But then Tang Feng spoke up. I don't have any grand opening principles or beautiful verses to offer you. I just want to tell you a story. A boy from an orphanage asked the director pessimistically, "What's the point of living for a child like me who nobody wants?" The dean smiled but did not answer and handed the boy a stone. He said, "Take this stone to the market and sell it. Remember, no matter how much money someone offers, you absolutely must not sell it." The next day, the boy squatted in a corner of the market, and to his surprise, many people wanted to buy the stone from him, and the price kept going up and up. Back in the hospital, the boy excitedly reported to the director, who told him to take the items to the rare goods market to sell. In the rare goods market, someone actually offered 10 times the price of yesterday to buy that stone. Finally, the dean told the boy to take the stone to the jewelry market to display it. As a result, the stone's value increased tenfold, and because the boy refused to sell it, a broken stone was touted as a world-class treasure. The boy returned to the orphanage, and the director looked at him and said, "You see, the value of life is like this stone. It has different meanings in different environments. An unremarkable stone because of your cherishing it, has its value increased, and is said to be a rare treasure. Aren't you just like this stone? As long as you value yourself and cherish yourself, life has meaning and value. Now, all students who are about to take the high school entrance exam and all those who are ultimately heading towards it, don't underestimate yourselves, believe in yourselves. As long as you cherish yourself, you can create your own fortress. If someone who has achieved self-worth still can't experience happiness, they deserve a spanking. Tired of lengthy discourses, everyone felt refreshed upon hearing Tang Feng's refreshing and unconventional story. Interesting. However, the gold medal debater and the young writer who had just finished their speeches and were walking off the stage secretly felt dissatisfied. He thought to himself, "You only talked about experiencing happiness, but you didn't say how you view happiness." Seeing that most of the people below still had doubts and disagreements, Tang Feng laughed. "Of course, some people will ask me, you've told such a story, so how exactly do you understand happiness?" Some people adopted an attitude of listening attentively, but in their hearts they were thinking, is this going to be another long-winded discourse full of quotations? "I'm hungry." Tang Feng paused. "You're happier than me because you're holding a chive pancake." The entire playground paused for a moment upon hearing this, then heard the last sentence. Tang Feng's light-hearted joke suddenly turned into a serious and resounding statement. He was saying something that was a bit crude, but it made many picky girls burst out laughing. "It's summer, and it's very hot. We both went to the convenience store at the same time, but there was only one ice cream left," Tang Feng said again. "You arrived a few seconds before me, and you got to eat this popsicle, so you're happier than me." This time, even more people below couldn't hold back any longer. Some people covered their mouths with one hand and their stomachs with the other, laughing so hard they kept rubbing them. "I want to go to the master's program," Tang Feng said again. "There's only one spot left. If you take it, you'll be happier than me." This made even more people laugh so hard their snot was coming out. The entire student body, and even some school leaders, were thrown into chaos. Regardless of gender or whether they were teachers or students, some simply plopped down on the ground and laughed so hard they fell over. Lin Wan smiled even more broadly in the crowd. Watching her crush stand on the stage and give a speech that resonated with thousands of people filled her with immense pride. Who among those present could compare to Tang Feng of her family? Hearing this from above, the principal couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't laughed so genuinely in years. "This kid, he's got some skill," he praised. He then looked at the director beside him. Then, the director of the provincial education department also grinned broadly. "Great courage appears as timidity. Great wisdom appears as foolishness. This kid is quite outstanding." The word excellent represents full recognition. This is no ordinary evaluation. And so, amidst a burst of laughter from the entire school, Tang Feng looked at the white clouds in the sky, bringing the opening ceremony to a perfect close. This concludes the first flag-raising speech of the school year. In addition to his daily homework, Tang Feng occasionally has to hold video conferences with the company. It was a very fulfilling time. And so, time flew by. After class, Tang Feng would also spend time getting to know one or better. And the midterm exams, which countless students dread and fear, arrived as scheduled. Chapter 69, I Want to Eat Jelly. Chapter 69, I Want to Eat Jelly. The first year of junior high school has a lot of courses. In addition to the three main subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English, it also includes minor subjects such as physics, chemistry, biology, and geography. For students who have just entered junior high school, with so many new subjects added to the exam all at once, most students are finding it difficult to adapt. Except for a small number of people. "What should I do? I haven't studied history and geography much." Lin Wan pouted on the path. You could clearly feel the girl's nervousness. Tang Feng patted her head affectionately and led Lin Wan to a park bench by the roadside to sit down. He took out his school bag and opened his history and geography books. "Come on, let me highlight the key points for you. Just remember these few before the exam and you'll be fine." Lin Wan then pursed her lips and leaned gently against Tang Feng, watching him explain things to her earnestly. "There's a good chance this will be a big question. We've only studied for half a semester, and there are only a few key points. Remember them." Tang Feng noticed that Lin Wan didn't reply and was about to turn around. "I felt a cool, soft sensation covering my cheek. This feeling was fleeting. By the time Tang Feng realized he had been ambushed, Lin Wan stood up, her face already flushed. This is a reward for you. Don't let it happen again. Seeing Tang Feng's dazed expression, Lin Wan found it amusing. All right, if you're not leaving, I'm leaving first. With that, the little girl walked away with cheerful steps. Tang Feng touched his cheek with a wistful expression. Seeing that everyone had already gone far away, he hurriedly packed up a few books and chased after them. In the examination room, there are 2 proctors in each classroom. One person sat on the front platform, while the other walked around looking around. Seeing this, many students who were cheating sank to the bottom. The first subject is mathematics. The exam papers were distributed. Tang Feng habitually read through the entire exam paper from beginning to end. The quiz started quickly. 10 minutes later, Tang Feng has handed in his paper. Some of the students in the same examination room recognized Tang Feng and looked at his figure with envy. There were also those who didn't recognize Tang Feng, since he had grown a year older and his features had matured somewhat. So some people thought he was a hopeless student who had given up on studying. The proctor, bewildered, took Tang Feng's exam paper and began to read it on the spot. It turned out that the kid not only got everything right, but his test paper was also extremely neat, with no corrections whatsoever. What does this tell us? This means that this kid got it right the first time from beginning to end. That's a monster. The proctor clicked his tongue in amazement and called over another proctor to admire Tang Feng's exam paper together. The other teacher, who taught math, was stunned when he saw Tang Feng's answers to the more challenging questions. He actually used 3 different solutions to this problem. But this is only first-year junior high school material. Do you expect us to give him extra points? Another proctor shook his head. I think he finished it in 7 or 8 minutes, and then spent 2 minutes going back to check and add these steps. That's really impressive. Thanks to Tang Feng's exam paper, the students taking the exam below had a chance to whisper among themselves. Tang Feng never expected that his early submission would have such a chain reaction, leading to many people being very grateful to him. The intense and exciting exams lasted for 2 full days, and Tang Feng finished each exam in less than 15 minutes on average. Once this news got out, it actually sparked a trend of imitation. Some students deliberately handed in their papers early in order to imitate Tang Feng, the top student in their grade. Afterwards, these people were severely beaten by their parents. What caught Tang Feng's attention was a girl in the same grade, the kind who was a hard-working academic star. Surprisingly, they also submitted their papers early. This shattered Tang Feng's perception of this type of model student. During our school years, there are always those students in a class who work very hard and take every exam very seriously. They often fight for every point during exams, and after finishing the test paper, they will check it dozens of times before they are satisfied. This girl has a very unique style. She's said to be a very beautiful person. But that was all. Tang Feng didn't pay much more attention to it. How did the exam go? Back in the classroom, Tang Feng's deskmate and best friend, Wu Hao, came over and asked. Tang Feng raised an eyebrow, put down the foreign language document in his hand, and joked, "Want to check the answers with me?" Wu Hao immediately made a face and said, "Please let me go. I can't even eat after comparing answers with you." Tang Feng chuckled, and Wu Hao leaned closer and whispered, "Have you heard? Chun Xiang from Class 8 and Ran from Class 6 confessed their feelings to each other." Chun Xiang. Tang Feng does have some recollection of this person. It seems that he was ranked alongside her as one of the 3 most handsome men in the grade. He comes from a wealthy family, loves playing basketball, and is said to be very popular. And Ran is the academically gifted girl. You're good at studying, that's one thing, but the real problem is you're also incredibly beautiful. You get all the good things by yourself, don't you? And Ran agreed. Tang Feng asked casually as he flipped through the documents. Wu Hao then became interested and said to Tang Feng, "How could I possibly agree? And Ran is a goddess-level figure with popularity just like your Lin Wan, and she has high aspirations. Try to guess how An Ran rejected Chun Xiang." Tang Feng glanced at Wu Hao helplessly. "What does this have to do with me? Don't bother me while I'm looking at the documents." Ignoring Tang Feng's indifferent attitude, Wu Hao exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, this really does have something to do with you." Tang Feng was taken aback by this, before replying, "What does this have to do with me? I'm not familiar with either of them." "Yes," Bud and Rand said, "if you can beat Tang Feng in this exam, then I'll agree to your request." Tang Feng, huh? Why do you want to compete with me? Wu Hao shrugged. It's probably because they know you'll get close to a perfect score, and no one can break your record. But who knows? And Rand might have already fallen for you. Tang Feng automatically ignored the following sentence. He didn't want to get involved in things that had absolutely nothing to do with him. In just the last few days, the company's new agricultural mech has been completed. He will make a trip to the mountain city when he has time. As expected, Lin Wan was standing gracefully outside the back door after class. Tang Feng walked over skillfully and took Lin Wan's cool and smooth little hand in his. The latter blushed. Someone's watching. Tang Feng, on the other hand, seemed unfazed by the boiling water. What are you afraid of? We're operating legally. Lin Wan's face turned even redder. Lin Wan finally relaxed once she stepped outside the teaching building. Sticking out her tongue happily, she said, "All the knowledge points you reviewed with me before the exam were on the test." "That's great." Tang Feng chuckled and pressed on. "So, how are you going to reward me?" Staring at the pretty face so close to hers, Lin Wan's eyes seemed to ripple like a clear pool. "I'll treat you to something delicious." Tang Feng thought for a moment, looked at Lin Wan's lips, and said, "That's fine then. I want to eat jelly." Lin Wan was surprised that Tang Feng was so easy to deal with, and asked doubtfully, "Is jelly enough?" Tang Feng nodded seriously, "Yes, but I have to have a couple more bites." Chapter 70 Fame. A Grand Slam in All Subjects. Chapter 70 Fame. A Grand Slam in All Subjects. Lin Wan understood what Tang Feng meant by eating jelly, and naturally didn't let him succeed. However, he was also given an appropriate reward. The next day, in the homeroom teacher's office, a group of homeroom teachers sat at their desks grading exam papers, occasionally discussing among themselves. Tang Feng's homeroom teacher, Ding Quan, was both excited and worried. The exciting thing is that the midterm exam results will be released soon. What worries us is that all the teachers in the grade can see that the principal is serious this year. Of the 8 classes in the first year of junior high school, more than 5 have homeroom teachers who are seasoned veterans. Each of them has taught at least 3 graduating classes of junior high school students, making them all veteran teachers. In comparison, Ding Quan lacks much experience. Even some teachers of non-core subjects, who are just as qualified as him, are very resentful in private, putting him under a lot of pressure. Although this midterm exam was conducted school-wide, the results were still tallied separately for each grade. The competition between grades is self-evident. Junior high school and elementary school are 2 completely different stages. A student who excels in elementary school may not necessarily excel in middle school. Therefore, this midterm exam is tantamount to a completely new selection and redistribution of abilities. This concerns the bonuses of all the teachers and staff in the first year of junior high school, so some people noticed this issue early on. At the moment, Ding Quan was also secretly keeping an eye on several students in the class who usually performed well, and had already identified them as key targets for cultivation and observation. Occasionally, he would sift through the various messages he heard from his teachers and glean some insights. This is an essential skill for a homeroom teacher. Sometimes, there are certain questions that are not easy to ask the subject teacher directly. As he graded the papers in his hand, Ding Quan frowned slightly. The handwriting looked like a dog's scribbles. Just then, some whispers could be heard coming from the office. "I've taught several classes, and Lin Wan is the smartest student I've ever seen. Wow, and she's actually quite pretty. She looks just like one of my desk mates from back in school." The speaker was a newly recruited English teacher, quite young and energetic, and passionate about her work. She was very effective under Ding Quan's guidance. "Oh, Xiaobai, you don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? You don't happen to have a crush on your old desk mate from school, do you?" The speaker was a biology teacher, in his 30s, already married, but still with a baby face, and was getting along very well with the younger teachers in the office. He also liked to make light-hearted jokes with these young people, sometimes telling body jokes that would make the young male and female teachers blush. This seemed to have stirred the thoughts of the English teacher, nicknamed Xiaobai, who sighed. Sai, my desk mate, after graduating from university, went to work as a flight attendant for an airline. and now her husband is a captain. On their wedding day, he even gave her a Ferrari sports car? That's something we poor teachers can't even dream of. The biology teacher seemed to have his thoughts about life stirred up by him, sighed, and changed the subject. By the way, there's been a lot of gossip among these students lately. Apparently, that kid named Tang Feng is getting quite close to Lin Wan, and they seem to often walk home from school together. As a teacher at Yutsai Middle School, I naturally wouldn't be too out of touch with the students. Sometimes, teachers know more about the inner workings of those small cliques among students than the students themselves do. The English teacher, however, became interested. Why not? Speaking of which, not long ago, Chun Xiang from Class 1 was often seen in Class 6. It seems like he has a crush on Lin Wan, right? There was a hint of bitterness in his tone. The biology teacher, on the other hand, scoffed. You're behind the times. Chun Xiang clearly has feelings for and ran from Class 6, not Lin Wan. Huh, how do you know so much? Seeing that the group was going on, Ding Quan coughed twice, which finally stopped them from talking. By the way, Tang Feng from Teacher Ding's class really stood out in this exam. He handed in his paper early in every subject. I'd like to see how many points he got. The story of Zhong Yong, who was once a prodigy, is probably just a case of someone trying to show off. At that moment, a bespectacled teacher in the corner timidly raised his hand. Tang Feng's math test paper is with me. Upon hearing this, the teachers quickly gathered around. How did it go? What score did he get? The midterm exam questions this time were not easy. We took the provincial joint exam. I think the highest score at the 4th high school in the province was only 98 points, right? Yes, the one who got 98 points made a mistake on a fill in the blank question. It seems like they miscalculated by one digit. The bespectacled teacher casually pushed up his glasses and held up Tang Feng's test paper. Everyone stared at it and saw a large 1 and 2 zeros written in the middle of the test paper. 100 points? Really? Did you review the papers properly? The bespectacled teacher gave a wry smile. The three of us watched it 3 times, and we still couldn't find a single flaw. So I can only give it full marks. The other teachers then nodded in agreement. I remember he got a perfect score in math when he entered school, so it's not surprising that he got a perfect score this time. I wonder how he did on the other subjects. Just then, a teacher from the 2nd year of junior high school walked into the office. To ensure fairness in grading, some subjects are graded by teachers from different grade levels. The teacher was holding several test papers and was panting heavily. Tang Feng from your grade is quite famous. Amidst the astonished gazes of the teachers, the 8th grade teacher slowly unfolded the test papers in her hand. Biology, 100 points. Geography, 100 points. Chinese, 100 points. English, 100 points. So he got 100 in all subjects. All the teachers looked at each other. Finally, they all looked at Ding Quan, who appeared to be in a daze. Ding Quan quickly adopted a posture as if to say, aren't my students amazing? Wow, Teacher Ding is so lucky. If I had a student like Tang Feng, I'd probably have my year-end bonus by now. Who says otherwise? Oh right, Tang Feng and Lin Wan are quite close, aren't they? Why don't we have him transfer to Class 6? What do you mean? Feng Miaoxue in our class is beautiful and academically excellent. She just needs a partner. Let Tang Feng come to our class. Seeing this, Ding Quan became furious and left the office with a snort. However, judging from the way he walked and hummed a song, you could tell that his anger was fake and that he was actually in a good mood. On the other side, during the break that day, because Yutsai Middle School had a limited number of basketball courts, there was a constant struggle to occupy the courts during each break. Unfortunately, today, Tang Feng's class got into a conflict with some people present while fighting for control of the basketball court. Tang Feng's best friend Wu Hao and another boy seemed a little resentful because of the other party's bad attitude. Taking advantage of their numbers, they slapped a junior high student on the head. This angered the 9th graders. Chapter 71 Heading to the Military Region. Chapter 71 Heading to the Military Region. The junior high student who got beaten up clearly knew a ruthless person. As he was being chased away, he said fiercely, "You just wait." Then, he slunk away, which drew laughter from Wu Hao and the others. By the time Tang Feng arrived at the basketball court, the game had already ended, so Tang Feng had no idea that this had happened. I played basketball for a few minutes. A dozen or so people walked across the playground. You can tell they're older students, like those in their final year of junior high, just by looking at their height. Among them was Chun Xiang from Class 1. It must have been the outside help that junior high student called in. What? Chun Xiang, are you going to help the 9th graders teach us 7th graders a lesson? The boy standing next to Wu Hao glared at Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang ignored the boy's angry gaze and shrugged. What business is it of yours if Chun Xiang comes to help me? The boy who started in the 3rd year of junior high was an extremely muscular man, and he asked in return. Judging by appearance, he must weigh around 150 or 160 pounds. His school uniform wasn't buttoned up. Instead, it was draped over his back like a cape. Tang Feng frowned slightly, not expecting that playing ball could cause such an accident. At this moment, Wu Hao strode forward, walked up to the group of boys, patted his chest, and said, I did it, so come at me if you have a problem with me. Don't hurt the innocent. The fierce-looking boy in the 3rd year of junior high school burst into laughter upon hearing this, as if he had heard something very funny. Then, just when everyone thought he was going to say something, he suddenly made a move. Puff! Wu Hao didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly. The boy kicked her in the waist, causing her body to bend over. Upon seeing this, the men behind the leader swarmed forward, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hao was knocked to the ground. Dust and smoke rose all around, and footprints appeared on his face and body. I think I was punched in the nose. A stuffy, metallic smell came out, and blood started flowing from my nose. Stop! Wu Hao braced his hands on the ground, and upon hearing Tang Feng's shout, the people around him stopped their attack. The man at the front paused for a moment when he saw Tang Feng's face, then reached out to stop the men behind him. Who are you, kid? The 9th grade boy was probably a little nearsighted, but he still felt that Tang Feng looked familiar. At this moment, Chun Xiang stepped forward and whispered something in the ear of a junior high school boy. The 9th grade boy's face turned pale and then red. A moment later, he glared at Tang Feng. Let's go. With that, he left with a group of 9th graders. Several girls standing in the distance witnessed the whole thing, covering their mouths. They had just seen Wu Hao talking to the other party with his friends by his side, when suddenly the other party attacked. Even if those around them wanted to stop it, they were too frightened to speak up, and some even cried after witnessing the scene. Tang Feng helped Wu Hao up, his face darkening. What's going on, Haozi? Ugh, don't even mention it. Thank you so much, Fuko. Tang Feng helped Wu Hao to the infirmary, and learned the whole story from him. Those seemingly fierce junior high students are just brats. Tang Feng isn't worried about them. What bothered him most was why Chun Xiang would associate with such delinquent students. Hasn't he always been cultivating an image of a Prince Charming and a gentleman? Aren't you afraid that if this gets out, it will ruin his reputation? After that incident, that group of people didn't cause any more trouble. It's unclear whether it was because of Tang Feng or because of something Chun Xiang said. Weekend. Tang Feng arrived at the North City Company branch, where the new research building was ready and could be moved at any time. The company now has 10 billion yuan in its accounts. Basic scientific research facilities across the country, such as wind tunnels, airports, engine test sites, and materials research institutes, are also open to the company for use. The laboratory equipment is scheduled for a new round of upgrades. We can also significantly expand the number of researchers, enough to fill the building. This change is very significant and will definitely break through the bottleneck. Tang Feng's resources had expanded almost 100-fold, and he was immediately itching to see how things would change in the future. He returned to his office and opened the internal communications program. All technical leaders have had their titles changed from director of a laboratory to director of a research institute. Although Tang Feng had previously rejected the Shanghai Security Bureau and the Scientific Research Department. However, they still expressed their unconditional support for Tang Feng's research. As a result, with the injection of national resources, the laboratory has seen tremendous improvement. Let's take a look at the specific progress. Tang Feng asked them one by one. I have obtained the technical achievements of this semester. Overall, many technical bottlenecks have been overcome this time. An 1100-qubit superconducting quantum chip has been put into practical use. Breakthrough progress has been made in topological materials science. New detection methods can identify 1/6 of known materials as topological materials, which could potentially make topological quantum computers a reality. The turbofan scramjet combined engine has completed its maiden flight. The turbofan Scizolo rocket combined propulsion engine has completed high-altitude verification. The first 14T vector engine developed in cooperation with the aviation industry has been successfully developed. The Brain-Computer Interface Laboratory has begun experiments on implanting microelectrodes into the brain and establishing neural connections. Breakthroughs have been achieved in nanomaterials technology based on the boron nitride hyperplane atomic manipulation stage provided by the research office. The sheer volume of technical data almost crashed my computer. Tang Feng quickly distributed the data to a portable hard drive before sorting out the key information one by one. Several engines rely on advancements in materials science. Lighter and stronger skeleton materials, more heat-resistant fan blades and inner walls, and an ingenious design that places the rocket engine in the supercombustion power chamber for preheating. Tang Feng copied the detailed principles and ideas into a new document, intending to take it to the laboratory and partner institutions. Tang Feng checked repeatedly and, after confirming that everything was correct, called Lung Xian over. "Section Chief Lung, come to my office." After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Tang, may I come in?" Tang Feng snapped out of his daze, closed the hidden file, and replied, "Come in." Outside the door, Lung Xian, dressed in an office lady outfit, slowly walked into the office. Since being infused with the power of the Dragon Kingdom, Lung Xian has been assigned as the representative of the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics stationed at 10,000 Coffee Candy Technology. On the surface, he was his assistant, which made it easier for him to handle confidential information. To be honest, her figure is quite suitable for office lady outfits, and she always manages to catch people's eye. Tang Feng withdrew his gaze and said, "I have several material ideas here, and I would like to put them into practice with the help of the Military Materials Research Institute. How should I do that?" Lung Xian smoothed her hair and opened her notebook. "The Military Materials Institute, is it? The strongest materials research institute in the country is in Han Province, Lincheng, Institute 137, and the closest is in Yuan City, Institute 166. Tang Feng said, "Of course I want the strongest one. Let's go to Lincheng." "Okay. I'll contact the airport now to prepare the plane." Lung Xian took notes in her notebook for a moment, but instead of leaving, she asked, "By the way, there's just been a message. The Security Bureau is asking if we need more funding." Tang Feng glanced at the more than 7 billion in his account balance and thought for a moment. He nodded without changing his expression. "We definitely need it. We're burning through cash too fast. How about another 10 billion? Lung Xian. Chapter 72 Top-Tier Materials. Forging a 7th-generation fighter jet. Chapter 72 The Highest-Level Materials. Forging a 7th-generation fighter jet. Lung Xian remained silent for a long time before nodding. "Okay, I'll go contact the plane first. We'll leave downstairs in 10 minutes. Is that all right?" "Okay, I'll ask for leave while I'm at it." Anyway, Tang Feng had already finished learning the knowledge in the textbook. Since this matter was of great importance, Tang Feng simply asked for sick leave. Tang Feng was quite excited about his first visit to the Military Research Institute. Once he arrived at the military region, Tang Feng's knowledge came in very handy. He stayed at the Materials Institute for about 5 days, and the entire work progressed rapidly. More than half a month later, the Institute of Materials reported that it had developed a heat-resistant material and submitted it to the Bureau of Secrecy for processing. When the Bureau of Secrecy inquired about the intended use of Tang Feng's new materials, Tang Feng, following the information, naturally pointed to aircraft engines. "Take it to the aircraft manufacturing unit first. I also have a few new material model ideas here. Have someone come and get them." After visiting several important research institutes, Tang Feng had the Bureau of Secrecy establish a technology transfer mechanism. Instead of personally going out to do it, they stay in the office and focus on browsing technology. The Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau has completed the development of a new generation of fighter jets, which is more than halfway done. Suddenly, the Bureau received new materials from the Cooperative Research Institute. "Director, there's hope. A designer rushed into the office in a panic. Zhao Lei, the director of the manufacturing bureau, who was looking at the experimental parameters, looked up. "What's the hope?" The young designer, breathless from running, said haltingly, "The engine. Our engine is saved." "What's the meaning?" "Just now, the Bureau of Secrecy delivered 2 new materials, which are even better than what we requested." Upon hearing this, Director Zhao stood up and hurried towards the manufacturing workshop. Before long, he saw 2 new materials. According to data provided by the Bureau of Secrecy, it's not just good. It's more than twice as good. "Xiao Lu, notify him to start working overtime tonight and manufacture the prototype as soon as possible." "Yes." Director Zhao rolled up his sleeves, looking as if he had become 20 years younger. The entire engine manufacturing team sprang into action, and within half a month, they had produced the first test engine. The engine successfully completed its ground tests after passing the center's testing. The inner wall and fan blades showed no signs of burning, and the entire engine acceleration process was very smooth, improving safety and usability by several levels. China's domestically produced turbojet engines have finally stood up. The entire workshop huddled together, weeping with joy. But just then, the guards announced that the Secret Service had arrived with a truckload of new materials. "Director Zhao, these are the new materials sent to your institute. Please sign for them. We haven't used much of what we shipped last time, and you've already restocked so quickly." "No, this is newer material." Director Zhao was completely bewildered. He signed for the package and then took a look at the explanatory materials. This time, it uses more advanced heat insulation and ablation-resistant materials, which are very effective in protecting the flow tube and combustion chamber. "Comrades, let's go all out and get the improved version out too, shall we?" "Good." The production team immediately began a new round of modifications. After 2 weeks of working day and night, the improved version was about to be released, and the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics car was parked outside again. "Director Zhao, the new materials have arrived." Director Zhao looked around at the materials with a puzzled expression. "Well, since we've come all this way, we must persevere to the end." The Bureau of Investigation and Statistics, a truckload. Director Zhao, new materials. Secret Service, 2 truckloads. Chief, get the materials. Bureau of Investigation and Statistics, materials. Vomit. Director Zhao took the documents with a twitching expression and turned his head. The workers in the workshop had never fought such a demanding battle before. The machines were practically sick of processing the material parameters. "Our warehouse is already full. You need to take it away. Take it away quickly." Despite being forced to halt attempts at new technologies. However, the new technologies already applied still managed to increase the thrust of the turbofan engine to 12 tons in a short period of time, reaching the design limit. The only way to improve performance is to redesign a new engine, change the bypass ratio, and change the turbofan output. The engine manufacturer delivered the domestically produced prototype to the site. After testing, the domestically produced engine clearly exceeded expectations and may even be better than those purchased from abroad. Since the tests went smoothly, let's go straight to developing domestically produced engines. In the current situation, we have to proceed with small steps and quick progress. Ultimately, the head of the Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau made the decision, and the test engine was installed on the 7th-generation engine that was about to undergo its maiden flight. The 7th-generation fighter jet is very important to China. It should be noted that the Eagle Kingdom's allies practically formed a ring around the Dragon Kingdom's perimeter. Military bases of the United States are everywhere. Not only do they outnumber each other, but they also surpass each other in quality. China does not have 7th-generation fighter jets. With machines that are only 1 generation behind, it is impossible to fight against them and defend itself. Therefore, the military attaches great importance to the 7th-generation fighter jet, and immediately put the development of the 7th-generation fighter jet on the agenda after the stealth coating technology was available. Although the use of new technologies caused considerable delays, the project has finally yielded results. Moreover, the performance was much better than expected. Not only is the structure stronger and more resistant to wear and tear due to the use of new materials, but the engine has also reached its theoretical limit. With dual engines installed, stable supersonic cruise can be achieved. Of course, all of this is thanks to the development of materials technology. I don't know which unit provided the technology, but the technology is so powerful. The director of the Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau envisioned the test flight and began preparations. The Eagle Nation was completely unaware of this. At this moment, it is systematically promoting the Transoceanic Trade Agreement, pulling its little brothers into a group to isolate China from the Dragon Kingdom through trade. He also benefited greatly from incorporating China into the industry chain back then. The most obvious result is that the prices of daily necessities have not increased but decreased over the past 20 years, while the standard of living has soared. In order to prevent prices from exploding, he must first support a replacement. While he was working on trade agreements, he was also launching a verbal offensive, accusing China of copying his technology. A suspected new generation fighter jet was exposed by a person who stayed behind and a person who has 1 million followers. Lying on the grass refers to military enthusiasts who lie on the grass next to the airport to take pictures of airplanes. The 1 million reward originated from a notice offering a 1 million reward for catching a spy, and was used jokingly to refer to those who released intelligence. Although the photos taken by the photographer are somewhat blurry, it is still clear that the new fighter jet has a more streamlined fuselage than the JX-10 and is full of futuristic appeal. For a time, blurry images were everywhere online. A lively discussion ensued on the forum and in chat groups. Holy crap, it really is a new fighter jet, with side air intakes, not the GN-10. The nozzle appears to be angled? Now that you mention it, I realize it's a vector engine. The new fighter jet doesn't look outdated at all. Its combat capability must be 10. You're talking nonsense. Don't you know that pretty women are always stronger? I just don't know if it can become invisible. If it can, that would be awesome. Didn't you see the canards? It definitely can't be stealthed. You've tested it with radar, haven't you? You know whether canards are stealthy or not. The old generation of fighter jets can finally retire. I'm so moved. Haha, if it's a stealth aircraft, that would be amazing. China has stood up. Chapter 73 Strategic Planning from the Other Side of Earth. Chapter 73 Strategic Planning from the Other Side of Blue Star. Seeing the netizens discussing so enthusiastically, Tang Feng was genuinely happy and itched to join in. This is indeed a 7th-generation fighter jet capable of crushing 6th-generation fighters, and its engine is no worse than that of the United States. Tang Feng typed a paragraph, then deleted it. The United States still has 6th-generation variable cycle fighter jets and aerospace fighters that it hasn't brought out yet, so now is not the time to be happy. With that thought in mind, Tang Feng turned off his laptop and prepared to go to bed. While he rested, it was daytime on the other side of the planet. Strategic Threat Research Office of the Eagle Nation. Information about Sword 20 has been repeatedly studied and conclusions have been drawn. This is a high-performance fighter jet whose design specifications are all geared towards the level of a 6th-generation fighter. With its belly-mounted weapons and integrated fuselage, it's clearly designed for the application of stealth coating. The evaluation of China's equipment manufacturing should be raised to a higher level. The report submitted to all parties was made by Itches, the director of the Strategic Threat Research Office. Given this assessment, it is necessary to restrict technology exports from our allies to China and to investigate the source of their technology. In addition, it is necessary to curb the confidence that the Chinese people gain from technological upgrades and increase internal and external pressure. Along with the Aichi report, CIA also conveyed important intelligence. CIA spies have discovered that China's scientific research system is undergoing some kind of unusual integration. According to the bribe trader, the research system somehow obtained information about the exaggerated technological capabilities hidden by the Eagle Nation. They became extremely tense, even to the point of panic. All resources were mobilized, and some research systems even went into 3-shift operation, all in an effort to eliminate fear. Both reports arrived at the Senate at the same time. The report left the elders completely bewildered. A report warned of the need to be wary of China's technological advancements. Another report said that the Dragon Kingdom was terrified of them. So, is China's technology any good or bad? The Senate convened a special committee for this purpose. The CIA director, Madden, and the head of the Strategic Threat Research Office, ICE, were summoned to the Senate chamber. Can someone tell me how these two completely contradictory reports were written? Which one should we trust? Senator Galileo, seated in the main seat, asked a question while holding a document in his hand, which was met with a burst of laughter from below. Intelligence Director May Dandin gestured to the microphone in front of her. Mr. Galileo, the intelligence we provided was purchased at great expense and is highly credible. Upon hearing May Dandin's statement, HEC also maintained its own viewpoint. My analysis was correct. After all, there are photos of the other side's new generation of fighter jets. Alright, so how big of a threat is the Dragon Kingdom? Galileo leaned back in his chair. This time, May Dandin and HEC still share the same opinion. They are not a big threat and cannot reach the level of their competitors back then. Okay, please continue. What exactly happened? Galileo shrugged and waited for their explanation. The CIA is merely the executive branch. The Strategic Threat Research Office is the expert in this area. HEC said loudly. Gentlemen, the reason I wrote this report is to explain that China is making some key progress in the field of military technology. Although sixth-generation fighter jets are weapons we developed 20 years ago, it doesn't mean they are outdated. Even today, sixth-generation fighters remain the most powerful air superiority fighters. The manufacture of sixth-generation fighter jets proves that their technological level has reached the threshold for industrial upgrading, and some manufacturing sectors are about to upgrade to the middle layer of the industrial chain. Based on our research process for the sixth-generation fighter jet, we first developed radar stealth technology before selecting the technical route, which ultimately led to the overwhelming generational gap between the sixth-generation fighter jet and the fifth-generation fighter jet. Therefore, I can be 80% certain that the aircraft from China is a sixth-generation fighter jet. However, with only one sixth-generation fighter jet, China's military capabilities are still no match for ours. Our Air Force system can use a network of early warning aircraft, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and Aegis ships to form an anti-stealth fighter system, which can illuminate and detect enemy aircraft from multiple directions. This type of side-mounted radar detection makes it easy to spot stealth fighters. In terms of air defense, we have the Aegis system, GPS satellite positioning system, and Patriot interceptor missiles. The island chain defense is also far from our mainland, so as long as we engage in routine friction, there won't be any problems. Moreover, the other party's aircraft has only just completed its test flight. It will take at least another 5 years before it enters service. Overall, a sixth-generation fighter jet cannot change our advantage in direct confrontation, as long as we complete the trade encirclement as planned. At most, we can send our lackeys to provoke them a little more, causing their economy to collapse and making it unsustainable. After Aichi finished speaking, the elders all had a grasp of the situation. Aichi then seized the opportunity to present his own countermeasures. My suggestion is to try to disrupt the other party's process of upgrading their industrial chain to the middle level. In terms of technology, we must exert comprehensive pressure, especially on our old world allies, as they export the majority of the technology that China imports. We must stop their short-sighted behavior, investigate specific technology transfer paths, and warn the relevant companies and countries. Furthermore, they can't sell precision instruments either, thus suppressing its scientific research development by cutting off its scientific research tools. In addition, there is the issue of transferring military technology to civilian use. The transfer of military technology to civilian use can also provide impetus for industrial upgrading, and when necessary, long-arm jurisdiction can be used to control related enterprises. The specific list of technological restrictions is detailed in my report. Having been immersed in great power confrontation for over 30 years, Aichi's countermeasures sound very sophisticated and ruthless. Start from every possible angle. The elders of the Senate generally approved of Aichi's ideas and measures. Galileo glanced at the technologies in the catalog that needed to be restricted. Semiconductor technology, high-precision laser equipment, active and passive phased array radar, steel for aircraft carriers, aero engines, rocket engines. Is that all? Yes, these are basically the cutting-edge technologies we have mastered. Okay, we will approve this plan as soon as possible. Thank you for taking my suggestion. Galileo smiled and turned to another report. When it came to the Director of Intelligence, the issue became more complicated. First, Director May Dandan admitted that he was also unclear about the Dragon Kingdom's military research system and why it was suddenly so afraid of the Eagle Kingdom's technology. He was perfectly normal before. So even that informant didn't know? Yes, the specific reason is still under investigation. Then let's continue the investigation. Galileo waved his hand dismissively. How's the intelligence agency's fishing boat operation going? Can it coordinate with the trade encirclement strategy? It's going well so far. There's a general sense of admiration for us on the Chinese internet. Upon hearing this, Galileo nodded in satisfaction, and suddenly a thought struck him. Is it possible that they believed our tactical deception, which is why they are afraid of our technology? Sir, scientific research is rational. Haha, I was just kidding. Reminded by Aichi, Galileo chuckled twice, and then said to Director May Dandan, yes, you should also cooperate with Mr. Aichi's countermeasures to increase internal pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, we have made the necessary arrangements for the new fighter jet. By the way, how's things going with the Eurode company? The room fell silent upon hearing this. Chapter 74 The Fishing Vessel Tactics of the Eagle Nation. Chapter 74 The Eagle Nation's Fishing Tank Tactics. Orphan Company. The government gave them a lot of money, but who knows what they're up to? Humph. Few of the veterans present have a good impression of the aggressively entering Eurode company. It's been over a year. What can we expect them to figure out? By the way, what about that girl named Katerina? Someone quickly replied, I'm not sure. Maybe they're taking further studies? All right, let's not talk about them anymore. Let's proceed according to our plan. Yes. That evening, certain media outlets and their bribed cronies received assignments to write essays. Demean the Chinese sixth-generation fighter jet that has been revealed and reduce its influence. At the same time, they're praising the new sixth-generation fighter jets of the Eagle Nation. With the promise of dog food, a slang term for public displays of affection, in sight, these unscrupulous media outlets are drooling and getting to work. In the comments section about the new fighter jet, some people are using multiple accounts to stir up controversy and question the feasibility of the aircraft. With our technology, can we really build a sixth-generation fighter jet? Don't end up with a hybrid that's neither fish nor fowl, the first voice said. I also have some doubts. Neither the White Bear nor the Sun Kingdom has them. Can we really do it? The second voice said. Yes, logically speaking, the White Bear and the Sun Kingdom should be much more advanced than us, the first number added. And there's also the engine problem. If they don't provide engines from outside, the plane will be grounded. The third number even started to stir up trouble. Rhythm Dog's several accounts analyzed the situation with great seriousness, their back-and-forth dialogue actually making it seem quite plausible. By using online trolls to suppress the posts, the military enthusiast posts were quickly pushed to the bottom. Once the territory is cleared out, other things can take over. Various articles praising the technology of the United States have been freshly published, with public intellectuals and influential figures on Weibo using almost nauseatingly sycophantic tones to boast about the U.S.'s weapons and equipment. A new generation of vertical takeoff and landing sixth-generation fighter jet has just completed a vertical takeoff and landing on an aircraft carrier. So handsome. No wonder he's the strongest on Earth. I wonder how the paint scheme will look on our new aircraft. Don't even think about it. Do you expect to have any fighting power if you're not a country bumpkin? Single-engine vertical takeoff and landing. The U.S.'s engine technology is amazing. It makes my mouth water. Looking at it this way, it could also be installed on helicopter carriers. Wow. If you're saying that, then helicopter carriers are directly upgraded to standard aircraft carriers. That's quite possible, but I don't know how much overtime work is required for vertical takeoff and landing. If you have high requirements, just make it thicker. At least it can stop drones. I recently saw in the news that the United States supersonic drones have been deployed to its military. Can you imagine the psychological pressure you'd feel as a pilot facing off against a drone? You're risking your life. The enemy is just a bunch of parts. My God, what are we going to do? Pilots are much more expensive than airplanes. Brother, there's something strange about the way you're talking. Even though the deduction is true, why do you need my God? My God, isn't that just my God? Friend, Don't peek into our military forum, or the person downstairs might get 1,000,000. This reply has been deleted by the administrator. Someone noticed something was off about the way the account was speaking and warned the user to be careful of spies. Then that account disappeared, but the others with correct grammar remained. And these planes can also take off from amphibious ships. Doesn't that mean there are suddenly several more aircraft carriers? That's amazing. Who says otherwise? The new Zumwalt missile from the US is also awesome. Is that the Zumwalt that's called the next-generation sci-fi warship? Zumwalt.jpg, this design, this aesthetics, it's simply in a league of its own compared to other warships. It's so beautiful. The hull is even wedge-shaped. What about that person who said beauty equals strength? Is she strong or not? Perhaps it's because public intellectuals hyped these weapons too much that they ultimately fell short of expectations. The Skycycle 6th generation fighter jet, due to design flaws, is not a suitable aircraft for air combat. Plus, with its short legs, it can only be considered a 5.5 generation. The Rabbits later surpassed us in drones, and were the first to develop swarm drones. The so-called supersonic stealth drone touted by the Eagle Kingdom actually still requires real-time human operation and cannot achieve true unmanned operation. The futuristic Zumwalt warship is even more outrageous. It's completely stranded in port and unable to set sail. Of course, the Eagle Nation was unaware of these things after issuing the mission. Their job is to exaggerate and fool people. The 6th generation stealth fighter is the world's most advanced 6th generation aircraft and the only fixed-wing aircraft capable of vertical takeoff and landing on an aircraft carrier. Its manufacturing level is unparalleled. The skies of the future belong to supersonic stealth drones. The mere fact that they can cause a severe psychological impact on the local population without requiring any personnel to be killed or wounded can be devastating. The weapons will become nothing more than bloodless killing machines. Zumwalt, the newest and most advanced Aegis-equipped warship, features all-electric propulsion and an integrated design. The entire ship is stealthy, equipped with a space-ground integrated combat system and anti-satellite missiles. Once in service, it will be the most powerful maritime arsenal. Tang Feng read the report and breathed a sigh of relief. Because he needed to dedicate time to other technologies, he was unaware of the problems with these weapons. In his view, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Eagle Nation. Although Zumwalt demonstrated some advanced technology, it is still far from the true level of the Eagle Nation. The most threatening device is that drone, which already represents the prototype of future machine intelligent warfare. With that in mind, Tang Feng closed the military forum and opened the military technology directory on his desktop. Based on the information received, Tang Feng speculated. In the future, the Eagle Nation is very likely to possess orbital bombers, space fighters, intelligent mechanical legions, and drone swarms in the military field. Space-based electromagnetic railguns, quantum electromagnetic suppression systems, space-based quantum combat data links, high-energy lasers, and particle cannons are among the next-generation weapons. Among them, the orbital bomber and the space fighter can be docked at the space station during normal times. In wartime, it can detach from the space station and fly at speeds exceeding Mach 20 to orbit above the mission location to launch re-entry missiles, leaving ground-based missile defense systems with no time to react. In addition, it can flexibly enter and exit the atmosphere, approach enemy satellites in space orbit, cut off solar panels, or simply take the entire satellite away. Similar to orbital bombardment, space-based electromagnetic railguns rely on high-speed performance and cannot be intercepted by missiles. However, as a directed energy weapon, the electromagnetic railgun is more often used for precision strikes against conventional targets. The concepts of mechanical intelligent legions and drone swarms are easier to understand, equipping war machines with artificial intelligence, allowing them to act autonomously according to operational plans. Without considering operator hygiene systems, robot armies and drone swarms can discard emergency braking. The shackles of maximum output turn them into nothing more than killing machines. Its only weakness is its resistance to electromagnetic interference. Chapter 75 The Eagle Nations Targeting. Cooperation. Chapter 75 The Eagle Nations Targeting. Cooperation. And when it comes to resisting electromagnetic interference, quantum computers can come in handy. The use of quantum computers and quantum communication technologies has made electromagnetic suppression systems possible. The Mechanical Intelligent Army and Drone Swarm, equipped with a quantum anti-electromagnetic suppression system, can make up for the last shortcoming. However, war robots attacking each other would likely only occur in wars involving small countries. In great power rivalry, the first wave of missile strikes and air superiority fighter war calculations are the most important. At the very first moment of war, missiles and supersonic stealth fighters will be deployed to destroy the enemy's command systems, anti-missile systems, missile systems, and other targets. At this point, whoever can prevent the enemy's missiles and aircraft from hitting them will be invincible. High-energy lasers and high-energy particle beams are the key. Only laser beams traveling at the speed of light and particle beams traveling at sublight speed can hit the warhead of a ballistic missile traveling at Mach 20. Therefore, both are key to the defense system. Lasers are affected by factors such as magnetic fields, while electrically neutral particle beams are not, making particle beams the most suitable choice. The only device capable of generating such a large amount of energy and high-energy particles in a short time is controlled nuclear fusion. Therefore, the prerequisite for having high-energy lasers and high-energy particle beams is to create controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion, huh? Come to think of it, I haven't seen any nuclear fusion technology in the AI's database yet. This must be really difficult. If the United States knew about the target here, I wonder what they would think and whether they would cry foul. However, while Tang Feng was idly looking at documents, browsing forums, and chatting groups. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Nation, following an investigation by an intelligence agency spy, technical intelligence about the Dragon Kingdom was transmitted to the Eagle Kingdom. The Joint Strategic Research Office of the Eagle Nation's Intelligence Bureau conducted an analysis, determined the methods of applying pressure. We must curb the upgrading of China's industries as soon as possible, and we must prevent disobedient allies from selling technology to Chinese people. But those underlings have huge appetites. Then let's skip the negotiations and just announce sanctions. Under the threat of sanctions from the United States, the technology ban has finally been passed in Europe. Export to member countries, sale to third parties, and transfer of technology to China are prohibited. Restrict the export of precision scientific instruments. The news sparked widespread concern online. The United States is just meddling in other people's business. We didn't buy their technology, so what's the big deal? It's not just technology. Precision instruments used in scientific research will also be affected. Does this mean our scientific research is going to be hit hard? Of course, our precision instruments are not up to par. Seeing that the focus was shifting outwards, public intellectuals and online trolls began to act. They're stirring up trouble, blaming the restrictions on counterfeit products. The entire market should be opened up, subsidies should be abandoned, and companies should be allowed to compete fully in order to develop their own technologies. Bullshit. If you want us to not support industrial development, why don't you stop investing in your own companies? It not only subsidizes, but also gives away NASA's technology for free. Isn't that much more than what we give them? Some people who could see clearly cursed, but the comments were quickly reported and disappeared by online trolls. Amidst all the turmoil, Tang Feng was invited to a meeting to discuss the impact of restrictions on precision instruments. For confidentiality reasons, the meeting was held at the Summer Palace in the far suburbs of the northern city. The entire resort was strictly sealed off. In the conference room, compared to the initial urgency, Minister Ruan appeared quite calm after listening to Tang Feng's account. So, our scientific research won't be excessively hampered by the lack of sophisticated instruments. Tang Feng nodded in confirmation. Yes, they kept their cutting-edge equipment hidden from us and only bought some very ordinary stuff. Therefore, our company has developed a variety of mainstream scientific equipment according to its own needs, and now it is even better than what they are willing to sell. As for other less popular options, it's not too late to start now. The agenda for a day-long meeting was prepared, but Tang Feng resolved it with a single sentence. Minister Ruan found it rather dull. It should be a happy occasion, but now I feel no emotion whatsoever. Perhaps this is what it feels like to have a genius scientist on your side. Thinking about it this way makes me feel good again. Since Tang Feng rose to prominence like a comet, the entire scientific research system has shared a large amount of technology with him, and the research and development progress has been accelerated. Currently, the research and development efforts launched by the United States have been resolved so easily. With that in mind, Minister Reborn made up his mind, skipped the matter of precision instruments, and said, "Actually, there is another important agenda item at this meeting. Tang Feng, we want to give you more responsibilities." Tang Feng, confused, blinked and asked, "What do you mean?" Minister Reborn cleared his throat. "Your achievements over the past few months are evident to all. Thanks to your cooperation, our top-secret project has seen unexpected improvements. For example, the Jian-10, which just completed its test flight, exceeded its design goals because you replaced it with a reliable, domestically produced engine. We feel that such cooperation is a waste of its potential. We want you to play a bigger role. Are you willing to directly lead the research direction of all research institutions nationwide, including top-secret military-industrial units?" Upon hearing this, the military academy academicians present all widened their eyes. So young, yet directly leading the entire scientific research system. This is truly an unprecedented event. The academicians' first reaction was, of course, surprise. However, when they thought about Tang Feng's scientific research capabilities and the difficulties he would face in the future, they did not find anything wrong with it. On the contrary, we should strongly support it. An academician clapped his hands and said, "I support this decision. To defeat the enemy's hidden technology, we must recruit talents without being bound by convention. Yes, just assign me any tasks that come up. I am both a scientist and a soldier. A soldier's duty is to obey orders and complete tasks, regardless of seniority." Before Tang Feng could even agree, a group of senior academicians had already made a pledge, which deeply moved Tang Feng. Although he had rejected offers from the Dragon Kingdom Research Institute and the Shanghai Highest Encryption Bureau, they still spared no effort in providing him with research assistance. In order to resist the Eagle Kingdom's various plans against the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Feng decided to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials. "We can't let outsiders look down on our family. Thank you all. I will certainly live up to your expectations and use my abilities to lead everyone to complete the mission ahead of schedule." Minister Reborn nodded firmly. "Good. I will immediately convene research institutions across the country to announce this news." 3 days later, under the pretext of discussing countermeasures after the blockade of precision instruments, the entire scientific research command system gathered here. The conference hall was temporarily constructed from an oval-shaped theater, low in the middle and high on all 4 sides, with sound echoing back and forth, creating a noisy atmosphere. The heads of various research institutions are inquiring about each other's and used equipment in order to find a backup plan for their research work in the coming period. Chapter 76: The largest precision instrument supplier in the Dragon Kingdom. Appointed as Chief Engineer. Chapter 76: The largest precision instrument supplier in the Dragon Kingdom. Appointed as Chief Engineer. Among them, Pei Jigang, who had just taken office as the president of Linqing Industrial University, was the most hesitant. The best discipline at Linqing University of Technology is physics, and university physics focuses on basic research. Because the results haven't translated into significant commercialization, it's like some people aren't really cared for or loved. However, basic research is precisely the field that needs highly sensitive and effective precision instruments the most. Therefore, he was very worried that Linqing University of Technology would be abandoned and that the needs of other systems would be prioritized. "Hello, I'm from Linqing University of Technology. Our university mainly researches condensed matter physics and graphene superconductivity physics. Do you have any 1-nanometer scanning electron microscopes in stock?" Pei Jigang noticed that the 2 people didn't seem too nervous, so he quickly asked them a question. "I'm sorry, we're a military unit, so it might not be convenient for us to lend out equipment." The man shook his head and gave an apologetic look. After he finished speaking, the other person also said, "Me too, sorry." Amidst this uneasy atmosphere, Pei Jigang ultimately only reached verbal agreements with a few universities and civilian research institutions for equipment sharing, which could be considered a meager achievement. At that moment, the meeting was announced to be open, and I took my seat. The bigwigs who decide on resource allocation enter the venue through a backstage side door. The ministers of the Ministry of Scientific Research, the Academy of Military Sciences, the National Defense Science and Technology Commission, and other important figures all took the stage. However, at the very end, a young face that Pei Jigang seemed to recognize appeared. This person is probably only a teenager. Who is he, and why is he sitting in the middle of the conference room? Pei Jigang only heard someone blurt out something beside him and turned his head away. Intending to see who it was, they unexpectedly noticed that the heads of those military research units had expressions of relief on their faces, with no trace of solemnity left. Why? Pei Jigang was puzzled and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Why do you all look so relaxed? Is there some kind of turning point? The leaders of those military units glanced at him, paused, and then said, Since Chief Engineer Tang is here, it means things won't get worse. I can't say more. You'll see when the meeting starts. It should be pretty much exactly what I told you. Chief Engineer Tang? There shouldn't be anyone with the surname Tang who is also called the Chief Engineer, right? No, that's not right. The position of Chief Engineer can only be that young man's. Pei Jigang became even more curious after thinking about this. They couldn't help but stare intently. In the center of the conference hall, Tang Feng originally intended to sit at the end of the table, but Minister Ruan insisted on pulling him to sit in the first seat to the right of the head of the table. You're the main speaker at today's meeting, so it's more convenient for you to sit here so everyone can hear you. Tang Feng couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to comply. All right. Minister Ruan's actions only fueled the curiosity of those who witnessed the scene. They all inquired about Tang Feng's identity. Who exactly is that young man? Minister Ruan personally invited him to take a seat. He's clearly still a child. He doesn't look very old. I don't know them either, but people in the military industry seem to know them. Let's try asking them. However, those in the defense industry refused to explain, and others had to wait until the meeting to find out. After a short wait, the meeting will officially begin. Minister Ruan spoke first. The main reason for today's meeting is known to everyone. It's because of the interruption in the supply of precision instruments, so I won't go into too much detail. What I want to say is that the domestic substitution for precision instruments is ready. Actually, today's topic is different. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Has the problem with the precision instruments that we've been worried about for so long been resolved? Is domestic substitution reliable? Won't the accuracy be significantly different? Many research institute directors harbored doubts. There have been domestic alternatives before, but almost every time they have failed to achieve the stable accuracy of foreign products, which is disappointing. This isn't to say that domestic products are inferior. Everyone here is an expert. Everyone understands that China's industrialization started decades, or even centuries later than that of other countries, so it's normal for there to be a gap. Moreover, foreign countries have implicitly formed a price cartel. Every time a domestic alternative product is launched in China, foreign companies will jointly lower prices, wiping out all profits. This results in many things being thankless and difficult, and no one is willing to do them. Will it work this time? Some people were worried, but then Minister Ruan continued. The provider of domestic alternatives is Chief Designer Tang Feng, who is to my right. After you go back, please raise your requirements, and Chief Engineer Tang will provide solutions. This brings us to today's topic. At this point, he scanned the entire room and dropped a bombshell. This embargo incident shows that the external environment is tightening rapidly, exposing our serious dependence on the outside world. In order to cope with the more difficult situation to come, a decision was made at higher levels to comprehensively integrate and optimize the military and civilian research systems. Establish a unified command center to assign research tasks. The director and chief engineer of this command center is Chief Engineer Tang Feng. Wait, wasn't the crisis over precision instruments resolved? Why do we need to coordinate all scientific projects? And who is Chief Designer Tang Feng? Holy crap, have you guys lost your memories? It's Tang Feng, the little genius. Huh? Is that Tang Feng on stage? He's changed so much. Everyone stared intently as Tang Feng, tall and straight, sat upright in his chair. His face was angular and still had a youthful air, but it had become more sharp than before. The heads of civilian research institutions in the tiered seating area were in an uproar. In contrast, the people at military research institutions all had their eyes shining, as if they had foreseen a bright future. With Chief Designer Tang's deep involvement, the development of the next generation of rockets will definitely be achieved much faster. Great! There's progress on the next generation of variable cycle aero engines. These two diametrically opposed viewpoints create a stark contrast. At this moment, President Tang of the Chinese Academy of Sciences stepped forward from the central stage. Quiet, I know what you're thinking. This decision is the best solution at present, and my colleagues at the Academy of Sciences and I firmly support it. President Lan of the Academy of Military Sciences and President Wang of the Academy of Engineering also expressed their views. With Chief Engineer Tang in charge, we feel more confident. Now is a critical moment. We should not be prejudiced against certain groups, but should appoint the best and brightest. I firmly support this decision. Upon seeing this, the conference hall fell silent, and the people below immediately stopped making noise. Leading figures in the domestic scientific community have stood up to support this decision and have great trust in Tang Feng. Although everyone knows he's very capable, but appointing someone so young as chief engineer is simply insane. Seeing the powerful figures around him supporting him, Tang Feng felt a sense of responsibility. He stood up solemnly and swore an oath. I am grateful to the country for its trust in me and for giving me the authority during this time of crisis. I will do my best to help the country narrow the technological gap. Perhaps due to the sheer volume of information, the non-military researchers in the audience were momentarily overwhelmed. When he came to his senses, Tang Feng was already announcing the organizational structure of the future research department. Chapter 77. The entire plan overturned? The bigwigs are stunned. Chapter 77. The entire plan overturned? The bigwigs were stunned. For this overall coordination, the command center will directly assign confidential personnel to each unit and assign research tasks. Research units should prioritize scientific research tasks and give priority to the development of related technologies. Upon returning to their units, unit leaders should promptly prepare in accordance with confidentiality regulations. Institutions that receive research assignments will receive preferential treatment in terms of resources, including increased supplies and higher salaries for staff. The organization needs to compile its key technologies and submit them to the command center. Personnel movement between units will be completely unrestricted. As long as confidentiality regulations are met and the personnel are capable, they can apply for transfer. The meeting concluded with the leaders looking completely bewildered. Tang Feng finally gained complete control of the scientific research system. In the future, his orders will not be limited to the technology of 10 bowls of coffee sugar. The entire scientific research system will have to obey him. He can study whatever he wants. He can now control areas that he has always lacked, including nuclear energy and naval vessels. Tang Feng produced his analysis of the Eagle Nation's weapons catalog. On the other hand, he had his assistant, Lung Xian, collect information on active and research projects in the military industry and mark them with check marks and crosses. Aegis Ship Project. Missile Frigate Design, Missile Launchers, Shipborne Missile Design, Shipborne Active Phased Array Radar. Missile Project. Hypersonic Penetration Ballistic Missile Development Program, Atmospheric Drift Bomb Development Program, Anti-Ballistic Missile Development Program. Air Force Projects. Large Transport Aircraft Development Plans, Large Early Warning Aircraft Programs, Carrier-Based Early Warning Aircraft Development Plans. Pre-research on next-generation air superiority fighters, electronic modification of the Sword-10 missile, new attack helicopters, and pre-research on unmanned aerial vehicles. Army projects. Multi-purpose missile launchers, extended-range rockets, anti-material sniper rifles, and small unmanned, all-terrain combat vehicles. Separately listed, nuclear-powered ships at sea, domestically built aircraft carriers, next-generation nuclear-powered fish, and satellite guidance systems. No, this plan has to be completely redone. Tang Feng looked at the intelligent war machine, laser cannon, and space plane in his hand, then at the document, and shook his head. Apart from the army, which added a small unmanned all-terrain combat vehicle, Everything else still follows the old manned operation method. How can this be allowed? Tang Feng crossed out all the lines and wrote his plans next to them. The most important task of the Air Force should be to integrate with aerospace technology and develop aerospace fighters as soon as possible. The limited resources should be invested in intelligent unmanned combat aircraft. The Army's development pace is not fast enough. Your goal should be unmanned combat vehicles. We must firmly follow this path. The robot army is the future of the Army. Even if there are a few infantrymen, they must be encased in individual mechs. Anti-missile system designs are far too conservative. Laser cannons and particle cannons are the mainstream anti-missile systems. The same problem exists in the Navy. As escorts for aircraft carriers, how can missile frigates not have laser cannons and particle cannons as defensive weapons? I suggest designing a specialized nuclear-powered laser frigate with 4 ships accompanying each carrier battle group to defend against enemy missile attacks from 4 directions. In addition, the design of the aircraft carrier has some flaws. How can we not consider the take-off and landing of spaceplanes? The deck needs to be built wider, starting at 100,000 tons, and the drones should be handed over to amphibious ships. Each department redesigned the weapons according to this goal. After Tang Feng finished writing, he instructed the command center to distribute the revised version of the document to the lower levels. The command center immediately dispatched military aircraft to various locations. When the research and development units saw the task requirements, they were dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense is this? Shanghai Naval Shipyard. Director Yuan held Tang Feng's opinion, his expression strikingly similar to that of an elderly man looking at his phone on the subway in later generations. Are you sure you're not mistaken? You sent an armed helicopter just to deliver this piece of paper. Factory Director Yuan took a deep breath and asked suspiciously. The head of the Security Bureau's transport team said innocently, "No, we received the documents and transported them over immediately." So this thing is real? Are you sure? Director Yuan desperately wanted to hear a negative answer from the other party. However, the head of the Secret Service said with absolute certainty, "It's absolutely true." Factory Director Yuan covered his face, unsure of what to say. Although he could understand the urgency of catching up with the advanced technology of the United States. But manufacturing weapons is clearly not something that can be rushed. While other nations like the United States are conducting trials step by step, we're simply abandoning all the ships we're currently building. Is it really feasible to switch to designing nuclear-powered laser frigates and spaceplane carriers? We don't even know what nuclear-powered lasers or spaceplanes look like. Factory Director Yuan shook his head. Perhaps this is the flaw of a genius. They are suited for technology, but not necessarily for overall planning. Unable to find a solution, Director Yuan had no choice but to contact his superiors as before. "Hello, Dean Wong. I've encountered a problem here. It's the task given to me by Chief Engineer Tang, and I really don't know what to do." "No, I'm absolutely not putting on airs. Chief Designer Tang has solved so many problems with our aircraft carriers' special steel and missile vertical launch tubes. I'm so grateful. It's just that the plan was written too sigh. I don't know how to describe it. Yes, I'll bring you the things right away." After finishing the phone call, Director Yuan let out a breath and prepared to meet his former superior. At the same time, similar things are happening in research and development institutions such as aerospace institutes, missile manufacturing institutes, and Army equipment research and development centers. Tang Feng's science fiction weapon catalog left those who saw it completely bewildered and confused. Ultimately, most of them followed inertia and chose to respond to their former superiors. A small group went to the command center to find Tang Feng and ask him for clarification. At the Academy of Military Sciences, President Wang met with the Navy shipyard and the Army Equipment Center to discuss the research and development tasks. A bead of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. This step is indeed a bit too big. Upon hearing the dean affirm their statement, several officials immediately echoed, "Yes, these things can't be rushed. A lot of basic research is still in its infancy. Directly designing the final product won't do much good." Dean Wang sighed. "I can understand that feeling, but Tang Feng is still too young and too impatient. How about this? I'll take you all to talk to him." The group headed to the command center. When Tang Feng heard someone was coming, he closed the document and invited the person in. Dean Wang, what brings you here? There's a problem I need to discuss with you. Dean Wang paused for a moment, then introduced a few people around him to him. Director Yuan of the Naval Shipyard and Director Li of the Army Equipment Center. Tang Feng shook hands with her. Nice to meet you. We've only been in contact through the Security Bureau system before. It's a pleasure to meet you. Just call me Tang Feng. Factory Director Yuan and Director Li extended their hands. It's a pleasure to meet you. After exchanging greetings, Dean Wang was about to explain his purpose when, unexpectedly, Lung Xian announced that someone else had arrived. Chapter 78 Tang Feng's Reset Plan. Chapter 78 Tang Feng's Reset Plan. Dean Wang, you're here too? Minister Wan entered the room and was surprised to see Dean Wang. He immediately realized something. As a result, the bigwigs from the land, sea, air, and space equipment departments all turned their attention to Tang Feng. It seems their goals are aligned. Ahem. Minister Wan coughed twice. Xiao Tang, I'm here today because various departments have given me feedback that your research plan is too radical. I hope you will give this matter careful consideration and proceed step by step, giving researchers and designers opportunities to continuously improve themselves. Minister Wan spoke rather tactfully, but Tang Feng blinked, not thinking so. Is it radical? Dean Wang chimed in from the side. That's true to some extent. Think about it. We haven't even figured out conventionally powered aircraft carriers yet, so going straight into building an aircraft carrier that can take off and land spaceplanes really leaves designers at a loss. Factory Director Yuan was also there complaining. And then there are laser-guided frigates. We can't even imagine how to do it. Even if we put nuclear power on the ship, our shipyard has never seen laser anti-missile systems before, so we can't design them. After he said that, the others also reacted. Our Army Equipment Center specializes in manufacturing guns and artillery vehicles. We have absolutely no experience with robot soldiers, let alone mechs. Our aviation group is also. One after another, various units reported problems. Minister Wan sighed inwardly as he looked at the situation. It seems that Xiao Tang's genius is concentrated in research and development, and he's not quite suited for scientific management. The reason why the company is doing well is mostly because it is small in scale. Let's assign a few more experienced and prudent managers to share the burden. If that doesn't work, we can try to persuade him gently. I believe that given Tang Feng's character, he will agree. Minister Wan pondered a way to get things done without offending Tang Feng. Just then, the situation was reported. Tang Feng listened absent-mindedly, but in his heart, he was thinking, if I don't let you do everything according to plan, how can we make full use of resources and obtain more advanced technology? The United States won't just sit idly by and wait for you to develop. They're probably already starting to take various actions. Thinking of this, Tang Feng said, I see, please wait a moment. Tang Feng told them to wait a moment, then turned around and searched through the already organized documents, categorized, and printed them out, handing them copies. This is the technical direction I've prepared. Please take a look. The laser cannon, considering its mobility and accuracy, as well as the issue of power supply via superconducting circuits, has a rough model in terms of its emission power, volume, and mass, as shown in the figure. Didn't our company test the rocket-based combined propulsion engine on the ground before? According to those design specifications, the first-generation spaceplane should have been a large aircraft weighing over 100 tons, carrying 69 tons of rocket fuel. The landing mass is around 30 tons. Using new materials could reduce the mass even further. In terms of artificial intelligence, human-level intelligence is still quite far away, but general judgment can still be accomplished, and there are also signs of high-energy density hydrogen fuel cells that can be used in individual soldier mechs. The model of quantum anti-stealth radar uses the property conversion characteristics of light quantum reflection to detect stealth aircraft. Laser quantum communication technology has excellent resistance to electromagnetic suppression and can be used for data link transmission in drone swarms, aircraft carrier fleets, and missile relays. How about we verify these technologies on a supercomputer before making a decision? The group then went to the Quantum Supercomputing Center. The Quantum Supercomputing Center is composed of 50 superconducting quantum computers with 1,000 qubits each. Compared to previous supercomputers, its computing power is worlds apart. It has now become the most powerful hidden computing center in China. Tang Feng input the technical data, and a report was generated in half a day. The computer simulation verification passed. What do you all think? The heads of various research institutions had even more mixed feelings. What I initially thought would be incredibly difficult, requiring decades of gradual progress, seems so simple to you. Are we too rigid in our thinking? Minister Ruan Hong looked at the technical document and silently withdrew the words he had been preparing to say. Xiaotang really doesn't have much planning ability. But if people directly break through the technological barriers, what need is there for management skills? Unfortunately, there's only one Xiaotang. The United States loves collecting geniuses from all over the world. I wonder how many they have. Thinking of this, Minister Ruan shook his head and dismissed the unnecessary thoughts. According to this report, it is highly feasible and worth a try. Dean Wang adjusted his glasses and said, even if problems arise during the actual process, it's most likely a material issue. Everyone compromised. However, disagreements remain regarding resource allocation. Factory Director Yuan is still trying to retain some of the existing plans. No, even if we want to experiment with future technologies, we don't necessarily have to completely abandon the current mature solutions. If we don't work with mature technologies, we might not have enough practical experience. The director of the Aviation Institute also said, I don't think it's impossible, but doing it this way will render most of the previous work and costs wasted, which is not economical. Tang Feng firmly disagreed with this. How can you be half-hearted at work? Without full commitment, the efficiency of technological development cannot be perfect. Tang Feng, Chun Mingli, said sharply. Even the United States is trying out new technologies. What's the point if we build something that's already outdated? For example, we can try the Zumwalt rocket with all-electric propulsion. Once its power system is mature, we can install laser modules on it. What if he can hit you, but you can't hit him, and ordinary missile ships are completely powerless to fight back? The same goes for spaceplanes. There are generations of gaps in space technology. If we keep focusing on developing rockets, we can only catch up to the current level of the United States at best. If the United States gains an advantage using spaceplanes, the Moon and Mars could belong to them. Faced with the threat posed by the Eagle Nation as described by Tang Feng, everyone finally had nothing more to say. All right, take the documents back and stop the ongoing project as required. Focus all your efforts on researching the assigned tasks. If you need any specific personnel or technical support, please contact me directly. The heads of the various military units returned to their units and immediately halted their existing plans. Naval Shipyard. All designers and engineers were called to a meeting. The technicians were very surprised that the project had been halted, and they went to the conference room to discuss it. Tell me what exactly happened. Why did the factory manager stop all projects? Weren't we in a lot of pressure before? I don't know. But judging from this, it seems like something big is about to be announced. Cell phones aren't allowed. Could it be a plan to refit the ship? That shouldn't be the case. The growth rate of postal services has rebounded in recent years, so they should have money. The information disseminated by Tang Feng was known only to a few people, and the technical staff could only guess based on their normal thinking. Then, they saw Director Yuan's new ship development plan. Chapter 79 Campus Debate. Chapter 79 Campus Debate. Spaceplanes and aircraft carriers? A nuclear-powered laser frigate? A drone swarm launching an aircraft carrier from the side? Aerospace data ship? Am I still half asleep? What are all these? I've never even heard of them. Quiet. Quiet. Factory Director Yuan spoke on stage to maintain order. This is the direction for the Navy's development over the next 10 years. Starting today, everyone should be prepared that the level of secrecy will be raised to a higher level. Now, let's begin distributing the technical specifications. Technical instruction materials are distributed from the stage downwards. Each sheet is numbered, and they are collected after you have finished reading them. Receive the technical specifications. The engineer's expressions gradually shifted from confusion to surprise, and then to shock. Are frigates really going to be designed this futuristic? A specialized aircraft carrier that launches drones from the side and recovers them on the deck. This spaceplane needs to have a takeoff mass of 120 tons and a landing mass of 30 tons. The deck strength must be very high, and a lot of electromagnetic catapults need to be built. Won't such an advanced design cause problems? Designers were bewildered by the sci-fi designs. I don't know where to start, even though there are some underlying technologies that can be used as a reference. But some people were excited. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to participate in such a sci-fi project in my lifetime. Similar scenes are also unfolding at anti-missile bases, Army equipment centers, aerospace groups, and aviation research institutes. Regardless of whether the researchers were excited or confused, the work was still being carried out intensively under the care of their superiors. As the work progressed, the engineering and technical personnel first tested the technology provided by their superiors. Then, based on these technologies, set goals, sketch out a rough model, and imagine the necessary technology, personnel, and funding. Soon, the technology research and development plan was compiled by the Bureau of Secrecy and sent to Tang Feng. In the office, Tang Feng turned off the tedious English, math, and physics literature and let Lung Xian in. After Lung Xian entered the room, she noticed that he was rubbing his eyes frequently. She thought he was troubled by the research and was too tired, so she suggested that the form be put on the projector. "Thank you for your help." "It's nothing, you're too kind." Lung Xian spoke softly, moved a step, turned off the lights, and turned on the projector. A form was placed on the curtain. The first thing they did was to provide a list of requirements for the naval shipyard. In order to build a spaceplane carrier, they considered all factors and determined that it needed a more impact-resistant structure capable of supporting the takeoff and landing of a 120-ton behemoth. Higher yield strength and higher toughness aircraft carrier deck material. Electromagnetic catapult system for fighter jets, with higher strength arresting cables. Secondly, there are marine nuclear fission reactors, superconducting power systems used in laser cannons, and automatically calibrated, ultra-sensitive hemispherical mechanical rotating platforms. Then there's the highly efficient, corrosion-resistant heat dissipation system. The ship's island integrates unmanned aerial vehicle command, quantum communication, and phased array radar, along with a fully electric ship propulsion system that runs parallel to and can be converted at any time with a superconducting system. We need support from the Institute of Materials Science and Engineering and the Institute of Superconductivity. The Army Equipment Center, on the other hand, was very straightforward. To put it bluntly, they only manufacture conventional weapons such as combat vehicles, artillery, and rockets. They had absolutely no experience with, nor did they have anyone who understood, these highly intelligent and sophisticated machines. So they directly wrote an existing artillery and armored unit for intelligent upgrades and modifications. The robots and individual powered armor sections have a strong sense of déjà vu. Humanoid robots with biomimetic skin and dog-shaped robots. Humanoid robots can be equipped with small weapons and should also be able to use various light weapons. The outer sheath can withstand bullets of 7.62 mm and 5.56 mm caliber or smaller, and allows for simple communication with people. Individual powered armor is full body armor, with faceplates providing information guidance, facial recognition, infrared scanning, thermal imaging, and other functions. The power unit should be able to allow a person to carry 100 kilograms and run at a normal speed. They need labs specializing in artificial intelligence and precision mechanics to work on it. Tang Feng understood immediately. This is an attempt to swallow two laboratories whole. Let's continue reading. The aviation group's drones also need the support of smart labs. The aerospace group needs strong materials research and development capabilities to build a spaceplane, and its goals are radiation resistance, ablation resistance, strong structure, and lightweight. Besides, since the combined powered engine is already in place, all that's needed is to expedite the construction of the ultra-high-speed wind tunnel to blow out the shape of the spaceplane inside. The missile department's needs are relatively simple. Just build the critical space wind tunnel as soon as possible. Other aspects haven't encountered any bottlenecks yet, although he had built the cultivator and the zero mech. However, the raw materials for these two mechs are rare metals. Domestically, large-scale mining is not feasible. The last time Tang Feng requested a small amount, it took the Lonka Institute a lot of agonizing and deliberation to finally give it to him. Although it has signed agreements with many countries, only the United States has the capability to mine rare metals on a large scale. Given the current situation, it's impossible to even open a conversation with them. Tang Feng confirmed the research and development plan and began allocating resources to various research units. At the same time, tasks that require external assistance should be assigned to suitable locations. Artificial intelligence is undoubtedly the most advanced technology in the country right now. Materials Research is a new materials company jointly established by Cathay Sugar Technology and several military materials institutes. The superconducting circuit was entrusted to Linqing University of Technology, which is second to none in China in this field. For such sophisticated machinery, it would probably require poaching a research lab from one of Shanghai's top universities. There are also hydrogen fuel cells, but I haven't really looked into them. I don't know which chemical company makes them well. Tang Feng stopped writing here. After Tang Feng took office, military research plans were arranged, but plans for universities and corporate laboratories were not yet implemented. But since we're going to be traveling all over the country anyway, let's take this opportunity to finalize the assignments for the university and corporate labs first. Moreover, it's more effective to contact them after everything is finished. However, Tang Feng has already taken 2 months off. Although the school hasn't said anything, the end of the semester is approaching, and I can't miss the exams. So, Tang Feng temporarily left the company and returned to school. When Tang Feng arrived at the school, he discovered that the school was actually holding an event. School-wide debate competition. Each grade will send someone, and then a topic will be randomly selected. Then, judges from our school and other secondary schools will give fair scores. Have you heard? Lin Wan is one of the debaters from our first-year junior high students this time. She's so beautiful. Even if she doesn't say anything, just standing there is a sight to behold. What was the topic of this debate again? I think the draw just now said wealth and freedom. Wealth and freedom? What's there to debate? I suggest equating them directly. Superficial. Are rich people necessarily happy? Haha, you can't imagine the happiness of the rich. I followed behind the two of them and listened to the whole thing. Tang Feng stroked his chin. This debate topic is quite interesting. Since Lin Wan was also going to perform, Tang Feng decided to go backstage to meet her. Chapter 80, Forced Entry. The debate begins. Chapter 80, Forced to take the stage. The debate begins. When they got backstage, Lin Wanren was nowhere to be seen. However, a fat man stopped him. Hey bro, do me a favor. You called me. Tang Feng looked at Ma Fei, then pointed to himself in confusion. Ma Fei nodded hurriedly, not even recognizing Tang Feng, and said very quickly, I have an upset stomach. Brother, can you get this for me? He then shoved all the documents and debater cards in his hand into Tang Feng's hand. Then, like a rabbit, it darted towards the toilet. Tang Feng was dumbfounded throughout, staring speechlessly at the business card in his hand. Ma Fei, a representative debater from the first year of junior high school? 5 minutes later, Ma Fei rushed out of the toilet, pulling up his pants. Tang Feng was already getting impatient. Not knowing if she would see Lin Wan again if she went in later, she was about to shove the item in her hand into his hand. As a result, Ma Fei patted himself on the shoulders with both hands and said sincerely, Brother, I was holding back when I came out, just so I wouldn't keep you waiting. Dude, I'm really done for. I have an upset stomach. You need to go and tell the student council for me. I really can't force myself to go through with it. Let them find someone to fill in first. I'm really sorry, but I'm asking you to pass on a message. If I can make it this far, I have to do my best to bring honor to the school. Ma Fei finished speaking quickly and fluently, then turned around, pulled up his pants, and dashed towards the toilet. Tang Feng stood there, stunned. What on earth was going on? Also, which student council member should I contact, and who is in charge? The blue seats in the multifunctional hall are arranged in several large sections. The deep, multifunctional hall is often used as a standard venue for speeches or evening events, and is always bustling with people. The judges, contestants, and student union organizers in the front row were mostly preparing for negotiations. The audience was seated in the main hall, while the chairs in the first row of the multi-purpose hall were reserved for the judges. The second row consisted of guests from both sides, student union representatives, school youth league committee members, and teachers from different schools. The seats at the back were almost full, and people were standing in the aisles on both sides. A sudden surge of interest, realizing something was amiss, arose ahead as everyone turned to look. It turned out that the debaters from the opposing school walked in, guided by their instructors and the organizers from the fourth high school of the province. The leader was a girl with long, flowing hair, a beautiful and refined appearance, and a slender figure. Sun Miao Miao is the top student in the first year of junior high school at the 4th Provincial Middle School. She has a slender and tall figure and wears an elegant dress, giving her a somewhat mature look. Her lips held an enigmatic smile, yet it couldn't conceal a sense of tranquility. Her serene appearance couldn't hide the restless spirit hidden deep within her eyes. Her calm and composed expression, which swept across the entire room, exuded an air of authority. Judging from her demeanor, she was indeed a formidable and capable leader. Even playing away from home, they still put on a dignified posture. Many people at Yucai Middle School said that Sun Miao Miao was extraordinary. Her Chinese language scores were excellent, and she had won the first prize in the National Chinese Language Competition. A student council member came over and scrutinized Tang Feng for a while, looking a bit bewildered. Looking at the sign in Tang Feng's hand, she glanced at him in surprise. Tang Feng, when did you get back? You're a debater? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up, time's almost up. You have to bring glory to our school. Then the officer quickly moved the table that was blocking the edge of the crowd and dragged Tang Feng to the activity area. The group of people around him stared at Tang Feng, who was called a debater, their minds going blank. Tang Feng disappeared for 2 months on leave. How did he suddenly reappear here? Hao Jian, who was the student council president and the host of the debate competition, returned to the school and whispered to those around him. What? Hasn't Ma Fei arrived yet? Where did he go? I don't understand. This kid messed up at the crucial moment. Hao Jian was wearing a white shirt. Although he didn't need to wear a suit, his vest was slightly sweaty. He looked around and said, It's almost time. I'll go up first. When our debater arrives, tell him to get in his place quickly. Hao Jian walked onto the stage and immediately attracted attention. The previously noisy scene quieted down for a moment. At that moment, the officer dragging Tang Feng arrived at the competition area and said to the girl in charge of the scene who was wearing a student council badge, Quick, our last debater has arrived. Tang Feng quickly took out Ma Fei's debater's certificate and explained, Your debater went to the restroom, and he asked me to tell you this. So you want me to take your place? It's already started. Why aren't you going in? The girl glanced at Tang Feng's ID briefly, said resentfully, and then immediately stepped aside. Tang Feng appeared at the debaters' table area of Yucai Middle School, which was made up of 2 large solid wood tables. Tang Feng immediately realized that this was a real battle, and this misunderstanding was serious. Turning around, I saw a student council leader rushing over and said, I'm not a debater. Your debater Ma Fei has an urgent matter and can't come. He asked me to come and tell you to quickly find another substitute to fill in. The students from both student councils were dumbfounded and wiped away a cold sweat. Damn it! Why didn't he ask for leave earlier? It's about to start. Where am I supposed to find someone? The man paused, then looked at Tang Feng. You're Tang Feng, right? Have you ever participated in a debate competition before? Tang Feng paused for a moment, then nodded. Having lived 2 lives, he still had similar experiences. Do you know what the topic is today? Does wealth equal freedom? Wait, you don't want me to do it, do you? When the student council member saw the notebook containing Ma Fei's information in Tang Feng's hand, he slammed his hand on his finger and pointed at Tang Feng. It's okay, Tang Feng, we believe in you. If you're confident, then speak up. If you're not, try not to say anything rash. We have 3 other debaters. Even if it means playing it safe, we have to hold on. The honor of Yucai depends on you. It's all right. I arranged it. I'll take responsibility. Just do your best. Since the student council officer had already said all that, Tang Feng was speechless. Since things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. He nodded and turned away. Arriving at the table where the 3 debaters from Yucai Middle School were, I joined the final debate. As soon as Tang Feng stepped onto the stage, he naturally saw Lin Wan. With a gentle tap, Lin Wan exclaimed, "Yeah," and then looked delighted. "Tang Feng, what are you doing here? When did you get back?" Lin Wan's sudden action caused the other debaters to turn around as well. He stared at Tang Feng as if he'd seen a ghost. "Where's Ma Fei? Damn it. Tang Feng, you go get him." Tang Feng nodded helplessly and explained the reason. The debater was taken aback. "So, Tang Feng, you didn't prepare anything beforehand?" He noticed the gazes directed at him by the other debaters and Lin Wan. Tang Feng nodded honestly. Chapter 81 Sun Miao Miao's Provocation. Chapter 81 Sun Miao Miao's Provocation. First of all, thank you very much to all the leaders, guests, teachers, and students present. Today's scene is the Yutsai Middle School Guest Invitation Debate Competition organized by the school's Youth League Committee and Student Committee. Today's debate competition features the strong debate team from number 4 High School, as well as our star debate team from Yutsai High School. Let's give them a round of applause. Hao Jian looked around, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Why is Tang Feng here? At the same time, Tang Feng secretly steeled himself, thinking, what's there to be afraid of? This time, we were truly forced into a corner. We couldn't go up or down, so we had no choice but to give it our all. So once he stood at the debate table, he couldn't care less about anything else, and he had a nonchalant expression on his face. Unbeknownst to them, this moment had already left many people stunned, surprised, or bewildered. The backstage staff witnessed the entire process of Tang Feng entering the competition area and going on stage, and they found it extremely incredible. The student council officers told her that this debate competition was carefully selected by the school's student council, and that the debaters had all gone through a tactical discussion beforehand. But she never knew that Tang Feng would be standing on the stage at this moment. Moreover, Tang Feng had disappeared from the school for nearly 2 months prior to this. Most importantly, in everyone's memory, Tang Feng had never participated in a debate competition. How could Tang Feng, who had not received any professional training, handle such a confrontation? Sitting in the audience, Tang Feng's classmates were tugged at by someone sitting behind them. Several of them leaned forward and asked tremblingly, "Is that Tang Feng from our class?" A boy turned around and said very seriously, "It seems so." Then, thunderous applause roared in like a tidal wave. Nobody cares who Tang Feng is, or where he came from. Currently, he is merely a member of the debate teams of Yutsai and number 4 Middle School. What everyone is focused on is how the two sides will engage in their verbal sparring in today's debate. Even if Yutsai has the superior skills, he will still be turned against by number 4 Middle School. What makes people even more eager to hear how the school beauty and academic star of number 4 High School speaks with a pleasing voice and a passionate and inspiring mind. When the girl opposite him stood there in her plain dress, looking at Tang Feng felt a murderous, icy gaze pressing down on him. Looking over, Sun Miao Miao's expression was clearly unnatural. Staring blankly at Tang Feng, who appeared from the other side and stood in the opposing team's seat, his gaze instantly froze. Knowing he had been recognized, Tang Feng turned his head slightly. Sun Miao Miao noticed the questioning look from her classmate next to her and quickly responded. The girl gave Tang Feng a strange look, then glanced at Sun Miao Miao and asked, "Are you all right?" It's nothing." The girl clearly didn't recognize Tang Feng. Moreover, Tang Feng was not listed among the debaters this time. Sun Miao Miao regained her sweet smile, looked at Tang Feng, smiled meaningfully, and then gently shook her head. It seems they never expected to find themselves on the opposing side of Tang Feng. Amidst the uproar, Sun Miao Miao extended her fair and delicate hand to the students of Yutsai School, her beautiful lips curling up in a disdainful gesture. Then he raised his thumb, and immediately turned it 180 degrees so it was pointing downwards. This girl, she has a surname. The students at Yutsai School were in an uproar. Some were itching to play with the mischievous Sun Miao Miao. Countless innocent young boys who thought Sun Miao Miao belonged to the image of an elegant, pure, and virtuous princess were completely stunned by her transformation from stillness to movement at this moment. How dare this woman provoke me? Does she really think we at Yutsai have no one left? We'll teach her a lesson, show her what the men of Yutsai are capable of. Sooner or later, I'll have to tame her completely. Some people said it in a sarcastic tone. Tang Feng broke out in a cold sweat. This little girl named Sun Meow Meow was really daring. Playing away from home, they are deeply embroiled in the battle for Yutsai. How dare she provoke me so brazenly? This little girl is truly a wild and untamed one. Moreover, that raised thumb was clearly aimed at him. It means that since you're standing opposite me, I have no choice but to step on you. It really makes you want to spank her. In the memories of Tang Feng's descendants, debate competitions were not exactly glorious. Looking back on his debates in junior high and high school, he was utterly defeated due to insufficient preparation and poor teamwork among his fellow debaters. Especially since some of his opponents were quite formidable, who thoroughly humiliated him and left him utterly defeated. He recalled this memory when he was on the verge of a debate, and it remains a lingering shadow. Having suffered a crushing defeat before, and now facing the tides of time once again, Tang Feng feels it's time to make some changes as he returns to the campus debate arena. The most important thing in a debate is to be fully prepared, to collect all kinds of information, and to use it to deal with the aspects that the opponent is likely to attack trickily and relentlessly. Another saying in the debate is that whoever has more accumulated knowledge and preparation is closer to the threshold of victory. Tang Feng had not received any intensive training on this debate topic, nor had he conducted extensive background research. Even with all the well-prepared information in Ma Fei's handwritten copy, Tang Feng couldn't memorize and apply it in a short time. But he still has his greatest weapon, the experience gained from his rebirth, his life experience, and his quick reflexes. These are all things that come out of his head, things he can pick up effortlessly. After all, I have an extra advantage over others. If we're going to compete in deceiving people, then let's go for it. As the host, Hao Jian quickly calmed down at this moment, despite the somewhat boiling atmosphere in the audience after the girl from number 4 middle school provoked him. He continued, "Now, let's welcome our judges. They are Teacher XXX from the 4th Provincial High School, Teacher XXXX. Welcome to all the judges. Thank you for your support of this event." Hao Jian paused skillfully, giving everyone time to applaud. "Now let's get to know our debaters. Please introduce yourselves." The room fell silent as each person spoke in turn, immediately creating a tense atmosphere. Sun Meow Meow, grade 7, 4th Provincial Middle School, thank you. Sun Meow Meow's voice was pleasant and clear, carrying considerable confidence. Zhang San, grade 7, 4th Provincial Middle School, thank you. Starting with the 4th middle school, each student was introduced in a calm manner, until it was Tang Feng's turn. Tang Feng, grade 7, Yutsai Middle School, thank you everyone. The crowd gasped in surprise. This debate was no ordinary one. With the two most famous students from their respective schools joining in, it's truly a battle of the gods. Both sides have finished their introductions. The atmosphere on the scene became tense, with a sense of impending storm in the air. Everyone was a formidable opponent. Chapter 82, Almost Exposed. Chapter 82, Almost Exposed. Okay, thank you to both debaters. Our topic today is, does wealth represent freedom? Do you become more free the more wealth you have, or less free? We're now entering the initial discussion phase, figuring out how both sides should begin. As Hao Jian explained the rules and timing, everyone fell silent, waiting for the event to begin. In fact, Hao Jian was secretly lamenting his predicament, unable to understand how Tang Feng had gotten in touch with him. His appearance has disrupted Yutsai's formation, and now they can only leave it to fate. Both sides presented their arguments, and the first debater from Yutsai stood up and delivered a passionate speech. It broadly describes the material growth brought about by wealth, as well as the spiritual growth brought about by the realization of dreams. This expands the range of choices for each individual, leading to the conclusion that individuals enjoy greater freedom. Zhang San from number 4 middle school smiled faintly and launched a strong counterattack. The other party kept talking about the benefits of wealth and used emotional examples as evidence. It uses extreme thinking to lead us to look at the miserable reality of people who lack wealth, and to highlight their beautiful aspirations of gaining wealth and realizing their dreams. However, this led everyone astray, and no one mentioned the process of pursuing this money. And after gaining wealth, how many dreams have we lost, and how much have we been bound? If the red team only gets bogged down in this level of debate today, we will be very disappointed and look forward to more sophisticated and insightful arguments. This Zhang Sen has a really good presence. In his next debate, Tang Feng engaged in a fierce argument with Sun Miao Miao. After thinking for a moment, he blurted out his answer. The opposing team's first speaker has been elaborating on our extreme thinking, but please don't be so narrow-minded and petty. What? Zhang San's eyebrows twitched, and the people around him gasped. Tang Feng's words were sharp. He dared to directly accuse Zhang San of being stingy right from the start. Then Tang Feng continued. Let's broaden our perspective. Wealth is a prerequisite for freedom, even its foundation. The saying, accumulate strength before unleashing it, has provided the material conditions and guarantees for our survival and development. Without these, human society today would essentially be living in a state of primitive subsistence, unable to even get enough to eat. If living in a cave means you can die from the cold wind, how can you talk about freedom? Humanity has progressed from obtaining fire to using nuclear energy. From the first industrial revolution to landing on the moon, penicillin has saved countless lives. From organ transplantation and regeneration to gene repair, humanity has gained the freedom to extend life. With the accumulation of wealth in the computer industry, humanity has also gained the freedom to enter the virtual world. From China's first rocket to the spaceplane's mission to Mars, the success of manned spaceflight has given us the freedom to strive towards outer space. Therefore, the history of human civilization is a history of creating wealth and a history of pursuing freedom. Thank you. The entire audience was stunned for a moment, and the students from Yucai Middle School gave each other high fives. A brilliant comeback. Tang Feng truly lives up to his reputation as the school's bully. He's definitely a genius. Lin Wan's expression first showed surprise, not expecting Tang Feng to handle the situation so well. He smiled with a hint of slyness, then frowned, lost in thought. Just as Tang Feng was basking in the glory of his smooth, almost invincible combo with Luna in honor of kings, the tranquility of the scene was suddenly shattered. Sun Miao Miao said in her pleasant voice, "Excuse me, may I ask if China has a record of successfully sending a manned spacecraft to Mars?" As far as I know, the Space One spacecraft successfully launched into space this January. A large crowd stared at him expectantly. Tang Feng's vision went black. Damn it. They forgot that China's spaceplanes are currently only in the conceptual stage. Sun Miao Miao's rhetorical question left Tang Feng momentarily speechless. Since it was so sudden, his words actually got him into trouble. In Tang Feng's company, these familiar things are practically second nature. However, given the current limitations, there are many things he simply cannot say, as they involve classified information. Seeing that the whole room had fallen silent, waiting for Sun Miao Miao's question, Tang Feng was taken aback and then asked in return, "I wonder if my opponent feels that, following the United States and the United States, our country's manned space program is still a long way off. Have we failed to make any breakthroughs in this area?" Upon hearing this, the third debater from the opposing team, a man with slicked back hair, retorted confidently, "Of course not." Then he continued, "The Spacetime 1 spacecraft was launched this year. Although it is an unmanned spacecraft, its technical specifications are basically the same as those of a manned spacecraft. Experiments in space life science, space materials, and space astrophysics were conducted on the spacecraft under microgravity conditions, and turtle heart cells were extracted. To observe the effects of the space environment on heart cells, it even carried various algae such as fish star algae and spirulina, as well as bacteria such as Escherichia coli. This precisely illustrates that our country's manned space program has entered a stage of intensive preparation, and it is foreseeable that tremendous changes will take place in the next 10 years. The fact that my opponent could make mistakes even with this kind of information only proves that the information they usually collect is inadequate. To offer unrealistic and incomplete information about something one cannot even grasp oneself, isn't that making a fool of oneself and treating this debate like a child's game? Tang Feng smiled slightly, seemingly confident. Whether I've made a fool of myself or not is another matter for now. I just know that even my opponents are so proud to describe the breakthroughs in our country's manned spaceflight technology. It is easy to imagine how much excitement the nation will feel if our manned spaceflight technology succeeds one day in the future. This is an inspiring move, allowing China to step out of the blue star sphere and represents our dream of pursuing freedom. As for the transition from Space-Time 1 to Space-Time 2, or the future Space-Time 7, 15, and 20, regardless of whether this naming method is correct, this progression at least demonstrates the accumulation and breakthroughs in our aerospace wealth. In the future, carrying the hopes of the Chinese people, we will surely break through the atmosphere and explore the freedom of our space, dreams, a moment that fills us with immense pride and freedom. These words caused an uproar in the audience. It turned out to be a trap deliberately set to lure the other side into refuting their theory. Tang Feng finished speaking in one breath, then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he managed to smooth things over. In fact, when her own team's third debater opened their mouth, Sun Miao Miao, who was quite experienced, realized that something was wrong. As expected, Tang Feng launched a counterattack, causing her to frown. Tang Feng was indeed quite capable. Tang Feng's fellow debaters all turned their attention to him, nodding in approval, thinking that the trap had been cleverly dug, causing the opponent to fall into it without even realizing it. However, this student did not seem like a naive freshman in the first year of junior high school. Instead, he seemed like a seasoned veteran with a talent for debate, and he was eloquent and articulate. Even Hao Jian, the student council president and host, breathed a sigh of relief. The person who had just sent Tang Feng up felt incredibly fortunate that they hadn't misjudged him. Chapter 83: The Slicked-Back Hairy Man from Versailles. Chapter 83: The Versailles Slicked-Back Man. Next, each team and each debater presented their own arguments, each fiercely refusing to yield an inch. Now we will proceed to the free debate session. Zhang San from number 4 middle school narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he had to take Tang Feng seriously. I even felt that if I wasn't at my peak today, the ambitious promise I made at number 4 middle school might have ended in a disastrous failure. Zhang San was a formidable figure. In the brief pause, he immediately came to an answer and calmly targeted Tang Feng. My fellow debater just mentioned that human society has evolved from eating raw meat and drinking blood to developing information technology, and the concept of the blue planet has become increasingly important, leading to the development of our country's spaceplanes. Then I would like to ask, what drives human society forward? What is it that human society pursues? Technology or something called wealth? Does investing a lot of wealth guarantee technological progress and development? So, were the scientific research funds obtained by Einstein, Tesla, Franklin, and others the greatest wealth of their time? Furthermore, what we are discussing today is only one of the prerequisites for wealth to provide freedom. This will also create another kind of lack of freedom. I hope my opponent can clearly understand this standard. A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd. This Zhang San is indeed quite formidable. Every sentence hit the nail on the head. This argument was put forward, but it was unclear how Tang Feng would resolve it. Tang Feng resolutely fought back. This is the first time I've heard that technology can't be counted as part of human society's wealth. Haha. Wealth should broadly refer to everything of useful value to oneself, including both spiritual and material things, while freedom is the right to make autonomous choices. Please clarify this. Those watching the scene felt overwhelmed. Tang Feng had provoked Zhang San, a formidable man. This provoked the opponent to launch frequent attacks against him, but he defended flawlessly. The two were evenly matched and actually managed to keep up the conversation. You should know that Zhang San is the first debater in the 4th class, and the first debater is usually the strongest among the debaters. To my surprise, I encountered a hidden master here. The saying that Yutsai is a place where hidden talents abound is not without basis. This was a brilliant debate. Sun Miao Miao stood up and gently tapped the table. I think my opponent has fallen into a misconception, which is to reduce spiritual wealth to the same level of wealth that we are discussing today. If morality, pride, self-confidence, and technology are all collectively referred to as wealth, then can I say that freedom is also a kind of spiritual wealth? So our debate topic becomes, the more wealth one possesses, the more wealth one has. Is such a deadlocking argument meaningful? Furthermore, my opponent argues that by reaching a certain level of spiritual attainment, one can break free from all constraints of unfreedom. So, Are we discussing today whether freedom is directly proportional to the amount of wealth one possesses, or whether freedom is directly proportional to the level of one's spiritual attainment? This move truly hit the nail on the head, causing the judges to nod frequently. After saying that, Sun Miao Miao smiled at Tang Feng, raising the corners of her mouth slightly. She then sat down gracefully, with an expression that said, "Let's see how you handle this." Tang Feng was absolutely furious with Sun Miao Miao, but he couldn't show it. You also need to show that you are not discouraged at all and remain calm and composed. Tang Feng, feeling a slight headache, thought for a moment. This is hardly a circular argument. For example, if I say here, "Sun Miao Miao, you are a very pretty girl, so what I'm going to say is that you are pretty, not that you are a girl," it's a circular argument. This remark drew a burst of laughter, and even the judges couldn't help but chuckle. The boys from Yucai High School were especially enthusiastic, with many whistling to cheer them on, making the debate seem almost unbearable. Zhang San and Sun Miao Miao from No. 4 Middle School spoke with unparalleled sharpness, comparable to countless swords. Seeing Tang Feng take advantage of the situation to gain a verbal advantage, everyone felt greatly relieved. Sun Miao Miao's face flushed slightly. Zhang San, standing nearby, was also gritting his teeth at Tang Feng. This kid actually dared to flirt with the girls from our No. 4 Middle School in public. Doesn't he know that Sun Miao Miao has many supporters at No. 4 Middle School? If they really want to investigate and cause him trouble, even if he has 10 eloquent mouths, it won't be of any use. Tang Feng's classmates looked at each other, but because the teacher was nearby, they didn't dare to talk too much. I could only secretly give them a thumbs up. Everyone knew that the girls in the debate team at No. 4 Middle School were truly outstanding. Given Tang Feng's demeanor, regardless of who wins or loses today's debate, the girls at No. 4 Middle School will likely condemn his frivolous behavior. At this point, a junior high school Chinese teacher from Yucai School, who was serving as a judge, interjected with a statement. This will also help to ease the enthusiasm and excitement of the audience caused by Tang Feng's comment. Relax, everyone. You can use humor, wit, and wit as your winning formula. There's no need to be so tense. I think the second debater from Yucai, although somewhat sophistical, is quite witty and humorous. Yes, relax, it was just a joke. Tang Feng wiped his sweat, facing Sun Miao Miao's piercing gaze. The opposing team's third debater, a man with slicked back hair, clearly felt the pressure and was outshone by Tang Feng. The fact that the attack could only be led by Zhang San and Sun Miao Miao made him feel ashamed. After sorting out his thoughts, he stepped forward and said naturally, "I've loved traveling since I was a child, from the South China Sea area to Suzhou and northern Zhejiang, and then I went to Songshan to admire the autumn leaves and climb the majestic Yueshan mountain blah blah blah. Later, domestic travel was no longer enough for me, so I went abroad. Go to the land of eagles, go to the land of white bears, go to the land of Lafite, go to the land of cherry blossoms. Every time I go to these places, I hope I'm not alone. I wish my dad could come with me. Unfortunately, my father is the CEO of a multinational corporation. Because of work, he could only provide me with tens of millions of dollars in cash, but he couldn't spend time with me. Therefore, having a lot of wealth cannot make one truly feel free." After hearing what the slick-haired man said, everyone's opinion of him changed instantly. Good heavens, is this guy here to debate or to show off, like he's come to Versailles? If others had such good conditions to travel, they certainly wouldn't be as depressed as him. We're too happy to even have time to celebrate. However, the greasy-haired man's words, though rough, were not without merit. The slick-haired man's attack was very well founded and simple. After all, his family possesses such a large fortune, so he is more qualified to discuss whether wealth brings freedom or unfreedom. Regardless of whether he intentionally or unintentionally displayed a sense of superiority. Based on the data and examples he provides, he has a lot of authority to speak on this matter. So you're a young master. You don't know how lucky you are. It's a luxury for ordinary people to be able to travel. He squandered his father's money and still dared to complain about being depressed. His greed is insatiable. Countless students said sourly. Tang Feng took a deep breath, searched his mind for valuable information at this stage, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Chapter 84, A Resounding Victory. Chapter 84, A Resounding Victory. Tang Feng retorted. Since the other party uses wealth as an example, I also have corresponding examples. This year's, are you convinced? Ranking features Chairman Li Si, who tops the list of China's richest people, saying, he used to be too poor to even dream of such a thing, but it was this wealth that gave him the freedom to complete more than 40 scientific research achievements. Freedom is like the watch on our wrist. When you take it off, your wrist has unrestrained freedom. When you wear it, you gain the freedom to control your time. So-called freedom is the pursuit of a higher level replacing the pursuit of a lower level. For example, your father is creating value for society, but you are upset and complaining simply because he couldn't be with you. What's this talk about freedom? If my opponent truly only cares about such trivial freedoms, then I have nothing more to say. The crowd was quiet. This was the crucial free debate segment. In this phase, both sides went back and forth, attacking and defending, reaching the point of close combat. Tang Feng became the main person to deal with, single-handedly withstanding the attack pressure from several opposing debaters, which truly demonstrated his considerable skill. The youth-side debaters around him were all providing him with as much corroborating evidence and cheering him on. Lin Wan was speechless for a moment, so she just stood aside and watched Tang Feng's triumphant demeanor. Zhang Xin suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing red. Look at the top richest people in our country. Sometimes I really admire the wealth and status they have achieved. I wish I had enough money to last several lifetimes. I will fill my entire villa with Louis Vuitton bags, Adidas shoes, and Armani fashion. But in reality, these people are not as free as we imagine. The report on the growth and development of entrepreneurs in China tells us that entrepreneurs work an average of 14 hours a day. Some people have even died from overspending because of this. My opponent, do you think this is freedom? Do you have any comparisons? Excuse me, my fellow debater, may I interpret your words as meaning that pressure equates to a lack of freedom? After all, it was his own choice. So, can we say that beggars on the street are the freest? Because they had nothing, they had no pressure except begging. Sun Miao Miao stood up to argue. Autonomous choice? Then every married person's marriage is an autonomous choice. But does everyone become truly free after marriage? If there is freedom, then why say that marriage is a shackle on love? At this moment, Lin Wan stood up and refuted. Marriage is a sweet shackle. I want to say, Sun Miao Miao, you and I are both girls, and in the future, girls should get married when they come of age. Wouldn't you one day choose to hold hands and enjoy the freedom of being together for the sake of this sweetness? Sun Miao Miao paused for a moment, then smiled sweetly. Yes, those are shackles, but I yearn for freedom. This seemingly autonomous choice is, in fact, a form of unfreedom. True freedom would be when I have the right to choose not to marry. If a girl like that chooses not to get married, she'll be a real scourge to the country. This society already has far more monks than porridge. If this continues, won't the temples be overwhelmed? These words immediately caused a sensation among the small group of people at Yutsai School. Let us take you in, or something like that. Tang Feng stood up, stared at Sun Miao Miao, without hesitation, and frowned as he said, is the opponent's statement simply a matter of free will, or is it a deliberate attempt to refute our point of view? The legendary swordsman Li Bai once wrote a poem. A dappled horse, 1,000 pieces of gold, call the boy to exchange them for fine wine, to dispel with you the sorrows of ages past. Using fine wine, bought with a dappled horse and 1,000 pieces of gold, to drown one's sorrows, this is a bold portrayal of the pursuit of freedom in life. The opposing team's first speaker gave an example. In the pursuit of wealth, we consume a significant amount of time as a consequence. But if we can't spend our time on this, where should we let it flow? To waste it? As a certain bigwig once said, wherever there are people, there is a world of its own. You have to face these things in life. There's nowhere to escape. Zhang Xin pouted fiercely, clearly dissatisfied. Now anyone can see that Tang Feng is using a near-global perspective to challenge the top debaters from their school, which is thought-provoking. It's hard to imagine how deeply he could have pondered these questions. Although Zhang Xin offered some rebuttal, it was clear to everyone that his arguments were far less sharp. Most of the participants in the debate were students with excellent logical thinking skills in Chinese language and literature. Even if there is no reason, one can still confuse concepts and escape through sophistry. There is absolutely no possibility of being cornered and rendered speechless. However, it prevents Zhang San from relentlessly pursuing him like a shark, instead forcing him to dodge left and right to avoid being bitten in vital areas. Tang Feng's ability is highlighted by the several grammatical errors he makes. Considering Tang Feng's identity, Zhang San had no choice but to admit defeat. They're not quite up to par when it comes to intellectual challenges with geniuses. The moment had already arrived. I sat in the last row and took care of my stomach. Ma Fei, the original debater who replaced Tang Feng, lowered his head and pondered the debate between the two sides. When you analyze it thoroughly, you'll be amazed. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Zhang San's repeated attacks. I never imagined that just randomly pulling someone out would lead to the discovery of such a deep-sea dragon. The next debate will be the fourth debater for each candidate, where they will give their concluding remarks. Zhang San remained seated, his eyes sparkling with energy. Although he had been provoked by Tang Feng several times this time, at this stage, no matter how much grudge there was, it was impossible to win back the argument with words. The gaze fixed on Tang Feng was as sharp as a knife, leaving Tang Feng feeling quite helpless. Zhang San was also a bit frustrated. Who would have thought that Tang Feng would suddenly take the stage? He hadn't even considered him in the strategy beforehand. If I had known he was there, I wouldn't have come at all. Sun Miao Miao sat expressionless opposite Tang Feng. He remained calm and composed, listening attentively to the fourth debater's concluding remarks. After both sides finished their closing statements, Hao Jian, who was in charge of the meeting, nodded, tidied up his notes, and gave a general review. The judges from Yukai and No. 4 middle schools then gave concluding remarks, scored the debate competition, selected the winning team based on the judges' opinions, and chose the best debater. The chief judge walked onto the stage, took the form from his hand, and said, "Today's competition was, strictly speaking, very cleverly designed and very exciting. Unfortunately, the discussion between the two sides did not rise to a philosophical level. It wasn't philosophical enough. However, it's worth mentioning that Tang Feng from Yucai High School left a deep impression on me. He truly deserved to be named the best debater." The final score was 16-12, with Yucai Middle School winning. Tang Feng thought to himself, "Of course, even though she is the pride of the 4th middle school. But compared to myself, the gap is still huge." Yukai won the game, and everyone cheered. Before leaving, Sun Miao Miao passed by Tang Feng, but he casually tossed out a sentence. "Don't worry, no matter how many times you stand against me, I will let you win." Tang Feng was completely bewildered by this statement. Lin Wanliang's cold gaze also drifted over. Chapter 85 The Flooded Sister Amu. Chapter 85 The Turbulent Sister Amu in the final exams. Tang Feng once again stood out from the crowd with a perfect score in all subjects. In addition to his outstanding performance in the debate. Now, students are divided into 2 levels throughout the academic year. There's a tier called the Tang Dynasty Exclusive Tier. One is called Ordinary Student File. Afterwards, Tang Feng met up with Leng Xiyan and headed to Linqing Industrial University to carry out their mission. Linqing University of Technology. Plainclothes security personnel entered the scene. Personnel were stationed in the dormitories and teaching buildings to oversee operations. The school's access control has been tightened more than tenfold. Faced with this situation, the students speculated that some important figure was about to visit the school. Is the faculty coming to inspect? No, it's probably at a higher level. The last time the minister came, there wasn't such a big entourage. You mean? The students inquired everywhere, but didn't hear much useful information. All I know is that today's teacher unusually took attendance like crazy, causing a huge uproar. Going to class is more important. It would be a loss if you failed because you were watching the fun. At 2:30 p.m., a convoy of about 10 trucks and vans quietly drove into the campus and headed straight for the Linqing University of Technology experimental teaching base. The university president and a group of professors had been waiting at the building entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing Tang Feng get out of the car, they immediately led their men to greet him. "Chief Engineer Tang, welcome to our school. You're too kind. Thank you for welcoming me here, principal and everyone." "Not at all. Chief Engineer Tang sent us things. Of course we should do the same. I wonder where the equipment is located. Tang Feng stopped the pleasantries and asked. Upon hearing this, the principal immediately pointed to a building behind him. The rooms on the first and second floors of Building B are all available, so let's use those. Okay. Tang Feng instructed the security bureau to cooperate with the principal's arrangements for unloading the goods. Then, at the principal's invitation, the group visited the various experimental buildings within the base. Halfway there, Lung Xian walked to the side and said softly, "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom." Hearing Lung Xian's words, Tang Feng also felt a bit of a need to urinate. Wait for me, I'm going too. The two went to the restroom. Students were taking a break between classes on the road. When Tang Feng came out of the restroom, he didn't see Lung Xian, so he stood outside and waited. Unexpectedly, someone else appeared. Two cute girls walked towards us, chatting and laughing. One of the girls saw Tang Feng and hesitantly tilted her head. After a long while, he stopped and asked in surprise, "Tang Feng." Tang Feng looked over and recognized the girl. "Sister Mu?" And Mu was Tang Feng's neighbor when he was in elementary school, and he and Xia Shiro had a good relationship. In my memory, this woman was as gentle as an older sister and also had a voluptuous figure. Tang Feng was quite happy to unexpectedly meet an old friend, and he waved and greeted him with a smile. "Sisterin, it's been a long time. How's graduate school going?" And Mu confirmed Tang Feng's identity and smiled. "Oh, what are you doing here? Are you here to be my junior?" Tang Feng shook his head. "It's still early. I have something to do." "I see, you've come for a visit?" "Yes, that's right." Mu nodded. The girl next to him had been observing Tang Feng's clothes and demeanor. Considering the strictness of the security check today, she felt that Tang Feng was not a simple person. Thinking of this, the girl pinched in Mu's arm. "Hey Mu, aren't you going to introduce me to someone?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Reminded by her roommate, and Mu apologized and was about to introduce herself when she didn't notice Lung Xian silently approaching from behind. "That's Tang Feng, that little genius who was all the rage a few years ago, my neighbor. And this is my roommate who has captivated countless young men, Yitong. Isn't she beautiful? She's a top student, too. How about you ask her to be your girlfriend when you grow up?" "Sisterin, what kind of nonsense are you introducing?" Tang Feng sighed helplessly. And Mu is still the same as before, so quirky and mischievous. Lung Xian came up behind them, her expression quite subtle. Seeing the smile on Tang Feng's face, she felt a surge of anger for no reason. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go now so they don't keep us waiting." And Mu and Yitong turned around at the sound and saw a woman in a suit. With her curvaceous figure and beautiful, carefree demeanor, Lung Xian was immediately struck by her stunning beauty. "Who is this?" Thinking it inappropriate to keep the principal and so many others waiting, Tang Feng replied, "Yes, she's my friend. I have something to do. Let's chat online later." "Good." And Mu responded, watched the two figures disappear into the distance, and stroked his chin. It seems Tang Xiaofeng is living a good life, with such a beautiful woman by his side. Just as she was thinking this, her roommate Yitong hugged her and held her armpits. "It's all your fault for saying that. You made me lose face." I'm so sorry." And Mu twisted her waist and quickly begged for mercy. Yitong refused to let her off the hook. "No, you have to make it up to me. I really didn't mean it. Please let me go." And Mu couldn't stop laughing and had no choice but to agree. "Okay, I'll make it up to you by eating spicy hot pot and drinking milk tea, alright?" "No, I don't want to eat malatang." Stop it. I'll give you whatever you want." And Mu was no match for Yitong, who worked out every day and soon became exhausted, signing the surrender agreement. Hearing this, Yitong became shy. "I want Tang Xiaofeng's contact information." "What? He's still a child." What child?" In ancient times, boys of this age would already be in charge of the household. Halfway through her sentence, Yitong wiggled her fingers, and Mu didn't dare to say the last word. Besides, it said that marrying a woman 3 years older is like finding a gold brick. Tang Feng is already so handsome now. Who knows how many people he'll charm in the future? If that's the case, why can't I get it for free? Seeing that Yitong's words were becoming increasingly shameless, and Mu hurriedly told her to stop. All right. Time to go back to the classroom. Mu quickly changed the subject. However, the professor was not present for this class. Instead, a PhD student was called in to teach the class. Sorry. I just ran into an acquaintance and chatted for a while. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. Back in the group of visitors, Tang Feng gave an explanation. No. Everyone waved their hands. The vice principal in charge of academic affairs' eyes lit up, realizing this was a good opportunity to build rapport, so he feigned curiosity and asked, "An acquaintance? Chief Engineer Tang's friend works at our school." "No. I have an older sister who is pursuing a master's degree at your esteemed university." Pursue graduate studies. The principal and professor seemed to be deep in thought. Tang Feng nodded. "So everyone, don't be too reserved. We're all working for the country's scientific research development. Just treat me like an ordinary person." These words came from Tang Feng's heart, but none of the university presidents, academicians, or professors would take them seriously. "I wonder what your sister's name is," the vice principal asked. Tang Feng heard him keep asking questions and roughly understood what the other person meant. After thinking about it, it wouldn't hurt if the other party could also give sister some help. So he said, "Enmu, electronic information." Chapter 86 Lung Xian's Little Thoughts. Chapter 86 Lung Xian's Little Thoughts. Upon hearing this, Enmu's mentor initially wanted to find a way to praise her, but being honest, he thought for a moment and finally forced himself to find an angle to praise her. "Well, she's quite cheerful and lively." For teachers, praising a student's lively personality usually implies that the student is playful. Tang Feng didn't recognize the words, and a smile appeared on his lips as he recalled the funny things from the past. This caused Lung Xian, who was standing to the side, to frown deeply. "I feel very uncomfortable." Fortunately, the vice principal flattered him at that moment and changed the subject. "But then again, Chief Engineer Tang is truly remarkable. My sister is still pursuing her master's degree, and Chief Engineer Tang is already in charge of formulating national scientific research plans. He is truly a genius sent from heaven, a blessing to the country. That's too much. Let's continue our tour." Tang Feng blushed a little when he was photographed and quickly changed the subject. The principal secretly gave the vice principal a thumbs up and walked ahead to guide Tang Feng to the various laboratories. Its focus is on the strong disciplines of Linqing University of Technology, condensed matter physics, and graphene superconductivity physics. Tang Feng listened to the whole thing and was slightly disappointed. In these two fundamental areas, Linqing University of Technology is quite strong. However, it has already been surpassed by several military laboratories that were influenced by it. In that case, it would be more effective to have Linqing University of Technology serve as a training institution for technical personnel. We visited both main laboratories. News came from the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics. The experimental equipment has been installed and is ready for testing at any time. Tang Feng put down his teacup and immediately suggested, "Principal, let's go take a look. You can also check the goods. If they don't meet the standards, we can return them immediately." "Chief Engineer Tang, you're too kind. After all, we're under embargo, so having something to use is already a blessing." Although the principal said he didn't care, he actually didn't have any particular thoughts about it. He only asked that the results be close enough. With such a prayer in mind, the group arrived at Building B. The once empty room is now filled with all sorts of equipment. Energy dispersive spectroscopy and X-ray morphology were used. Scanning probe microscope, transmission electron microscope, field ion microscope. It has all the necessary observation equipment for detecting physical properties and observing the microscopic structure of atoms. In the laboratory under extreme conditions of high temperature, high pressure, low temperature, and high magnetic field. Diamond ultra-high pressure load platform. Ultra-high temperature equipment. Ultra-low temperature equipment. Low temperature high magnetic Hall effect device. It came into view. The principal paused for a moment, then checked the equipment's technical manual. Each device's technical specifications are an order of magnitude more sensitive than the original device. Is the instruction manual for real? It's even better than the equipment we bought from the United States before. Domestic equipment is on the rise. The equipment was not only complete, but its performance indicators also far exceeded expectations, which greatly excited them. At this moment, Tang Feng said again. Which professor studies crystal hierarchical structure and graphene? Don't look over here yet. There are still things waiting for you to inspect. Several professors responded and followed Tang Feng to the last few rooms. The room features simple, yet technologically advanced transparent server racks, laser calibrator, nanoprobe, vacuum cleanroom, and a boron nitride monolayer atomic manipulation stage. Upon seeing the description, the professors exclaimed in surprise and rushed over like sprinters, admiring it as if it were some rare and precious treasure. They actually have such powerful equipment that can directly obtain single-layer crystals. This will save us a lot of trouble. Chief Engineer Tang. Thank you. It's all right. It's all for improving our scientific research capabilities. Tang Feng waved his hand, and seeing how eager the professors were to get involved in the experiment, he said goodbye and turned to leave. Because the research progress at Linqing University of Technology did not meet expectations, Tang Feng naturally did not stay any longer to plan the mission. He found the principal and said goodbye. Principal, since there's nothing wrong with the items, I'll be leaving now. Oh, how come it's so fast? We haven't even had a chance to entertain you yet. After inspecting the experimental equipment, the principal, filled with gratitude, sincerely wanted to entertain Tang Feng. Tang Feng shook his head to express his gratitude. Thank you, but no need. I have other tasks. Seeing that he couldn't keep Tang Feng, the principal had no choice but to send him away. At this moment, Lung Xian quietly returned and went to find Anmu's mentor. Anmu's mentor adjusted his glasses and said, Miss, is there anything I can help you with? Lung Xian whispered, I'm fine. Chief Engineer Tang asked me to come find you. He hopes you can strictly teach Anmu so that she can learn something and not be playful every day. I see. Don't worry, I will definitely do it, Anmu's mentor assured her. Lung Xian nodded and added, Yes, and also, don't let anyone know. Chief Engineer Tang doesn't want my sister to feel indebted to him. Okay, definitely. Seeing that he agreed to everything, Lung Xian turned and left. Not far away, in a classroom, Anmu, who was playing on her phone, suddenly felt an itch in her nose and sneezed loudly. That's strange. Who's talking about me? At that moment, she had no idea what kind of hellish training awaited her. She was still holding her phone, indulging in a silly, carefree mood. When Lung Xian used her power to do something wrong for the first time, she felt her heart pounding wildly, almost as if it were about to jump out of her chest. No, I can't go back like this. She stopped and tidied her makeup. I took several deep breaths to calm myself down before stepping back into the parking lot. At this time, Tang Feng was sitting in his car waiting for her. When he saw her coming, he put down his phone. All right, everyone's here, let's drive. Lung Xian sat opposite her and fastened her seatbelt. With the driver's skillful driving, the vehicle slowly started, and the cars in front and behind pulled up, leaving Linqing Industrial University and heading towards the military region. Perhaps he did something wrong. Lung Xian paid more attention to Tang Feng than usual, finding him increasingly attractive, especially when he was deep in thought. I once heard someone say that guys are most handsome when they're serious, and now that I see it, it's definitely true. Moreover, he is a hero who helped the country withstand the crisis. Mu was persecuted. She was now quite certain that she greatly admired Tang Feng. Tang Feng felt the gaze and looked up to find Lung Xian staring intently at him. He asked curiously, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lung Xian hurriedly lowered her head. It's nothing. I wanted to ask about tomorrow's arrangements, whether it's going to Longhua Electronics Group or other universities. Battery technology is already out, no rush. It's better to focus on universities first. Besides Linqing University of Technology, how many other top-tier research universities are there in Linqing? Tang Feng pondered for a moment and then asked. There's also Linqing Aerospace University, Linqing Polytechnic University, and Linqing Medical University. Then we'll go to the Aerospace University tomorrow morning and the Medical University in the afternoon. Tang Feng finalized his itinerary when his phone suddenly vibrated. Upon opening it, I found it was a text message from Amu. Hey, Tang Feng, want to come out tonight? I'll treat you to hot pot. Tang Feng thought for a moment and typed a reply. I'm sorry, I have something urgent to attend to and can't go. Chapter 87 goes further. Chapter 87 going further. Oh, you have something to do tonight. The text message arrived quickly. Forehead. There is something I need to take care of, Tang Feng explained. Mu. Fine, fine. Little Fengfeng's grown up, and now she looks down on us ordinary people. Tang Feng knew this was one of Sister N's usual provocations, so he didn't respond. Sure enough, a moment later, Mu sent another message, suddenly saying, "That beautiful woman was quite pretty today. You're still young, so you need to take care of yourself." A question mark slowly appeared above Tang Feng's head. Stop fooling around, Sister N. I'll treat you to dinner when I go back to Beijing for the holidays. That's all for now. My advisor called. I wonder what it's about. Let's hang out again when I go back for the new year. Okay, you go ahead and do your thing. It's a deal. After chatting, Tang Feng smiled, leaned back in the seat, and stretched. Unaware that Lung Xian was covering her lips with her notebook, looking very unhappy. In the following days, Tang Feng visited several other top universities in Linqing. In addition to discovering a stronger technological foundation in neuroscience at the medical university than he had previously mastered, nothing else can compare to the achievements of his company. As a result, Tang Feng had to change his plans and stop visiting universities across the country as originally intended. Instead, they returned to the North City to prepare to use the AI to reproduce the technology. And at this time, the military region, in turn, received feedback from various military factories and military research units. Tanks and cruise missiles that were originally planned for production have been cancelled. The frigate sections that were already ready to be placed in the dry dock were towed back to the steel mill for remelting. The new bulletproof vests that were about to be issued have also disappeared. A whole series of weapons that were supposed to be prepared for the troops were gone. Everything was gone. Commanders and soldiers of all military regions and services successively received notices from their superiors. Among them, the Blue Sky Military Region covers the most comprehensive range of military branches, including the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and has been hit the hardest. The new equipment list left the commanders and soldiers bewildered. Army equipment: all tanks, armored vehicles, rocket launchers, and self-propelled howitzers are to be delivered, and all relevant personnel are not required to receive them. Naval equipment: frigates and destroyers are undergoing modification and production has ceased. Minesweepers, landing ships, service ships, and supply ships also need to cooperate. The long-awaited domestically built aircraft carrier project has been scrapped and restarted, and it's unclear when construction will begin. Air Force equipment: production of fighter jets smaller than the Sword 10 will cease. Missile Force: the anti-missile system needs major overhaul. You promised new equipment, and you just stood us up like this? Where are my tanks? Where are my rocket launchers? Can't we even have a pleasant training session anymore? The new generation of frigates, with their 40mm long-range artillery, were working quite well. Why did they suddenly stop building them? I remember the number 10 missile frigate was already on the slipway, right? It was already on the slipway. How could it be gone? The carrier-based aircraft are all built, and you're telling me the aircraft carrier is gone. Speaking of carrier-based aircraft, the only equipment provided by the aviation group is the Sword 10. What's going on? Are they going to put the Sword 10 on an aircraft carrier? An army commander was stunned. If we build all the Sword 10s, wouldn't the Air Force be the ones to profit? An Air Force commander, being stared at by a group of people, quickly hid his smile and solemnly denied it. Having only the Jian-10 is not enough. The Jian-10 is an air superiority fighter, used to seize air supremacy. We still need a 4th-generation fighter to do the dirty work. You still want a 4th-generation fighter jet? I think you're just being hypocritical after getting a good deal. The officers and soldiers complained incessantly. Finally, a commander's words resonated with many. Although the military region takes obeying orders as its primary duty, canceling the construction is clearly not an order. Strictly speaking, we are the client of the military-industrial enterprise. Is this how you treat your client? It's unreasonable. Yes, military procurement accounts for a large portion of their annual budget. If they just cut off supplies like this, they should at least give a reason, right? Find out to the military industry unit to find out what's going on. Commanders and soldiers at all levels mobilized, and used the military region's procurement communication system to contact military-industrial units. The military-industrial units were also having a headache when they received inquiries from the military region. On the one hand, intelligence about the next generation of military equipment of the Eagle Nation cannot be disseminated. On the other hand, the military region does need to continuously improve its combat effectiveness, and they understand the military region's anxiety about directly cutting it off in half. What should we do? How should we explain this to the military region? A senior officer asked. What else can we do? We can't release the information to the military region without authorization. Then let's report it to the command center and ask for coordination from above. Soon, the military region's inquiry reached Tang Feng. Holding the report, Tang Feng asked in confusion, "So, apart from military research units, there aren't many people who know about this?" "Yes, only the top levels of the military research system know the truth," Lung Xian nodded in reply. "Then wouldn't it be best not to let them know?" Tang Feng stroked his chin. "That would be best. The Bureau of Secrecy is already struggling to cover research institutions. The more people who know the truth, the greater the loopholes will become." Lung Xian explained the situation of the Security Bureau, and Tang Feng tapped his forehead with his pen. "We cannot expose that we are undertaking a major project, nor can we suppress the problem and damage morale. The only way is to appeal to their emotions and reason with them." The military-industrial unit replied that the previous equipment was undergoing modification and upgrading due to problems in the production process. The weapons that need to be delivered will be manufactured, but it will be delayed for a long time. I hope they understand the difficulties at this stage. This also has practical significance. After all, the United States has plenty of money and can manufacture advanced weapons for free. We must recognize our disadvantages, prepare ourselves mentally, and work hard. Lung Xian wrote down Tang Feng's words in her notebook and then sent them to her superiors for coordination. Not long after, the entire army once again emphasized the need to carry forward the spirit of hard work and struggle. The requirement is to continue researching tactical infiltration. Give full play to people's initiative. Be prepared to defend our homeland. Let's put military matters aside for now. Tang Feng finally completed the research plan and maximized efficiency. The hard drive was overloaded because the files on the AI were too large. So this time, Tang Feng got a computer with a very large hard drive. It utilizes practical storage technology to achieve a capacity of 10 tons. Connecting to the AI, 1 terabyte of technical data was instantly loaded onto the computer's hard drive. These materials contain a lot of experimental data, pictures, and videos. After filtering out the memory-intensive content, the remaining text data is about 20 gigabytes. The scope has expanded from purely military applications to all fields, resulting in a vast amount of technical data. Just extracting it would be a huge undertaking. Tang Feng did a quick calculation and realized the pressure was immense. That's a lot. If you read 100 megabytes a day, it will take you several years to finish reading it. We need to be a bit selective now, prioritizing the important information. That's not difficult. The information is already labeled with its security level and application area. You can simply use a program to select them. Tang Feng selected technologies from the military industry. The first thing that catches the eye is the laser weapon technology, which is classified as top secret. Chapter 88 Bungbu is settled. Chapter 88 Tang Feng searched for a while in Bungbu, but indeed did not see any trace of the intelligent machine. It's clear that there's still a lack of data on artificial intelligence. Tang Feng searched for artificial intelligence technology, but the technology he found this time was still limited to a few high value-added fields such as medical surgery, finance, and autonomous driving. Bionic robots are simply made of silicone material that feels similar to skin in appearance, but there is no real breakthrough in intelligence. After compiling the key military technologies, Tang Feng conducted simulations on a supercomputer. Then some of the technology was sent to the relevant laboratories. After verification, the technology is released and a birth certificate is attached. Tang Feng was finally able to deliver the items to the military-industrial unit. The military-industrial units have just finished digesting the previous batch of technologies. The next batch of technology is coming in soon. The person in charge of the unit was dumbfounded. It feels like something that I originally thought was science fiction has become technically feasible in just 2 months. Is it really not as complicated as we think? The high-ranking officers of the military industry indirectly deduced that the United States must possess the relevant technology, which intensified their anxiety. We must speed things up, ensure quality, and complete the next generation of equipment as soon as possible. Military industrial units hung up banners and launched production campaigns. Let's work hard and make progress, and contribute our share to the prosperity and stability of the country. Fight for world peace for 100 days. Ensure quality and quantity, and fulfill the mission entrusted to us by the country. Weapon production was ramped up rapidly. Tang Feng was delighted to learn this, and to show his respect for his colleagues in the military industry, he worked through the night to compile a portion of civilian technologies. While he was working on the data late into the night, Leng Xian told him some news that brought him both joy and sorrow. The Secret Service has caught a spy. Fortunately, espionage is not a technical profession, so no technology was stolen. If it didn't get the technology, then what did it get? Tang Feng asked, puzzled. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Spies learned about our increased investment in scientific research and our concerns about the technology of the Eagle Nation. Leng Xian reported with a solemn expression. Tang Feng frowned deeply upon hearing this. They found out. Tang Feng stood up and paced back and forth, calculating the possible reaction of the Eagle Nation. Having obtained this crucial intelligence, the Eagle Nation will certainly intensify its actions. Then the pressure coming to them will undoubtedly increase many times over. What should they do in response? Tang Feng had a headache and couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation is holding a meeting. It was confirmed repeatedly through the intelligence system. The establishment of the Eagle Nation is basically confirmed. The intelligence that the spy passed on was true. The Dragon Kingdom is genuinely worried about the threat posed by the Eagle Kingdom's new equipment and the hidden technology in its laboratories. After the United States announced the deployment of the Zumwalt supersonic stealth drone and other advanced technologies, the United States made even greater adjustments. According to our intelligence system, we have discovered that China has recently integrated almost all of its research institutions and has also increased the protection of these institutions. The previous weapon design was overturned. This is footage of a shipyard taken by a spy satellite. The first picture shows the frigate sections being placed into the dry dock in batches, taken on October 8th. The second picture shows the frigate sections being calibrated in the dry dock. This picture was taken on October 19th. However, in the third picture, the frigate sections were not being assembled. Instead, several pieces were missing. Then the fourth picture shows a complete disappearance, recorded on November 1st. Although shipbuilding has ceased, military-industrial institutions are working overtime, procuring more and more raw materials and vehicles. Even in footage taken by reconnaissance satellites, the city was brightly lit at 2 a.m. It's obvious they're trying to catch up on the schedule. Some indirect evidence also supports this point, such as increased personnel investment. We hacked into the systems of several well-known universities. Many of their science graduates went on to work for military-industrial enterprises. Furthermore, they poached a large number of talents from Khmer to work in military enterprises on artificial intelligence. Intelligence personnel gave a detailed presentation on PowerPoint, outlining the intelligence gathered over the past few months. As he listened, strategic research expert Klein fell silent. Did the Dragon Kingdom actually succeed in being misled by the fishing boat offensive of the Eagle Kingdom? Just as he was doubting his own judgment, the giant Galileo suddenly burst into laughter and said, "See? I told you so. I knew the Chinese were misled by strategic deception, didn't I? Now that we've checked, it's indeed the case. Do you have any further objections?" Hearing Galileo say that, Klein became even more embarrassed. He was the one who initially rejected Galileo in his capacity as a technical official, but now he's been proven wrong on the spot. Galileo glanced at his embarrassed expression, crossed his legs, and chuckled smugly. Now that the Dragon Kingdom has fallen into the trap of misinformation, how should we take advantage of this? Intelligence Director May Dandon suggested. Since there is no mistake, we can drag the Dragon Kingdom into a scientific research competition and exhaust their strength. Because we have far more funds than they do, we can actually invest a lot of money without having to write fake checks. Anyway, our advantages are significant enough that we can proceed in an orderly manner. The military experts representing the interests of arms dealers immediately perked up, expressing their agreement and urging others to fight for their own interests. Strategic fraud? We've done it before, we're very good at it. The military advisor representing the Rocket Launch Alliance alluded to the most notorious previous interstellar space strategic fraud scheme. Since the Chinese are reacting to Zumwalt, we should build 10 or 8 more Zumwalts. The ship manufacturers, on the other hand, used intelligence to garner votes for themselves, preparing to throw the Navy into the Zumwalt pit. Then why not drones? People in China are poaching AI talent, aren't they? The competition quickly intensified to the point of refuting others. However, this served as a reminder to everyone present. Galio said, "Is China poaching our AI talent?" "Yes, they are all international students from my country," May Dandan replied. Galio rolled his eyes. "Could we use this as an opportunity to plant spies?" "Do you need to tell me? I already took care of it." May Dandan chuckled inwardly, but outwardly flattered him, saying, "You're right. We'll definitely do as you say." Galio, feeling quite comfortable being patted, confidently looked around and asked, "Anyone else want to add something?" Finally, Klein spoke. "I think we don't need to decide on this matter immediately. We can first gather all the companies together for consultation and, at the same time, formulate a follow-up strategic misleading plan." All right. Klein's true meaning was clearly misunderstood. He meant that while China reacted to Zumwalt and the drones, it wasn't necessarily because of those two things initially. We also need to investigate whether there has been any intelligence leak from research institutions and arms technology companies. He repeated himself before he could explain it clearly. An expanded meeting was quickly convened. The heads of various research institutes of high-tech oligarchs in the arms industry were invited by the intelligence agency to conduct separate investigations and secret talks. Like sharks smelling blood, each organization pulled out their best-kept PowerPoint presentations. Chapter 89: The Conspiracy of the Council of Elders of the Eagle Nation. Chapter 89: The Conspiracy of the Council of Elders of the Eagle Nation begins with Arms Production Enterprises. Marvel unveiled its individual exoskeleton designed specifically for counterinsurgency operations, along with a drone remote control system. This is a personal combat system we are developing. It uses a non-powered exoskeleton, which can effectively reduce the burden on soldiers. After installing bulletproof plates, it can withstand 5.56 mm machine guns. In addition, there is a single soldier drone control module, which works with the drone to control it via remote communication. Wow, cool. Galio glanced at the information the other party had given him. Anything else, like a full coverage mask that can analyze the opponent's armor? You're talking about powered armor, which is not the same as an exoskeleton. An exoskeleton uses mechanical principles to help soldiers conserve energy. Powered armor, on the other hand, carries energy and moves mechanically. The two are very different. Oh, so you didn't do it. Of course. We are conducting early research on individual armor, but the prospects are still unclear, mainly because the battery energy density is insufficient. It will take several more years to study the battery. Once we solve the battery energy density problem, we will be able to produce true super soldiers, which will reduce the cost of protecting our overseas interests and allow us to leverage tactical victories to influence the global strategic landscape. Marvel executives immediately offered Galio a glimpse of the future. Galio listened to his pie-in-the-sky promise and found it quite reasonable. His eyes lit up, and he chatted with him for a few more minutes. If it were a regular army operation, how much combat capability would your armor provide? Seeing his interest, the Marvel executives, without batting an eye, went all out to praise him. We've assessed that super soldiers equipped with exoskeleton armor would be able to take on 10 enemies at once and carry more rockets for infiltration operations. More agile than a tank, yet requiring the heavy firepower of a tank to inflict damage, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the enemy. Very good. Keep it up. I'll be looking forward to your products. Galio nodded happily. Seeing that he wasn't talking about serious matters, the intelligence chief, Mei Dandan, coughed twice and asked, "Actually, there's another question. Was your individual armor developed in secret, or what? Have any other secret research products been leaked to the outside world?" Marvel's manager vehemently denied the allegations, stating, "All products are developed in secret, and communication with defense procurement parties only takes place after development is complete." "Oh," Mei Dandan picked up a list. "Are these the products you've announced in the last year or two?" The Marvel manager checked and confirmed. "That's right, these are the ones. Self-propelled artillery, tanks, and armored vehicles have always been our flagship products and are highly praised in the military." "Okay, thank you for your cooperation. I hope you won't tell anyone about what happened today." Galio kept looking at Madame Dan and asking questions until she left. Then he spoke up to ask several experts and intelligence personnel. "So, is there a source of misleading information?" The experts exchanged glances and shook their heads. Galio then asked, "Is this weapon even useful?" One expert said, "It's useful. Currently, we are the only country in the world with a near real-world individual exoskeleton armor development project. This is extremely useful for counterinsurgency and special operations." "But, just what?" Galio asked. Klein explained, "While individual weapon systems are advanced, they are not enough to pose a threat to China and probably won't tie up too much of our resources." "Oh, then let's continue reading." The next one is from a professional military aircraft supplier. Most of the fighter jets and bombers in the military were supplied by this arms dealer. Galio stood up and shook hands with him politely. "White Light, welcome to our home." The arms dealer smiled knowingly. "I should be the one thanking you for the invitation." "Haha, please sit down." Galio laughed and invited him to sit down. "By dang, I invited you here today to learn about your company's development and whether you have any new toys." "The new toy? Is it the 7th generation fighter jet that the military mentioned in last year's consultation notice?" White Lantern raised an eyebrow. His mention of the 7th generation fighter jet piqued Galio's curiosity, and he said, "7th generation fighter jet? How's that coming along?" "We have just completed the theoretical design. Our plan is a tailless, Mach 5 cruise fighter with enhanced stealth capabilities. We have already begun research and development on this goal." Bai Deng smiled and gave a brief introduction to his company's designs. Galio compared it, saying, "How does this design compare to the new aircraft from the Chinese?" Bai Deng laughed loudly. "Haha, of course it's overwhelming. The standard for classifying fighter jets by generation is whether they can crush the previous generation. 7th generation fighters are to 6th generation fighters, just as 6th generation fighters are to 5th generation fighters. According to our engineers, China's new aircraft belongs to the 6th or 5th generation. In actual combat, it will be detected first and shot down by missiles because its stealth performance is worse than that of tailless fighters. The hypersonic 7th generation fighter has a speed of over Mach 5, which is 1.5 times the maximum speed of all air-to-air cruise missiles. Theoretically, it is impossible to catch up with it." Upon hearing this, several military experts at the scene lit up, and Klein also suddenly realized he had grasped a clue. Only Galio spoke to White Light, as if he would open it again. "When will you be able to come out?" After a moment of recollection, Bai Deng realized that even though the definition of a 7th generation fighter jet hadn't been finalized, he was spouting nonsense as if it were actually true. "The prototype will take about 3 to 5 years. With our experience in aero engines, this time will not be long." "Good, looking forward to your fighter jets." Galio nodded to White Lantern, a knowing look on his face. It was Mei Dandan's turn to ask questions. Mei Dandan pretended not to notice the two exchanging glances and asked, "Mr. White Lantern, has your research and development plan been leaked?" "Of course not. Our company's confidentiality measures are very professional." Just like the previous one, Bai Deng also denied it outright. "Is there even no information about developing a 7th generation fighter jet?" "No, there isn't." "All right, we hope Mr. White will investigate this when he gets back, just in case." After seeing Bai Deng off, Klein and several military experts whispered among themselves and offered their conjectures. "I think we may have found a reasonable logical chain. After China produced the 6th generation fighter jet, simulations revealed that our initial ideas were unrealistic. Based on our simulated test results, this panic is justified, especially since they also learned about the vertical takeoff and landing of aircraft at that time. Standard 6th-generation fighters can even take off and land vertically on helicopter carriers, rapidly increasing the pressure on them and forcing them to phase out outdated equipment and mobilize research and development resources to catch up with our technology. Brilliant! Galio clapped his hands after hearing this. May Dandan also decided to include this in her list of doubtful options. Klein added, thinking about it this way, it's normal for them to be strategically misled. After all, our technology is at least a generation ahead, and they'll definitely be anxious once they discover one of the gaps. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Let's leave the analysis for later and see the people we need to see first, so we don't keep people waiting. Next are 2 transport aircraft and helicopter manufacturers. In these 2 aspects, the threat is insufficient, which goes without saying. Chapter 90. I don't know what to name it. Chapter 90 is still untitled, but the next missile and anti-missile system manufacturer gave them a very large PowerPoint presentation. This is a hypersonic cruise missile we are developing, capable of being launched from Aegis destroyers to attack enemy ground and sea targets. Once equipped by the Navy, enemy warships will be forced to operate only under the protection of land-based air forces in coastal waters, which will play a crucial role in consolidating our maritime superiority. There is also a next-generation anti-missile system, installed at overseas bases, equipped with multi-band radar, which can intercept enemy ballistic missiles from the boost phase and protect the homeland. The data for the 2 weapons was presented in front of us, and a PowerPoint presentation was put on. A group of military experts conducted an assessment. A consensus was reached. If both are achieved, the opponent will have no chance of resistance. Galio snorted, pleased with himself. I don't think we need to engage in any strategic deception. With our massive numbers of 6th-generation fighters, aircraft carrier battle groups, and anti-missile systems, we can just lay our cards on the table. How can you lose when the dragon is charging in head-on? That being said, the consultation meeting will continue. The last major military technology contractor was United Launch Alliance. Their main business is entirely supported by NASA. However, its prices were exorbitantly high, making it a notorious rip-off. NASA couldn't stand it anymore and decided to create a competitor for it, even if it meant giving away technology for free. Of course, this had nothing to do with the people present. They were more concerned about whether the launch group had any new projects. Our company's primary task right now is to perfect and conduct experimental modifications according to design requirements, including damaging low Earth orbit satellites. Could an experiment be conducted to add a tracker to the satellite and monitor its orbital changes? The second test was of the turbofan scramjet engine and the scramjet engine, the latter of which just completed a test flight and ran for 100 seconds. Very good. Is there anything else? That's all. The next generation of rockets is still undergoing testing. Indeed, technology is so advanced that anything can become a source. Galio shrugged and added the rocket as well. After inquiring with several major arms dealers, the team in the strategy office believed they had found the source. However, their main objective now is to figure out the direction of technological development and find a way to circumvent the hype and get around the correct development path. The following day, the meeting invited the technical director of NVIDIA, a high-tech company. First, there's a future 7nm++ chip company. This is our company's 14 nanometers experimental chip, which is currently at the world's top level and has a several generation advantage over China. The company is currently developing 7 nanometers, which will give us an even greater generational advantage, a company executive said. Then there are new projects, quantum computers and carbon-based semiconductors. Several companies are delighted to say that their quantum technology has achieved a breakthrough. It has reached the level of 5 or 6 qubits. Carbon-based semiconductors are working closely with universities to experiment with carbon transistor purification pathways. Upon learning that their core semiconductor technology was several generations ahead, everyone acted as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. The more you count your cards, the less you know how you can lose. Next up are artificial intelligence companies. These companies involved in artificial intelligence are mostly internet giants, concentrated in Silicon Valley. The strategy office primarily inquired about the future prospects of artificial intelligence and the poaching of AI talent. To answer this question, these companies will, of course, exaggerate their claims to the extreme. Intelligent driving, intelligent aviation, and intelligent manufacturing have very wide applications. Artificial intelligence is a force that can change the world, and we hope the military will invest in us. Artificial intelligence is developing very rapidly now, and it is a good time to develop it. May Dandan nodded. In what areas do you think artificial intelligence has an advantage? In the drone industry, said an AI developer. Autonomous driving will not be applied quickly due to safety restrictions. In contrast, drones are most likely to be the first to realize intelligent applications due to the open nature of airspace. May Dandan continued. Does the current poaching activities by Chinese companies have a significant impact on you? Chinese companies are indeed poaching our talent, offering prices comparable to ours, which has significantly increased our labor costs, causing us a lot of trouble. Thank you for coming. We'll try our best to find a solution. You're welcome. Please keep today's conversation confidential. Definitely. Artificial intelligence companies are leaving the country one after another. Galileo took a sip of his coffee and asked, "What's the next organization?" Klein replied, "He is the director of the Da Vinci Laboratory." What do they mainly research in their lab? Space exploration, new energy sources, controlled nuclear fusion, life sciences, and many other things. Controlled nuclear fusion. Is that the eternal 50 years? It is a global consensus that nuclear fusion is still 50 years away from being realized. Galileo perked up, thinking this stuff was good, ideal material for strategic deception. Things turned out exactly as he had predicted. The attitude of the director of the Da Vinci Laboratory was completely different from that of the aforementioned profit-making organizations. He bluntly told Galileo and others that there is currently no clear path to achieving controlled nuclear fusion. It cannot solve the problem of neutron bombardment produced by nuclear fusion, nor can it achieve the duration and output energy level required for power generation. Are there any other high-tech technologies that can't be implemented right now? Galileo asked excitedly. The lab director gave them a strange look, seemingly wondering why they were specifically asking about technologies that couldn't be achieved. The only sciences that are as difficult as controlled nuclear fusion are probably life sciences. Humans have not yet found the secret of lifespan. Okay. Thank you for coming today. We might come back to see you later, so please keep this a secret. No problem, I'll be going now. Over 3 days, Galileo secretly met with dozens of people from important industries. Finally, we sat down to summarize and make a plan. First, they concluded that the United States still holds a technological advantage over its rivals. In particular, there are countless technologies waiting to be commercialized in laboratories. Strategic misdirection is only one possible approach. But since they'd already been tricked, they might as well play along. Klein selected available nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, 7th-generation fighter jets, individual combat systems, Zumwalt, and other technologies for export. These threats are strong enough, yet they don't actually impact us. They're a mix of real and feigned threats, and some of them are genuinely something we intend to develop. The technology advisors began to refine the plan and discussed preliminary solutions. For controlled nuclear fusion, we had the Da Vinci Laboratory announce a partnership with a commercial company and launch a commercial nuclear fusion project. At the same time, it will prevent civilian nuclear research institutions from recruiting non-local personnel and restrict journals from publishing research in the field of nuclear fusion, increasing suspicion. In the field of artificial intelligence, since China already recognizes the importance of this field, it has directly invested heavily in it. To retain international students and prevent their return, while simultaneously increasing their labor costs. To establish a technology confidentiality mechanism in the field of artificial intelligence and promote cooperation between artificial intelligence and the military. We can leak information about satellite maintenance and storage capabilities from unofficial sources. In addition, we can enhance its emergency launch capability, claiming that it can be launched from a rocket that is on standby 24 hours a day. 7th-generation fighter jets are gradually releasing experimental information, revealing incorrect 6th-generation fighter jet specifications and bypassing the correct technical route from aircraft suppliers. For example, sixth-generation fighters might be described as suborbital vehicles, or tactical dogfight lasers might be installed on them for missile interception or close-quarters dogfights. The individual combat system is simple. Just sell it to your underlings. Build 5 or 6 more Zumwalt ships to put more pressure on them. The sale of skyplanes to the public has brought immense pressure to the realities of the skies. Director, Chief, Mr. Galio, what do you think? Galio stroked his chin, sensing something was amiss. How much money would China spend on researching these things? Aren't there enough misleading options? Upon hearing this, the technology advisors picked up the report again. Galio continued, since it's a fraudulent scheme, of course we need to include more misleading content. Why not just mislead people about unmanned factories and intelligent robots when it comes to artificial intelligence? Also, I heard that the best nuclear fusion materials are on the moon. We could link nuclear fusion with a lunar base and develop a plan to go to the moon. Spaceflight is incredibly expensive. We have readily available rockets that we can afford to burn, but the Dragon Kingdom doesn't. These are the only 2 I can think of for now. If there are any others, please let me know. A technology consultant pondered for a moment. If we use our imagination, we could also consider technologies like neural connections, brain-computer interfaces, prosthetics, and cyberpunk. Given the complexity of life sciences, investing money in these areas at present is a waste. Not bad. Is there anything else? Galio smiled and nodded approvingly. We can also consider quantum technology. Quantum technology is also very expensive, but according to its principles, it is very useful for cracking codes. Electromagnetic guns and electromagnetic catapults are also good. The consultants took turns offering their opinions, making the misleading information sound like something out of science fiction. Galio gave the advisors a satisfied compliment, then spoke to Madandan and Klein. Do you have any further suggestions? Klein and Madandan looked at it and indicated that they had no objections. With so many misleading options and the added pressure, the opponent will surely be overwhelmed. All right, I'll submit it to Liwu for approval, and then you can start implementing the plan in batches. Galio lit a cigar, pondering which tech company he should invest in. While the Eagle Kingdom was finalizing its strategic plan, the Dragon Kingdom also held a meeting. The meeting concluded that the current research and development efforts could only proceed step by step. Just then, several important news items broke on the international internet. The Eagle Nation has decided to increase its procurement of Zumwalt-class destroyers from 2 to 6. Skyplanes decided to sell to its smaller, local partners. Silicon Valley AI companies have received massive investments and are reportedly moving into areas such as autonomous driving, intelligent robots, and unmanned factories. Following that, there were a series of scientific research programs, including the development of a 6th-generation fighter jet. When this news reached China, it immediately caused a huge uproar online. Seeing these cutting-edge technologies, netizens are somewhat anxious. Adding 4 ships at once, it seems the Eagle Nation is quite satisfied with Zumwalt's combat capabilities. The next generation of Aegis-equipped ships are already being mass-produced, while ours are nowhere to be seen. What are we going to do? Someone said, drawing a comparison between the 2. And then there are the aircraft in the sky. Our new aircraft have just come out, and we're already selling them to our underlings in bulk, which is suppressing our combat power again. The Skyplane is a single-engine medium-sized aircraft, while the new aircraft is a twin-engine medium-sized aircraft. Are they comparable? Here we go again. With such a good engine, who knows who can cruise at supersonic speeds? The online trolls started appearing. How do you know the engine isn't capable of supersonic cruise? The military enthusiast retorted, clearly annoyed. Upon seeing this, the online trolls split into 2 groups. One group continued to demand evidence of his ability to supercruise, while the other group produced misleading specifications of 6th-generation fighter jets and spread them. Even if it can supercruise, so what? Can it compare to a 6th-generation fighter jet? You're still working on 5th-generation fighters. The Eagle Nation has already designed its 6th-generation fighter, which can fly in near space, also known as a suborbital fighter, and its speed will reach Mach 10. From this vantage point, your 5th-generation fighters simply can't reach it, and your missiles aren't even a third faster than a 6th-generation fighter. you'll only be passively taking hits. Furthermore, 6th-generation fighters can also launch laser weapons to sweep away incoming ballistic missiles and pose a threat to satellites. This is too sci-fi, you're kidding me. A military enthusiast, suspected of being a prophet, encouraged everyone on the forum. The online trolls mocked. Heh, only you treat jokes as reality. Unfortunately, this is not a joke. Tang Feng glanced at the comment. His gaze sharpened, and he sensed something was amiss. This is a stance of arguing forcefully but refusing to provide evidence. Could it be an inside job? Tang Feng's hands were itching. He wanted to kill this prophet. He took a screenshot of the comment and sent it along with the URL to Lung Xian, saying, "Check this IP address and see if there are any problems." Good. After receiving a reply, Tang Feng continued browsing the news. In addition to 6th-generation fighters, there is also the X-37B, which can pose a threat now, capable of reaching low Earth orbit and cutting off satellite solar panels. If equipped with rapid launch response, it could be used as an orbital weapon before the advent of 6th-generation fighter jets. The threat is significant. Then comes the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence. The United States is increasing its support for artificial intelligence in Silicon Valley. It evokes a lot of thoughts. Isn't artificial intelligence supposed to be flawed? Why is it suddenly so popular? The US has definitely made a major breakthrough. The era of artificial intelligence is coming. How many people will lose their jobs if unmanned factories become a reality? And with intelligent driving schools are going to go out of business. What should I do? I just learned how to operate an excavator. It's not just drivers who will lose their jobs. Don't be so pessimistic. Artificial intelligence frees you from repetitive work. Isn't that great? What's there to be happy about? Artificial intelligence is being developed by the United States. If they don't let us use it, we'll be in trouble. Indeed, judging from the way the United States is deploying troops and restricting precision instruments, it's hard to say what its future development will be. Don't worry too much. The domestic substitution of precision instruments has been done. Our school is using them. There will be a way. Instruments and artificial intelligence are quite different. Chapter 91 The Rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 91 The Rise of the Dragon Kingdom. The southwest industrial base of Lincheng is a newly built urban area. It was originally a wasteland. In just 3 months, it was completely transformed into a brand new industrial park. The park has more than 10,000 employees, but it never contacts the surrounding suburban counties. Nobody knows what this place is for. No one has had any contact with anyone in the park. Tang Feng rode in an armored van, escorted by a number of vehicles, and drove towards the industrial base. People from nearby towns flocked out to see the vehicles. People have come to the industrial zone again. With so many armored vehicles, he must be a big shot. By the way, what does that industrial park produce? I've never heard of anyone from town working there. I don't know. The people there have always been very secretive. Not only is no one going to work, but even the vegetables and meat we eat are being transported from outside, truckload by truck. The villagers had various opinions as they watched the convoy drive into the base. The base is developing computer and intelligent scientific research support systems, as well as smart factories. It is called an intelligent system or intelligent factory. It's because it comes from the future artificial intelligence theory that Tang Feng obtained. However, due to current technological limitations, true artificial intelligence has not yet been achieved. Therefore, smart factories are not yet fully unmanned. Inside the base, the two project leaders were already waiting outside the workshop. Upon seeing Tang Feng get out of the car, they immediately came to greet him. Chief Engineer Tang, welcome. Tang Feng shook hands with them and thanked them, saying, Chief Engineer Ren, Director Qian, thank you for your hard work. I haven't had a day off since I got here. Chief Engineer Ren and Director Qian smiled broadly and said, Not at all. We are all very happy to be able to participate in such a project, and we don't feel tired at all. Let's go look at the products first. Okay, everything's ready. Let's go see it now. The two men led Tang Feng and the technical assistant into the workshop. Arriving at several multifunctional transport vehicles equipped with robotic arms, he introduced them as follows. This is our factory's intelligent network transport vehicle. It can identify materials or products set by image recognition and transport them to designated locations. For example, if it's steel, it will be delivered to the machine that needs steel. If the production line has completed the production of a semi-finished product, it will accurately transport the semi-finished product to the next process. So far, he has carried out tens of thousands of transports with 100% accuracy. Moreover, he can distinguish between obstacles and people on his own and avoid them. After the introduction, Chief Designer Mi led them to the next type of machine. Several machines were equipped with casters and four-legged pneumatic grippers. This is our intelligent welding robot, which is highly efficient in shipbuilding and machinery manufacturing and can achieve welding precision that is difficult for humans to achieve. It also comes equipped with ultrasonic flaw detection equipment, which can immediately repair any poorly welded areas. The welding robot is clearly more eye-catching than the previous transport robot. Tang Feng had it demonstrate on site, using 3D flaw detection software for analysis, and the results were quite good. The technical assistants found it very novel, their eyes shining. With this, construction can continue 24 hours a day without interruption. Production efficiency will definitely increase significantly. No wonder artificial intelligence is listed as the fourth industrial revolution. Seeing their astonishment, Chief Engineer Mi was quite pleased and said mysteriously, "This is only the second machine. There are many more to come. Let's continue watching." The group continued walking inside. Next is the Intelligent Machining Center. Compared to a conventional machining center, it no longer requires manual design of the machining process. Technicians only need to input the final part model into the computer, and the Intelligent Machining Center can use image processing software to reverse engineer the part into solid raw materials or semi-finished products. The transport vehicle hands over the raw materials or semi-finished products to it, and it can complete the process itself and call on on-site transport vehicles to take them away. Automated heat treatment machines do not require human intervention. They automatically detect and operate. Large 3D printers, similar to intelligent machining centers, also automatically complete all processes, including self-cleaning. Large-scale automated assembly racks, etc. Finally, Chief Engineer Mi led everyone to the second floor of the workshop, overlooking the vast workshop on the first floor. This is the central control room for the entire workshop. It connects directly to the equipment within the workshop via the workshop's wireless network. The system transmits part models and manufacturing processes, and then uses a network to control the progress of these processes in the workshop. Tang Feng thought for a moment and then asked, "Who are the personnel needed?" Chief Engineer Mi replied, "The main difference lies in the number of designers. Due to the automation of the manufacturing process, we need about 10% fewer designers compared to traditional methods. The maintenance personnel are comparable to those in traditional factories. However, overall, using precision equipment like aircraft engines as a standard, this resulted in a 30% reduction in material handling. Cutting and communication time improved the yield rate by 10%. Now, let's go through the whole process step by step. The product we are manufacturing is a turboprop engine." Chief Engineer Mi gestured to the staff sitting at the control panel, and as the staff started the computer, the machinery and vehicles inside the factory move in an orderly fashion, like wind-up toys, exuding industrial beauty. In less than an hour, a turboprop engine was assembled from parts and raw materials. After inspection using 3D flaw detection technology, this engine can be classified as a good product. The Smart Factory project can be considered a success. The technical assistants were overjoyed and eagerly discussed the system's operating principles and methods with Chief Engineer Mi. Chief Engineer Mi humbly said, "It was mainly Director Zhou's human image recognition that helped us. Because of the high accuracy of image recognition, we were able to hand over the processes that required manual correction to the machines." The assistants looked at Tang Feng with admiration, but Tang Feng coughed twice and declined the credit. "But that makes it even more admirable." "No, the main work was done by Chief Engineer Mi leading everyone. I just provided an idea." "Congratulations. The Smart Factory has successfully achieved its design specifications. Let's look at the next computer and scientific research intelligent assistance system." "Okay, follow me." Chief Engineer Ren took over the task of providing the explanation. They were taken to a building 300 meters away from the workshop. The building has 20 floors. The building has a floor area of 2,300 square meters. There are a total of 1,024 programmers working here. Based on the operating procedures of the first-generation quantum computer, they produced a computer language program based on the Chinese script. From then on, China's computer languages no longer relied on foreign languages. Instead, it uses the Chinese script as its core, effectively reducing the difficulty of learning and saving time. Moreover, it can also serve as a theft prevention measure in some respects. Foreign hackers will not be able to recognize domestic computer languages. With mature and advanced programming languages, industrial design software and office software based on Chinese programming languages have also been put on the agenda. Now, research software has also yielded results. Furthermore, this achievement has also achieved a certain degree of intelligence with the support of artificial intelligence. When combined with experimental instruments, the efficiency is much higher than that of manual labor. It has achieved autonomous data processing and quantitative analysis. It enables intelligent operation of hazardous experiments, automated operation of nanoprobes, cell nucleus extraction, and material surface coating. The tech assistants were practically drooling over it. With this system, the laboratory can also be mechanized. Their efficiency is much higher than that of a typical lab operator. Young people these days are so lucky. They can pursue master's and doctoral degrees without having to do manual labor every day. Tang Feng made the final decision. The industrial design process and the laboratory intelligence system have been approved. Chief Designer Me. Chief Designer Run. I will immediately report this to military research institutes and defense companies and ask them to come and inspect the goods and negotiate contracts. You should prepare for capacity expansion. No problem. Through 2 rounds of technology allocation, military industrial units have become accustomed to believing that Tang Feng making a phone call means something good is going to happen. Upon receiving the call, they immediately sent someone to visit the industrial park without saying a word. Upon seeing the highly efficient smart factory and intelligent research system, the representatives, who had been driven crazy by military production tasks, immediately became excited. Give me 2 smart factory systems. I want 5 sets. We urgently need 3 intelligent research systems and 1 intelligent factory. Please provide them to us first. Hey buddy, let's talk about first come, first served. We were here first. First come, first served. Are your tasks more urgent than ours? I build aircraft carriers. Are you as anxious as I am? What's the use of just having an aircraft carrier? I'm here to build 7th generation space fighters. If someone else's space fighters fly over your aircraft carrier, you'll still get bombed. 7th generation fighter jets are impressive, but our fission reactor supplies high-energy laser beams, which are strategic weapons. Give them to us first. Sorry, you are all older brothers. You are more important. You go first. Watching the commotion in the office, General Manager Me and General Manager Yun were both pleased and worried, unsure of what to do. The other institution is at a higher level than theirs, so they're caught in a dilemma, whether to offer advice or not. I could only stand there and stand there. In the end, it was Mr. Me who came up with a solution. He called Tang Feng and let Tang Feng make the decision. Upon hearing Tang Feng's voice, everyone in the office immediately fell silent. Tang Feng was unaware that everyone on the other side was waiting for him to speak. He thought for a long time, but no one spoke. Okay. Let's give 1 set to the fission reactor team first, 1 set per institute, and distribute them evenly. After hearing Tang Feng's words, the group that built the fission reactor clenched their fists in delight, while the others, though unwilling, eventually accepted it. Mr. Me was secretly amazed by Tang Feng's influence. The application of smart factories has greatly relieved the financial strain and severe manpower shortages of various organizations. Various prototypes began to be manufactured intensively. At the research center, Tang Feng received the report and felt a little relieved. Analyze it from the perspective of information confidentiality principles. The United States must have already matured its technology before it publicly announced its 6th generation fighter jet and artificial intelligence projects. From this perspective, he shouldn't be too far behind. Keep it up. Tang Feng rubbed his eyes and looked back at the new computer. Research support software is being installed on the computer. For him, the auxiliary software was very useful because it could extract and condense the technical information on the computer. Formulas and principles are extracted and analyzed, and articles with the same principles are grouped together. Finally, arrange them according to different principles and different levels of importance for his convenience. With the helper software, we should be able to process all the data each time. Under Tang Feng's expectant gaze, the progress bar slowly moved to the right. 99.99%, 100%, installation complete. Tang Feng placed his finger on the mouse, selected the folder he had just received, and set the text parsing standard. Let's start unpacking. The computer was running at high frequency, which caused the heatsink to hum. 30 minutes later, over 300 gigabytes of technical data had been categorized and labeled according to principles and formulas. Tang Feng perused the latest technologies he had acquired. After a period of rapid development, military technology seems to have stagnated. These are all technologies used for repairs and improvements to enhance the performance of spaceplanes and intelligent machines. Nuclear fusion is still progressing slowly and can only be sustained for 200 seconds. The only notable technology is propellantless propulsion. The power output of the propellantless thruster has been increased from 1 knot to 10,000 knots. Tang Feng read the instructions carefully. A propellantless thruster is a propulsion device suitable for slow movement in outer space. It has a high thrust-to-weight ratio and low cost. Suitable as a propulsion system for large solar system scientific instruments in space. It seems there haven't been any major discoveries. Let's look at civilian technology instead. Tang Feng opened the civilian technology marked by the auxiliary software. This time, it seems the civilian and military applications have been switched. Military applications stagnated, but civilian applications began to pick up. The Research Institute identified 3 topological materials from tens of thousands that could be used to build quantum topological computers, because these materials can be used at room temperature. The research progress is rapidly catching up with that of superconducting quantum computers, leveraging the high fidelity and strong anti-interference properties of topological quantum computers. Superconducting quantum mechanics has lost its ability to compete with topological quantum mechanics. At the same time, the semiconductor field has also obtained an industrial method for the fabrication of ultra-high-purity carbon transistors. However, due to the success of room-temperature topological quantum computers, carbon transistor technology was born at the wrong time and has lost its development prospects. In addition, there has not been a significant breakthrough in human-computer interfaces. However, with the deepening of brain research, the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory has drawn on several new neural network ideas and made progress in the field of self-programming. With a significant increase in intelligence, it can now replace professionals in high-value-added industries such as medical diagnosis, minor surgery, and architectural design. In addition, there are more niche technologies such as solid-state lithium batteries and artificial spider silk, as well as a series of materials technologies and ultra-high-precision machining machinery. After taking stock of his gains, Tang Feng also used the software to filter the remaining unprocessed data from the previous operation. After eliminating identical technical data, the final compiled documents were all presented to the laboratories for verification. After obtaining the verification results, add technical details and specific materials and products for the experiment. 2 intensive contacts with the future took up too much time. The next one will take at least 2 months. Tang Feng then focused on converting the technical data in his hands. A month later, the Institute of High-Energy Laser reported that the first prototype had been completed and had melted through a half-meter-thick steel plate in a ground test. The command redirection function was also flawless, so he was invited to participate in the first interception experiment. The test site is in the Gobi Desert. It was deep winter, and the air was chilly and desolate. Tang Feng arrived in the evening and rested until nightfall. When it was pitch black, the staff removed the obstructions from the laser stage, and the experiment could begin. Command and control room. All the operators stared intently at the computer data in front of them. The director of the Laser Institute said to Tang Feng, "This experiment is divided into 2 parts. One is to test the capability of close-range laser interception of low altitude, fast-moving aircraft. One purpose is to test the effectiveness of laser turrets against high-altitude hypersonic aircraft. Now we begin the first part, the laser anti-high-altitude hypersonic vehicle experiment. At a command, the screen switched to an altitude of 60 kilometers. A drone powered by a scramjet engine is flying at Mach 6. Location data indicates that the aircraft is entering the airspace near the test site. The operator, mimicking a real combat scenario, reported. Report. Radar has detected a hypersonic drone. Coordinates. XXX north latitude, ZZZZ east longitude, entering the range of a high-energy laser beam. Destroy the target. Yes. With this command, the laser stage began to rotate, like an observation device, rapidly turning towards the sky. As a type of light beam with a highly uniform direction, laser light cannot be seen by outsiders. They can only know that it is working by observing the rapidly increasing current value on the instrument. The drone was instantly engulfed in flames after locking onto the target for just 1 second. Upon seeing this, the command center erupted in enthusiastic applause. The laser turret, like a silent killer, quietly resets, as if nothing is worth mentioning. We have laser weapons now. A kill in 1 second at 300 kilometers, that's incredible. The weapons in the movies are actually so close to us. Thanks to Chief Engineer Tang. Otherwise it would have been terrible if the enemy had it, and we didn't. The first experiment was a success, and everyone's pent-up stress was released. The drone team that provided technical support congratulated them, saying, "Congratulations. Once all the experiments are finished, let's talk about the airborne tactical laser. It's not over yet. There's still one more experiment." The director of the Laser Institute smiled and changed the subject, turning to look at Tang Feng. "Chief Engineer Tang, what do you think of the experimental results?" Tang Feng glanced at the data. "The requirements have been met. How is the reaction against stealth targets?" The director of the Laser Institute replied, "Currently, the only stealth aircraft we have is the Jian-10. Simply put, our anti-stealth radar can detect targets at the same speed and with the same accuracy as ordinary radar. Since this experiment was successful, anti-stealth technology should also be fine. We can test it again when we have stealth drones in the future. Thank you for your hard work. Let's move on to the next item." Seeing Tang Feng's affirmation, the director of the Laser Institute ordered the next experiment to begin. 5 drones were used to simulate a cruise missile attacking the laser platform. Because cruise missiles have the ability to fly close to the sea level or ground, their flight altitude is mostly between 20 and 30 meters. In addition, due to their small scanning area, shipborne radar generally has difficulty detecting cruise missiles. This is where early warning aircraft come in. The director contacted the airport to launch an early warning aircraft, which hovered in front of the laser platform. Soon, 5 small bright spots appeared on the radar screen, rushing towards the close-in defense laser cannon platform. The data is transmitted back to the close-in weapon laser cannon platform at the speed of light via a communication connection. The laser platform is activated, using its own radar and early warning aircraft data to take down the drones one by one, from near to far. Turning interval 1 second, laser activation interval 1.3 seconds, bombardment 1 second, target explodes. The experimenters reported the data to the testing station, and all 3 were very satisfied with the data. Tang Feng knew that mature laser weapons were only about 0.1 to 0.2 seconds faster than this, so he was already very surprised that the real thing could be reproduced with such a small difference. Others, lacking his perspective, will only be more pleasantly surprised. The head of the drone support team mentioned the airborne laser again. "Look, if this were an airborne laser weapon, there would be no need for a shipborne laser cannon. The fighter jet could take care of the cruise missile as soon as it detected it. Don't worry, once I've got the laser installed on the ship, I'll get you an airborne laser." No, why is the reporter changing their mind? I haven't gone back on my word. As you know, this laser weapon requires a lot of energy. Airborne lasers can't go very far and can only be used as tactical weapons for fighter jets. All right. The current priority is to deploy laser weapons on ships and build the first laser-equipped frigate. We can discuss the technical issues later. Tang Feng stopped the argument between the 2 sides and finalized the task. Subsequently, The Laser Institute also inspected the wear and tear of the laser weapon, and with the support of future materials, there were no problems at all, and it performed perfectly. Before dawn, the shelter was moved back over, and it was as if nothing had happened, just like when it arrived. News of the successful laser weapon test quickly reached the shipyard. All designers were called to a meeting. A definitive solution is required. What did Chief Engineer Tang say? He said to use the new technology as much as possible and install as many laser cannons as possible. Okay, let's do as Chief Engineer Tang says. Anyway, Chief Engineer Tang can solve any problems that arise. Everyone reached a consensus on this point. The design for the nuclear-powered laser frigate has been finalized. This laser-guided frigate has a displacement of 25,000 tons, and according to naming rules, its name has been changed to nuclear-powered cruiser. The ship is 143 meters long and 28 meters wide, and is equipped with 2 improved third-generation marine nuclear fission reactors provided by Tangfeng, with a total horsepower of 80,000. The communication is set as radio communication, hybrid quantum communication. The radar adopts a dual-band plus quantum anti-stealth phased array radar. The weapon configuration is as follows. A near-Earth orbit anti-missile and anti-satellite laser main cannon is mounted on the side closest to the communications bridge. The bow has 1 medium-range laser cannon and 2 close-in weapon laser cannons. The rear has 2 medium-range laser cannons and 3 close-in weapon laser cannons. Because the laser fires in a straight line, all the gun mounts are aligned in a straight line, arranged vertically on the warship. They seemed like monsters that had traveled from the era of warships and giant cannons. The engineers below were puzzled when they received the blueprints for the nuclear-powered laser cruiser. After months of hard work, why did I end up with a blueprint that I couldn't understand? Why are there 10 gun emplacements on the missile launcher? Chapter 92 Nuclear-Powered Cruiser Destroyer. Chapter 92 Nuclear-Powered Cruiser Destroyer. The commencement of construction on the laser cruiser brought a sigh of relief to those in the know. Although Tangfeng has already revealed that the Eagle Kingdom has these equipment. But no one expected that the United States would reveal its advanced weapons, such as the 6th-generation fighter jet, the Rod of God, and airborne lasers, so quickly. Those in the know experienced a period of tension. The situation was finally alleviated after the construction of the laser cruiser began. With large-scale laser weapons, at least defense shouldn't be a problem. We can't be careless. Our biggest security guarantee right now is the information gap. If the other side realizes what's going on and skips some wall to board the laser ship, we'll be in big trouble. Yes, we must do a good job of keeping secrets and never leak information. After the video conference ended, Tangfeng got up and stretched. As the weather gets colder, there are fewer and fewer vehicles on the road. A few snowflakes had fallen on the window. Tangfeng was staring intently. Tangfeng's phone suddenly rang. He flipped it up and saw that it was a greeting card from Lin Wanfa. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival in China. Lin Wan sent Mid-Autumn Festival greetings. Tangfeng, I missed you. I'm doing well here, so don't worry. Come back soon. Tangfeng was touched and sent a message. I miss you too, so just stay home, take a bath, and wait for me. Lin Wan sent another message. There's a surprise waiting for you when you get back. What surprise is it? You'll find out when the time comes. Tangfeng wasn't angry at Lin Wan's mischievousness. He just smiled happily. With Lin Wan's text message, Tangfeng felt that his energy had been restored considerably. So he threw himself back into his work. A month has passed quietly. Naval Shipyard. With the help of the smart factory, the sections of the nuclear-powered cruiser are almost complete. The factory manager was busy greeting and directing everyone in their respective positions, preparing to transport the sections to the dry dock for assembly and construction. Segmented horizontal transport has always been a major challenge. The slightest mistake could have a negative impact on the entire ship. The factory manager repeatedly urged everyone to be careful, and even more careful. After 3 simulations, it was announced that the transport section had entered the dry dock. With a deafening roar, the steel gate opened. A 1,000-ton flatbed truck carrying the first section slowly drove out of the factory. Several hundred people followed the segmented transport vehicles on foot to the dry dock, ensuring that there was no debris on the road along the way. As they approached their destination, The flatbed truck gradually slowed down until it stopped perfectly next to the giant gantry crane. Confirm location. The factory manager called out over the walkie-talkie, and a dozen engineers checked whether the location was correct. Correct position. Release the safety harness and begin hoisting. The giant gantry crane lifts the sections and places them into the dock. The news of the sections being moved into the dry dock was immediately known to the Eagle Nation satellite. And as the map is updated, it can be viewed directly online. Satellite photos show that the sections inside the dry dock are nearly complete. The length and width are clearly visible. Based on its size, military experts from the intelligence agency estimated that the ship had a displacement of 20,000 tons. Helicopter carrier? It doesn't look like one in shape, but the outline of the bridge is similar to that of a destroyer. A missile cruiser? Why build such a big missile ship? Could it be that he was provoked by Zumwalt? Possibly. 6 Zumwalts. Even if you're on the opposite side, you'll still need wind. Intelligence Chief May Danden's lips curled up in a smirk, her heart filled with contempt. I was tricked after all. No matter how large a conventional missile ship is built, it can never be a match for the Zumwalt-class destroyer. The Zumwalt-class destroyer has a full stealth coating, and its defensive capabilities are far superior to those of ordinary missile ships. Just as he burst into laughter, an expert standing nearby suddenly spoke up. No, this doesn't look like a missile ship. Didn't you see those round pre-drilled holes? That's not the shape of a missile launch crater. It could be another type of weapon. Also, there's no smokestack near the bridge, suggesting it's nuclear-powered. Other experts looked closely and found it to be exactly as he had said. The ship is nuclear-powered, and its weapons are unknown. My new book has been published. Please support it. Because the author needs to eat, and my health isn't particularly good either. The book wasn't handled well in the middle, so it will have to be finished in a few days. I would like to apologize to all my friends who have supported me. I've had an idea for my next book for a long time, but I've always felt the beginning wasn't good enough. So it wasn't sent. Now I'm back with a new book. I'll definitely work hard to write a good new book this time. Please support me. A thrilling and hilarious dungeon crawler. New book title. Thriller game, starting with the crying Ghost King Lolita. Introduction. Thriller-filled dungeon adventure humorous includes a bag of unconventional romantic moments. A terrifying app appears out of nowhere, and a ghostly realm descends upon the world. A demon king-level evil spirit was born in the Dragon Kingdom. The disciples of the celestial masters from all walks of life in the Dragon Kingdom are on high alert when preparing for the Chiman Duanjia and the most treasured talismans. That represents a terrifying, ferocious spirit at the level of a ghost king. But it is happening. Inside a dilapidated residential area, a cute little girl's face twitched. Looking at the stacks of practice questions in front of me, I felt like crying but had no tears. Then looked behind him, where Raymond Lamb is sitting with his legs crossed, chewing gum. While transforming into his complete form and devouring Lin Feng, he was also doing the exam. Without hesitation, I chose. Keep doing the test. Lin Feng looked at the little girl obediently doing her homework. Then look at the ghost bride behind him giving him a massage. He nodded in satisfaction. Life has been getting better and better ever since we met these little devils. Chapter 93 The Unknown Weapon is actually cutting-edge technology. Chapter 93 Unknown Weapon, Black Technology. Unknown Weapon? May Danden's smile came to an abrupt end. What are the possibilities for this weapon? After pondering for a while, the military expert replied, I can't guess. I'll have to see the later photos to be sure. May Danden nodded and contacted the military, ordering military spy satellites to monitor the shipyard 24 hours a day. 2 days later, new changes emerged. The first crater on the ship was filled in. A white, hemispherical object fit perfectly into the pit at the bow of the ship. Artillery. May Danden recognized the object. They put a cannon on a nuclear-powered cruiser? No way, but it really looks like a rotating turret. Could it be some kind of detection device? The military experts frowned, taking turns scrutinizing the points. Eventually, it split into 2 factions. One side believes the other side wouldn't make such a strange design. It's more likely some kind of detection device. Because the detection radar on the other side is not powerful enough, they want to increase the power of electromagnetic waves to burn through the stealth coating of the stealth fighter and thus detect it. Others believe it might be a satellite relay device used for receiving and sending information. In short, this ship could not possibly be a combat vessel. Without a doubt, this is the most reasonable explanation. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why so many rotating platforms would be built. After listening to the military expert's opinion, May Dandan frowned and said, "So you're saying this design is very good?" The military experts exchanged glances. If the radar doesn't work, this might be a last resort. But its actual combat effectiveness is probably not high. In fact, our military also has similar ships, which use the hull of amphibious landing ships and are covered with antennas and radars, serving as battlefield information relay and command ships. So instead of building missile ships, they built auxiliary warships? At present, yes. Upon hearing this, May Dandan began to think about how to write the report. Just as May Dandan was imagining the new ship as a command ship with no combat capability. On the Chinese internet, discussions about the new ship have reached fever pitch. The participants, holding satellite images, focused primarily on the new ship's guns. Many people question what the purpose of building cannons was. Did I travel through time or something? This cruiser doesn't have missiles, but instead has 10 cannons. I'm speechless. It's not the era of warships and big guns anymore. Why bother with cannons? You don't know, foreign military forums have already made a laughingstock of our new ship. I know. I was quite happy to see the attention given to the lack of chimneys, but then a bunch of cannons came out from behind, and my heart sank completely. Yes, nuclear power would be great for aircraft carriers. Where did this aircraft carrier come from? Did you build it? It'll have to be built sooner or later. Why not build missile ships? Isn't playing with missiles better? It's not appealing at all. The future belongs to directed energy weapons. This cruiser can achieve absolute air superiority within a radius of 300 kilometers. Missile ships cannot do that. Tang Feng scrolled to this comment, thought about it for a moment, then closed the webpage and returned to reality. However, the frontline combat troops are unaware of these things. After learning that the newly built cruisers were gunboats, none of the major fleets wanted them. The naval region cherishes the missile ships at its own base. I was afraid of damaging even the slightest thing. Previously, the lynching military region was already eager to find out who it belonged to, but now everyone is staying in the naval port without moving an inch. Even the Coast Guard officers disliked this ship. They said it was difficult to handle and hadn't even rammed a horn yet. Whoever wants it can have it. However, as the ship took shape day by day on the slipway, the deadline for deciding where to go is drawing ever closer. The ostrich mentality will eventually come to an end. You can train at the base every day, but you will inevitably receive a notice to pick up the ship. Frontline commanders have never hoped so much that they wouldn't get a ship. Finally, the ship pickup notice was delivered to the Shanghai Fleet's base. The other major fleets also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't us. Thank you for your hard work, comrades of the Shanghai Fleet. Keep it up. After all, it's the first nuclear-powered ship. Consider it training for nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. The Shanghai Fleet is the only long-range fleet, and nuclear power is just right. Even if the commander of the Shanghai Fleet was unwilling, he had no choice but to go to the shipyard to prepare for receiving the ship. From the moment the keel was laid on the slipway, it took 5.5 months for the new cruiser to be assembled and ready for launch. When Captain Dong and his entourage of the Shanghai Fleet arrived at the shipyard, their faces were full of helplessness, without a trace of joy at receiving the ship. Seeing the 10 cannons on the ship, he even felt a little bitter. The factory manager, who came to greet them, saw their expressions and smiled mysteriously. "Captain Dong, aren't you happy to receive the new ship?" "I'm not upset. Let's hold the ceremony." Captain Dong shook his head, trying to hide his emotions. "No rush. This ship uses a lot of new technologies, so we need to hold a briefing to introduce them to you first." The factory manager knew exactly what he meant by the reaction. He waved his hand, glanced at the people behind Captain Dong, and asked, "Will these people be working on the ship from now on?" Captain Dong, unsure of the purpose of the briefing, glanced back and said, "No." "Then please ask those who are not ship staff to step aside for the time being. Classified matters must be kept confidential." "What's so secret about a gunboat?" Or is it about its nuclear reactor? Thinking about the ship's propulsion system, Captain Dong agreed and led several crew members into the conference room. Inside the conference room, there was another group of about 20 people wearing two different uniforms. The factory director led the way, inviting the two groups of people over. Captain Dong, let me introduce you. The people wearing yellow uniforms here are the technical team leaders for the ship's new nuclear fission reactor. They will teach the officers and soldiers how to use and maintain the reactor. Although he wasn't particularly interested in the ship, Captain Dong still extended his hand out of courtesy. Hello, Doctor, this is Dong. Thank you for providing technical support to the fleet. The doctor shook hands with great enthusiasm. Captain Dong, you're too kind. Just call me Xiao Yao. We will definitely cooperate with your side to make good use of this warship. Warships? Captain Dong pondered for a moment, then sighed inwardly. At this moment, the factory director said, the people in blue uniforms over here are the leaders of the technical support team from the High Energy Laser Institute. They will guide you on how to use the ship's next-generation weapons. Oh, hello, Captain Dong was still sighing and didn't react for a moment. What did you just say was high energy? High energy laser, what's wrong? Captain Dong snapped out of his daze. That thing is a laser cannon? We even have something like that. The crew behind him also snapped out of their daze and stared wide-eyed. High energy laser weapon. Laser cannon. I knew it was impossible to build cannons. Turns out it's lasers. 10 laser cannons? Does that mean we're a laser ship? If you had just said it was a laser cannon, who wouldn't have been happy? If we had known earlier, the major fleets would have been fighting over it. The factory manager, looking as if he had known this all along, said smugly, we specialize in building warships. How could we possibly regress instead of progress, going back to the previous generation of technology? How about it? Isn't the new ship exciting? Captain Dong looked at his ambiguous smile, unwilling to admit it, but also finding it very appealing. Recalling his previous sour expression, his cheeks flushed red as he said, good, very exciting. If I had known this, why would I have sighed? Captain Dong's expression said it all. The factory director said, although it's a bit strict, this is the first time that laser weapons have entered service, so we still need to do a good job of keeping it confidential. Let's put that aside for now. How powerful are the laser weapons? Captain Dong's mind is full of laser weapons, he interrupted. Most of the crew members behind him were the same. Their initial listlessness had completely vanished, replaced by extreme excitement. Director Zhang gestured for team leader Peng from the Laser Institute to explain. Peng Yu took out an instruction manual, which included a hemispherical diagram. The power will definitely satisfy you. According to our ground tests, the close-in weapon system laser cannon can intercept enemy low-altitude cruise missiles and air-to-ship missiles within a range of 5 to 30 kilometers. That is, the innermost layer of defense. Medium-range laser cannons can attack aircraft within a range of 30 to 100 kilometers. When combined with anti-stealth radar, they pose a significant threat to enemy fighter jets. Finally, the 300-kilometer laser main gun can strike near Earth orbit. Even in foggy, rainy, or snowy weather, its range will at most be reduced, but it will still be usable. Captain Dong took the instruction manual and eagerly began to examine it. An idea for a future strategy had already taken shape in his mind. When the Shanghai fleet sails across the ocean, as long as it follows a clear route based on the weather forecast, the laser ships can provide the fleet with an absolute defense perimeter of 100 kilometers. Under the protection of laser cruisers, aircraft carriers, submarines, and missile ships can carry out operations with ease. The opponent's AI is circling outside the defensive perimeter like a fishbone stuck in its throat. Thinking of such a scene, Captain Dong couldn't help but yearn for it. The Chinese Navy's dream is finally about to come true. Chapter 94 The Eagle Nation Goes Too Far. Chapter 94 The Eagle Nation Goes Too Far. Captain Dong and his crew received a briefing in the conference room. Then, at the invitation of the shipyard, a launching ceremony was held, and the cruiser entered the sea with a loud bang from the rollers. However, the launch of the new cruiser did not cause much of a stir online. This is probably because netizens have a very low opinion of this cruiser. Many people chose to ignore it. They then turned their attention to news from the United States. In recent months, stimulated by the research funding program, Technology companies in the Eagle Nation have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Besides a host of companies related to artificial intelligence, other tech companies and universities also made headlines. Machinery giant Victor has decided to enter the home intelligent robot market. A well-known medical device company announced the successful completion of an optic nerve graft surgery, installing a sensor in a blind person that enables them to perceive simple graphic images. A pharmaceutical startup announced a partnership with a top West Coast medical school to enter the cutting-edge field of brain-computer interfaces after a successful vision surgery. In addition, the largest new energy company in the United States announced its plans. We are preparing to launch a dark matter and dark energy probe satellite to study and utilize the most prevalent and abundant energy in the universe. A top Silicon Valley lab has announced the discovery of a nanofluid alloy that can achieve self-movement based on extremely tiny electrodes. They believe this was an ideal material for nanorobots and decided to try it in this field. All these signs gave people a premonition. It feels like humanity is just one step away from a great era, about to face a new wave of technological explosion. I would believe it if someone woke up one day and said they had achieved controlled nuclear fusion. Someone had been bombarded with information and was hallucinating. Some people saw an opportunity and wanted to catch this train. What are the stock codes of these companies? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Some students are also considering their future. Is it too late to start taking the postgraduate entrance exam in a different major now? I've wanted to be a scientist since I was a child. Who didn't want to be a scientist when they were a kid? Commented a user below. OP, you have no chance of getting a master's degree in China. Don't you see that these companies and universities are all in the United States? Go apply to Ivy League schools. My foreign language skills are terrible. Then I advise you to give up the idea of taking the postgraduate entrance exam as soon as possible. Why? Can't I study in China? I'm sorry, but the foreign language requirements in China are also very high. Why is a foreign language subject required for the postgraduate entrance examination? Because other countries have a technological advantage. When will China have a technological advantage? It will be the other way around. At present, the chances are getting slimmer and slimmer. People downstairs expressed their concerns one by one. What if these things are realized? Will the gap between us and the United States widen even further? Definitely. Artificial visual receivers should be considered mechanical prosthetics. Brain-computer interfaces are inspired by the Matrix. Could the future be a cyberpunk world? Does anyone else feel that the world has become more magical since last year, with artificial intelligence, space planes, and now cyberpunk? That's normal. It's been decades since the last industrial revolution, and semiconductors have been developing for over 60 years. It's time for the next one. We're really worried. What if we don't make it in time? Don't forget, there's also the dark matter and dark energy detector. That's the real explosive news. This time, the discussion isn't just online. Concerns are also pervasive in real life. In particular, the Zumwalt-class destroyer recently launched by the United States is worlds apart from the nuclear-powered gunboat that the outside world perceives it to be. However, what netizens didn't know was that this situation was beyond their expectations. May Dandan and the others were caught off guard. They only planned to release the brain-computer interface information, but suddenly several companies and universities appeared. One wants to research dark matter and dark energy, while the other wants to work on nanorobots. They happen to be influential figures, and I don't know what to do when I ask them for money. If they give it to them, they're afraid that others will endlessly fabricate science and technology projects to get money from them. It would be awkward not to give it to them, since they've already been given to others, and it's really hard to refuse. May Dandan couldn't make up her mind, so she asked Galileo for advice. Galileo, puffing on his cigar, said nonchalantly, "They don't really believe they can develop those things. They're just making up a reason to launch a project and boost their stock price. Let's do it in installments, with smaller payments each time, just enough to meet their demand for higher stock prices. We can add a few more misleading items, it doesn't matter. These people really know how to make money." May Dandan nodded in agreement. As a result, more research plans were launched. For a time, the scientific and technological community of the Eagle Nation was like fireworks during the Mid-Autumn Festival, with 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools of thought contending. Anyone who didn't know better would think that the United States was about to enter the next century ahead of schedule. Chapter 95 exposes Tang Foam. Chapter 95 exposes Tang Foam. It all started 2 months ago. The civilian application of peripheral technologies. The factory rapidly expanded its production capacity, pushing parts and materials to market. Merchants are powerless against anything that can make them money. In the first month, buyers began to try out the new parts and materials. In the second month, the buyers discovered the benefits of the new parts and materials. At the same time, as production capacity increased, prices continued to fall, quickly wiping out the high profits of similar foreign products. Material manufacturers in Eagle Nation, Sun Nation, and White Bear Nation all experienced a decline in their financial reports. The previously booming market was dragged down by this, resulting in a slight dip at the open. Galio has many business friends, and he learned about the matter immediately through their complaints. Don't worry, send me the affected products and I'll look into it immediately. Galio hung up the phone and sent the information he had obtained from his friend to Madondan and Klein, asking them to gather relevant information. A week later, he convened a meeting with Madondan and Klein. All personnel have arrived. Galio asked, "Tell me, what have you found out? What do these technologies mean? Why did the Dragon Kingdom suddenly acquire these technologies?" Klein handed over the report he was holding. According to our research, the technologies discovered this time are all relatively mid-range. This includes several mid-range carbon fiber materials, battery electrode processes, mobile phone screen materials, capacitor components, and radiation source stabilizers. These technologies and materials were originally the profit drivers for some companies targeting the low to mid-end market, but now the other side has driven down their prices. Profit margins have plummeted, and for some mid-range products, such as automotive brake pads and transmissions, after deducting transportation and time costs, they can no longer compete with local manufacturers. Overall, China has caught up in a very small number of niche mid-range product categories, which shows that their research and development integration is very effective. Galio frowned and looked at May Dandan. May Dandan picked up the photo and said, "Current intelligence shows that these manufacturers and research institutions have close ties, and the research institutions have sent many technicians to help them with production." Galio took a breath. "Will this have a big impact on us?" "It's not a big deal in the short term. It only affects a small amount of technology in the mid-range segment. It's still far from our high-end technology and will only impact the profits of a small number of equipment manufacturers. However, in the long run, they have proven that their research system is effective, and we must find them something to do. We can't let them be completely relegated to the middle of the industry chain." Klein pondered for a moment and said, "I suggest exposing the young person in charge of the research system so that they can't focus on advancing technology. For mid-range technologies that don't have a significant impact, there's really nothing to worry about." After listening to the analysis, Galio nodded and laughed. "Isn't that a bad idea? What if they replace you with someone who isn't so extravagant?" He was somewhat reluctant to part with Tang Foam, which he had invested heavily in. "It's okay. They've already spent the money they shouldn't have. Even if they replaced them, they wouldn't be able to get the money back, and the losses from the work stoppage would be even greater." Klein laughed and said, "Besides, letting the other side's research system reorganize for a period of time will have the same effect. Well, it's a pity that this young talent can no longer shine for us. Do you have any other suggestions?" Galio took a sip of coffee, thinking of his friend, and pressed on. "It would be best to minimize the losses for our merchants." Klein, unaware of his true purpose, analyzed the situation carefully. "These are industries that not only we are engaged in, but also those of countries like the United States, which could become an important bargaining chip to help us accelerate trade agreement negotiations." "Understood. I will hand it over to His Excellency Augustus." At this point, Galio turned to Madondan. "Then the exposure is up to you. Do a good job." "Understood, please rest assured." May Dandan sat up straight, nodded in agreement, and said she would carry it out immediately after the meeting. At this moment, the group had no idea that Tang Foam was actually. The books got mixed up. I've mixed up the books, Blue Star. The Secret Service in Shanghai, the Dragon Kingdom. Whoa! Alarm! Alarm! Unidentified personnel have infiltrated the security system. Level 1 firewall activated. The staff, who were busy with their work, were stunned when they heard the alarm. How could someone hack into the system in broad daylight? Then, something even more terrifying happened. All computers within the bureau lost connection and were locked from the terminal, making them completely uncontrollable. Level 1 firewall has failed, starting Level 2 firewall. The Level 2 firewall has been compromised. Emergency alert is being activated. Level 3 firewall. The Level 3 firewall has failed, as the firewall was broken layer by layer. The staff were shocked. Hackers have broken in. But this is the General Security Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom. Who would be so bold as to run wild here? Moreover, this hacker is extremely skilled. He was able to break through 3 layers of firewalls. Report this situation to the bureau chief immediately. This incident had a huge impact, and the staff's phones were constantly ringing. While they were constantly reporting the situation, they also received orders from their superiors. You should know that their bureau's internal network contains a lot of encrypted information that cannot be disclosed to the public. If this information is leaked, the consequences will be unimaginable. The top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom was furious when they learned that the internal network had been hacked. The order was issued decisively. We must track down the mastermind behind this. We must find this bastard at all costs. Target locked, in the North City. Soon, the top hackers in the relevant departments found the other party's IP address by using the firewall. In an instant, special agents from the land, sea, and air were deployed to prevent the enemy from having backup. Upon receiving the news, Beijing immediately locked down the entire city. A full-scale coordinated encirclement and suppression operation. A few minutes later, fully armed special forces descended from the sky. Not far ahead, in a dilapidated residential area. Special forces agents are silently climbing the stairs. Finally, it stopped outside the door of the middle unit on the 4th floor. The lead agent made a hand gesture. Bang! The group broke down the door and kicked it open. Smoke. A smoke grenade was thrown in first, followed by an infrared scan. Safe. No traps detected. Prepare to enter. After surveying the area, all the agents rushed in. This time, the higher-ups have given a strict order. Absolutely no one behind the scenes can be let go. Prepare the surrounding area. After the smoke grenade dissipated, the agents inside were completely dumbfounded. In the living room, a cute 10-year-old boy slowly took the Alps lollipop out of his mouth. Then she raised her little hand and looked at them with an innocent expression. Ahem. Well, the teacher assigned us homework to draw aliens, and I've never seen one before, so I just randomly picked a website to take a look. Tang Funka spoke with wide eyes, a frightened expression on his face. To outsiders, that's how it appears, but inside he's devastated. Because he's a time traveler. She even transmigrated into the body of an adorable 10-year-old boy. Fortunately, he recently awakened a cheat system, a high-tech system. The system then presented him with 2 challenging problems. Option 1. Hack into the American system, find the ship's private photos, and receive the reward, bullet time. Option 2. Hack into the Dragon Kingdom's Secret Service's internal network and receive the following rewards: the ultimate human IQ and a high-tech finger. Tang Feng was completely dumbfounded after seeing the 2 tasks. In the end, I had no choice but to choose the second option. After all, the first task was just too cliché. He didn't want his young mind to be corrupted. Inside the hall, the agent stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Who would have thought that the mastermind behind the hacking into the internal network was actually a mere 10-year-old kid? So they immediately relayed the message to their superiors. The top brass of the Dragon Kingdom were shocked and dumbfounded when they heard the news. A brat is actually better than the researchers they've spent so much money training. Where can I go to reason with this? That night was destined to be an extraordinary one. Many people have heard the news of the lockdown in the north of the city, but they don't know the details. The next day, local news media reported on it. It is said that the military is conducting military exercises. Although no one really believed it, since no one had inside information, life returned to normal. North City, a special department of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Guodong, the person in charge, frowned as he looked at the boy inside the glass case, who was munching on a lollipop. Tang Feng, a native of Beijing. Male, 10 years old, currently in the 5th grade of elementary school. He had a tragic past and lost his parents at a young age. Fortunately, she was adopted by a neighbor with whom she had a good relationship, and she also has an older sister who is in high school. Ugh, this is so frustrating. The culprit who kept the Shanghai elites in turmoil all night was actually a little kid. Those people from the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics have completely lost face. The problem is that we caught a naughty kid, and we had no idea how to deal with him. He's too young. They couldn't have been sent by a foreign country. I really just wanted to see what aliens look like. Boss, we've received orders from above. At that moment, a beautiful woman with a captivating figure, dressed in a black secretary's outfit, walked over. He handed the paper to Lin Guodong. I took the order. A moment later, Lin Guodong smiled. The instructions from the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom were very simple. That is to recruit Tang Feng for their own use and hand him over to their special department in the North City. After all, a teenager like Tang Feng, whose IQ is close to the human ceiling, has extremely high potential. Moreover, he is proficient in computers and may become a leader in a certain field in the future, so he must be brought under the country's control. The higher-ups also demanded that Tang Feng be placed under certain control to prevent him from doing something as outrageous as hacking into the Security Bureau again. So, a few minutes later, Tang Feng was sent home. Although everything seemed fine on the surface, the head of that special department was even smiling at him. But he knew very well that the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom would not pretend nothing had happened. He was lucky he wasn't dissected and studied on the spot. By this time, he should have already been placed on the list of people being watched by higher-ups. Moreover, special departments will send people to supervise them. Maybe he'll be recruited to work there when he grows up. But he's only 10 years old, so it's too early to say anything like that. In fact, Tang Feng had also considered the special department that he was thinking about. Shouldn't a prodigy like him be directly enrolled in a special training camp? Ultimately, the higher-ups rejected the idea. After all, he is still a child, and the Dragon Kingdom would not do something like forcing a child to grow too fast. We'll talk about everything after they grow up and reach adulthood. At the same time, orders were issued to block all news related to Tang Feng. Mark him as a key protected individual. Tang Feng's family. Fenger, are you alright? Seeing Tang Feng return home safely, Xiaoshiro hurriedly ran over, hugged him, and asked. Although the community has sent someone to explain and apologize, but she was still very angry. Who would conduct military exercises in the wrong location? Their son, Tang Feng, is still a 10-year-old child. What if this leaves me with psychological trauma? Tang Feng saw his beautiful and gentle older sister and perfectly feigned a wronged expression. He fell into Xiaoshiro's arms. A pleasant aroma wafted towards me. Chapter 97 On the Eve of the Collision. Chapter 97. The Eagle Nation is going to conduct military exercises on the eve of the clash. Showing off military strength is one aspect, but the main purpose is to warn China. Various media outlets have reported on the news of the Eagle Nation's military exercises. On military forums, military enthusiasts are all talking about military exercises. What weapons will the United States be deploying for this military exercise? I saw in foreign media that Aegis, spaceplanes, and carrier-based drones will all participate. The Aegis system is all familiar. The spaceplane and carrier-based drones are more interesting. Vertical takeoff and landing, it makes my mouth water. Carrier-based 5th-generation fighters can also take off and land vertically on a large scale, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. What's there to be afraid of? We also have 5th-generation fighters. It's a pity Zumwalt didn't come. I wonder how strong he is in combat. Zumwalt is definitely strong. It uses so many new technologies. While others make their aircraft stealth aircraft, they've made their ships stealth aircraft. When Zumwalt was mentioned, someone indeed switched to the laser ship. Speaking of Zumwalt, I think of that nuclear-powered cruiser. I don't know what they were thinking, building a nuclear-powered gunboat. Enough said. At least nuclear power has been developed, and the new ship is probably a result of the integrated research and development plan. For the sake of the 5th-generation fighter jet and chief designer Tang, let's talk about something else. News of the military exercise also reached the naval system. At the Fubo Fleet's base, the adjutant, having received the news, consulted the captain about whether to change the sea trial schedule of the laser ship lynching. Why should we change it? We have already planned the sea trial location and time. How can we stop just because they announced the military exercise? Besides, the soldiers are all holding their breath and ready to vindicate the lynching ship. How can they possibly swallow their pride and avoid it? The captain snorted and gave a negative answer. Upon hearing this, the adjutant was not worried at all. On the contrary, his eyes lit up and he showed an eager expression. If the adjutant disliked the new ship before taking delivery of it. So when the warship arrived at the port, he was filled with excitement. The weapon is indeed a cannon, but it's a laser cannon. As soon as the laser ship arrived at port, it immediately became the apple of the entire fleet's eye. Even the military region command leaders wanted to stay on the ship as deputy captains after their inspection. Finally, the lynching can truly display its power. The adjutant's words solidified the captain's resolve. This time, he was determined to make the lynching a sensation. Those who are mocking Chief Engineer Tang online, just open your eyes and wait. Let me tell you what a revolutionary navy and revolutionary warships are. Thinking of this, the captain looked at the lynching, which was preparing for sea trials at the naval port, his eyes filled with anticipation. In gratitude for Tang Feng's contribution to the laser cruiser, the ship broke with the convention of naming it after a provincial capital and was given the special name lynching. The Fubo fleet will never betray this friendship. Just as the Fubo fleet was making intensive preparations to set sail. The navigation ban information posted online by maritime authorities has finally come to people's attention. The Fubo fleet will be conducting sea trials in the Eastern Ocean. Merchant ships and fishing boats are advised not to approach. Someone posted a map online showing the area where the U.S. military was conducting exercises, along with the area where the U.S. military was conducting exercises, sparking concern. This naval deployment seems to be right next to the location of the United States military exercises. How did we get so close? Won't this cause a problem? Should we move to another spot? Some suggested backing down, but others strongly disagreed. Why should we move? Look at the time, who posted it first. I know we should go first, but taking a step back can open up a whole new world. Then why don't they retreat? Sea trials can be conducted at any time, and cancellation is very convenient. Moreover, it is not easy for them to get close and be observed. Indeed, I remember that new ship was in the Fubo fleet. Does anyone know its name? Could this be the new ship going for sea trials? Let's cancel it then. There are a bunch of planes flying overhead taking pictures. What's so great about filming? You can't even film nuclear power plants inside. Such disputes will never reach a conclusion. This will only make the topic more heated and popular, making it known to the entire internet. Every day, people start threads everywhere, reporting on the activities of both sides. Naturally, neither side will cancel the plan. International media outlets have gradually begun reporting on this coincidence. The date of the sea trial is drawing ever closer. High-profile posts have also appeared on foreign military forums, Twitter, and Reddit.cn. The Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation are conducting military exercises in adjacent areas. What will happen? Nothing will happen. We haven't crossed paths. Exactly. What's the point of comparing them? One side only has a few traditional missile frigates. On the other side, there are aircraft carriers, missile destroyers, fifth-generation carrier-based aircraft, and an early warning aircraft system. What can't you see? Keep an eye on it. Apparently, XX News Agency has reported on this military exercise online. News address: http. Amidst global attention, the Fubo fleet is stationed with the Lincheng as its flagship, supported by two 1,700-ton missile frigates and two destroyers. A sea trial fleet consisting of an old-fashioned missile destroyer and a supply ship set sail with the wind toward the designated sea area. The end. On the Azure Sea, the Lincheng-led sea trial fleet cuts through the waves. In the laser cannon control room, the captain watched as the crew, guided by technicians, reviewed the operating procedures and maintenance specifications. The laser cannon was very stable during land-based testing. When it was moved to the sea, an integrated velocity measuring instrument was installed in each cannon. The instrument measures the current speed, horizontal acceleration, and vertical acceleration and the data is monitored in real time by a computer. Furthermore, they are interconnected, and the gun mount near the center can pre-process subsequent speed changes. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the laser cannons in the middle are more accurate than those at the edges. Of course, the edge ones are not bad either. When firing, the calculation time is within 0.002 seconds. The laser cannon must be inspected daily to check the circuit operation and capacitor readiness status. Check the speed measuring instrument readings and verify that the platform movement is smooth. Secondly, the laser cannon has two firing modes, semi-automatic and automatic. The semi-automatic mode involves manually setting the target. Then shoot to destroy. The automatic mode has two modes. One prioritizes targets based on the perceived threat level. Generally speaking, the greatest threat is a ballistic missile that is extremely fast and may have multiple warheads or nuclear warheads. Secondly, there are cruise missiles that directly threaten the fleet, followed by space planes, fighter jets, and bombers. Another type of value-based hunting, whose primary target is still ballistic missiles that can cause massive destruction and may carry nuclear warheads. Secondly, low-orbit satellites and spaceplanes provide positioning relay services. If there are no high-speed, low-radar reflectivity targets within the absolute defense perimeter, then attack enemy stealth units first, followed by early warning aircraft. After the crew members explained the working mechanism of the laser cannon, the technicians then asked another soldier to recite the performance of various types of laser cannons. The laser main cannon has an ideal attack range of 300 kilometers and can destroy enemy targets carrying explosives within 1 second. For satellites or space planes located more than 300 kilometers away, prolonged illumination is required. Medium-range laser cannon, with an optimal combat range of within 100 kilometers, is used to attack medium to large flying targets. Close-in weapon laser cannon, with an optimal combat range of 30 kilometers and a smaller platform, is suitable for intercepting swarms of cruise missiles flying toward the fleet. Seeing that the soldiers were preparing diligently for training, the captain nodded, quietly left the control room, and went to the bridge. The adjutant saw him and reported to him, "Captain, we are about to enter the designated sea area 30 nautical miles ahead. The destroyer Yamashiro is asking whether to enter combat formation. Notify the Yamashiro and Beijing to release their anti-submarine helicopters and proceed forward for anti-submarine operations." The supply ship Amagi was moved to the center, playing the role of an aircraft carrier and escort ships, flanking Amagi on both sides. The Shanghai-class guided missile destroyer moved to the right side of the formation, acting as another Lake City-class cruiser. Notify the Port Air Force Base to release the drone to the test airspace. The captain issued a series of commands, and the fleet smoothly changed formation under his command. 6 anti-submarine helicopters took off in succession to search for submarines in the surrounding waters. On the other side, the United States is conducting exercises in nearby waters. A massive carrier battle group of 23 ships of various types cleave the ocean. Looking at the massive fleet from the sky, the generals from other countries were filled with envy. The Great White Fleet is too magnificent. The aircraft carrier is so beautiful. General House of the Eagle Nation, who was standing nearby, smiled knowingly and instructed the rotorcraft transport plane to stop on the aircraft carrier deck through the microphone. As the group disembarked from the gyroplane, the first thing they saw was the space plane on the stern elevator. The streamlined fuselage and the agile yet powerful single-engine vectoring engine drew their attention. General House glanced at it and invited, "We will soon be conducting vertical takeoff and landing and formation flying. Please come with me to the island superstructure to watch." Okay. General House led military personnel from his ally nation onto the island superstructure. Below, F-35Bs were being lifted up from the hangar. Soon, planes took off vertically one after another, forming a goose-shaped formation in the air, and flew westward. 50 nautical miles away, a target converted from a wrecked ship is moored for attack drills. On the sea, the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom soon encountered each other, leading to inevitable friction. However, the Eagle Nation never expected that the Dragon Nation's destroyers would be so powerful. Moreover, China has actually developed a seventh-generation fighter jet. The advantage from the air is amplified infinitely in an instant. The Eagle Nation has been defeated. From this day forward, we declare ourselves vassals of the Dragon Kingdom. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Feng rose to fame in one battle and was completely deified. From then on, he lived a shameless and carefree life with Xia Shiro, Lin Wan, Leng Xian, and other beautiful girls.